This is the National Awakening School for Adventurers. Each participant will come to the Awakening Stone for testing. Those who successfully awaken will immediately receive a basic equipment set for their awakened class, then proceed to the practical exam. While everyone is anxious about what class they will awaken to, this young man stands in line among the new recruits with a sigh. This is already the third time he is taking the test. After a while, it was finally Ninefeng's turn, as expected. When his name was called, whispers of mockery erupted from below. Isn't this the senior from Class 12, a legendary figure? Always following the goddess, died around. Everyone thought he was some exceptional character. But he is already 18 and still has not awakened. Ninefeng walked through the discussions towards the awakening stone. The examiner for him is Kei, a beautiful and gentle teacher. Kei encouraged Ninefeng to stay calm, and generously gave him time to prepare so he could be in the best mindset before starting. Ninefeng placed his hand on the crystal, trying to relax as much as possible. This time, he was very surprised because unlike the previous 2 times, the crystal responded, shining with a blue light, indicating a magic affinity. After awakening, Ninefeng automatically learned the initial skill of magic manipulation. Next, he would see if he could awaken a certain star class. Kei held her breath in anticipation. The result was that Ninefeng only awakened to 1 star. Far behind died, who had awakened to a 5-star class on her first try. Kei sighed. What a pity for this student. Below, the loud laughter rang out once again. Earlier, they thought Ninefeng might turn his fate around this year, but in the end, he was just a regular 1-star adventurer. Kei frowned. They were all just kids but had such sharp tongues. She took 2 more steps, wanting to ask what skill Ninefeng had awakened. But seeing his dazed look, Kei chose not to ask further. Perhaps Ninefeng had faced a significant blow. Kei then gave him a basic set of gear, encouraging him to change. And then they could head to the next challenge. Ninefeng obediently accepted it. But what had stunned him earlier was not his class or his 1-star rank. It was that after awakening, he heard a strange voice coming from inside his head. Ding. The host has completed awakening and has activated the system. Before Ninefeng could fully process it, the voice continued to speak, accompanied by a virtual window. It announced that he had gained the passive ability of Dark Essence, along with a mysterious gift. Using dark power would have a backlash. But when using the forbidden spell, all costs would be waived. And that mysterious gift allowed him to release a new forbidden spell for free once a week. The more Ninefeng listened, the more confused he became. Dark power was the most evil force in this world, and forbidden spells were the highest level magic. Could he really use dark power and forbidden spells at the same time? It sounded like some kind of Canadian Shizuka fantasy. Right. Not stopping there. The system continued to announce that his initial active skill was undergoing transformation. Just a few seconds later, it had automatically transformed into the skill of Corrupted Earth. Ninefeng felt dazed, like a duck hearing thunder. But for now, there is still one more real combat trial. He planned to test his abilities using this opportunity. The real combat round is divided into teams. Each team has 50 people entering the secret realm to familiarize themselves with the awakened skills by fighting monsters. However, the contestants are not allowed to support each other or attack one another. Throughout the exam, drones will monitor the process. Kei informed the students to quickly confirm their skills. Ninefeng also checked his active skill, which is now Corrupted Earth, a dark forbidden spell. When used, Ninefeng can summon dark powers from another world, forming a protective shield that can crush all nearby enemies. He thought again that this so-called dark forbidden spell looked very dangerous. What if it is some kind of evil magic that someone else discovers? He would definitely be done for. What exactly is this virtual system anyway? Ninefeng did not have time to think too much. As Kei signaled for the contestants to enter the secret realm, he quickly entered with the other students. As soon as they entered, all the contestants were busy fighting. The first monsters they encountered were goblins. Ninefeng observed cautiously for a while and noticed that there were surveillance drones everywhere. Therefore, he did not dare to casually use that dark forbidden spell. That is the only way you can attack. So for now, you can only find a safe place to hide. Of course, all the students' movements are being streamed live outside, and Ninefeng's actions have really annoyed Captain Chu on the judging panel. Everyone else is frantically grinding monsters. What is that kid doing? Kei is confused and tries to defend him. That kid awakened a bit late. His health is not that great, and his activated skill is a defensive magic. It is really not suitable for fighting alone. Captain Chu is strict and won't go easy on anyone for those reasons. He asked Kei to call Ninefeng outside. No need to continue the exam. After all, in Captain Chu's eyes, a 1-star profession can't be a true adventurer. Before Kei could say anything, Captain Chu's subordinate suddenly exclaimed loudly. The surveillance drone had just been attacked by something, causing the footage to be interrupted. Moreover, the monitoring department is also warning, because they just detected a power fluctuation much higher than the average value in the secret realm. Hurry and investigate what exactly happened. Captain Chu quickly ordered his subordinate. Meanwhile, In the secret realm, the students are gradually getting overwhelmed because they do not understand why a very strong monster suddenly appeared. It seems to be a mutated goblin, a goblin interface that fights like a werewolf. It has led the lower-tier goblins to rise up against the contestants. Listen to my command. All the intruders today must be buried here. The goblins were originally weak fighters. But suddenly, with a leader uniting them, they became a very formidable army. Another drone flew in. The mutated goblin raised its fist into the air, and the drone exploded immediately, falling to the ground. It just happened to land near where Ninefeng was hiding. You let out a yelp, unintentionally attracting many goblins nearby, including that leader. Ha! There is still a little bug hiding here. Ninefeng had been hiding so well that he did not understand what was happening, why the goblins were suddenly gathering. Moreover, there was this elite leader among them. But he quickly noticed that the drones in this area had all been taken down, now that no one was watching outside. It was a good opportunity to see if that forbidden technique was real. Ninefeng pointed to the sky, beginning to perform his physical skill of earth manipulation. The elite goblin's expression changed immediately, as many skeletons suddenly rose up from the ground. Outside, the monitoring team was in chaos, as all drones had lost connection. And within the secret realm, dark power suddenly surged. Suspected to be a royal-level monster appearing. Quickly call for the evacuation of all non-combat personnel nearby. Kaivi Panit. A royal-level monster was a disaster capable of destroying an entire city. Why was there something so terrifying in the exam? Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, the elite goblin and its minions were scared stiff. I originally thought Ninefeng was a useless piece of trash, but I did not expect him to summon a whole horde of zombies like that. And Ninefeng is enjoying the feeling of using dark forbidden magic for the first time, aside from the creepy sticky magic on my hands. Everything is going well. The system keeps sending notifications with the same message, reminding me that I have killed a goblin grunt, gaining 10 experience points. At this rate, Ninefeng is about to wipe out the goblin army, while their leader still has not regained his composure. This overwhelming dark power makes him suspect that Ninefeng is not human. But what good does suspicion do? In the end, this monster still has to sell salt with his companions. After defeating it, Ninefeng immediately gained 6,000 experience points. He checked his stats, and somehow he jumped straight to level 10. In the live combat test a few years ago, the most any contestant could increase was just 1 or 2 levels at most. However, this level 10 mainly came from the 6,000 experience points from that elite goblin. So why did it appear here? Ninefeng then noticed the pile of items dropped by the elite monster, which seemed to all be good stuff, including a mark that permanently increases agility by 10 points. There was also a claw artifact, a rare weapon that could significantly boost strength, agility, attack, and critical hit rate once equipped. The only catch is that it requires level 20, which Ninefeng can't use yet, but he quickly picked it up anyway. Selling it would still be profitable. Ninefeng has now realized how advantageous it is to have the system in his hands. If things continue like this, his path to leveling up through monster farming will surely go smoothly. Just as Ninefeng finished gathering all the equipment into his bag, he heard the announcement for all participants to retreat immediately. Only then did he take a moment to look around and realize that the land and trees in the area had been completely devastated, and there are those pits filled with dark energy. Turns out this is the power of forbidden techniques. Ninefeng hurriedly took out the teleportation scroll. He should not linger here for too long. If someone finds him, he will be in trouble. So he, along with numerous other participants, quickly exited the secret realm. Team leader Chu was extremely tense at this moment. A level above king-class monsters is something very difficult to counter. And as for the reinforcements, he did not know if they would arrive in time, but right now, he was panicked to realize that the source of that dark power had suddenly vanished. A terrible scenario appeared in old Chu's mind. That monster did not run out of the secret realm, did it? He immediately notified those responsible for this exam. They had to activate the ceiling formation of the school again, leaving only one exit for those uninvolved to retreat. Seeing everyone's grim expressions, Ninefeng felt very anxious. Teal, seeing him come out of the secret realm, hurriedly asked, Ninefeng, are you okay? What could happen to Ninefeng? Right, he was clearly the source of the problem they were all worried about right now. After confirming that Ninefeng was not injured, Kiwi shooed him away like a chicken. Not only that, she also announced that the school would temporarily stop classes, unless there was something urgent. The students were absolutely not allowed to come here. Ninefeng returned home with Ong Dite, still feeling very confused, looking like she just saw a ghost. What is going on? I heard that the school's testing was blocked due to some unclear source of power. It is obvious that the unclear source of power is Ninefeng, but this clueless guy thinks it is because of that mysterious elite monster. Ong Dite saw him looking down and thought that the test being interrupted hit Ninefeng hard. After all, they have to wait 2 years until the awakening day. She also suggested forming a team to level up together. since the defensive magic he just awakened is not suitable for leveling up alone, but Ninefeng flatly refused. In fact, he really wanted to team up with the goddess, but right now, Ninefeng only knows how to use forbidden dark magic. He can just use that in front of others. If Dite knew, she might even beat him up first. There is no way to refuse. I will be waiting for you at the West Gate at 8:00 am tomorrow. Ninefeng did not expect the beauty to be even more determined than him. This clearly is not an invitation. It is an order. After announcing the time and place, Dite tossed her hair and left confidently. Why won't she listen to what I said? This stubborn woman left Ninefeng standing there dumbfounded, feeling his mood going up and down. Now he does not know how to refuse. He originally planned to pretend to be sick to avoid it. But with Dite's personality, he could escape today but not tomorrow. Ninefeng thought about it until his head hurt, finally coming up with a plan. But he was not sure if it would work. Ninefeng headed to the Thin trading post, wanting to buy some gear that would come with skills, to fake it a bit tomorrow, and also take the chance to sell off some loot he got from that elite monster. The person who greeted Ninefeng was a beautiful female employee. But this young man was not in the mood to notice any girls. He asked her to bring him some gear that came with the N&D Chiyu magic. Whatever it was, be it weapons, jewelry, or any kind of tool. The girl took one look and knew Ninefeng was a newbie. Are you a newly awakened student? Actually, low-level magic like Chiyu does not require buying gear. Then she proceeded to showcase her sales skills. She enthusiastically introduced that the store had many high-level magical gear, more suitable for leveling up. But Ninefeng remained firm in his choice. After all, he was just buying to temporarily deceive Dite, not to level up. The employee's attitude changed 180 degrees when she saw he was so stubborn. Who comes here to serve, causing chaos for half a day? Turns out to be a poor guy. I am not interested in serving you. Looks like you judge customers by their wallets. Seeing that Ninefeng was not planning to buy high-level gear, she quickly handed him off to a new employee. This girl looked much more obedient. Ninefeng stated his wishes as before, and as a result, he was led around several shops to try on various suitable gear. In the end, Ninefeng found a ring that he quite liked. The purchase of the equipment is done. Now it is time to sell the loot. The girl leads him to the appraisal and consignment area. In the appraisal room is a middle-aged man known as Master V Dung. Ninefeng hands him the claw artifact, and Master Ving activates his appraisal skills. This is an orange weapon, equivalent to a rare grade, belonging to the agility system, with a low-level requirement and excellent attributes. It is very suitable for beginners, and it even has 3 slots, allowing for adjustments to create effects that best suit the user. This is a good item. We might have a few customers interested in this. I wonder if you have any price requirements, since it is Ninefeng's first time selling items. Of course. He wants the price to be as high as possible. Master Ving then contacted customers, leaving the staff member named Tao Zhang to serve Ninefeng with tea. The first person Master Vazun contacted was Director Trang. He has always wanted to find a refined piece of equipment for his son. Coincidentally, the claw artifact is a perfect match, and they quickly exchanged information. In the end, Director Chandran closed the deal for that weapon at a price of 50,000 spirit coins. After deducting the transaction fee, Ninefeng would receive 46,000 spirit coins. As soon as Master Ving mentioned this price, both Ninefeng and Taivong were left speechless. He did not think he would make that much. Outside, the beautiful yet mean staff member is busy chatting with her colleague. Hey, do not you like handsome guys? Why did you let that cute guy go? I only like handsome guys who are both wealthy and powerful. This poor quality item is not even worthy of a thick book for me, the girl replied with arrogance. The group, who were engrossed in gossiping, noticed Ninefeng coming out of the air delivery room with Master Vong. The speed of information transmission is indeed very quick. They soon heard about Ninefeng selling a piece of equipment for 50,000 spirit currency. Right now, he still wants to go shopping for a few more items. 50,000 spirit currency is a huge amount for these staff members. Moreover, the commission for this deal is definitely not small either. That nasty girl looked as if she was struck by lightning at that moment. If she had tried to treat Ninefeng well earlier, that 50,000 currency commission would have been hers. Before Ninefeng left, the receptionist named Yang did invite him to adjust a bit. 9. Next time you want to buy or sell anything, just look for me directly. My name is Yang Hun. And the next day Ninefeng went out, feeling very cheerful. Last night, he tested that the equipment with the spell would not be affected by the system. So there is no need to worry about being exposed and having Dite break his neck. Therefore, he arrived at the place right on time today. As soon as he saw Dite, a group of people appeared out of nowhere, with an extremely ostentatious aura. They included mages, shield-wielding warriors, berserk warriors, and paladins. All were members of Dite's guild. Ninefeng greeted enthusiastically, but the mage and the warrior next to him did not seem to like him much. They looked at him like he owed them a lot of money. especially that pale-faced mage who did not even bother to glance at Nanfang, and went straight to talk to Diet. Diet and hi. I remember you are about to reach your second class change. Right. That is right. What is going on? Nanfang was taken aback. Diet really was impressive. Completing a class change every 30 levels. This guy said she was about to reach her second class change. Meaning Diet was about to hit level 60. No wonder she is a 16-year-old prodigy who awakened 5 stars. But it is nothing special. Just wanted to give you a gift. The mage pulled out a high-grade potion that permanently boosts attributes from his equipment bag. Everyone gasped. This was an orange-quality item that permanently increased agility by 3 points. Compared to the 10-point agility boost that Nanfang secretly got, it was far inferior. However, this was still enough to dazzle everyone. Seeing the astonished expressions of his teammates, the mage continued to show off. This item is indeed valuable. But it is a small matter. Only about 20 to 30,000 gold. Diet and I do not think much of it. What is important is that this high-grade potion is hard to buy even if you have the money. My father asked many friends and had a hard time getting a bottle like this. He originally intended to use this potion to win over a beautiful girl. But unexpectedly, Diet only accepted his goodwill and flatly refused the item. That white-faced sorcerer still wants to pressure her into accepting the fruit. But Diet, the beautiful woman with a domineering personality, never cares about anyone. No need. She firmly rejects once again. We have something to take care of. So we are leaving first. That sorcerer got angry and shouted. Diet. Do you really want to waste time with this useless piece of trash? Trivu Trine. Mind your words. This statement really angered Diet. But Tridu Trine's mouth just would not shut up. He insulted Nanfang, saying he was a useless person who would never achieve anything in his life. Nanfang felt a bit annoyed after hearing that. If he could not win over girls, what was the point of aiming at him? Is this Tridu Trine out of his mind? Or should I just use a forbidden spell to take him out right now? The others saw that Trigu Trine was getting more and more outrageous and wanted to pull him away. But this white-faced guy really did not know when to stop, continuously belittling Nanfang, saying he was not worth even a bottle of his high-grade medicine. Nanfang finally could not take it anymore. For people who like to bite off more than they can chew, the only way to deal with them is to be even more outrageous. Just a potion combined with 3 more, and he still had the nerve to scare people. What? Do you think you are the center of the universe? Trido Tren was furious. What are you saying? You poor little thing, are you trying to get yourself killed or what? The soldier following Trigo Don chimed in. With such big talk. Do you have something even more powerful? How about you show us something impressive? A Tribu Tren smirked, eager to see Nanfang become a laughingstock. He said, if you really can pull out something better, I will kneel down and apologize. On the contrary, if Nanfang is just bluffing, then he should kneel down and apologize to him. Nanfang had been waiting for this moment. He waved his hand to take out the permanent attribute enhancement seal to give to Diet. This time, even Miss was shocked. Mouth agape, this was something she had never seen before. Of course, the Tridutron group had not seen it either. So he thought Nanfang was just trying to impress everyone. Is it a scam or not? Isn't it easy to find out by testing? Diet was afraid this was too valuable, so she hesitated to use it. But Nanfang was very eager. And those guys were also urging him to see the effect of this item. In the end, she still decided to use it. The crowd held their breath, watching. All they saw was Diet smiling brightly. Her attributes had really increased. A Trinutron could not accept this situation. It is true that the winner is king, and the loser makes excuses. He thought a poor guy like Nanfang could not have this treasure. He must have stolen it. Just bow your head and shout a bit louder. Okay, I am hard of hearing. With Trinutron's personality, how could he willingly bow his head to Nanfang? But as a gentleman, he had no choice but to bow down low under the skeptical gaze of his teammates. He knelt down on both knees and bowed his head low. At this moment, Nanfang was also satisfied, unable to hide his smug smile. After settling this debt, he quickly pulled Diet away. Breathing the same air as someone like Tridutron was really uncomfortable. After the two walked away, Diet still felt guilty. But their relationship was not worth calculating over that attribute increase. Nanfang sincerely hoped Diet would quickly complete her second transition, and then get into the best university instead of sticking around him all the time. In fact, if she stayed by his side, he would not have any way to level up. Diet could not understand Nanfang's struggles. She thought he was looking down on himself, thinking he was not worthy to be by her side. Nanfang was speechless. This girl was overthinking it in the end phase and was being overly sentimental too. Oh right. I have this for you. Diet pulled out 2 items from her equipment bag. These are all skill books. Wait until Nanfang levels up to the corresponding level before he can learn them. Both of purple quality. And it is clear they are not cheap. But compared to that attribute enhancement mark, they really can't compare, so Ninefeng just accepted them so Ong Dite would not feel indebted. The two of them started leveling up by entering the secret realm called Epuvian Haimam Sea, just as the name suggests. Here are all tombstones and zombies. Ong Dite was enthusiastically fighting monsters with her favorite weapon, a bow and arrow. Meanwhile, Ninefeng was trying to prove his existence by cheering her on with all his life. Inside, he was feeling incredibly helpless. The experience points in this secret realm are too low. But Ninefeng had no way to tell Ong Dite that he was already level 10. Ong Dite did not need him to lift a finger. Just sitting still and sharing team experience was enough. Ninefeng had no choice either. After a while, Ong Dite received a phone call from the pink-haired girl from that guild. Dite and hi. We just got news. The fallen witch boss is about to appear. This opportunity is very rare. Do you want it? Trivu Trine. Hearing their conversation, acted like a big brother who could finally take care of his little sister. He demanded Ong Dite to come immediately. Because the fallen witch boss is not easy to deal with. You need enough courage to take it down, and the most important thing is that it could drop the rare mage item he needs. Ong Dite hesitated a bit. But Ninefeng understood her well. You go ahead. After all, we are both in this dungeon. Training a bit later one to matter. Okay. Then you head to the safe zone and wait for me, Ninefeng secretly thought. Feeling overjoyed. After Ong Dite left, the smile on his face gradually turned sinister. After waiting a long time, the moment finally came when he was all alone. He also wanted to test his strength against the boss they mentioned earlier. Last night he had prepared early and learned 2 new skills. Thanks to the mysterious gift from the system at the beginning, he gets to use a new skill for free every week, so of course, the more restrictions on Uncle, the better. It is a pity that Ninefeng's level is quite low right now. With only 3 skill books that Ong Dite gifted after reaching level 15 that can be used in this treacherous secret tomb. There are also several other teams engaged in battle. They all share the same goal of taking down the boss, which has appeared in the tall tower deep within the secret area. From the edge of the dungeon, they would have to fight their way quite a distance to get there. One team was still considering how to advance, when they suddenly saw blinding flames appear in front of them. Moving very quickly and very far, they quickly recognized it was the Texas Guild team. Ong Dite and Tridotrine have quite a reputation across the entire kingdom. They are considered the strongest newcomers. Their reputation is well deserved. It seems like we others do not stand a chance. Ong Dite's team is advancing straight ahead. I have to say, they work together very smoothly. Tridotravan was already boasting halfway through, confident that this boss would definitely belong to him. Looking down on the other teams as mere trash, Ong Dite did not have time to argue with him, just focused on doing her own job. The Holy Class girl and the Berserker guy felt that Ong Dite had gotten quite a bit stronger this time. Indeed, the attribute boost mark that Ninefeng gave is rare, and the agility increase of 10 points has a significant effect. At the same time, something unusual was happening deep in the secret area at that tower, but the unusual thing is Ninefeng's appearance. He just used a spatial magic spell that helps him travel through space, arriving in an instant without the need to fight along the way. This skill can last for an hour. As soon as he arrived, Ninefeng immediately encountered the fallen magic creature Vuyu. But he was not afraid at all and enthusiastically waved to greet it. The fallen magic creature Vuyu was startled and alarmed by the intrusion. It unleashed a terrifying attack strong enough to wipe out a small team of 5. What kind of adventurer thinks they can show up here alone, without knowing their limits? But unfortunately, that attack missed, as Ninefeng used a forbidden spatial magic spell again. He appeared behind the boss in the blink of an eye. Because I do not want to share the loot with anyone. The fallen magic creature Vuyu was startled once more. Ninefeng wore a sly smile. He activated a new temporary skill he just learned called Heavenly Fire Dance. After using it, Ninefeng summoned a powerful rain of fire from the sky, dealing massive damage over a certain area. As the hailstorm fell, the entire tower was engulfed in smoke and flames, creating a tremendous shockwave. The undead soldiers guarding it barely had time to gasp before Ninefeng raked in a pile of experience points. Even more impressively, after defeating the fallen magic creature Vuyu, he received a whopping 50,000 experience points. Ninefeng jumped from level 10 to level 30, becoming a first-tier class master. Besides experience points, the loot is also dazzling. Other than the 2 skill books not specifically for mages, Ninefeng found everything useful. For example, this void mark, after absorption, will permanently reduce 3 stamina points, but will permanently increase spirit attributes by 15 points. When using the void mark, the system sent Ninefeng a new notification, which was that upon class change, he could activate the hidden class as a necromancer or trigger the prerequisite hidden quests of the universal magic system. Ninefeng felt like he struck gold. The hidden class is very rare. Out of thousands of people, there might not be one who possesses it, and it is innate. Normal people have no way to intervene. Using these marks also allows him to activate the hidden class, This is truly a windfall from the heavens. Ninefeng did not need to think long. He directly chose the Universal Magic class. Excited, his heavenly flame burst forth even more violently. Like hail falling, he unintentionally created a massive magical disturbance. Even the distant Mage Guild group felt it. Ungdongdite ordered everyone to fall back and not continue attacking. However, Tridutron was greedy and did not want to give up this boss. In such a dangerous situation, you still want to push forward. Are you stupid or trying to get people killed? Seeing that Ungdite was tense, Tridutron did not dare to object anymore. Ungdite pulled out his phone, wanting to inform Ninefeng to withdraw from the secret realm. But he had already seen a message from him that had been sent earlier. Sorry. I have something urgent to take care of, so I am leaving now. Ninefeng walked alone to the promotion hall, which was as quiet as a deserted temple, with only a girl receptionist wearing glasses inside. Hello. Are you here to receive the promotion mission? Ninefeng nodded, then started to read his basic information for the girl to log in the data. When she saw that Ninefeng was only 18 years old and was a first-level mage, she looked a bit disappointed. This talent seems a bit lacking. But she did not show any disdain and directly led Ninefeng to the area for first-level mages. After guiding him through the proper procedures, she went outside and ran into Captain Chu. He had just been investigating the dangerous secret realm of Muzai Vienheim, discovering that it was severely damaged, and the source of the destructive power was still unclear. But it could be estimated that the threat level had reached king level or higher. In just 2 short days, there had been 2 threats from king level monsters. The girl fell silent. Exactly. That is why my superiors sent me here to request your assistance. After entering the promotion platform, Ninefeng discovered that the promotion mission was divided into 2 branches. One for the spirit mage, which had a difficulty level of A, and the other for the whole system of magic gods, which had a difficulty level of S but was a prerequisite mission. From the beginning, he leaned more toward this hidden profession. So without thinking much, he chose the whole system of magic gods right away. Ninefeng's mission would be to enter the secret realm of Hai Divang, then Lian, within 3 days. I need to obtain the quest item, the Divine Mark. Ninefeng confirmed that he would enter the secret realm of the Hai Digong Temple. But it would take a few more days. When he returns, the one to see him off won't be that glasses-wearing sister. Although he noticed, Ninefeng did not have time to think much. And that sister had already been pulled away by Captain Chu. She is a member of a secret organization called the Shadow. It is said that all members possess a rare hidden profession and can use dark power to fight, specializing in carrying out special missions. That sister is carefully assessing the situation in the treacherous Tome realm. The dark power here is so strong that even after much of it has dissipated, it still heavily affects her. There are no remaining clues here, so they can't grasp the perpetrator's intentions. Captain Chu is very anxious because they have frequently received reports of unusual signs at several locations lately. This seems like a kind of omen for some impending crisis. He wants to ask that sister if these incidents are related, but she only says she will report to her superiors and send more people to investigate. Sorry. Is there confirmation that the culprit is a monster? Or could it possibly be? Captain Chu wants to ask something, but he keeps hesitating and can't finish his sentence. You want to ask if the perpetrator could be a mutant like me, right? I apologize. I did not mean anything by it. That mysterious older sister does not believe that this is caused by humans, as the level of threat here has surpassed even that of a king. To control such a gigantic dark power, the price to pay is not something mere human flesh and blood can bear. In other words, there is a powerful monster lurking in the city, and it could bring disaster at any moment. Right. That mysterious older sister nodded, confirming that Captain Chu's concern was valid. I'm afraid it is hiding in the shadows. We need to find it quickly. But the truth is, the monster they are talking about is currently at home, very much at ease, because you jumped straight to level 30 and unlocked 4 new skill slots. That is all it took. And Ninefeng immediately took the 2 skill books that Dai gave him to learn. The first one is the magical shield. After confirming the skill, the system automatically merged it with the corrupted physical body to create the passive skill, Corrupted Physical Body Shield. This skill will automatically activate when attacked. 100% of the damage will be absorbed by the corrupted physical body. The amount of damage absorbed will be equivalent to the damage dealt by the corrupted physical body. After the attack ends, the corrupted physical body will automatically recover. Ninefeng smiled broadly. It turns out that the curse can also merge with lower-level magic to create such excellent effects. Now he has another new method of defense. Regular damage has completely no effect on him. The second skill book is Lafiham Technique. The system automatically merges with the corrupted physical body of Earth and the Heavenly Fire Warrior. The passive skill acquired is Earth Element Mastery, which helps all Earth-based spells and increases their effectiveness by 20%. After being busy for a while and still having to fend off skill requests, Ninefeng went to the trading area to buy some new skill books. As soon as he entered, he ran into that snobby and rude saleswoman again. This time, she welcomed Ninefeng very enthusiastically, but he specifically asked to see Duong Hen. Duong Hen was with another customer. So how about I take you there today? She tried to put on her most charming face. But Ninfeng bluntly refused. No thanks. I can go by myself. That arrogant girl did not think any man could turn her down. So she kept following Ninfeng, but after taking a few steps, they saw Dong Hein rushing out in a hurry. She was not busy with a customer. She had just been back there grabbing a quick bite. As soon as she heard Ninfeng was here, she quickly came over. Duong Hein took him to Master Vong. Ninfeng handed over 2 skill books that he had no use for, then went with Duong Hein to buy more magic skill books. After he left, Master Vong fell into silence. Last time it was an orange weapon, and this time it was a purple skill book. Ninfeng's background was starting to pique his interest. That evening, Ninfeng treated Duong Hein to a meal. But when it came time to pay, he realized she had already settled the bill. He felt very embarrassed. But Duong Hen said she had her reasons for doing so, no matter the reason. She can't say. After the two said goodbye, Duong Hen took a taxi to the second hospital in the city. The reason she mentioned is her dad. He is seriously ill and needs to be hospitalized for treatment. Thanks to Ninfeng's help, Duong Hen recently earned a lot of commission money, which is how she can afford the expenses. But today, her bad luck has really hit. The taxi Duong Hen was in was attacked by a monster. And not just one, but 7 of them. They came through a spatial rift that appeared in the sky. And the driver did not even have time to yawn. In a Duong Hen could only open the car door and jump out. What is going on? Why are there monsters appearing in a safe zone? Duong Hen had no idea that a blood-soaked so-colored monster was slowly approaching her from behind. At the same time, a strange man appeared in the sky with a very cunning smile. When Duong Hen noticed the monster, she quickly shot a fireball. But it had no effect. This girl is actually a first-level mage with a 1-star attribute. Since her last attack could not harm the monster even a little, Duong Hen fell into a passive situation. The monster lunged at her, wanting to grab her. In a critical moment, a man appeared and beheaded it. Are you okay? It is Captain Chu again. He advised Duong Hen to run to the shelter quickly. Everything around here has been completely destroyed. The secret realm is also gradually merging with the outside world, but the monsters appearing here are not something an ordinary person can deal with. Captain Chu has never faced such a serious situation. He believes this is still caused by the monster hiding in the city. While Captain Chu was lost in thought, he almost got ambushed, but this time it was not a monster. It was a person. Are you a mutant? Mutant? I am not that kind of trash. The man had a fierce look, and his entire right arm had completely mutated. I am Ixu Jig of Dark Power. See him. What the hell is that? Old Chu had never heard of it. But now was not the time to worry about the name. He just knew this man definitely meant him harm. Captain Chu fought back desperately. But unexpectedly, the guy was stronger than he thought. His strength was at least on par with a 3rd-tier warrior or higher. The man placed a finger on the ground and laughed. This is my territory. From the tip of his finger, a powerful force surged forth. A chicken like you can't possibly fight against me. That bastard charged at Captain Chu. And the dark power swirling around his body coalesced into a drill that pierced straight into Chu's chest. Fresh blood sprayed out, and old Chu was knocked back several dozen meters. The man threw his head back and laughed loudly, feeling extremely satisfied as he sensed the surge of power rising within him. But while he was still basking in his triumph, a voice suddenly came from his left chest. Mankind is pathetic. Do not get too full of yourself. Your power is given by me. Without me, you are just like your kind, a mere worm or ant. The man who was frantically attacking old Chu a moment ago was now humbly kneeling on the ground. A strange face seemed to appear above him. It kept urging him to turn everyone in this city into sacrifices, to pave the way for a king like him to enter this world. Obey the command. At this moment, Ninfeng had just stepped out of the public restroom, and the devastation before him left him stunned. He had only been gone for a few minutes, and outside was already littered with dead bodies. As soon as it sensed movement, the monster turned its head and spotted him, charging into attack. But before it could reach Ninfeng, the ground beneath it cracked open, creating a spear that pierced through the monster's body. This was the effect of the spell that Ninfeng had just learned, the earth-type spell called Stone Spike. Luckily, today he had spent a fortune on this weapon. It came with purple skills and also boosted his earth magic. Ninfeng opened the restaurant door and stepped outside, only to find that it was even worse out here than inside. As soon as he walked out, he came face to face with that mutated man. He was crazily killing people. And when he saw Ninfeng, his eyes were filled with bloodlust. Ha! Am I really going to let a worm like you slip away? What the hell is this? Before Ninfeng could react, that man was already right in front of him. His right arm grew larger, reaching out to grab Ninfeng. He tried to crush him in his palm, but could not manage to do it. The man felt extremely strange. Ninfeng clearly had a mortal body, yet could block one of his attacks. Moreover, he sensed a huge amount of dark power radiating from him, even more powerful than himself. Damn it. Why do I sense something from him that is scarier than death? Ninfeng did not dare to underestimate him. This guy seemed quite formidable. If he unleashes a large-scale forbidden spell in the city, it would be a disaster. To win, they must strike first. Ninfeng gathered his strength to counterattack, ultimately overpowering his opponent. His giant steel arm was shattered, leaving only a thin, bony arm like a twig. That man immediately became flustered, continuously calling for the leader. But of course, in this situation, no one responded to him. The monsters were also fleeing with all their might, as the spatial gate was slowly closing. As soon as they all squeezed through, the spatial rift completely closed, leaving the man struggling alone. At this point, his power seemed to have vanished. The so-called mutants, or ability users, are those who awaken to the hidden profession of the dark system. As long as they can wield this dark power, their strength far surpasses others of the same level. So once the dark power is lost, it is like a person suddenly becoming paralyzed. That is the situation of that strange, mutated man. After the spatial gate completely closed, he was continuously beaten by Ninfeng. Thanks to his ability to control earth elements, he successfully sent his opponent packing. Even though it takes a bit of effort, the situation out there must be chaotic. As usual, Ninfeng collected all the spoils and slipped away. If someone finds out, it would be hard to explain. Over here, the mysterious older sister that Captain Chu calls is busy assessing the situation. Her real name is Lam. The phenomenon of the invasion and the sudden retreat of the monsters left her feeling very confused. What could the enemy's intentions be? The higher-ups reported that this attack caused significant damage to infrastructure. But basically, lives were spared. Only the team in the southern city suffered serious losses, and is currently out of contact. After hearing this, Lam's expression became colder. The southern city is under Captain Chu's charge. Could something really have happened? Let us go check it out. When Lam arrived in the southern city, she encountered a strange man. He is Ian, a member of the organization Vien Goi Hanan Qian. This is an unofficial organization made entirely of martial artists. They operate in secrecy. Ian also came to inspect the scene today. This mutated man, who was once a member of Vining Goi Hanan Sen, opened the way for the invasion of the secret realm into reality, and led the monsters to attack his old camp, causing many casualties. Upon hearing this, Lam's expression became even worse. Could it be that his death is why the invasion stopped? Ian did not answer. Instead, he asked back, "Did you guys kill him?" Lam shook her head vigorously. She has just arrived here now, and still does not know who took out the opponent. Duan observed the corpse of the traitor for a long time. This jerk really likes to hide in secret spaces, and is extremely cunning. Several times he found him but let him escape. What kind of god made him suffer such a painful death? Lam had her own thoughts when she saw that standing corpse. Team leader Chu, who originally had the strength of a third transition, was still beaten to a pulp by this jerk. Yet this mysterious person could directly take down the enemy and prevent the secret realm from being breached. Is there really such a powerful figure in this city? Duan did not stay long, saying he needed to find something and left first. That night, at Ninfeng's house, laughter rang out continuously. The jerk dropped 2 orange gear sets from the warrior profession. This is even better than fighting a boss. But when fighting, he was not wearing them. Probably because he was not high enough level. There is also this skull-shaped pendant, but there is no information about it at all, and its quality is also slippery. Ninfeng carefully examined it for a while. Surely there are not any demons or weird things in here. Right. I think this young man Ninfeng should not be an adventurer anymore. He should switch careers to fortune-telling instead. He predicts everything accurately. What the pendant is hiding is actually the owner of the voice controlling that jerk. I thought he was in another world. But unexpectedly, he is hiding in this pendant, able to observe everything outside from within. When Ninfeng wondered if there were any demons or weird things in this pendant, that bastard was so scared that his hair stood on end. He hurried to cut off all contact with the outside world. If discovered, he would be finished. The next day, Lam visited Captain Chu at the city hospital. According to his story, Duan was the one who saved him from adversity. That freak immediately dove into a space crack to escape upon seeing him. Even Lam sensed from their first encounter that Duan was just as powerful as he was. A strong person like him could not catch the enemy, and let a mysterious figure handle him instead. There were even traces of dark power left at the scene. Therefore, they put forth a hypothesis. That mysterious figure was also a supernatural being. Captain Chu thought to himself, if this mysterious person was on their side, that would be great. Just thinking about it felt safe. But if he was on the enemy's side, it would definitely be a disaster. While the old Chu and Lam's group were racking their brains to find the whereabouts of that mysterious person, this legendary figure was leisurely continuing his mission. Finally, this important day had arrived. As Ningfang entered the mindscape, he saw a gigantic city. This must be the Haiduong Divine Palace mentioned in the mission. He strolled through the secret realm, unaware that a pair of eyes was watching him intently from behind. That person was Duan. A few days ago at the trading area, Duan had gone to find Master Vong. He wanted to buy a set of equipment for a 4th transition fighter, which alone made him a VIP customer. That nasty employee saw this, and immediately tried to latch onto him, so she would not have to worry about commission money anymore. Master Vu introduced her with a silly laugh, and it just so happened that he was preparing to sell a set of 4 transition warrior gear, which included 2 pieces, armor and graves. As soon as Duan heard, he wanted to meet this young man, but Master Vu said, he is busy today and can't come. Of course. The young man in question is Nine Feng, and Duan did not come here by chance. The 4 transition gear for warriors only consists of armor and graves. All the information matches. So even though he has not seen it with his own eyes, he still predicts that it is very likely a relic belonging to his master. Can you tell me more about that regular customer of yours? If needed, I can pay extra for information. Master Vu seemed puzzled by Duan's request. Customer confidentiality is their duty. Furthermore, Nine Feng just said he wanted to sell the gear. And then this guy shows up at the door. These 2 events are too coincidental, making him hesitant to act recklessly. He thought of an excuse to cover up for now and temporarily invited Duan to leave. I remember him saying he needed to go to the neighboring city to handle some matters. Let me call him to confirm, and I will report back to you later. After Duan left, Master Vu sat in the appraisal room, lost in thought. That nasty girl. Seeing this, pressed for more information. It turns out he had asked someone to investigate Nine Feng's background earlier, and in the end, he found out that the young man's profile was a bit tragic. Both parents are just rank 1 fake professions. They accidentally went missing when Nine Feng was little, and he struggled alone until he was 18 before awakening, and now he is still just a rank 1 fake profession. The employee girl was quite surprised to hear that, with his impressive appearance. It turns out he is just trash. Her sharp intuition told her from the very first time that Nine Feng was a problem. Now it seems like his background is not the issue. But the real question is, where did he get the valuable items he is trying to sell with such a trashy background? A rank 1 fake profession could not possibly own such valuable items. This is also what worries Master Wang. He also found out that Nine Feng and Miss Yu Eng died are childhood friends. But the Eng family could not help him much. Earlier, seeing An's unpleasant expression, Master Wang feared that the gear Nine Feng was trying to sell was closely related to him. Wait! That nasty girl seems to realize something. Could Nine Feng's gear actually be stolen? It might not be stolen, but it probably does not have a good origin either. It looks like he has messed with the wrong person this time. Zayan is a rank 4 profession. Not the strongest, but definitely a top presence in the area. The nasty employee, wanting to see some drama, thought that Nine Feng would be doomed with him. Back to the present. An was still carefully following Nine Feng step by step. He could not believe his eyes when he saw a young person like him able to fend off an invading secret realm. Years ago, even a powerhouse like Master Duan had to fall to the boss of Can. But Master Skier might be in the hands of Nine Feng. Duan thought to himself, if he was not truly strong, then someone must be pulling the strings. Therefore, he dared not act recklessly at all. Nine Feng headed towards Haiduang Temple and began the process of changing his gear. Duan held his breath and observed, because one could infer a person's strength from their equipment. But the shabby gear that Nine Feng wore actually left him speechless. This outfit looked so ordinary, like a student who had not graduated yet. Could it be a disguise? Duan thought it might be true. Given his age, the newbie outfit would not attract attention, making it easy to blend in with the crowd. Nine Feng's low level was real. But Duan overthinking thought he was deliberately hiding his tracks to throw off his enemies. He was even more cautious not to follow him too closely and had to mark him using a skill. What Duan used was an active skill called Spiritual Guide. It had the ability to mark targets in a self-aware state without the opponent noticing. But aside from the shabby outfit, Duan was also puzzled by another matter. The monster levels in Haidong Temple were not high, of course. The drop rate for good items would not be high either. So why was Nine Feng here? Over here. Nine Feng was completely unaware of Duan's presence. He walked straight into the temple, while the monsters inside were as slow as molasses. As soon as he saw Yu peek in, he rushed to attack. But thanks to the passive skill of the Earth Guardian, Nine Feng did not lose a single hair. The process of creating this shield happened very quickly, leaving Yi speechless. Although the monsters in this secret realm are not too strong, Nine Feng's absolute defense skill is already incredibly powerful. After the first attack failed, the monsters started to avoid him. This further confirmed to Z and that he was not an ordinary person. Nine Feng rushed straight to the largest statue in the temple. This is the final boss. Lian thought he wanted to solo it. But oddly, the statue did not move as expected. Clearly, it was scared off by Nine Feng's dark power. It surrendered before the fight even started. He did not even bother with this big thing and just walked around it. There is still a hidden chamber behind the statue, where a huge set of armor hangs, with 2 pairs of wings on its back. This is the 6-winged celestial envoy, which is the boss that the system mentioned. Not that sluggish statue outside. As soon as Nine Feng arrived, the eye sockets of the armor suddenly lit up. But strangely, it did not attack him. It flew straight up to the ceiling of the temple. Why did this thing run away? Ninfeng wondered. And Ian outside was even more puzzled. This was the first time he learned that the Hai Daneng temple had this hidden chamber. This is clearly a rare hidden boss. So how does Ninfeng know about it? No wonder it is an S-level mission. If it were just a normal first-level mission, who would care? Ninfeng eagerly followed La Sijitsi and Zirthe. But it seemed like this was just like the statue outside. Intimidated by his pressure, Lesif Desi desperately wanted to give up. He felt defeated even before the battle started. That young man had terrifying pressure. But this was his secret realm. Where could he escape to, seeing his opponent wanting to flee? Ninfeng activated his new skill, Thunder Demon Fall Void, which could summon a massive thunderstorm after use. The power of this attack could rival a heavenly tribulation. As soon as the skill was unleashed, Lesif Desi was struck by lightning and began to smoke. Lesif Desi had such a majestic appearance. Yet just one move of Ninfeng's Thunder Demon Fall Void turned him into a roasted bird. Even a part of his divine lightning could not withstand that skill and was shattered. Vayan collapsed to the ground. Stunned. He had never seen such world-destroying magic before. That seemingly weak young man was actually quite terrifying. Vayan suspected Ninfeng's strength had surpassed his master's. He might even have reached the legendary level of an 8th transition powerhouse. Ninfeng looked at the ruined temple before him and could only sigh in regret. If it were a normal mission, defeating Loxdgc Thinsice would yield quite a bit of experience points. But this was a first-level mission. Until it was completed, his level could not increase. This experience point is such a waste. The mark is already in hand. Ninfeng immediately took out the teleportation scroll to head back. But at that moment, Ian rushed in from the pile of junk. Boss. Wait a moment. Ninfeng was so scared he bit his tongue. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? Did he see me using that dark forbidden spell just now? Seeing Ninfeng's horrified expression, Ian was also taken aback and quickly forced a smile to ease the tension. Boss. Do not be angry. Let me explain. Ninfeng was confused. Why does this guy keep calling me boss? But before Ian could explain anything, the alarm went off. Let us get out of here first. We can talk later. Vayan obediently agreed and then left the secret realm with Ninfeng. The two found a secluded spot to discuss. Ninfeng finally understood why and had been following him. His master was considered one of the strongest in the area back then. But he also had to sacrifice himself to temporarily seal the invasion of the secret realm. And that traitor had escaped. For years, he has been using humans as sacrifices to break the seal. Vayan had been relentlessly pursuing him, but had always failed. Today, seeing Ninfeng in person, he went from being cautious to admiring him. Ninfeng sighed at the sight of him. This guy was a 4th-tier powerhouse. And if he had not voluntarily come out here, he would not have even noticed he was being followed. Duan has no idea that the person he idolizes has just completed the first mission. Ninfeng is extremely troubled. After all, his level is still too low. With this situation, it is just a matter of time before he is exposed. This gloomy expression of his, from Duan's perspective, amplifies the feeling of danger significantly, making him very tense. The boss suddenly goes silent. Does he want to kill me to keep me quiet? This thought that just crossed Duan's mind scared him to death. He forced himself to calm down, first thanking Ninfeng for taking revenge for his master, and promised that if Ninfeng ever needed anything, he could call on him anytime. Coincidentally, Ninfeng also wanted to build a good relationship with this person. After all, his level is high, and he is also a solo player, which might be useful in the future. Therefore, he tried to put on the most dangerous cool face he could muster. What happened today? I hope no one else finds out. Don't worry. I will definitely keep it a secret. This promise was made sincerely by Duan. He saw that Ninfeng possessed immense dark power, yet he did not harm innocent people. Moreover, he even pushed back the entire invasion of the secret realm to save the city. A strong yet humble person like that made Duan both idolize and respect him. After all, he had nowhere to go, so for now, he decided to stay in Quandu City with his new idol, Ninfeng. Their misunderstanding had been resolved. And just as they were about to head home, Ninfeng's phone rang. It is KV calling to discuss a few things. Waiting for Ninfeng to return before talking, Ninfeng finds it puzzling that KV suddenly called him. What could be so urgent? Of course, there must be a reason for her to do that. The main reason is that Touch Lam has come looking for her. She has been paying attention to Ninfeng's actions. After all, he is just a student who awakened a few days ago and has already jumped to level 1. This has raised to Lam's suspicions. But KV firmly believes in her student. Though Ninfeng's talent is not high, he has a good character and studies hard. She does not believe he is a bad person. I am not saying he is a bad person. Tu Lam corrects her. But there are indeed some matters that need clarification. A few days ago, Teek Lam reported the situation in Tandu City to her superiors. She also expressed her suspicions that the continuous occurrences of destructive magic were caused by mutants. As soon as Tu Lam finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Finally, an older-looking man spoke up first. Tu Lam, you are a mutant yourself. How can you ask this question? He said this because mutants who use dark powers, as mentioned, must pay a significant price. The stronger the mutant, the greater the price they must pay. It can range from draining life force, losing sanity, or even turning into a new monster. Even the cheapest price, if not careful, could put the mutant in an irretrievable situation. And in recent days, the threats have escalated to a king-level danger. The old man believes that a mutant with king-level power is impossible. Hey, old friend, you are really off track. How can you imagine a king-level superpower? The man with the Goku hairstyle sitting next to him chimed in mockingly. If you like writing scripts like that, you might as well become a screenwriter instead of a superpower user. Tu Lam did not expect her thoughts to be challenged like this. She still believed it was entirely possible. Just that there was no evidence found yet. The Goku version from Shopee continued to mock Tu Lam, talking more than doing. He even boldly claimed that if a king-level superpower really existed, he would let Ted Lam kick his head like a soccer ball. The old man coughed a few times, signaling the man to quiet down. They agreed to send more people to investigate in the city of Tundu. If necessary, the investigation team would take over all the work. Additionally, Tu Lam requested to send more people from her side, but the higher-ups still had not approved that. Tu Lam was furious, grinding her teeth. Is it because you do not trust us? The older man advised Tu Lam to be patient and wait a bit longer. But the situation in the city was in complete chaos. How could they be patient? Back in reality, Tu Lam was still sitting with KVI. Her subordinate brought shocking news. The Haideng Temple in Longbok City had been attacked by dark forces, with no casualties reported yet. KV's face changed upon hearing this. As when Nunfeng passed the inspection, the registered location was precisely this Haideng Temple. Of course, aware of this too, as she was the one who received Nunfeng's registration before Captain Chu called her away. Tu Lam let out a faint smile. This seems to be getting more interesting. The entire city of Longbak is currently protected by a thick barrier. Nunfeng and Duan also blended into the crowd. Everyone was feeling extremely anxious. He heard Feng Fan say that everyone's worries were related to Haiduang Divine Temple. But he did not realize it was because of him that this situation arose. Nunfeng was in a troubled mood. The city of Longbak had directly activated the highest alert. It seems now that they can only wait for the alert to be lifted before they can catch a ride home. But what no one expected was that a crack appeared in the sky of Longbak. Old events repeated. Monsters began to emerge from that narrow space. They found the magical barrier to be quite amusing. Indeed, humanity is weak. Hiding in their shell is just normal. From that crack, the monsters grew larger. The leader looked the most ferocious, with two large horns sprouting from its head like a demon. It mocked, saying the barrier of Longbak was as thin as paper, unable to stop them. Then the leader gestured, indicating to give humanity a big surprise. All the monsters followed orders, rushing towards the city center. They attacked in unison, and gradually holes appeared in the barrier. It was not until the hole became too obvious that the people noticed something unusual. What is that? They could not react in time. The monsters had pierced through the shield and started a large-scale attack. The sound of screaming echoed, and the innocent civilians began to trample over each other in their escape. The city officials tasked with protection were just starting to feel fear. They could not understand how the monster could break through that barrier. It was supposed to be incredibly solid. The crowding process caused many people to be accidentally injured by the guards' swords. In that situation, Ayan seriously stood in front of Nunfeng and opened a personal barrier for them, using his martial arts skills. Ayan believed this could be an instance of a secret realm invasion. But it was at a higher level, more dangerous than the last time. Aang cautiously asked Nunfeng, "Should we take action?" Nunfeng feigned surprise. "Do you have a solution? Last time there was a secret realm invasion." Nunfeng had taken down the traitor, inadvertently stopping the process. But he had no idea how significant his actions were. So his previous question to Vi and was not a feigned ignorance. However, Aang was puzzled. The boss could clearly handle this easily. So why was he asking him for a solution? Was this some kind of test? Was he really trying to see what was going on in his head? The more Ian thought about it, the more this hypothesis made sense. So he began to warm up his joints, intending to put on a performance that would not disappoint Nunfeng. Boss. You can rest easy. Just leave everything to me." A bunch of question marks appeared above Nunfeng's head. What do you mean you got it? What do you mean by leaving it to someone? But there were also too many people here. Nunfeng could not conveniently showcase his dark power here. To have Duan take action is still the best. Alright, then you do it. Duan observed the situation in front of him. One side was monsters attacking fiercely, and the other side was civilians frantically running away. There were also several fake professionals standing up to resist them. But their strength was truly insignificant, especially when facing the two-horned leader. The disparity became even more apparent. One by one, they were knocked away, and even on its body, they could not leave a single scratch. The leader was clearly showing signs of disappointment after a while of slaughter. How boring. And he thought there would be some strong ones among the humans. He slowly stepped forward with his bloody blade. Everywhere he went, the scene was even more tragic than the word tragic. Everyone was desperately fleeing in panic. Humanity, in its eye, was no different from a pile of garbage. The ambition to massacre humanity grew even larger. The leader raised his blade high, wanting to finish off a weak female student. But at the moment his weapon came down, it was blocked by a much smaller blade. Duan has stepped onto the stage. The monster looked surprised that someone finally blocked its advance, and Du, on the opposite side, displayed a face full of defiance, clearly unwilling to back down against the opponent. Although the boss basically did not need my protection, if I am here, I can't just let the boss handle it alone. Boss, leave this to me. Ninfeng really did not want to interrupt Duan's impressive display here. Wait. Can you stop calling him boss? I am a little embarrassed now. That ugly monster laughed heartily with interest. Looks like it is not all just nonsense. Ian did not bother to respond, focusing all his strength into the blade in his hand. This counterattack sent the monster flying back. It coughed up a mouthful of blood, shocked by the power of this small human, but before it could regain its stance, Ian was already closing in. He held two blades in both hands, his gaze cold enough to pierce through flesh. Ian twirled the two blades in his hands, creating dozens of slashes in just a few fleeting seconds. These countless horizontal and vertical cuts obviously did not land on the monster at all. The spectators outside the battle held their breath, watching his every move. What level of powerhouse is this? The fierce monster basically had no chance to fight back. Observing his skills, it was clear they were not ordinary. He could very well be a high-level hidden class. And stepped out of the battle, exuding a cool charisma. Just as the passerby said, he possessed a 5-star hidden class warrior, and his current level was already 137. Watching this scene, Ninfeng felt like his heart was screaming, "Oh my, this person is really impressive." But in the end, he still had to hold back. With an expressionless face, he uttered a sentence. "That is good. The leader of the monsters has been eliminated." Other job seekers took this opportunity to counterattack. They were like headless chickens, basically no longer a match for humanity, and hurriedly fled back to that crack. Ian went straight up to Ninfeng. "Boss, what else do you want me to do?" "No need. You did great." At this moment, Ninfeng could not control his emotions anymore. He directly gave a thumbs up, and was grinning so wide he could hardly keep his eyes open. Ian's performance just now truly opened his eyes. Passersby watching these two talk found it even more confusing. Ian is a powerful warrior, yet he shows such respect to someone as young as Ninfeng. They were really curious about how significant this young man truly is. Could he be the son of some wealthy family bringing along bodyguards for training? That would be quite the show-off. Moreover, Ian defeated the leading monster and obtained some loot. But he did not keep it for himself. He directly brought it to Ninfeng. First were 2 orange items that dazzled the passersby. Even if he could not use this himself, selling it casually could still fetch tens of thousands of spirit coins. Next was a skill book for agility called Critical Chase. Ninfeng was quite pleased, as he could give this to Ung Dite. Finally, there was a shield called Demon Bone Shield. It looked a bit ugly, but selling it would not be too shabby. "Excuse me, you two powerful warriors. Could you pause for a moment?" At this time, several adventurers along with the mayor of Long Biak City approached. They are very grateful because Ninfeng and Lai and stepped in to save the city from adversity. Mayor Thai Vivungman even bowed to express his thanks, being extremely polite, and said, "I do not understand why Ninfeng always looks dangerous in the eyes of others. Though I Zhangmin believes that because the city activated the highest level barrier, it disturbed the hero's movements." So he bowed once more. Luonhe apologized to Ninfeng and ordered his subordinate to get the teleportation scroll he just bought as compensation. As soon as Ninfeng heard this, his eyes lit up. The teleportation scroll was a great item that was hard to come by even at his place. This item can only be used once, but it is extremely convenient for short to medium distance trips. Thuai Dongmin hesitantly made another request, as chaos had erupted everywhere in recent days. So he wanted to invite Ninfeng and Dian to stay in the city of Longbaye for a few days, since the defense forces there are somewhat weak. But I am not available at this time. I may not be able to fulfill your request." Ninfeng awkwardly declined, and although he did not want to, the transfer mission was limited to 3 days. If he did not return soon, he would never be able to complete it. However, Ninfeng's refusal was magnified in the Wai Vongmin's eyes. "Do you think I am just sitting around doing nothing?" Thuai Dongmin was sweating profusely and dared not insist on keeping the hero any longer. His subordinate had already brought the teleportation scroll. The Wai Vongmin also gifted Ninfeng a powerful black card from the Vin Then exchange as an apology. Ninfeng was amazed. This is only given to a select few successful and privileged people. No wonder the mayor was able to purchase the instant teleportation scroll. It seems his identity is not simple at all. How could one refuse such a windfall? Ninefeng laughed heartily and said, "Thank you," though I don't mind, let out a sigh of relief at this moment. "So if our Longbi Fee City encounters danger in the future, can we call on you?" "Chief, speaking up only gets you in trouble." Ninefeng received their black card. How could he refuse? "No problem. As long as I am free." Though Zhang Min was even happier than winning the lottery. His subordinates and some city protection officials were so excited that they almost lost control. The whole group started howling like a bunch of monkeys. The chief agreed. Longbiak City is safe now. After finishing their work, Ninefeng and Dian used flight techniques to return home. In the city hall of Tendu, the guild members were nervously waiting for Ong Dai. Today she also came to carry out the second transfer task. "Look, Dait Nai is out now." Ong Dait stepped out of the hall, followed by Tridu Tron. As soon as she walked out the door, Miss Ong spotted two figures darting through like birds, flying straight inside. She was stunned for a few seconds because it seemed one of those people was Ninefeng. Saying this made Trigo Tron laugh as if it were harvest season. Did she see it wrong? An aviation scroll worth 1,000 gold coins. How could a poor guy like Ninefeng afford it? Even if he could buy it. What is the point of a guy like him transferring to the main hall? The more I listen to Ung Dait, the more it irritates me. If it were not for Trigu Tron and the team, I would have slapped him a long time ago. Ong Dait turned to give Triutram a loving look. In quotation mark. If you dare to talk bad about Ninefeng again, I will show you what I can do. Trido Trigon did not expect the beauty to react so strongly, and he hated Ninefeng even more. He could not understand why someone like Ong Dait would defend a hopeless guy like him. Forget about that. Have you two received the secondary mission yet? The other three in the team moved forward, eagerly asking Hunt. Trido Trine pretended to be regretful, because he only got an 11 mission. His teammates breathed a sigh of relief. An 11 mission was already great. And this was a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. Seeing this, the pink-haired girl, the holy class faker in the group, had even higher hopes for Ung Dait. But her expression did not seem too good, making everyone start to worry. What is wrong with Dait Nai's expression? Did she pull a sea-level mission or worse? Trido Traden smirked inwardly. Not expecting the genius girl everyone praised would have a day like this. A mission transfer level that is too low would directly affect attribute increases and skill unlocking. Seeing this, he continued to puff out his chest. Dait Nai, you do not need to worry. With effort, you will catch up eventually. After all, I will help you. At this moment, Triutrine looked just like a male peacock spreading its tail to show off to the female peacocks. But Ong Dait just shot him a disdainful glance. If a top-tier mission like his does not bother him, why should a top-tier mission like mine bother me? As soon as Ong Dait finished speaking, the whole group was stunned. It turned out that her ugly expression earlier was not because she got a low-level mission, but because she had unlocked a hidden profession that no one had discovered. Triutrine was the first to raise his voice in protest, believing that Ong Dait was lying. Clearly, the profession was predetermined upon awakening. He had never heard that a hidden profession could also manifest when transferring roles. Ong Dait recalled the situation at the transfer station earlier. Originally, she had the starting profession of a swift archer, but because she possessed a key item, the agility enhancement seal, this profession could be upgraded to the shadow seal. Looking at the profession upgrade confirmation interface in front of her, Ong Dait was also very surprised. That seal was given to her by Ninefeng. She did not expect it to have such wonderful effects. Thinking back to Ninefeng's confident expression at that time, Ong Dait thought he must have known everything already, which made her even more grateful for this gift. But in reality, Ninefeng did not know anything at all. Ong Dait was eager to choose her profession advancement. The transfer task also changed accordingly. When she recounted this, Trido Tran's attitude became even more unpleasant. What do you mean by the shadow seal? I have never heard of it. Or is there something wrong with the transfer system? What if I choose wrong? That would ruin my whole life. Trido Tran pretends to care about the beauty, but in reality, he is just unwilling because she got lucky more than he did. Ong Dait bluntly waved her hand and said, Trivu Trine, do not interfere in my business, or it will feel like he just got splashed with cold water. Those two friends of Ong Dait were thrilled, because she had drawn this level mission. Oh my. I wish I had a childhood friend like Ninefeng. Trido Tren was furious, his eyes turning red. But while he was jealous of Ninefeng a little, he was 10 times more jealous of Ong Dait because of that mark. Tribu Dendotriam secretly thought he also needed to send someone to find that mark. No matter how much money it cost or how dangerous it was, he had to find it. Meanwhile, Ninefeng had completed absorbing that divine mark. Your physical strength increased by 5 points, and your mental attributes also increased by 5 points. The mission was completed, and the system initiated the promotion process. After the promotion, Ninfeng also received an additional passive skill. Automatic operation. His ability to control dark power significantly increased. Already, Ninfeng was eagerly looking forward to the next encounter with a monster to test it out. Throughout his promotion process, Thayan remained with his arms crossed, standing still outside. Tu Lam noticed this. She found it very puzzling that he was here. Moreover, it seemed like he was standing guard for Ninfeng. Tu Lam had also investigated Ian. This young man had already reached the 4th transition, making him a major powerhouse nationally, known as Long Fitigai Lan. Yet, Tu Lam heard the staff report back just now. When the two of them entered, Duan was very respectful to Ninfeng. Her student is not simple at all. Tu Lam has been keeping in touch with K Vi by phone. Miss K will need to rely on her next. Don't worry. I will confirm again. But I believe he definitely won't be our enemy. At this moment, Ninfeng and Duan had gone outside. The two were chatting happily when someone called out his name from behind. Ninfeng turned around and saw Kai, feeling incredibly panicked. He remembered that K Vi had just called him to inform him about something very important. Boss, I will wait on the side. Duan knew his place and stepped aside. And the title of boss that he gave to Ninfeng made K Vi very curious. Ninfeng was also startled and did not know how to explain himself. So he had to hastily come up with an excuse. Don't mind him. He is just joking. K Vi did not have the energy to care about side issues and went straight to the point. She questioned Ninfeng if he had completed the first transition. Ninfeng broke out in a cold sweat. How did Miss K know? Although he did not hope to keep this a secret forever, being discovered this early felt a bit too soon. However, K Vi is one of the few people who has always cared about Ninfeng. He thought the teacher would not harm him, so he decided to honestly confess. This is too hard to believe. The more I explain, the more complicated it gets. So I did not want too many people to know. K Vi nodded. But there was still one more thing she wanted to confirm. Are you being corroded by dark power? Why do you ask that? Ninfeng felt his forehead sweating from fear. Could it be that others have discovered he possesses a system? You know that recently there have been anomalies in the world, and the invasion of strange realms into reality is increasing. Many people affected by dark power are gradually turning into ability users. Ninfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing this was what the teacher was worried about, he quickly confirmed that he was not an ability user. Anyway, this subject is always under strict surveillance by the government. Ninfeng did not want to get involved with them at all. But K Vi did not believe his words. She handed over a small black stone, saying she hoped Ninfeng could cooperate. According to KV, as long as Ninfeng infused his power into this crystal, the dark power within him would be revealed. Ninfeng hesitated a bit, but refusing would be even more awkward. He then placed a few fingers on the stone and began to channel energy into it, but unexpectedly, before even a second passed, the stone exploded. Ninfeng panicked. What the hell is going on? Damn. It shattered. KV was also left speechless. This situation is truly unexpected. Remembering back to when Talam gave her this crystal, she had warned her very carefully. It is extremely sensitive to dark power, so it is often used by the government to test for supernatural abilities. When power is channeled into it, this mana crystal will vibrate. The stronger the vibration, the higher the level of dark power. But at that time, Talam did not say anything. What does it mean if the mana crystal directly explodes? Perhaps even she could not foresee this situation. Miss Kai, you know it is a bit strange to change professions right after awakening, but you have known me for a long time. You should at least trust me as a person. Right. Kaiva fell into silence. Indeed. Little Ninfeng had lost his parents and awakened over 2 years later than others. Your circumstances are very unfortunate. It is not easy to maintain such an optimistic spirit. Personally, Kaivi always believes in you, but she still has responsibilities on her shoulders. Today's issue, KV still has to report to the higher-ups, and she hopes Ninfeng will understand about that. Ninfeng sighs heavily. You do not know how the government will react, but if it gets too suffocating, then leaving Tendu City would not be a bad idea. The confirmation is considered done, and KV pulls out a skills book. This is a gift she prepared in advance to congratulate Ninfeng on successfully completing his first transfer. Ninfeng accepts it, feeling deeply touched. Miss K, thank you for always taking care of me these past few years. I happen to have a gift for you too. What Ninfeng takes out is a belt named Holy Radiance with a bright orange quality. This item adds 20 spirit points, increases recovery effectiveness by 50%, and boosts physical healing. When worn, it can completely resist dark attributes. Most importantly, it has the effect of the Holy Radiance. The wearer won't need to chant when using recovery spells. KV could not believe her eyes. The value of this thing lies not just in it being an orange equipment, but in its effect that does not require chanting, which can save countless lives in critical moments. Realizing how precious this was, KV did not dare to accept it. Ninfeng kept shoving the belt into her hands, saying it was the trophy he received from completing a mission. KV had no choice but to accept it. After that, he said goodbye to the teacher and left with EN. KV stood there for a long time, her mind in turmoil. Nanfeng gave the orange equipment to someone else without a second thought. Is this kid really a god or just too kind-hearted? KV returned to the adventurer's office, bringing the shattered magic stone to report back to Tuga Lam. It was Teak Lam's first time seeing this, and KV was extremely worried. If the Psychic Association truly sees Ninefeng as a threat, then it is serious. And Tu Lam sighed and stood up. Forget it. Let us leave it at that. What does leave it at that mean? Tuga Lam wanted to give up the investigation. KV's student might have already surpassed their current understanding. Tuga Lam believed that if Ninefeng was truly a powerhouse, they should not dig too deeply. Otherwise, it could anger him. So Tu Lam ordered his subordinates to temporarily stop the investigation on Ninefeng. All of your information must be strictly sealed. KV completely agrees with this decision. After all, Ninefeng has just passed his teenage years and has no notable background. Tu Lam temporarily stopping the investigation means she is no longer targeting you, so she can breathe a little easier now. But just because she is not investigating Ninefeng anymore does not mean Tuga Lam will sit still. She shifts her attention to the person next to you right now. An. That night at Ninefeng's house, you were lying flat on the sofa. Sighing deeply, KV just sent you a message saying that the higher-ups have cancelled the investigation about you. This is supposed to be a good thing. But Ninefeng is worried to the point of being frail about leveling up later on. Every time there is a promotion like this, it causes too much of a stir. Right now, the government is keeping an eye on you. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before you get discovered. Xian is also worried for his boss. He thinks for a moment and makes a suggestion. If we do not level up in the dungeons that the government is preparing for, would that be a bit better? And says this because recently, quite a few new dungeons have appeared due to bizarre occurrences in the world. Inside, some government officials do not want to waste effort and resources dealing with it. There is also a part that has been taken over by evil forces. Ninefeng gets really excited upon hearing this. This proposal sounds good. Right. You immediately ask for more information about these new dungeons. An replies that right now, he only knows of two. If Ninefeng needs, he can go gather more information. Alright. Then I will have to trouble you. Ninefeng is very pleased. Since Ian showed up, many issues have been resolved much better. Now you plan to take a little break. Tomorrow you will head to the trading area to sell the loot, and then take the opportunity to relax for a while. After all, you can use dark magic. Leveling up is as easy as pie now. No need to worry about being left behind by others. After discussing everything, Lian returned to the hotel. On the way back, he encountered a strange man. He introduced himself as Trang Ha, the newly appointed mayor of Tavandu City. Trang Ha came to hug Hanathai and for saving people during the previous invasion. He also wanted to ask if Lian planned to stay in Tendu City. An honestly replied that he actually had that intention. Trang Ha was visibly delighted. That is great news. For a powerhouse like you, we welcome you very much. Then, Trang Ha pulled out a card, saying it was a special certificate for the city's adventurers with very high authority. They are willing to meet Dian's requests, as long as he agrees to stay and help this city. Lian took the card and examined it for a moment, while Trang Ha started to get nervous, because he had heard that many other cities had invited Ian before, but he had turned them down flat. Tendu is just a small place, and Trang Ha was afraid he would be looked down on. But unexpectedly, Ian just thanked him for his kindness and tucked the card into his shirt. This clearly acted as a gesture of agreement. Trang Ha felt like he had achieved something. This is T, the powerful transformer. With him around, Tendu is even safer. That night, Ninefeng lounged on the sofa playing video games for a little while longer. It was just late at night when he was about to go to bed and noticed that his class group chat was still very lively. They were complaining about not reaching level 30 to change classes, while the secret realms in the city had all been sealed. Ninefeng just quietly listened in. His classmates were all 16 years old and had already awakened. To participate in the college entrance exam, they had to be at least level 1. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, he had gone from being a nobody to surpassing all of them. He originally just wanted to spectate, but he did not expect someone to poke fun at him by mentioning Ninefeng. In a situation like this, it really is only the low-level guys who are the least worried, like Ninefeng, who is still casually playing games. Right, Ninefeng checked his profile and found it was just a bunch of brainless fans of own diet. What does it matter to him if he plays a few games? In the end, it was teacher KV who spoke up to clean up the mess in the group. The one who was stirring trouble had to retract their message immediately. The conversation then shifted in a different direction. They sent a clip in the group chat that showed the secret realm invasion, monsters attacking, and then started discussing it heatedly. I heard the entire city has fallen. There is basically nowhere safe. There are also superhumans that have lost control. It was the same last time. And then I heard that an unnamed boss defeated the monsters and stopped the secret realm invasion. Is there really someone in our Tandu city who is that skilled and hidden? If I knew who that was, I would definitely take him as my grandfather. If these guys knew that the mysterious boss is Nine Feng, they would probably have a heart attack and drop dead right there. Nine Feng was also caught up in their story and started to feel worried. A few days ago, he heard An and Kvi talking about superpowers. And he did not expect that things would get this serious in just a few days. He just discovered that the new system had only been enjoying life for a few days. And he definitely can't let these good days come to an end. As for how many monsters made it to Earth, Nine Feng could take them all down at that moment. The monster hiding in the pendant that Nine Feng was holding suddenly sneezed. He did not know why, but it suddenly felt extremely uneasy. The next day, Nine Feng went to the Vin Then trading center as planned. Di Zhonghen had been waiting for him since early morning, and even got teased by that mean employee, whose name I still do not know. The jealousy of women is truly terrifying. That mean girl criticized Deng Han for being blind and clinging to Nen Feng, not knowing that he was just a thief. Furthermore, he dared to steal from a fourth transition martial artist. So he must have been crushed to bits by now. She was babbling nonsense them. Nine was not that kind of person. Di Zhonghen yelled. Master Ving has already sent someone to investigate. That guy Nin is just an 18-year-old useless person who just awakened. And even his parents died young. He can't possibly have high-level artifacts. The more she spoke, the more venomous her words became, still insisting that Nine Feng was a thief, while her mouth was busy with nonsense. The ground suddenly cracked open, creating a sharp spike that shot straight up, right next to where she stood. That nasty girl almost got skewered. She was so scared that she crouched down on the ground, tears welling up. Sorry, but your mouth is so filthy that I almost could not hold back. Ding Hen was taken aback. That nasty girl saw Nine Feng using offensive magic at the exchange and immediately started yelling for security. Ding Hen worriedly advised Nine Feng to leave before security arrived. After all, the power at the Vinthan exchange is quite significant. If he causes a scene here and gets caught, it would be a real hassle. Shortly after, Master Ving arrived with a few security guards behind him. Since looking into Nine Feng's background, he had turned hostile, no longer appearing respectful and flattering. Nine Feng, who gave you the guts to act so recklessly at our Vinthan exchange? Master V Zheng, I heard you were investigating me behind my back, and even dared to label me as a thief. Master Vinning was not only unashamed but even more brazen. Whether or not I am a thief, you know that better than anyone. If you want to question me, you still do not have the qualifications. As he finished speaking, 2 large security guards rushed in. Nine Feng was very disappointed with how the Vinthan exchange treated its customers, not wanting to fight. He took out the powerful black card that the mayor of Long Beefy City had given him previously. The 2 rushing security guards had to quickly stop right in front of him. Master Vinninga's face immediately drained of color. Even if he were blind, he would recognize that supreme black card. How could this happen? It must be fake. That nasty girl is not any better. Nine Feng watched their expressions and felt quite amused. Seems the mayor's gift really carries some weight. Master Vong frantically questioned Nine Feng about where he got that card. But Nine Feng just smugly tucked the card into his shirt. Didn't you investigate me already? If you are so good, figure it out yourself. Master Vong fell silent, then pulled out his phone to give it a try. The entire Vinthan exchange was temporarily sealed off. A moment later, Mayor They Duong Min called Master Vong directly in a rather unfriendly tone. The people at headquarters told me. You are investigating the matter of me giving Nine the black card. What is going on? Master Vong was genuinely scared now. He hurriedly explained that it was just a small misunderstanding. The mayor's father, They Dong Min, was one of the founders of this exchange. He absolutely cannot offend They Dong Min. Just a small misunderstanding. I put in so much effort to win over Nine. You try offending him and see. The voice of They Dong Min over the phone was powerful enough to make Master Vong sweat. He did not expect that Master Vong had actually done something to offend Nine Feng. You stupid jerk. Just wait for me. I will be there right away. After the call ended, Master Vong was almost in tears. He could not understand what kind of relationship Nine Feng had with that mayor that made him so furious. He thought of another way to escape, which was to call Duan and report that he had found the equipment he needed. If a powerful ally was present, then Mayor They would have to show him some respect. Outside, everything had turned chaotic. While Nine Feng was still leisurely sitting in the waiting area with Duong Hein, a little later, Mayor Thai and Duan rushed in, the latter looking as frantic as boiling water. Nine Feng was a bit surprised. Why were both of them here? Duong Hen was also astonished. How did her client know such influential people? As soon as Mayor Thai and Duan arrived, they shot a deadly glare at that rude employee. She was terrified. You would have to be blind not to see the murderous intent in their eyes. She turned to Master Vong for help, but then realized he looked even worse than she did. Master Vong was a mess. constantly mumbling. I am really done for. Originally, They Dongmun wanted the two of them to kneel and apologize to Nine Feng properly, but he flatly refused. Believing that people like them would not truly repent, even if they apologized, They Dongmun wasted no time and directly ordered them to pack their things and get out. Master Vong and that employee were both pale with fear. Immediately after, he turned to take out his frustrations on the female employee. It is all because of wretches like her that he was in such a miserable state. And yet she got beaten to the point of bleeding from her mouth. The Lai Dongmun could not take it anymore. So he asked the security to drag both of them outside, restoring the peaceful atmosphere. Mayor Thai subtly noticed that Nine Feng had a pretty good impression of that staff member, named Ding Hen. It seems your feelings for the Vin Thun exchange have not hit rock bottom yet. Di Zhong Hen. You have endured quite a bit this time. If you work well in the future, the exchange will definitely treat you right. Ding Hen was so embarrassed her face turned red. She bowed her head and whispered that she would try her best. Nine Feng felt a bit awkward too, feeling bad that his issues caused Mayor Thai to make such a long trip. Of course, your problems are my problems too. If it were not for you two last time, I fear the city of Long Bok would have been engulfed in blood. By the way, earlier, the Wai Zhangmin noticed that Nine Feng was looking at the treasure catalog of the exchange. He asked if Nine Feng was interested in anything. Nine Feng was indeed looking to find something called the Trung VDIX. But both the Ai Zhangmin and I were hearing about it for the first time. Seeing their confused expressions, Nine Feng started to feel uneasy. He quickly made up a story that he saw it online yesterday, but he really had to revert to what happened last night. Nine Feng had been studying the skill book that his teacher had given him to try out. It was called Spiritual Power Removal, used by wizards to replenish their magical power in battles. When he learned the skill, the system, as usual, automatically improved it based on dark power. Eventually, he received a new passive skill called Convergence of the Protective Spell. It says that Nine Feng can absorb the residual dark power and transform it into his own attributes. That is why I came here to give it a try today, but it seems both Mayor Thai and Duan are also in the dark about this. After everything was settled, Mayor Thai said goodbye to the two and left using a teleportation scroll. Nine Feng felt a bit hungry and wanted to invite Duan to grab a bite somewhere. He invited Nine Feng to his private house instead. Unexpectedly, Duan's private house turned out to be a villa. It seems the mayor of Tandu knows how to flatter talented people quite well. Nine Feng was dazzled upon arriving here. Duan even enthusiastically offered to let Nine Feng have this house if he wanted, but of course, Nine Feng was not the type to take advantage of others like that. Seems he needs to work hard to earn some money soon. After earning a lot of money, he needs to buy a villa like this to be neighbors with Duan. While they were happily chatting, Duan received a call from the mayor's assistant. He just received a notification that the investigation team sent by their superiors is currently looking into some accidents that happened in the city. So he wanted to ask Duan about a few things. Duan was silent for a few seconds, his eyes fixed on Nine Feng, which made Nine Feng feel a bit confused. The reason Duan had that expression was that he feared the investigation by those people would affect the boss. Thinking this way, he hung up the phone, needing to consult Nine Feng's opinion first. Duan told Nine Feng what Truong Kai had just said, making him curious as well. The investigation team. I wonder what kind of people they are. They should still be careful. And over here, Mensch Troin has another mysterious man showing up. In a spooky place like Tenandu. What could a mysterious boss be doing? The investigation group that Trong Ho mentioned includes several ability users, including Tu Lam and Vi. They are holding a meeting led by Tu Lam. Have any of you ever met that mysterious boss? A rough-looking man spoke up. It seems like he is the same mysterious man who just appeared. In response to this question, Tu Lam casually replied that no one has met him. If no one has met him, then why are there rumors outside that this mysterious boss saved the city of Tandu? That man continued pressing. Mainly because the secret realm invasion suddenly appeared this time, and the ability users who helped against the invasion have been wiped out. But in the end, that invasion was forcibly suppressed. The man did not have the patience to let Tu Lam finish. The danger level of the secret realm invasion fluctuates, but he believes that without clear evidence, it can't be relied upon. On the contrary, both incidents in that secret realm left traces proving it was an attack by a king-level monster. He wondered why that mysterious boss did not show up at that time. Naturally, it was because Nine Feng caused those two incidents. How could he show up? Tu Lam had roughly figured it out but could not say anything. She fell into silence for a few seconds. And KV was also very tense. To protect Nine Feng, Tu Lam had used her authority to alter all the news related to him. So now all the pressure was on her. This made Kay feel extremely guilty. At the same time, Tron Ko opened the door and walked in. He announced that he had called En, but he only replied that he did not have time today. The man continued to grumble, most annoyed by these uncontrolled free adventurers, a house dog with no guild at all. Now he is the one with the most free time. Yet he is acting all busy. I do not even know who this man is. But it seems his rude mouth is unmatched. In just a few minutes, he has offended one person after another. But he is in charge of this investigation. So it is understandable that he wants to clarify everything quickly. That night, even though it was late, the guards at the Perilous Tom still had to welcome an uninvited guest. This rough-looking man. They recognized him as a member of the investigation team and did not dare to obstruct the official. The man entered the tomb, although it was his first time here. Seeing the severely damaged state of the tomb still surprised him. Just how powerful must that monster be to be able to destroy a tomb like this? Moreover, the remnants of dark power still lingered a lot, pure and strong. He believes that no matter if the mysterious boss of those people shows up, when faced with this ghostly object, he is just a tiny bug. Little does he know that the ghostly object he is investigating along with that mysterious boss is actually a person. The man threw his head back and let out a strange laugh. Huh. What an interesting place. He spread his hand, feeling the dark power swirling around each finger. Then he began to laugh maniacally. Truly worthy of the intimidation from a king-level ghostly object. As if surrounded by a powerful force. Everything will belong to me. Ha. The identity of this guy is still unclear. But from this behavior, it is obvious he is not a good person. Meanwhile, at Duan's villa, Ninefeng is still lounging around playing video games. Suddenly, the system issued an alert indicating that an apocalyptic relic had been detected, and Ninefeng's face immediately darkened. He vaguely sensed that something was connecting with him through its aura. He sat up straight, trying to focus and sense it carefully. This connection gradually became clearer. Ninefeng felt he was almost able to locate it, so he stood up and put on a jacket. Boss, where are you going? Duan, seeing that it was late and Ninefeng was putting on a jacket, was very curious. I am going out for a bit. Help me finish this match. Do not leave me after. Ninefeng left the house, leaving Duan still bewildered with his phone in hand. Based on his feelings, that thing was likely near the dangerous Hidden Realm graveyard. But just a moment later, it seemed to begin moving. But at the entrance of the treacherous graveyard, the guards are in a frenzy, because the monster has appeared. The two of them are shaking like leaves. The leader of the investigation team, is now trapped inside the monster's body. The majestic appearance has completely vanished, and he can only keep crying for help. I can't move. Someone please save me. Ningfeng is getting more and more anxious. But on the way, his taxi was blocked by a group of adventurers. They announced that ahead is a danger zone that is off limits. So Ningfeng directly got out and started walking. After all, that thing is temporarily paused. Back to the treacherous graveyard. The man is constantly screaming for help. Looking at the current situation, it is easy to tell that he is not comfortable at all. The group of Talam and Kaiva quickly arrived, and they were also scared stiff by the scene before them. What the hell is going on? The scene later is too hard to bear as Talam is defeated by that monster. Injuries all over. Kaiva hurriedly tends to her wounds. Fortunately, there is the belt that Ningfeng gave her. Kaiva can reduce the chanting time, helping her recover as quickly as possible, but the situation is extremely dire, as even a powerful ability user like Talam cannot hold the monster back. After being treated by Kaiva for a while, Talam reluctantly managed to sit up. The monster has run away. Heading toward the city, they have reported to the mayor to have him call for help from Duan. But they do not know if he will make it in time. Upon hearing Duan's name, Talam can only sigh. His strength is no less than hers. Tukalam has been beaten down by it to this extent. So relying solely on D and won't be enough to face it, and the person behind him right now is perhaps the only hope for the city. This monster named D Valti Tuntho goes wherever it wants, causing chaos everywhere. The team leader of the investigation was so stunned that he lost all composure because of it. After rampaging through, it finally came face to face with Ninefeng. Looking at the ugly thing in front of him, he only has one question. Should he use another forbidden spell to take it down? The monster confirmed that the person in front of it was an enemy and immediately went into a rage. Its clumsy body moved surprisingly fast, charging straight at Ninefeng. Its claws wanted to tear his body into pieces. But unfortunately, it could not harm him at all. On the contrary, Ninefeng's strength and aura were so powerful that this creature trembled in fear. The system also sent a new reminder. Apocalypse relic found. Do you want to absorb it? Is it only notifying me now? Does that mean I have to be in close proximity to absorb it? Ninefeng did not hesitate at all and immediately selected yes. He heard the monster let out a roar that sounded very painful, and then its body exploded into pieces. From the fragments, Ninefeng could see a part of the monster's memory. The absorption process began, and after it was complete, all of his attributes increased by 100 points. Ninefeng's eyes are like they are always glowing. Even the attributes of a 3-star profession from the moment it started until achieving the accumulated 3 transformations can't compare to this. But besides the attributes, it seems like something else is being pulled in too. Ninefeng feels like his mind is suddenly overloaded with strange images he has never seen before. Boss, what just happened here? Weiyan has just rushed over in a panic, But everything is already settled. Yeah. There was a monster earlier. But I killed it. Ninefeng pointed to the pile of wreckage behind him. Responding lightly, among the ruins of the Apocalypse Relics lies the team leader of the investigation team. Passed out. Ian observes carefully for a long time. Just now, a Tron Keiho called to inform that a monster had invaded. And it seems to be this creature. I can totally understand how Ninefeng was able to take it down. But what Ian wonders is that there are no traces of Ninefeng using powerful magic or dark power at all. So what exactly did he do to kill this big thing? You arrived just in time. I will leave the next task to you. Ninefeng patted Lian's shoulder, then disappeared without a trace. After all, he did not want to stick around and be caught by others. It is just that the way Ninefeng left V and speechless once again, because his speed is too fast. Damn. Is not the boss a wizard? This speed surpasses all age-old type professions. And it finds Ninefeng increasingly mysterious, continuously taking him from one surprise to another. But that investigation team leader was later arrested and went to jail. Through the investigation, he confessed everything. According to him, during one expedition into the secret realm, he discovered a demon creature that could control dark power and turn it into his own strength. He took the opportunity to investigate and entered the evil tome to absorb dark power. But unexpectedly, he was controlled by the demon creature and lost all consciousness. This incident was resolved thanks to Ian and the mysterious boss behind him. Tronko Memyi is even more excited than Thai Li's son. That is great. That is great. There really is a mysterious boss protecting our city. Tendu, Tuk Lam and Kava felt a bit more relaxed. They still could not dig deep into the information about Ninefeng. But at least from the current situation, it seems he has nothing to do with those demon creatures. Tron Keiho became flustered, and then turned to Ian to ask if he had ever met that mysterious boss. He replied that he was actually lucky to have met him once. Upon hearing this, both Kava and Lam were quite shocked. What did you say? Tron Keiho was overjoyed and wanted Ian to be the one to recommend him. He promised that if that mysterious boss agreed to help Tendu City, they would do their best to meet any demands. But Ian advised Mayor Trong to abandon that idea, because the boss is modest and not greedy for fame or profit. Tron Keiho looked worried and disappointed. How many people would risk their lives to flatter a powerhouse like Ninefeng? Ninefeng's thighs are really something he wants to hug. Seeing the bad expression on Ian's face, he reluctantly offered some comforting words. The boss has relatives in Tendu, so naturally, he pays attention to this city. You guys do not need to worry too much, but you should know your place. His family does not want to be bothered either. Hearing the words relatives, both T-Lam and KV became solemn, especially Tu-Lam, who went from suspecting that Ninefeng was that mysterious person to wondering if that enigmatic boss might be a senior relative of his. Ninefeng was still leisurely at home, reflecting on what had just happened. He finally understood what the so-called Doomsday Relic was. It was the remains of some demon lords in secret realms after they perished earlier. So many scenes replayed in his mind. In fact, those were fragments of memories from the demon lords, when they were alive, that had been absorbed. Ninefeng did not intend to become a demon lord. At first, he thought these things were useless. But after some careful thought, they seemed to be beneficial. Specifically, with these memories, he could easily conquer secret realms. The secret realms in a state of accumulating dark power would exhibit phase-based enhancements. Once one cannot resist the invasion of time and space, the apocalypse will unfold. In the time and space Ninefeng is in, the path to cultivating awakeners is incomplete. Therefore, the number of powerful individuals reaching the fourth transition is extremely limited. Additionally, the professions of these awakeners almost never reach their optimal state. If this keeps up, humanity will only have the option to sell salt collectively. Even if Ninefeng has enough strength to protect himself, he does not want to live alone in that world full of monsters. Fortunately, the timeline you are living in is not the only one invaded by the intruders. Some other timelines have successfully pushed the invaders back. Ninefeng thought to himself. As long as he accumulates a bit more Doomsday Relics and passes on all the useful experiences, it could create a significant impact. But how to convey it still requires careful consideration. After all, these matters are far beyond humanity's current understanding. If not handled properly, they could lead to unpredictable consequences. The ringing phone broke Ninefeng's train of thought. It was Miss Ung calling. She happily announced that she had completed the S-level job transfer and attained the shadow injection profession. This went smoothly thanks to Ninefeng. So Ung Diet wanted to treat him to a nice meal. After stepping out of the job transfer station, Ung Diet's teammates were already waiting. They dramatically shot confetti to celebrate that Zhou Cheng had also completed his job transfer and was thoroughly enjoying the praise from everyone. He even cleverly booked the best restaurant in the city, wanting to invite the beauties to celebrate. But of course, Miss Ong outright declined, citing that she had other commitments. After completing such a tough task, she needed to rest a bit. Is there something really important? Can it wait until later? Zhou Cheng still wanted to hold on a bit longer.
Yep.
It is something very important. Dai gave a brief reply and left, leaving Trido Tran and the other 3 teammates behind. He was so angry he gritted his teeth, thinking that Dai had just successfully switched sides and was quick to deny it. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the girl quickly waved her hands and said, "Don't think badly like that. Dai Nai is not that kind of person. Maybe she really has something important going on." But unexpectedly, Trido Tran quite did not let this go. Feeling he could not win the heart of the goddess, he decided if he could not have her, he would ruin things instead, starting to provoke the others. "You guys must be really tired chasing after her. Right." She had completed this class transfer mission and awakened a new hidden job. The gap between her and the others was growing, and what Trido Tran said was not wrong, but he continued to say that with this situation, Dai would sooner or later leave the team. This clearly made the remaining members very unhappy. That evening, Dai took Ninefong to a restaurant specializing in whole roasted lamb. Ninefong was so happy to see the delicious food that he could not stop smiling. "Today's meal is mainly to thank you for the mark you gave me. It really helped me a lot." Dai expressed her gratitude. What she meant was that the mark activated the new hidden job. Right. Ninefong tore off a piece of lamb, chewing it while asking back. Now he remembered that from the memories of the Demon Lord, one could indeed see that the jobs of the awakened did not reach the perfect state. Yet Dai can open a super rare hidden class. Could those marks be one of the ways to level up? Dai nodded, asking Ninefong about finding more of those marks, wanting to buy them to gift back to him and the other teammates. However, Ninefong only found the badge by chance. Still, Dai's trustworthy demeanor made him feel very touched. "Never mind. I will think of a way to find the marks. Right now, the situation is dangerous. It is better to have more self-defense capabilities. When I find the right mark, I will give it to you. Who knows? You might be able to activate a hidden class." Dai's serious look made Ninefong find it a bit funny. He joked, "Leveling up myself is a hassle. Just protect me from now on. No need to joke around. I am serious." Dai shouted, but because she exerted herself too much, a sharp pain suddenly shot through her right shoulder. Ninefong stopped chewing, worriedly asking the beauty what was wrong. Dai suppressed the pain, clutching her shoulder. This was due to an injury sustained carelessly while completing a mission. Although she had treated the injury, it was still N's level mission. The boss dealt significant damage, so she still needed to rest for a while. Just then, Ninefong's phone rang. As he answered, a very aggressive voice came through the line. "Hello. Are you Ninefong?" "Who's this?" Ninefong replied lazily. On the other end, the person nearly yelled into the phone rudely. He said Ninefong does not need to care about who he is. Just needs to say where you got the mark from. Ninefong lost all patience with this crazy guy, hung up directly. And then he recounted what had just happened to Dai. The beautiful woman's face clearly showed worry. Ninefong giving her the mark. She had not told anyone else about it, so who leaked this information? Contrary to her concern, Ninefong seemed unconcerned, continuing to lower his head and bite into the lamb. But once again, the phone rang. Ninefong answered, and the voice on the other end was even more aggressive. "Are you daring to hang up on me? You refuse my invitation and want to face the consequences." Dai was next to him, and Ninefong did not want to pick a fight with someone unnecessary, so he continued to hang up the phone and put it on silent. The two finished their meal and went home separately. That night when he returned home, as soon as he stepped into the room, Ninefong was shocked. His entire house had been turned upside down. If this scene was not from a thief, it must be a robbery. Indeed, a strange blonde guy appeared in the house. He did not hide, even boldly spoke up first.
"Hey,
young Master Nine, you are back." Ninefong immediately guessed that this jerk was the one who called to harass him earlier. It turned out that the so-called invitation to drink and the desire for punishment he mentioned earlier meant this. "Who sent you here?" Ninefong asked seriously. "A newly awakened piece of trash dares to talk to me like that. Isn't the teacher supposed to teach you to respect the strong? I do not know how strong this jerk is, but he has already got a big mouth." Suddenly, another guy came rushing in from behind Ninefong to attack. But how could his speed compare to that of the main character's aura? Ninefong just lightly leaned to the side to dodge his attack and retaliated with an elbow that took him down on the spot. The blonde guy could not help but be shocked at the scene. Seems like Ninefong is way stronger than the intel he received. Ninefong straightened his jacket and arrogantly said, "I will return that line to you. You have to show absolute respect when facing a strong opponent." The blonde guy gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his fear and confusion. The news he received clearly stated that Ninefong was only a 1-star mage, while the jerk he just defeated was a 3-star assassin. It is hard to believe that Ninefong could defeat him unarmed. Seeing the situation was not good, the blonde guy threw out a throwing knife. Then, taking advantage of Ninefong's dodge, he scrambled away. However, Just as he was about to leap over the balcony, his ankle was held tightly. The blonde could not handle the situation, and his face slammed hard into the balcony, mixing teeth and lips. Cleaning up everything you had messed up. Ninefeng ordered that the cupboard was broken, and he had to compensate me. The blonde and his accomplice had to strip everything off to pay up. But that still was not enough. Ninefeng forced them to reveal who sent them to cause trouble, and the answer was exactly as expected. It was that guy Trigutron. After learning about the mark that Ninefeng gave to Ung Diet, he had hired these two thugs to gather intel. Ninefeng was not surprised. On the contrary, he was quite pleased, since the other party had stubbornly acted first. There was no need for him to hold back anymore. Coincidentally, Ninefeng had a curse that he had not used yet. This guy looking for trouble was the perfect test subject. This curse was an active skill that Ninefeng had never tested before. It used the owner's mental power to control the target's mind, turning the target into a powerful copy for a short time. Before testing it on that bastard Tridu, Ninefeng also wanted to practice on these two thugs first. Meanwhile, Tridu Travan and a close buddy of his were whispering about Ninefeng at tonight's celebration party. Ung Diet is determined not to show up, so he also feels lazy about socializing with the remaining teammates. Through the conversation, it turns out these two jerks even got involved in Ung Diet's promotion. That guy wants to throw the boss into her mission to create a tense situation. At that moment, Tridu will step in to be the hero and save the damsel, successfully scoring points in the beauty's eyes. But unexpectedly, Ung Diet is tougher than he thought. Even though she is badly injured, she still wipes out the boss, causing his plan to fail. The two thugs were chatting as they walked when suddenly a tall figure blocked their way. After a few seconds of panic, Tridragon realized this was the blonde guy he sent to mess with Ninefeng. He let out a breath. "Wait. Why did you show up like a ghost without saying anything? Have you got the information I wanted?" The blonde did not answer. Instead, he shot back a question at Tribu Trine. "Did you guys hurt Diet Nai?" Both Trido Trigon and his buddy were a bit surprised by this question. He quickly adjusted his mood, stepped forward, and slapped the other guy's face a few times with a disdainful look. "Daring to meddle in other people's business. Have you lost your mind?" A Tridu acted all high and mighty, completely unaware that the killing intent in the other's eyes had risen to the heavens. In an instant, he and his buddy were grabbed by the neck with both hands by the blonde, who was actually Ninefeng. "Anyone who harms Diet Nai does not deserve to live in this world." Ninefeng growled each word. "But you also do not want to let these two jerks take the lunchboxes so easily." Just earlier, Tributran himself said he wanted you to live worse than dead. If that is the case, you want your opponent to experience those 4 words firsthand. The force from Ninefeng's hands is increasing. Tributragan and that jerk feel like their souls are about to be completely drained by Ninefeng. About a minute later, the bodies of those two officially turned to dust. This is definitely the longest short moment of their lives. After finishing the job, Ninefeng also turned the blonde guy's body to dust. This is the best way to erase the traces of the body. However, this situation is still quite dangerous because the place where Ninefeng is located is just a normal neighborhood. If those high-level awakened ones want to investigate, there is nothing you can do to stop them. Although, based on Ninefeng's current strength, he really does not have to fear anyone. You also can't be at home watching 24/7 to prevent blonde guys from getting in. Originally, Ninefeng wanted to rely on the remnants of the Demon King's memories to arrange a few important matters. Fortunately, he has not recorded them down yet. Otherwise, those intruders would have discovered them, definitely causing a lot of trouble. Ninefeng got up, stretched a bit, and decided to tidy up the house first, then temporarily move to Zion's place. After all, he is a 4th-tier powerhouse and has special treatment from the city mayor. The high-end villa area where Ian lives must have much better security. Ninefeng left that night, and after arriving, he told Zian about what just happened. Not surprisingly, he just heard about it and really blew up. He had the guts to go after the boss. "These guys really think they can do anything. Boss, take a break. I will quickly investigate. There is definitely someone else pulling the strings." He is truly passionate. Ninefeng lazily fell back on the sofa, shaking his head continuously. "No need to rush. Actually, I have something else I want to ask you. Do you know any trustworthy alchemists?" Zian nodded, asking what Ninefeng needed from the alchemist. He thought for a moment and then stated his requirements. First, they should have a decent skill level and be trustworthy. Second, it is best if their identity is free, with as few connections as possible. Layan quietly ran through a few names in his head. "I know an alchemist with decent skills. But unfortunately, he has joined a big guild." "Then that would not be suitable," Ninefeng said. From the fragmented memories he absorbed, the Demon King had slaughtered several high-level alchemists. The potions they concocted were very effective, clearly comparable to modern standards. But specifically how, Ninefeng was not sure. He could only piece together the remaining recipes, and then find someone with expertise to research a bit. However, it really would not be appropriate for an alchemist involved in a big guild. With that lack of freedom, the risk of exposing confidential information will be very high, and it will definitely lead to a bunch of crazy things afterwards. Later, if you get the chance, help me pay a little attention, and I will also look into what others know. Ninefeng instructed D, and before going to sleep the next day, he tried to ask around at Ung Diet's place, and he actually got some results. And moreover, it was someone familiar and very close. The priest named Tizine in Ung Diet's group has an older brother who is an alchemist, and his skills are not bad. He originally intended to join their group, but he and Trito Tran hated each other like cats and dogs, so no agreement was reached. If you are interested, I can introduce you two to meet. Ninefeng sighed. It is Tribu Tran again. Ung Diet is really unlucky to have a teammate like him. Luckily, you helped her deal with this potential disaster. Otherwise, there would be even more trouble later. By the way, why are you looking for an alchemist? Ung Diet asked curiously. I found a few remedies at home and wanted to find someone to take a look. You found them at home again? Ung Diet raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Last time, Ninefeng also said he found something at home. Does your house contain a treasure trove of treasures or something? Although Ninefeng has been very suspicious lately, Ung Diet has never doubted her childhood friend, so she enthusiastically recommended the alchemist to him. His name is T-Guy, and by his demeanor, he seems to be quite knowledgeable and composed. He might be trustworthy. Ninefeng handed him a few remedies, and T-Guy examined them carefully. But he did not find anything special about the ingredients. However, T-Guy had never seen the method of making this medicine. It seemed quite complicated. Do you know the effects of this medicine? T-Guy asked. I heard that after taking it, the experience you gain can increase by 100%. Ninefeng thought for a moment and casually mentioned. But his offhand comment left T-Guy stunned. Currently, the highest experience-boosting medicine on the market can only reach 40%. Just that alone is already very expensive. If there is a medicine that boosts experience to 100%, it would allow even mediocre 1-star and 2-star professions to break through and level up. I'm not sure, but I can't just casually ask others. That is why I came here to seek your guidance. Brother. Toon-Guy did not dare to delay and went straight to his lab to research. During that time, Tu-Den and Ong Diet were responsible for chatting casually with Ninefeng. After a while, the three heard a loud noise coming from upstairs. Tu-Den, feeling worried, wanted to go upstairs to check, but as soon as he climbed to the second floor, he saw a slime bursting out from his brother's lab. This was the specimen that Toon-Guy was using for his experiment. It was running away in a panic. However, it had not gotten far when a spark shot straight at it. The small body of Slam immediately shattered into 100 pieces. Ninefeng, Ong Diet, and Tu-Den were all momentarily unable to digest the situation. Tu-Den looked towards the direction from which the electric spark was shot and saw his brother laughing loudly, a grin stretching from ear to ear. It is a success? A real success. 100%. A bunch of question marks appeared over Ong Diet and Tu-Den's heads. Toon-Guy ignored the beautiful girl and his little sister, and rushed directly to Ninefeng, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him wildly. My brother Ninefeng, I did drink a little of the potion you formulated. Then I used Slam for the experiment, and the experience really increased by 100%. Ninefeng did not show much emotion, but inside he was also very pleased. If this potion has an effect, then perhaps all the other remedies you collected can be used as well. From a guy is even more fun than you, constantly using fireballs on the Slam experiment. From Dun believes that his older brother must be out of his mind. From Moonguy has always kept this laboratory to himself, not allowing her to step in even once. Yet now he is messing around like this, to explain his bizarre actions. From Moonguy finally tells the two girls about the successful experiment. He then asks Ninefeng about the upcoming from Xian. If he plans to sell, it could earn some unimaginable money. There is danger everywhere now, and no one would refuse an item that boosts their power. Ninefeng thinks about it. It is true that business can be very profitable, but it also brings a lot of trouble. This needs careful consideration. Just then, the phone rings with a message from Teacher K Vi to the whole class. The school is planning to organize a training session at a secret location in the neighboring city for all the graduating students. The start time is from next week. Because the training grounds are very crowded, they need to divide the time and areas among the classes. Right after KV's announcement, the class quickly turned into chaos. The students were all buzzing about the experience-boosting drugs. They initially wanted to buy some for protection, but then discovered that the drugs were already sold out on the market, making them extremely scarce. Ninefeng looked at those messages and thought even more, then made a decision. As for that 100% experience-boosting drug, from Xiam will let our side use it first, and only after a while will it be sold. Boss, am I part of your crew? From Leon eagerly looked at Nine Fong. Of course there is. Nine Fong replied generously. With this from the boss. Later Dite Nai and I will be bodyguards for you. And you can use my older brother as you wish. No need for formality. To Leon was so excited that he started rambling. Tianengai was at a loss with his profit-hungry younger sister. Nine Fong felt this was the best solution for now. The treasures you have obtained, once brought to the mayor, will definitely create a stir. But their great benefits are a double-edged sword. At that point, there will be countless pesky flies like the previous ones, hard to control, to avoid making noise. Nine Fong wanted to cultivate those around him first, strengthening his own power. When the time comes, if someone wants to join, then he would consider it. Nine Fong suddenly remembered that in Unmeng Dait's group, there was another solid teammate who also did not align with the previous faction. His name was Chu Jiangthe, a professional warrior, and he could also share some experience with him. Ung Daidat and Tazim's eyes immediately lit up. A few days ago, Chu Jiang though was worried he could not take the entrance exam with his teammates. Now with Nine Fong's 100% experience, he probably does not need to worry anymore. Nine Fong, of course, was not someone who liked to do charity work. Chu Jiang though has decent skills, a straightforward personality, and a good relationship with Ung Dait. This person may help him a lot in the future. Nine Fong's younger brother no. Now he has to be called Nine the boss. Do you have any other types of medicine? T. Gaiyan, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Nine Fong felt that Tine was trustworthy, so he did not hesitate and directly handed over the remaining formula drafts. But these were much more complicated than the experience-enhancing medicine. It listed quite a few medicinal ingredients that even T. Gaiyan had never heard of, with only 2 formulas that he understood well. However, with his current level, he still could not create them. Nine Fong was not surprised. Trungquai was still an otherworldly drug, which was still a bit too much for awakeners right now. It was lucky enough that a few could be used. If that is the case, I have a suggestion. After we get a batch of experience-enhancing medicine, let us call Chu Jiang the over and level up together. Ung Dait eagerly chimed in. That sounds good. Tavine also fully supported it. Of course, Miss Ung did not intend to let Nine Fong off the hook. He had to go with her to level up. Tian Gain was also calculating that with enough medicine for their group, they could have enough prepared by next Monday. Ung Dait then took the lead and decided that the leveling plan would take place next Monday. Nine Fong went from being a major contributor to someone without a voice, completely overshadowed by Ung Dait. Next Monday, Nine Fong arrived at the location Ung Dait had previously arranged. While he waited for the others, a car drove by. Inside the car were his classmates who were scheduled by the school to go level up in the nearby city today. When they saw Nine Fong, they began to mock him as usual. Isn't that useless Nine Fong not participating in leveling up today? What is he doing? Are you going to get the books for class or what? Even if he shows up, we do not need him. With a rank this low, who knows who will protect whom once we enter the secret realm? Forget about that useless name. If you have time, you might as well get a bit more sleep. The traffic light turned green, and the school bus continued on its way. When Kavai brought this group of little reporters to the location, there were already a lot of people gathered at the entrance to the secret realm. Given the situation, their class would probably have to wait about 2 more hours. After all, it is just a class that was not selected. Being allowed to enter is already a big favor, so they have to be patient and wait. The students were feeling down when they suddenly saw Nine Fong, the one they had just mocked. He was with Ung Dait's team. Aside from Tridutron and his buddy, they had just the right number of 5 with him and Tian Gai replaced. The students immediately started to complain. Of course he came with the goddess Ung. It is really frustrating. The boys in the class were green with envy, but their anger did not stop there. Right after that, Nine Fong and the other 4 were respectfully invited straight into the secret realm, without having to wait in line like them. Kavai explained that Nine Fong was with the Mage Guild, so he got to go straight in. Ung Dait's Mage Guild is well known and has few members, so this is pretty normal. The boys were still seething with jealousy and began to curse Nine Fong, hoping that after entering the secret realm, he would get crushed by monsters. What makes me inferior to that useless Nine Fong? I want to be led into the guild by goddess Ung too. One of them yelled out loud. This statement caught the attention of several strange awakened ones. They approached the group of students with a fierce look, then began to ask, "Excuse me, are you saying that goddess Ung is Ung Dait, the 5th ranked in the national supernova chart?" Ung Dait. Right. The students did not know who they were or whether they meant good or ill for the goddess. But seeing their intimidating demeanor, they had no choice but to tell the truth. That is right. After confirming the information, those people did not even bother to say thanks, and directly headed towards the entrance of the secret realm. A perceptive female student realized that they were similar to Ung Dait, all top-ranked stars in the national supernova chart. The only girl in that group is Thapangthai Sithu, ranked 4th. The big guy carrying the large sword is Elokaichi, ranked 3rd. And the arrogant Hetch-Dutch Kiyu Injugo is the highest ranked in the group, ranked 2nd. Name me Tu Vang. After going deep into the secret realm, Ninefeng gave Chu Jiang a bottle of 100% experience boost potion. He looked like he struck gold. Unable to contain himself and shouted out loud, "Is this really a 100% experience boost potion?" Ti Liwan could not help but smack him on the head. This fool is afraid that no one can hear him or what? Chu Jiang laughed sheepishly, constantly apologizing for getting too excited. Then Chu Jiang turned to ask Hungai, "This medicine must be really expensive, right?" For Mingai shakes his head. The materials to make this vial are not expensive at all. Moreover, the method of crafting it is not too complicated. That is why it is even pricier. If people could really gain experience at a reasonable price, of course no one would refuse. And Ninefeng would become a VIP of any guild. Chu Jiang patted his chest vigorously like a believer who would risk everything for Ninefeng from now on. Lion would not back down either, continuously thanking and praising Ninefeng to the point where his nose might explode. After all, they are all family. No need for formality. Ninefeng scratched his head, feeling shy in response. Dwight stood to the side, watching this scene and feeling very happy inside. Ninefeng's personality has never been fond of socializing, so he always had just a few friends. Especially after turning 16 when he first faced failure. His classmates mocked him, which made him even more isolated. It is rare to see Ninefeng having such a joyful and relaxed moment. Dongdite hoped even more that from now on he could live more harmoniously, quickly regain his spirits. But Unhaven coming here was enough. Dite cleared his throat a few times, then began to outline the strategy for this raid on the secret realm. This time they had lost the summoner and his brothers, meaning they were short on a mage and a shield. Therefore, the process of fighting must prioritize the lives of the team members more. Dite reminded Ninefeng not to take action, to avoid attracting the attention of the monsters. Anyway, even if she is not looking down on him, in her eye, Ninefeng is still a somewhat useless one-star magician. Instead, she will be the one to attract the monsters' attention. Chu Jiang is responsible for defense. Dion focuses on buffing and protecting the team members. And finally, Tingai adapts with potions as needed. Seeing her assign tasks so quickly, Ninefeng felt very troubled. At this rate, you won't level up much, you know. But since everyone wants to protect you like this, Ninefeng can just refuse to cooperate with them. After all, since you are using forbidden spells, you will level up faster than others. Being a day or two behind is not a big deal. You need to understand the abilities of your new teammates first. Once the mission was assigned, Dite quickly took action. She drew her bowstring taut and fired a bright yellow arrow. The arrow flew straight towards a nearby group of zombies, creating a shocking explosion that took out 3 of them. The remaining zombies went crazy from the noise and charged at full speed. Seizing this moment, T-Line raised the staff in her hand and activated her thunderous support skill to buff Chu Jiang's power. This guy might seem a bit silly normally, but in battle, he can really hold his own. After receiving the power boost, Chu Jiang raised the axe in his hand and slammed it down hard into the ground. This powerful strike sent several zombies back to their ancestors. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, the other zombies began to hesitate. T-Guy would not be outdone by her younger siblings either. He rushed in and threw out some fireballs. The 3 zombies, standing around like statues, instantly met the same fate as the Sams in the lab. The significant increase in experience points made Ningai even more bloodthirsty. If this continues, crafting new medicines from Ninefeng won't be far off. The 2 of them from the shrine, Chu Jiang also happily high-fived each other in celebration. With this rate of gaining 100% experience points, their leveling up will double. Completing the second transition before the university entrance exam is also very feasible, which means they can enter a key university with Dite. Just as the group was still in high spirits, a cunning laugh suddenly echoed from a nearby cave. The whole group cautiously looked toward that direction, and Chu Jiang could not help but speak up first. "Who's it? I thought it was some kind of monster. I did not expect it to be a human. Sorry. I was not actually planning to laugh, but I really could not help it. Turns out it is Tsiku Venenchu and his 2 teammates." As soon as he stepped out of the cave, he loudly mocked Chu Jiang. "You guys, who have not even made the second transition, think you can get into a key university? You think it is that easy?" T-Loin and Chu Jiang immediately recognized that the opposing group was full of rising stars from the national super rookie rankings. They recognized us that quickly. Tsiku Venenchu smirked, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Looks like our reputation is not too bad." Chu Jiang ignored the other party's attitude. What he was curious about was why Tsiku Venenchu's group was in Kunudi City. They are not locals or from the surrounding area. Dite felt that the situation was not good, so he stood in front of his teammates. "We were training. Did something happen?" Seeing Tsiku Venenchu striding confidently forward, Ninefeng could only sigh in frustration. He maintained that arrogant attitude. directly expressing his desire to invite Ung Diet to join their team. Hearing this proposal, both Tidian and Chu Jiang though were left speechless in shock. This thick-skinned Siku Vanchu wanted to poach their teammate right in front of them. No need. I already have my own team, living up to everyone's expectations. Miss Ung firmly declined. I know your team has a mage ranked 14th in the national supernova list named Tridu Trinjan. If he agrees, he could give it a shot. Si Van and Chu still did not want to give up. While he did not think much of Triu Tran, out of respect for the goddess, he could agree to this attachment. Haven't I made myself clear? I do not want to join another guild. Ung Diet spoke up once again, clearly and decisively refusing. But Si Van and Chu was not the type to give up easily. Seeing Ung Diet's stubbornness, he patiently stayed to explain. Recently, the whole country has updated information. Due to frequent changes in the secret realms and the increasingly difficult monsters, the 3 key universities have raised their evaluation standards. This year, they are only recruiting elite teams or individuals. While this condition is very favorable, there is still a shortage to counteract. According to Ko Van Chu, if outstanding students like us and Ung Diet team up, it will be easier to get accepted. Don't forget she is the one who must become powerful, Ko Van Chu said seriously. After speaking, she glanced at Tudine and Chu Jiang though, her gaze clearly filled with disdain. As for them, being weak is the biggest sin. Ung Diet could not stand the sight of her friends being disdained by a stranger like that. She reached back to summon her bow and arrows. Ko Van Chu found it even more amusing, not expecting this beauty to be as stubborn as ice cream. However, Ung Diet's profession was a long-range archer, so even if she fought here, it would be hard to defeat him. Although Ko Van Chu's words were harsh, he was not wrong at all. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Tu Den reached out to pull Ung Diet back, saying, "Forget it. Let us go somewhere else to level up." Giant High. Do not pay attention to these people. Ung Diet was not the type to be stubborn. If Tu Den had said that, she did not want to argue with Ko Van Chu's group anymore. Ung Diet lifted her chin and left first, with their team following behind. Only Ninefong remained at the end, lost in thought. That irritating Ko Van Chu seemed really strong. You are wondering if Ung Diet, having just awakened her new profession, could defeat him. But the tree wishes for calm. Yet the wind does not stop. Ko Van Chu did not let Ung Diet pass before Li Kak stepped forward to block Ninefong. It turned out he mistook you for Triu Tran. Ninefong just said no. Look like scoffed, his attitude really unpleasant. Then he is useless. Get lost. Seeing the other side being unreasonable like that, Ninefong felt a bit frustrated. His gaze was sharp as a knife, glaring at the opponent without holding back. He did not want to start a fight, but Chu Jiang being straightforward, could not stand his friend being insulted like that. He hurriedly stood in front of Ninefong, facing Loach, and said in a serious tone, "Do not get too carried away. Just you wanting to act tough." Lo Hokex did not think much of Chu Jiang either, and as soon as he finished speaking, he threw a powerful punch straight into Chu Jiang's stomach. From a modern medical perspective, if he took that punch, it is likely that Chu Jiang could sustain a closed abdominal injury, possibly a lacerated liver or spleen. Fortunately, he was quick enough to block it, but before he could feel relieved, Lo Hokex threw another punch with his other hand. This time, Chu Jiang did not react in time and got hit. Ung Diet saw this and panicked, turning her head to shout, "Zias, are you okay?" She wanted to run to Chu Jiang but was blocked by Siku Vane and Chu. These guys clearly could not handle it and wanted to take things down. Get lost. Ung Diet was really angered, her voice filled with aggression. These two words have really touched Siku Vane Chu's pride. This guy is way too double standard. If I look down on others, that is fine. But when I get insulted, I get offended. Over here. Chu Jiang thus suppressed the pain and signaled to Ung Diet that he was okay, not to escalate things. But actually, he is not okay at all. Right. Li Aitho feels like he might have broken a few ribs. This guy is deliberately being ruthless. But even though he is in a lot of pain, Chu Jiang thus still does not want the opponent to hurt Ninefong, because in his eyes, Ninefong is a solid teammate. Ninefong, step back a little. Chu Jiang though shouted loudly. He had already accepted that he was going to take a beating from Lu Haxex today. Lohak looked down from above, giving Chu Jiang the thumbs down. He sneered and called him a loser again. Chu Jiang though was indeed provoked. He focused his strength into his right hand and charged forward, wanting to land a punch, but unexpectedly, the opponent threw a punch out of nowhere. Chu Jiang in his charge, could not stop in time. Adding the two opposing forces together, it was no surprise that if he got hit, his facial bones would break. Then he would have to spend money on orthopedic trauma care again. Seeing this, Tulane and Ung Diet hurriedly pulled out their weapons. But it was not them who saved Gai Aitho at the last moment, in the most critical situation. A hand reached out to gently block Lok Heitzi's punch. and the one who neutralized his attack was none other than Ninefeng. The fact that Ninefeng easily blocked Lo Ho Tru's punch left both his team and Siku Van Chu's group stunned. Back to the main character. Lokak currently could not control his punch, seeing his attack neutralized by someone he had just called a useless piece of trash 3 seconds ago. Lokak was truly confused about what was happening. He was so shocked he could not move. The outfit this kid is wearing is wizard gear. So why does he have such incredible strength? While he was lost in thought, Ninefeng quickly grabbed Lohak Haik's wrist from his blocking position and threw him. Lokakchi flew like a chicken, tossed by Ninefeng towards a nearby rock. He was covered in injuries, buried under a pile of rubble, unconscious on the spot. Ninefeng threw a look at Alax, filled with mockery, then returned the earlier insult. Useless piece of trash. C5 Van Chu panicked and rushed over when he saw his teammate being beaten so badly. Meanwhile, Diet had also raised her weapon from behind. This girl rarely missed, and instead of hitting anywhere else, she ended up shooting the opponent in the butt. C5 Van Chu looked like he had chronic hemorrhoids, in so much pain that he could not control his expression anymore. Leon stood behind Diet, witnessing this scene, unable to help but chuckle quietly. Theoma used to look pale as he saw his boss in such pain. Both Siku Van Chu and Lo Koch were elites in the supernova rankings. Yet one, a berserker, was defeated by a wizard using bare hands, while the other, a meat shield, was shot in the butt by a ranged archer. This scene is too tragic. Mexthu can hardly believe her eyes. I just wanted to live peacefully, but you all keep forcing me to show my hand. It is really annoying. Ninefeng lazily spoke up, then turned to Tizian, who was busy laughing at Siku Van Chu and forgetting to heal her teammate. Little Zine, quickly, help the big tree. After Ninefeng said that, Tizian finally remembered her duty. Chu Jiangthe was immediately treated by her. Ninefeng asked Chu Jiangthe how he wanted to deal with the 3 guys. To his surprise, Li Aithe respectfully replied with a slightly fearful attitude, I do not know. It is all up to you. Ninefeng felt that this title weighed as heavy as Mount Tay. Their attitude suddenly became so respectful. But that makes sense. This general only needed one move to take down the top 3 supernovas. It is no wonder others are scared. Regarding how to handle Lokaka's group, Ninefeng suddenly came up with a mischievous idea. He called Chu Jiangthe over to strip him, as compensation for his injuries. Chu Jiangthe already regarded Ninefeng as the boss. Ninefeng said one thing, and he did not dare to say another. He just replied, yep. Over here. Siku Van Chu panicked when he saw he was about to be stripped. Fake. This is robbery. How dare you? Just as he finished speaking, a punch fell straight to the ground. Just inches from him, Ninefeng was, of course, the one who threw that punch. He pulled back his fist while glaring at that C guy and started to threaten him. What did you say? Gu Vanchu was so scared by that hit that his soul almost left his body. Sometimes in life, you have to be a bit cowardly to live longer. He naturally values his own life, so his attitude suddenly did a complete 180. They tried hard to put on a miserable fake expression. In fact, the gear I have is not bad. If you find it to your liking, feel free to take it. It is good to be reasonable like that, but Ningfeng still was not planning to let him off. He continued to threaten Go Vanchu by grabbing his neck, saying he really dislikes trouble. If he knew they were plotting revenge behind his back, he certainly would not let him go. Gu Vanchu stammered that he definitely would not do that. Boss, we are the ones who could not see the big picture. We definitely won't dare again in the future. Tang Muku, as the only soft-spoken diplomat and intact member of the team at the moment, also spoke up. She proactively took off all her gear and offered it to Ningfeng. Seeing her being so understanding, Ningfeng did not hesitate to compliment her. Unexpectedly, Tang Muku blushed at this insincere praise, perhaps also captivated by Ningfeng's imposing demeanor. On the contrary, Ningfeng did not even pay her any mind. After he finished taking the opponent's gear, he happily turned back to his own team. Let us move ahead to level up. After leaving Go Vanchu's group, Wang Yu finally voiced her thoughts. Initially, she wanted to lead Ningfeng to level up and protect him like a mother hen, but she did not expect him to be so capable. Ningfeng let out a sigh. I do not want to hide anything from everyone, but you know I am just waking up, and if I show off too much, it will be a hassle. Seeing that Ninefeng said that, Diet did not find it appropriate to blame him any further. After all, Ninefeng has always been like that, mysterious and quirky. Diet was already used to it. After taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Diet put her hand on Ninefeng's shoulder. She showed a very proud demeanor and said, no matter what, I feel happy and proud of you. With that one sentence from Diet, Ninefeng felt much more uplifted. At this moment, Chu Jiangthan and Tazaim also happily rushed over. After learning about Ninefeng's true abilities, they were very curious to know what plans he had for the future, whether he would go to which university or join which guild, but Ninefeng really had not thought about that step yet. Both university and guilds were relatively strict places. If one was not careful, information could easily be leaked. For him, those places were not necessarily something he needed to participate in. The immediate issue is to speed up and dive deeper into the secret realm and continue leveling up. After his strength was exposed, Ninefeng felt a bit more relaxed. Right now, he no longer has to painfully hide and can confidently take on the role of the main damage dealer. Although he still can't use forbidden spells in front of everyone, relying on his added attributes and passive skills, along with equipment that complements his magic, is enough. The 5 of them diligently leveled up for several days, and Ninefeng finally returned. Ayan at home had been eagerly waiting for him, almost to the point of exhaustion. I have been busy these past few days. Ninefeng has only leveled up by 1. If it were not for the leveling potion, it would definitely be even slower, but still, this pace is not considered slow. Generally speaking, top-ranked newcomers like Ung Dai take about 2 years to reach level 20 and complete their second class change. Other normal 1 or 2 star professions usually choose to take the college entrance exam, instead of grinding low-level monsters daily for class changes. Forget it. Forget it. No need to think too much about it. Ninefeng lazily stretched. In the following days, he wanted to relax at home. It is best to let himself feel comfortable. If getting stronger also means stressing out like everyone else, then what is the point of being stronger? So in the days that followed, Ninefeng either did not play games with Ian or stayed home reading comics. Otherwise, he would invite Ian over for a barbecue at home. But it was not easy to just relax and have fun. Like today, while having barbecue, Dijing Hen called. She enthusiastically informed him that there was an auction coming up soon, and there were supposed to be some good items. Master Zuidin Duvung, the new person in charge replacing that old man Wang, personally invited Ninefeng to attend. He did not have any plans these days, so he agreed to go. But unexpectedly, now Ninefeng is a VIP guest. If he wants to buy something, Dijong Hen and Master Zhangyu would come to his place to serve him. This treatment is not bad. Ninefeng can continue to be lazy at home. Not long after, Duong Ruttai arrived with Duong Hein at Duan's auction house. Ninefeng was somewhat polite towards Master Duong. After all, he was older. But Duong Ruttai treated him with great respect. The reason is that before coming here, Mayor they specifically instructed him to take good care of this young man. Even if the entire transaction revolves around Ninefeng, it would not be a problem. Duong Ruttai did not know how significant Ninefeng's background was to receive such treatment. But if the mayor personally instructed him, he did not dare to go against it. Duong Hen quickly brought the auction item list for Ninefeng to take a look. Ninefeng skimmed through many items but was not satisfied yet. Just when Duong Ruttai was worried he might have annoyed this young man, Ninefeng's expression changed. Duong Ruttai peeked in to see and exclaimed, "You really have a good eye. You have chosen this one." The item Ninefeng was looking at was the latest experience-boosting potion on the market. Surprisingly, it could increase experience by an additional 100%. Ninefeng remained silent for a long time. Only the kind and trustworthy face of Tu Guy from a few days ago appeared in his mind. Ninefeng could not hold back and questioned sternly, "Where did Duong Ruttai get this?" Master Duong was startled by his sharp gaze and could only honestly say, "This experience-boosting potion is an item commissioned by the Trade Association for them to auction." Ninefeng bowed his head and began to think again. The Trade Guild is one of the top 8 guilds nationwide, with immense and unfathomable power. Could it be that Tu Guy secretly sold a potion to them? Or have they done something to him? Did they say where this potion came from? Ninefeng turned to ask Duong Nat Tai, seeing Ninefeng so serious. Duong Nat Tai shared everything he knew. He heard that the Trade Guild had recently discovered a new type of secret realm called the Trial of the Gods. The way of cultivation in there is also very unique, only allowing one person to enter at a time. It seems that the secret realm is divided into many levels. Every time you pass through 10 levels of trials, you can receive a corresponding reward. This experience-boosting potion is one of the rewards the guild received for completing the trial. Duan was skeptical. This was the first time he had heard of such a secret realm. Could this also be a type of mutated secret realm? According to the requirements of the host, anyone starting the cultivation in the secret realm must register, and that basic information can be checked on a specialized website. Hearing Duan say that, Ninefeng relaxed his guard a bit. If it is not an issue with Tu Guy, then that is good. As for the Trial of the Gods, he is also very interested. It sounds like a really powerful place. Just as he thought about this, the system sent a new mission notification. The mission content is to go through the Trial of the Gods and utilize its power. You have 60 days to complete this mission. Ninefeng smirked with delight. This was the first time the system assigned him a task. It seems that the so-called divine trial in the secret realm is really something special. Thinking of this, Ninefeng completely lost interest in that auction. He turned to Duong Dat Tai and said, "Master Duong, I won't be participating in this auction anymore." "Of course. I still want to thank you both for making the trip here. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. In the future, If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Seeing Nunfeng's good attitude, Zhuang Datai finally felt relieved. This experience potion was considered one of the most precious items at the auction. All the guilds were staring at it. Yet Nunfeng found it unappealing at first glance and asked so many questions that it made him anxious. Duan also did not want to linger. He wanted to investigate the news about that secret realm himself. But Nunfeng wanted to eavesdrop. So he sent Dong Dat-tai and Dong Hein back first. After that, the two of them returned to the room. Duan sat down in front of the laptop screen, wanting to log into that specialized website. But he needed to register for the corresponding access rights. Fortunately, he had a special access granted by the mayor, so logging in was as easy as pie. Nunfeng moved closer to take a better look. The image of the secret realm resembled a tower. Duan read through some information and discovered that the guild Thaneng Nu Hon had registered for exclusive access. In other words, the government has allowed them to manage the secret realm themselves, without the permission of the trade union. No other fakes can enter. Nunfeng sighed heavily. Secret realms associated with major unions are always like this. Now it is difficult for him to enter. But the mission has been issued, and if he does not complete it, it will be cancelled. It seems he has to think of another way. That night, Nunfeng made his way alone to the entrance of the God's Trial secret realm. That gate was even more massive than in the pictures, and there were 2 guards outside. Recently, the trade union had announced quite a bit of information about the God's Trial secret realm on its forum to attract powerful participants. This, on the contrary, helped Nunfeng gain a bit more insight. If he used his skills to sneak in directly, they definitely would not notice. Speaking of which, Nunfeng then used his spatial gate, easily slipping past the 2 guards. He smugly looked at them and stuck out his tongue, then jumped into the gate. But unexpectedly, right after that, the gate emitted a loud explosion. Nunfeng did not anticipate this situation and was thrown back by the shockwave of the blast. The loud explosion resonated all the way to the headquarters of the trade union. They quickly dispatched someone to the secret realm to check the situation, while Nunfeng had already made it back home, only to find himself injured and completely drained of energy. What the hell is going on? Nunfeng shouted, feeling frustrated. Just moments ago, he had come into contact with the entrance to the secret realm, and a wave of powerful energy burst out like lava. It completely broke through his protective barrier. But what on earth was that energy? To make matters worse, a simulated window appeared. It showed a notification that Nunfeng's immune system was under scrutiny, suffering 3% damage. Each time this notification was sent, the damage he received increased by another 1%. Nunfeng was even more confused. Even the system was taking damage. What kind of bizarre inspection skill is this? At this moment, the president of the mercenary guild had also arrived at the scene. After their priest healed the 2 gate guards, he asked them to recount what had happened. But the 2 guards truly had no idea. All they knew was that the door leading to the secret realm suddenly exploded, and then both of them fell into a faint. Hasuvu's expression was serious. Since the mercenary guild took over the secret realm, nothing like this had ever happened, and he suspected that a mutation had occurred inside. President, should we check that? The female mage following Hasuvu suggested. I do not even know what it is. But as soon as she said that, Hasuvu agreed. Shortly after, the female mage raised her staff, creating a complex magic circle. It turned out that the secret realm had been imbued with a unique magic circle since its inception. It could record the content and scenes around it. And furthermore, it could utilize a time recall ability to conduct inspections. To put it simply, it is like a surveillance camera. That time spell keeps changing. But what Master Havu and that female sorceress were waiting for was beyond imagination. From the spell, a dark object in human form stepped out, followed by a tall man who shouted, "You dare invade my territory, you vile spirit." This man radiated the brilliance of the sun, and his voice carried great authority, making him seem like a divine being. Then this god concentrated power in his hands and unleashed tremendous force toward the dark figure. Unfortunately, that attack struck empty air. Havu stared in shock, the spell revealing the past so vividly that he felt suffocated by the power of that divine being. How shameless. That guy ran away again. He must quickly find his whereabouts. He can't be allowed to destroy this world any longer. The man kept mumbling after his attack failed. Havu was extremely frantic. What do you mean destroy the world? What the hell is going on? This has gone beyond his control. Havu quickly decided to report this to the other leaders of the 7 great guilds. The host of this emergency meeting was President Liu Yingzhen of the Weiyu Guild. Liu Yingzhen stated that based on the scene recorded by Havu, they had officially confirmed the existence of divine beings. Although the identity of the deity is unclear, considering the spells released by that god, it is enough to reach the legendary forbidden spell level. President, hey, I remember you reported that if we passed the trial, we could receive the recognition and favor of the deity. Right. A man with gray hair and a determined gaze asked Teacher Havu. He is President Feng Dan of the Era Guild. There is indeed information like that in the secret realm. But we did not expect the deity to appear literally. Teacher Havu replied warily. The important issue is that the forbidden spell can't destroy that evil deity. This is not good news at all. Another person spoke up. This time it is President Du Lin Ho of the Traditional Guild. President Lakangayat 9 of the Wangshu Guild also agreed with President Du. Based on the recent situation, if the evil god truly intends to destroy the world, they would not have any means to deal with it at all. So if passing the trial can grant the favor of the deity, is there a way to counter the evil god? Like a forbidden spell or something? This time, it was President Vong back of the Immortal Insight Guild who wondered if there really might be something. We could give it a try. The last to speak was Zhang Yanxuan, the president of the Xian Guild. With each person adding a comment, the meeting quickly became much more lively. Teacher Avu had many thoughts in mind. He could see that these guys were all focused on the trial secret realm of the deity. Right now, they seem to want to compete for the opportunity. So he will take this chance to lift the blockade. Thinking that, Asuvu cleared his throat and said, if you all want to participate in the trial, I won't oppose it. But I need to remind everyone that the monsters in the divine trial's secret realm are incredibly powerful. With our current strength, there is basically no way to get through it all. What Asuvu said was understood by the other guild leaders. The final favor from the divine being. They probably are not even qualified to touch it. Lu Yingzhen stroked his long beard, looked across the room, and then mentioned a name that had not come up in the meeting until now. Old Feng. What are your thoughts on this? What thoughts do I have? What ideas can I have? Aren't we all supposed to be very capable? Wait. Do not get angry. Isn't it because something big has happened that we called you here? Lu Yingzhen sensed the clear displeasure in Old Feng's words and spoke to reassure him. But unexpectedly, this statement only made Old Feng even angrier. In your eyes? Besides guarding against the aberrant beings like us, is there anything bigger happening? Old Feng said sharply. At this moment, his face gradually became clear, revealing a skull that was blazing with fire. Old Feng was extremely furious, because just a few days ago, his disciple reported that unusual events were happening in Qiandu City. These guild leaders not only did not take that person seriously, but even formed a separate investigation team. In the end, the investigation yielded no results, and instead led to a natural disaster. If it were not for that mysterious elder stepping in, this city would be left with nothing. By the way, this old man Feng's real name is Feng Yinj, and he used to be in charge of the organization she represents. Also a senior to Tulam. Aside from local and Chang, most of the young leaders here are meeting Feng Yinji for the first time. They have all heard the stories. He paid a heavy price for using dark forces, and eventually could not take it anymore and submitted his withdrawal request. I did not expect him to show up at this secret meeting today. Lu Wanchen shamelessly ignored Feng Yinji's fury. In this urgent situation, he still wanted to borrow the power of her organization. Old Feng, could you ask your disciple to show the footage of the trade association's capture to the mysterious elder of Kundu for a look? With the mysterious elder's strength, he might know something. Feng Yinji found it incredibly ridiculous. At this moment, these profit-seeking people finally remembered him and his disciple. Afinjit was still pouting and glaring, ready to curse more. But Elduwan Chanjin preemptively offered to praise his disciple's achievements and also sent him 2 bottles of fine wine. Feng Yinji finally calmed down, and the fire on his head gradually subsided. After that, his face returned to normal. Fafinji had agreed to this deal with Elguan Chen, but they had no idea that the mysterious elder they were trying to rescue was actually the one who had infiltrated the secret realm last night. The next morning, Nine Feng was still lazily lying around at home. He had just received a new mission called No Problem. Minor incident. This time, it was a mission to reach the second transition, completing the system restoration. The time limit was set within 60 days. The old mission is not finished, and a new one has arrived. Nine Feng felt very conflicted. Last night's situation was already terrifying, but he still did not understand where he went wrong to fix it. Just as Nine Feng came downstairs, he discovered there were guests visiting. A Feng Yin Yake and his disciple, Tiku Lam. Nine Feng already knew Tu Lam, but he did not know the old man. Seeing this, Aang quickly spoke up to introduce. This is the former supervisor of your sister, and he is currently the head of the Department of Adventurers. Fifli Nias, along with his disciple, the one responsible for your sister in this city. Tiku Lam. They came here because they wanted to invite the great mysterious elder to lend a hand. Nine Feng was extremely surprised upon hearing Feng Ninji's name, his jaw dropping immediately. Fifli Nias. Are you the Crimson Flame God? Ha. Just a little bit of fame. Not worth mentioning. Feng Yinyik smiled kindly and humbly replied. But Ninefeng knew that that little fame of his was once enough to shake the world. This old gentleman has made countless contributions, participated in the exploration of many large secret realms, and has also dismantled quite a few rogue adventurer organizations. He is known as the strongest mutant within the organization of your sister. The identities of nearly all members are kept secret. But Feng is an exception because his existence and identity serve as a kind of deterrent when it comes to idols in the minds of young people. A Feng Injife has never fallen out of the top 3. Anyone who can meet him and have a few words exchanged can brag about it for half their life. You are Ninefeng's classmate. Right. It is your first time meeting, so no time to prepare. I heard you are about to take the college entrance exam. Here. We have prepared a few gifts that the government entrusted us to bring to you. Good luck with your studies. You say you are not prepared for anything. But in the box that Feng Nashi brought, there is 5 million cash and 200 bottles of high-quality medicine. The government is really generous. Ninefeng would not have dreamed that he would wake up to such a large sum of money falling into his lap. You finally could not suppress your curiosity and directly asked if they had anything they wanted to ask. Plus, Feng Yengigesh is not someone who likes to beat around the bush. He asked Tita Lam to show Ninefeng the footage recorded by the Trade Association yesterday. Right after watching it, he felt very complicated. No way. You are just an ordinary high school student. A good kid. How the hell did you become a little evil god? Ninefeng recalled the mission. It was nothing serious. That little incident made his anger flare up. Nothing serious. That little incident is a big deal. You know that? Right. The situation outside must be chaotic right now. Ninefeng forced himself to calm down. Panicking would expose his vulnerabilities. No one knows you are the evil god yet. So you need to stay calm. I will send the video to the mysterious elder later. I will report back to you immediately if there is any new information. Ninefeng respectfully said to Feng Yeveng. Then sorry to trouble you. We will head back and wait for good news in the future. If you need help, just go directly to Tita Lam. Feng Ninja replied politely. He just finished speaking. And Tita Lam took the initiative to hand over her business card. Ninefeng always felt that this sister looked very familiar. But only now did he remember that she was the one who received him on the day of his ordination. No wonder you got pinned down so quickly. After exchanging greetings, Feng Ying and Tita Lam left Ian's mansion. On the way back, he kept praising Ninefeng, saying that the kid was not bad, modest, polite, and mature. The government even considered bringing him into their ranks. At this point, Tiquan Lam hesitantly brought up her long-held thoughts to ask her master for advice. Do you think Ninefeng and the mysterious elder could be the same person? Is it important? Feng Yengi's response seemed very indifferent, which surprised Tiquan Lam a bit. If Ninefeng hopes we only see him as a student, then he is indeed a true student. That would be good for everyone. Giving 5 million star coins to a student. Do not worry about how he is. In terms of etiquette, there is definitely nothing to nitpick, and if that student later becomes a mysterious leader, what standard should we use to treat him? No one can say for sure. Faising Gisi knows that the enemy is getting stronger, and ordinary people like them, just as the SV said, do not even have the qualification to receive the blessings of the divine. Therefore, even a respected elder like Feng Yachi can only rely on the mysterious elder, hoping that person can become his strongest support. Looking back at Ninefeng, since Feng Injik left, he seems to have fallen into an endless state of contemplation. Last night, the system was heavily damaged due to that strange investigation skill. Through the recorded footage, he could guess that it was likely that the divine being was trying to probe his whereabouts. That man could break through his absolute defense with one move, proving that this divine being has strength comparable to, or even surpassing, his forbidden spell level. This is the most dangerous enemy for Ninefeng in this world. The mission is nothing. That small incident is now very important because only after succeeding will his system be restored, so it needs to be prioritized first. After all, he must rely on the system to evade the divine being's search. The remaining mission through the divine being's trial secret realm cannot be taken lightly either. If Ninefeng cannot master the opponent's power, then one day he will be threatened by it. The more he thought, the more his head hurt. So he turned to Z and beside him and asked, does Feng Law have any more materials to provide?
Yep.
Let me organize it for you right away. The materials that Feng Kefot brought included information about the structure and internals of the divine being's trial secret realm. Its structure is very similar to a tower, divided into many levels. But since no one has completed the power tasks yet, the exact number of levels is still unknown. The strength of the monsters inside is very strong, far exceeding other known secret realms. Currently, the highest recorded level reached in this secret realm is level 42. Established and maintained by Master Harvey up to now. Ninefeng furrowed his brow, still unclear about the mechanism of the divine trial. If the forbidden spell is triggered and Min Then finds out, then his identity as a dark god would be exposed. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If the task did not specify he had to go himself, then he could delegate it to someone else. Right. And the most suitable and trustworthy person was the one sitting across from him right now. Duan had also watched the video of Master Havu going through the 42 levels of the secret realm. Ninefeng asked how confident he was in reaching what level, if he were to take it on himself. Duan thought for a moment and then honestly said, well, probably around level 35. That is about right. Master Havu is a powerhouse nearing the 5th transition. His strength surpasses even Duan's. But Duan is a trusted ally to Ninefeng. Only by sending him to participate in that secret realm could Ninefeng feel more at ease. Thinking of this, Ninefeng suddenly wanted Duan to attend a special training session he had prepared himself, which would make him feel a bit more reassured. After that, Ninefeng sent a message to Feng and Gak, stating that the mysterious boss wanted to send someone to the trade association to participate in that secret realm. At the same time, Duan also went to the office to submit a request to borrow the special training room, saying he wanted to conduct special training for a period of time. Feng Jack stroked his long beard, thinking carefully. I remember Duan has not reached the 5th transition yet. Right. Salam not. Feng Ingaf thought a little longer and suddenly burst into laughter. Tico Lam still did not understand what was happening when Feng Yingge started to tell a story. Yesterday, the leaders of the 7 great teams went to challenge the divine trial of the gods. And even the old devil Luan Chun, the top among the 7 leaders, could not succeed. Tico Lam was extremely shocked. Luan Chun is currently the strongest expert in the entire country. If he could not succeed, then who else could? She began to feel lost about Ian's upcoming power advancement. But her master was the opposite. Feng Yunggif was so excited that he appeared as a flaming skull. He really could not wait to see the results of Ian's trial. I am very curious. How far can the person personally guided by the mysterious elder go? After laughing and talking for a while, Feng Ninja realized his head was on fire again. Tu turned around, and Tu Lam could clearly see her master's frustration. That flame was the heavy price that Feng Yunggif had to pay. It always burned his life. For a long time, she had been thinking of ways to ease her master's pain. But it seemed there was no way. In the end, the two of them agreed to let die and use the special training room. An's participation in the special training to prepare for the trial of power also attracted the attention of many other experts. I have heard that many people wanted to rent this room. But Feng turned them all down. The grand scene of numerous 4th and 5th transition experts gathering made the mayor extremely excited. Talam is on one side guiding Duan. Her training room is very special. As long as you provide enough information, it can simulate various real combat scenarios. And only 4th transition experts and above can use it. Duan quickly handed over the detailed file to her. Over here, Ninefeng is eagerly exploring the room, feeling very enthusiastic. This is the first time I have seen such amazing things. What is this considered? If you like, we have even better things arranged in there. Fucking Gak has always been very polite to you. So he replied like that. Dalam took the information file that Duan brought and went to test it. The information in it is very detailed and accurate. Even the weaknesses of the monsters are clearly marked. What is even more impressive is that Luan Chan just checked up to the 10th floor. And that information can also be found here. Of course, she does not know how Duan got this data. But she did not dare to ask. And Ninefeng certainly had no intention of saying anything. As this trial's secret realm happens to be where the Demon King once infiltrated, you obtained fragments of the Demon King's memories. And after sifting through those memories for a while, you compiled that information. In this world, who understands the weaknesses of the monsters better than the Demon King himself? Duan, would you mind if we watched you train? Feng Gak is very curious and wants to ask for a spot to observe. And Duan is quite ambitious as well. Faced with such a renowned senior, he definitely would not refuse that request. Of course, it is a good opportunity to get more guidance from Mir. Feng and Jack waved his hand, indicating that he was only here to learn and did not dare to offer guidance. That said, he still had something on his mind and directly asked Duan about it. I wonder if the boss ever mentioned whether the evil god will truly destroy the world. As soon as this was said, even Talam, who was standing nearby, was shocked and turned to look. This is indeed a major issue, directly related to the fate of the world. Therefore, before Feng Gak raised this concern, Duan had already asked a similar question to Ninefeng a few days ago. After he asked like that, Ninefeng went stiff as a board. He took this issue directly to the evil god, saying that he had found someone quite clever. Ultimately, An is a confidant of Ninefeng. If he just answered no, that would be too vague. But he could not explain much either. How could he admit to being the dark god? Ninefeng gave a brief, ambiguous answer. As long as I am here, it won't happen. Lian conveyed this statement word for word to Feng Yinggits and to Kabalam. Feng Yenji smiled with satisfaction upon hearing it, then stroked his long beard. Hearing it sound so light yet full of imposing presence. This is the true demeanor of a big shot. And Tu Lam did not understand what kind of powerful figure this mysterious big shot was. and even seemed to not take the divine being seriously. At this moment, Ninfeng was secretly laughing to himself, praising his own cleverness. His answer not only satisfied their curiosity but also kept his identity hidden. Feng Yinjiksha seemed to have relieved his worries and returned to the main issue. The next divine trial must depend on you. The special training room has officially transformed after processing the data, resembling that secret realm by 90%, as expected. Wei En barely entered and was immediately overwhelmed by those terrifying monsters. He continuously faced many challenges. Seeing Ayan in such a battered state, Ninfeng felt a bit sorry. He initially wanted to let him rest for a moment, but unexpectedly, this man was too stubborn to stop. I will slow down a bit and try again a few times. Duan was already so tired that he could barely breathe. Yet he calmly responded in his mind. He thought this was a valuable opportunity Ninfeng had given him, so he could not let him down. Tukalam looked at him, strong like that, and could not help but be amazed and impressed. The monsters that Duan was facing had long surpassed the limits of a fourth transition awakening. If it were her, she definitely would not have been able to pass this trial from the start, let alone be stubborn enough to go this far. In contrast, Feng Jishe had even deeper thoughts than his student. He had heard Tilam say that Ninfeng awakened at 18, 2 years later than his peers. But he only took a few days to complete his first job transition. If this miracle could happen with Ninfeng, then it could surely happen with his most trusted person too. Right. Perhaps the Elder could break through the current combat system to unleash Duan's even greater power. If that is the case, it really might be possible to dream of reaching the favor of the deity. Meanwhile, Ninfeng was also falling into endless contemplation. Seeing Duan struggle like that, he realized he had thought too simply about this. He used to think that just knowing the monster's weaknesses would be enough to pass this trial, but now he discovered he had been too subjective. Human strength is limited, and so are human equipment and skills, even if he knew the monster's weaknesses. If he did not have enough strength, and could not even touch the opponent, then his knowledge would be useless. Let us say that Duan can't pass the test. Then that mission will ultimately fall on you to complete. At that point, it will be hard to avoid trouble coming your way on the battlefield. In unavoidable situations, you can only use forbidden spells to save your life. Revealing your identity is almost inevitable. Thinking of this, Ninfeng turned to Feng and Gak. Senior Feng. Miss Tu, I am heading back first. Next week, school will resume the program, so I need to go back and prepare a bit. Sure. If you need any help, just let us know. Ninfeng left Duan there to continue training, while he went back, saying he was preparing for the new semester. But in reality, he wanted to take the opportunity to level up a bit before classes started again. He also hoped to gain some skills or powerful gear to replace for Duan during that time. Ninfeng walked to a secluded alley. Right now, if he wanted to go out without being monitored, the best way was to use the flight scroll. Previously, he had asked the transaction office of Vin Then to buy a batch. Now was just the right time to use it. After using the flight scroll, Ninfeng arrived at the entrance of a secret realm. According to Duan, this is one of the 2 wild secret realms that are currently not managed by the government. Leveling up here is perfect. It is just that there are signs of previous battles right at the entrance, but Ninfeng did not have time to think too much. First, just charge, and then adapt to the situation later. So in the secret realm of Hongvu, a massacre was indeed taking place, as a group of strange mutated people were aggressively slaughtering other awakened beings. Earlier, when Ninfeng arrived, they vaguely noticed the light from the scroll. But they were not scared. On the contrary, they felt excited that more people had come here to sacrifice themselves. The more of them there were, the more offerings for the Great Demon. Thanks to them, the Great Demon has gathered enough energy now. The white-haired masked leader laughed triumphantly. Even though I did not know who the Great Demon was, according to them, today was the day he would descend. The guys behind him were even more excited to hear their leader say that, cheering like a bunch of junkies. Everything that these mutated beings said was recorded and transmitted through a bug attached to an awakened being who had been taken down. This information was sent to his teammates who were outside the secret realm. The Great Demon's descent meant that the secret realm would reopen for invasion. The whole team felt panic as they listened, knowing the secret realm would immediately transform into the nearest city. And it was likely that Xagalong was in danger. Captain, what should we do now? An awakened being spoke up anxiously. The man referred to as the captain was not in a better mood than him. The 4 teams sent out earlier had all been completely wiped out by the mutated group. Right now, even if they charge in with full force, there is no way to stop the emergence of the invading secret realm anymore. The monsters in that secret realm are very strong, and the magic shield in the city is not effective enough to protect against them. They basically want to be able to hold the defense. You guys should go back and inform the government about this so they can urgently evacuate the citizens, as many as they can. The captain gave the order. But this overly calm request made the other team members extremely anxious. Captain, what about you? Actually, when they asked this question, they already guessed the answer. Right now, they are in a difficult situation, without surveillance equipment. So they do not know the exact time of the invasion, and one person has to stay behind to report the situation at any time. The other team members did not want to leave their captain here alone, but they had no more time to waste. Under the constant urging of the captain, the entire team had to leave. After they left, the man raised his head, and a trace of despair appeared in his eyes. Why did it have to be today? Saying this, he took out his phone and dialed a number to call his daughter. He tried to use the most normal tone to inform his daughter that he might have to participate in a drill soon. And he also reminded her to be good and listen to her mother. Then decisively hung up. The little girl, seeing this, immediately called back, "Dad, why did you hang up so fast? I still had something to say. What does my baby want to tell Dad? Dad, happy birthday." The innocent voice of the child made the man unable to hold back his tears any longer. His teammates had already gotten into the car and left. The process of infiltrating the dark forces has begun. Their hearts were heavy, and everyone was worried about the captain. Their captain could not hold back his tears any longer. Clearly, he knew he would not be able to go back today. In contrast to the captain's sorrowful mood, the mutants were enjoying the immense power of the dark forces. Ha! Lord Mathin will definitely give us even more attention and care. The boss threw his head back and let out a loud laugh. Meanwhile, Ninefeng was blissfully walking around the realm, completely unaware of anything. You just picked up a new active skill, Dark Demon Summon. Once activated, it can summon a chilling snowstorm that can freeze opponents wherever it passes. Thanks to this skill, Ninefeng has taken down many monsters. The experience points from the monsters in this realm are not bad either. In just a moment, Ninefeng has leveled up to 37. Outside the realm, the sky was now covered with a thick layer of dark clouds. The sky looked even gloomier than the future of Chi Dado. The portal to the realm began to tremble violently and slowly opened. The mutants quickly knelt down at the sight. The boss among them spoke on behalf of the group. "We welcome Lord Mathin." Footsteps approached slowly. The gaze of the mutated freaks hit an old pair of shoes. When they looked up, they realized that the one who just walked out was not their esteemed Master Mathian, but Ninefeng. At this moment, Ninefeng also had no idea what was happening. He just picked his nose. A bunch of question marks appearing above his head. The two sides looked at each other. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. A few seconds later, Ninefeng suddenly panicked, breaking the strange silence. What kind of ghostly situation is this? The leader on the other side also did not understand what was happening. He pointed at Ninefeng and shouted, "Where is our Master Mathian?" Ninefeng did not know who they were referring to, but the truth was that Master Mathian of these mutated freaks had just been trapped in ice by his dark Chiyu Ma-Chu. At that moment, he could only shed silent tears, feeling incredibly wronged. "I am so." The leader facing Ninefeng had countless complicated thoughts racing through his mind. Ninefeng did not know them, which made him sure he was not the incarnation of Master Mathian. But looking at Ninefeng dressed so shabby, clearly just a newbie, how could he possibly have such power in this secret realm? Moreover, the flight scroll he used earlier was extremely valuable. The leader began to connect the dots, concluding that Ninefeng was an opportunist wanting to be loyal to Master Mathian, but was so scared by the power of the dark forces that he hurriedly fled the secret realm. Thinking of this, he rudely pointed at Ninefeng and shouted again, "Good. You came here to suck up and ask our Lord Mathin for favors, right?" Ninefeng was even more confused about what he meant, just stammering in response. "So what exactly are you here for? Does this even concern you?" Ninefeng responded sarcastically. His casual attitude drove the boss mad. This was the first time he met someone so cocky. The guy then said, "Do you even know who my dad is to scare you?" But Ninefeng obviously did not know, so he just pointed at himself and proudly introduced himself. The old man was named Sikavi, a class-A-wanted criminal, with over 200 lives on his hands. He was indeed a lunatic, proudly boasting like he was a top university graduate. Ninefeng could not take it anymore and carelessly blurted out, "What a pain." Siu Van did not expect this young man to be even more arrogant than himself. Ninefeng had now lost his previous awkward demeanor, raising a finger and beckoning Siku Van like calling a dog. "If you want to fight, then fight. If not, get lost," was indeed a challenge that could not be refused. Siku Van's blood rushed to his brain, swearing to teach this kid, who did not know the sky from the ground, a lesson he would not forget. The henchmen behind him began to cheer for their big brother, but their overwhelming desire to take down Ninefeng was quickly extinguished, because the sky above suddenly darkened inexplicably. When everyone looked up, they were shocked to see a gigantic shadow smiling grotesquely. A group of mutated creatures that were previously eager to take down Ninefeng now all looked scared, sweating profusely and continuously calling for help. But at this moment, Ninefeng was already bloodthirsty. This was his newly unleashed forbidden spell. Just right to take a few names that do not know this vast world as Ganya pigs. This band should have an insulting name that blinds the vision. When using it, Ninefeng can make enemies fall into an illusion, from which he can understand all their weaknesses and unleash cruel spells. Each weakness of the opponent quickly appears before him. For example, their leader has a crack in his shoulder, a consequence of long-term misuse of skills, and countless other weaknesses are all fully listed. Ninefeng can now read the enemy like a book, and in the illusion he creates, he can trap the opponent and attack their weaknesses repeatedly, like a demon toying with its prey. No wonder this skill has a name that insults vision. It is truly sinister. Although the process of tormenting the opponent is quite inhuman, being able to see their weaknesses is definitely not useless at all. Returning to that captain, he cried for a while, determined that he had to stay here today. But after waiting a long time, he still did not find any traces of the secret realm's intrusion. Therefore, he made a bold decision, which was to head straight up the mountain to scout the situation. After all, if the secret realm's intrusion is real, running away would be difficult anyway. Whether up or down the mountain, it is just a few steps difference. The man thought this and bravely took steps up the mountain. The higher he climbed, the colder the air became. But when he reached the top of the mountain, the scene before him left him in shock. The notorious convict, Covey, known for his cruel ways, and all of his subordinates had been wiped out, and the methods used were extremely ruthless. Who knows which deity had a hand in this? They sacrificed 4 teams of adventurers to capture Kovan, but got nothing in return. And yet, he just died like that. Captain, what exactly happened in the secret realm? The team member on the other end of the phone asked anxiously. It seems like the secret realm was sealed by a massive 1,000-year-old ice block. Not a single monster survived. The man, while inspecting the inside of the realm, was astonished. Even the big boss of the secret realm was defeated by him. The reason was that when he saw it frozen, he wanted to check if it was still alive. Unexpectedly, with just one strike, it fell. No loot dropped, and no experience points were gained. It was confirmed that someone had already sent it on its way. Now that the big boss and the secret realm have been cleared out, Kovan's team has already gone to grab their lunch boxes. The team member on the other end kept asking questions. Will there still be an invasion in the secret realm today? His captain on the other end also did not know what to say in this situation. Over here, Ninefeng has returned after clearing out that wild secret realm. Duan is still frantically locking himself in the training room. Ninefeng did not think this guy would risk his life like that, panicking as he pulled him outside. Vian had only just broken through to the 45th floor, feeling extremely ashamed of himself, but Ninefeng was very relaxed, patting him on the back a few times for encouragement. No need to rush, just take a few days to rest first. Before that, I mainly wanted you to understand the secret realm. Next week, I will personally arrange a special training session for you. Okay. Ayan did not mind the hardship, and hearing Ninefeng say that eased his worries these past few days. He was just worried that Ninefeng would abandon him out of disappointment. Now he could feel a bit more at ease. Ayan excitedly turned to order takeout to make up for the tough days. Ninefeng also wanted to relieve some stress. Just as he sat down to play a game, he received a new message from Feng Yinji. Now he remembered that last time they had played together, Feng Yinji actually invited Ninefeng to play a game. At first, he thought the guy had been hacked, but it turned out to be the real Feng. Moreover, after playing a few rounds together, Ninefeng discovered that Feng Gaizi's gaming skills were much better than many young people nowadays. Feng Jivi even proudly boasted that he had a grandson the same age as Ninefeng. The reason he played games so well was that he used to grind all night with him. Ninefeng then sent a voice message, saying that after the college entrance exams, he would invite him and Feng Yinjifei to form a 3-man team. Feng Yinjif happily agreed right away. Turning off his phone, Ninefeng felt very cheerful. Feng Yinig was a genuine person, highly skilled, and held a high position in the government. If you can build a good relationship with him, your path will be much smoother later on. Feng Yangagi suddenly remembered something, and sent another voice message saying that 3 key universities were organizing a boot camp for freshmen. They only select outstanding students to participate, and in the end, they will choose students for direct admission based on their performance, even offering generous resources and training. Feng Injik still had 2 spots he wanted to keep for Ninefeng. Ninefeng was silent for a few seconds. In the past, when he first had the forbidden technique in hand, he did not think about going to college anymore, but with the current situation, he might have to face a very strong enemy in the future. Minthen. Right now, Ninefeng had no combat experience and only relied on the forbidden technique and instinct. If he really faced Minthen, he might get completely beaten up. He changed his mind and agreed with Feng Yingich. Then I will keep both spots for you. If you have a close friend, feel free to invite them to sign up together. Okay. Thank you. Feng Sr. Feng Engyek put away his phone, looked at a picture of his grandson when he was little, and murmured to himself, "You two look quite alike. Maybe you could become good friends." Not long after, Ninfeng returned to school. In the classroom, everywhere he looked, students were huddled together discussing, all because the college entrance exam was approaching. This year, not only the key universities, but even the ordinary ones had raised the bar for the competency assessment. I heard that college students who do not meet the standards will have their graduation dates extended, and they might even be sent off to fight in non-professional roles. Overall, those who wake up to their mediocre abilities are not much different from the ones who are truly lacking. If you are not as talented as Ung Dite to get into a key university, you are just average like everyone else. This has made the male students with their mediocre abilities very annoyed at Ninfeng, whom they always call a one-star loser. The class bell rang, and Kava walked in, leading a new student. But surprisingly, this new student turned out to be Thave Mixi Thu. Her beautiful appearance made the boys swoon. Ninfeng recognized this female classmate as the one who was with Siku Van and Chu, and Lo Kaf in the previous secret realm. Athema Frithu, who ranked 4th in the national supernova ranking, Wise, who does not attend a major high school. Here in our small town, the students began to chatter like a market gone wild, but Thampring Mefsi Thu's request afterward made the situation even more chaotic. She wanted KV to arrange for her to sit at the back of the class with Ninfeng. As soon as the Mefsi Thu sat down, Ninfeng felt all the bullet-shaped eyes focusing on him. The boys could not understand why. First the goddess Ung Dite, now the Hru Mesu, both liked a loser like Ninfeng. Of course, you all do not understand, because I have the aura of a male lead. Ninfeng could not be bothered by their gazes. He just felt that Thakring Maisi Thu seemed a bit strange. The transfer of Thu Thong Mok to Ninfeng High School made her former principal, Trung, extremely angry. He went to find Principal Fuong of Ninfeng to settle the score. Thuong Mok's transfer has a huge impact, not only stealing an excellent student but also taking away a special training spot. This year, there are only 4 spots available in the training camp opened in the whole province, and their school already has 2 spots. Now, Thuong Mok coming here means there is 1 more spot. Principal Fuong acted polite on the surface, but secretly felt very pleased inside. While the two were talking, there was a knock on the door. The person who just arrived announced that someone wanted to see Principal Truong, because his phone was unreachable. "Who's it?" I said. "Principal Truong and I are discussing something important." So I put the phone on silent. The other person hesitated for a moment before saying a few words. "It is Feng Gak, the senior from the Bureau of Adventurers." As soon as this was said, both principals' faces changed immediately. They both hurried outside to respectfully welcome Feng Nijek. This unexpected opportunity made them shiver with fear. Who is Feng Nijek? A big figure with a reputation that echoes throughout the world. Usually only seen on IV, Feng Nijek was accompanied by a bright and handsome young man, introducing him as his grandson named Feng Ru. He did not beat around the bush, directly announcing that Feng Ru wanted to transfer here to continue his studies. This statement was like a bolt from the blue. Not only did Principal Fuong, but even Principal Truong had their mouths agape in shock. "Hello. The son of the great elder Feng Unja Fush wants to transfer to this tiny high school to continue studying." Clearly, this is like a dragon visiting the two family. According to Principal Feng's memory, Feng Du also made it onto the national supernova ranking. He ranked 12th as a dark bloodline knight. It is said that initially, Feng Du was worried that the dark power would engulf him to the point of control, which is why he did not dare to show his full strength. Otherwise, making it into the top 5 would have been entirely possible. But he does not understand why this young man chose to come to this unknown school. Principal Trotting on the side was so angry he was grinding his teeth. Those appearing in the supernova ranking all come from training camps. If Feng Du comes here to study, then this school will have another spot. Not stopping there, Feng Yingyek also announced that the Adventurer Management Bureau has 2 spots for students to participate in the training camp, and he has personally designated students from this school. Principal Trotting was even more astonished. Based on what? Just a high school in a provincial area has 3 or 4 spots for the training camp. He does not understand what they see in this school. At this point, Principal Feng feels like he has hitched his wagon to Feng Yunges and immediately turns against Principal Trenjing, who he was just fearful of, now straightforwardly kicking him out. Even though Principal Trong was very angry, he had no choice but to leave. After he left, Feng Yingyi took his nephew into the principal's office to discuss further. He said he wants to give those 2 training spots to Ninfeng for class 253. This made Principal Feng very suspicious. Ninfeng just woke up, his rank only reached 1 star, and yet he qualifies to join the training camp. This is an arrangement from the Bureau of Adventurer Management. You do not need to ask too much, although there were many questions. Since Feng Jack said so, Principal Fuong could not object any longer. The Bureau of Management is the specialized agency responsible for overseeing adventurers. It operates independently from the 7 major guilds nationwide, holding very high authority, coupled with Feng Gaka's influence. Anyone who receives support from the Bureau has boundless prospects. The more Principal Fuang thought about it, the less he understood why a useless student like Nine Feng could have such a powerful backing. But it was no use trying to understand. He had to follow whatever Feng Injak said. So besides Thong Mok, Feng Dai also directly transferred to Nine Feng's class. Meanwhile, Ong Diet, Tu Din, and Chu Jiangdu also decided to switch classes together. Nine Feng suddenly felt like a strange creature. Opening his eyes, he found someone staring intently at him. After sitting down next to him, Tu Din kept smiling brightly. The reason was that the school had contacted Triyu Trine, but he was said to have declined the training camp spot. So that ticket was transferred to her. One of the 2 spots that Feng Ungjak gave was partly reserved for Chu Jiangdu. Ong Diet was in the top 5. So of course, he had his own ticket. So the school representatives at this year's training camp are all sitting around Nine Feng now. Afeng Ducli blended in with the Chu Jiangda group. Not just blending in but completely melting in. Only Thangthukami Sisi Thu could not hide her piercing gaze towards Ong Diet. She realized that the people drawn to Nine Feng were not just her, which made her push herself even harder to win his favor. She even brought along the feelings of a young girl and prepared a gift to meet Nine Feng. The other students were momentarily unable to process the scene unfolding before them. Why are all the super freshmen gathering together, especially surrounding a loser like Nine Feng? But Nine Feng was already used to being called that, so he did not take it to heart. He only cared about one thing right now, which was Trido Tran. According to what Zian recounted, he voluntarily gave up participating in the training camp. This is quite strange. Has not anyone noticed that he has been missing? In reality, Tridu Trana's father had sent quite a few people to search for him during this time. But naturally, there was no news in return. He even invited a powerful expert to help investigate. Although he was very anxious, there was nothing he could do but wait. His assistant helped Tridu Tran apply for an extended leave, claiming he wanted to participate in special training. That is why the participation in the training camp was transferred to T-Line. Trida's face was not looking too good. He reminds his assistant not to disturb him if there is nothing important and heads straight to his son's room. The wall is covered with pictures of him from childhood to adulthood. He presses against the wall. And surprisingly, there is a hidden chamber behind it. Back at school, Feng Dai is happily mingling with the Ningfeng group. He even generously offers a book on water elemental summoning skills, claiming it is a trophy he just acquired. If Ningfeng can use it, he can take it. By the way, summoning magic is a very rare profession, so this skill book is also hard to come by. It is quite valuable. Feng Dai is so generous. Truly a genuine young master. Not only him, but even Chang Muthu has something to offer. What she presents is also a skill book for battle mages. This is also a rare profession, and this skill book is quite uncommon. But both of these books are currently beyond Ning Feng's ability to learn, because before returning to school, he went to the remaining wild secret realm to level up, and something Ning Feng did not expect happened. That secret realm requires a team of 5 to challenge it. Ning Feng went alone, and as a result, he exerted himself without gaining any levels or unlocking any new skill slots. But considering the current situation, those 2 skill books are indeed very tempting. And he also needs to build relationships with a few more people to gather information later. Therefore, Ning Feng agreed to accept their meeting gifts. And of course, there should be reciprocation. The thing you offered as a return gift for everyone is 20 bottles of high-level experience potion. Usually, Thapring Maxi Saithu recognizes this as the unique treasure of the Thai Nu Guild without knowing that Ninfang and Tiningai can also make it. She also heard that only key internal members of Thai Nuhun can receive the privilege of these experience potions. Feng Dude's feelings are as complicated as the 2 Maxi Thu's, because he knows that this is being auctioned on the market at a sky-high price. And even with money, it is hard to buy. Yet Ninfang casually threw out 40 bottles at once. At that moment, the 2 of them, without planning it, shared the same thought. With such a big thigh, they absolutely had to hold on tightly. Ung Diet, seeing the excitement over here, decided to join in the fun. She mimicked Thafeng Mai Thu's tone and said that she also had a gift to present. Ninfeng showed an exasperated expression. Ung Diet, stop messing around. Just say what you need to say. Ung Doingdite giggled and pulled out a bottle of potion, saying this is the kind of medicine that T Ingai just made, reminding her to bring it to transfer to Ninfeng. He looked at the shimmering potion bottle in front of him, and was a bit surprised. After receiving the potion, Ninfeng hurried back to Vien's mansion. After all, the school does not monitor the time of students participating in the training camp. He could skip school if he wanted to, and is currently feeling very heavy-hearted because Ninfeng said resting for a week would allow him to participate in the training session. But more than a week has passed, And he has not mentioned it at all, just when Duan thought he had fallen out of favor. Ninefeng enthusiastically pulled out that bottle of medicine, saying it was for him to use. This is a tonic that two guy painstakingly prepared. It can heal long-term internal injuries. You should take this bottle first. Then we will start the training. Duan's eyes immediately lit up as he reached out to take the bottle of medicine, feeling uplifted again, thinking that the elder really had not abandoned him. After that, Duan opened the bottle and gulped down the entire contents, as if he had been thirsty for days. Once he finished the medicine, he felt strangely revitalized, as if he had bathed in warm water, feeling much more comfortable all over. Ninefeng nodded, confirming that this was indeed good medicine. Previously, when you rushed into the secret realm, you were hit by a forbidden spell from Min Then, leaving you with some internal injuries. However, after drinking a bottle of medicine similar to Duan's, all the injuries seemed to heal up. Great. The healing is all done. Ninefeng then asked Duan to bring himself to his best state, preparing to start the training. Duan had been waiting for this day for a long time, so he was full of enthusiasm. But Ninefeng had to remind him carefully that this training would not be simple. At any time, if you feel unsure about the situation, you must definitely follow my instructions. Seeing the elder so serious made Duan feel a bit tense. Right after that, Ninefeng tried to use his vision impairment skill on him one more time. Earlier, Ian had 7 weak points that were easy to hit, but now there was only one left, located in his right lung, injured from overusing the overload energy skill. The thing is, it is recovering now, which makes Ninefeng extremely satisfied. An. First, I will tell you about the weaknesses you have, then I will target those for training. An listened intently, looking very serious. Ninefeng bluntly mentioned that the overload energy skill was not suitable for him, as prolonged use would cause serious damage to his lungs. Secondly, An was combining skills incorrectly. The two skills, Moose Light and Falling Shockwave, are both very powerful, but when combined, they do not flow well. An stubbornly held on to this combination habit, which he must definitely let go of from now on, not just those two mistakes. Ninefeng pointed out several other inconsistencies in Z and his fighting style. This made him even more impressed with and the old master truly has deep knowledge. He could see the issues right away. After mentioning all the points that needed correction, Ninefeng immediately threw into a new intensive training session. This time, he was much more confident. The key to this devilish training session is that An will be trapped in an illusion created by Ninefeng using the vision impairment skill, and in that illusion, he is the one in control. An has no ability to take the initiative. The core of this training method is to make and face challenges and gradually improve. Luckily, there were those lab rats before to help Ninefeng get used to using this skill. So now he can control the power without harming An's consciousness. Although the pain is still hard to avoid, the progress is definitely impressive. As for Ian, he knows that right now in this world, Ninefeng is the only one who can make him stronger. Therefore, even though his whole body is hurting, Ian still tries to get back up, showing that he won't let the old man down. The two kept fighting like that, with Ian falling down and getting back up to attack again. This process lasted a long time. After sensing Ian's progress, Ninefeng finally let him return to her training room. This time, he continued to face the monsters simulated from the God's trial realm. After going through intense training with Ninefeng, Ian's speed, instincts, and fighting style improved dramatically. He fought like a machine that never stopped, passing one level and moving on to the next, until there were no more levels left. The monster data that Ninefeng brought was just that. Both Tu Lam and Fang Yinfei were amazed by An's remarkable progress in such a short time. After hearing Tik Lam say that he had passed all the simulated levels, Lian collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Tears of happiness streamed down. He wiped his tears away, laughing and crying at the same time, and asked, "Old master, have I succeeded?" A Fing Injik still could not believe his eyes. Ninefeng had managed to transform a mere adventurer into this powerful form in just a month. It is truly a miraculous event. After this, he was even more certain that his Adventurer Management Bureau needed to build a good relationship with that mysterious old master. Overwhelmed with excitement, a Fing Injiki's skull began to ignite again. Tu Lam panicked upon seeing this, but for Fang Yiksh, the pain from the flames this time was nothing compared to the excitement he felt watching Zian fight earlier. Don't worry. As a mutant, just living to this age is already a great achievement. And Fing Injik calmly reassured Tu Lam. After this statement, Lam suddenly realized something. Fing had brought his grandson Feng Du to Ninefeng's high school, not just to befriend talented individuals. He must have been looking for a support system to take care of his grandson after he passed away. Thinking of this, Tu Lam felt her heart break. She wanted to ask the mysterious old master to help Feng Ying alleviate the flames from the dark power, but Feng Yingis was not in a hurry about this. For now, He wanted to take Guy and to break through the Divine Trial's secret realm, which was the most important thing at the moment. The next day, after resting to regain his strength, Lian followed Fing Narcisse to the Commerce Guild. The president of the 7 great guilds had been waiting for them for a long time. Lu Hian, on behalf of the 7 guild leaders, respectfully welcomed Zai, and as a distinguished guest, Duan observed each of them with a serious expression. These leaders were all powerful 5 transformation beings or close to it, so they were extremely arrogant. In the past, even his master could not get them to come out and greet like this. Yet now, a 4 transformation powerhouse like Duan had them working hard to gather for the reception. It seems that the presence of the divine has truly made these people restless. At this moment, the only one who can remain calm in front of the divine is probably Ninefeng. Over here, Hasuvu was feeling very dissatisfied. He had just broken through to the 5 transformations. So why did he have to rush over to welcome a mere 4 transformation kid? He thought to himself. Compared to the Iser that is due, Hasuvu found Fengak even more irritating. In his eye, Fengak was just an old man pretending to be a god, refusing to share anything with the 7 great guilds. The other leaders, in his eye, were nothing but a bunch of fakes. Giving away the secret realm of the Thang Hood Guild to build relationships is just shameless. But even so, HSV had no voice in this situation. Out of options, he led the group to the entrance of the secret realm. But he was not planning to go easy on An, saying, I heard you just finished training. Everyone here wants to experience a bit of the aura of a powerful figure. We hope you can give us this opportunity and allow us to live stream through the array of the secret realm. Clearly, they were waiting for a chance to see and embarrassed. But unexpectedly, An immediately agreed and even prepared a separate phone to stream live for Ninefeng to watch. The guild leaders were extremely tense when they learned that the one on the other end was the mysterious boss. They were eager to see the appearance of the strongest figure in the continent right now. But they were also afraid that if they angered him, they would face terrible consequences. The mysterious boss was currently at Anne's mansion, casually eating snacks and watching the livestream. At the beginning, his speed was quite fast. G's strike was decisive, with a piercing gaze, absolutely surpassing the 4th shift. Even Elwuan Chan had to acknowledge that Diane's agility and speed sometimes exceeded her own. His Estvia has also stopped looking at Dn with disdain. This person said that Lassie Chine still believes that Vian fought harder and harder, first surpassing the 30th level of the secret realm, then the 40th, and finally the 50th. Those watching live were all astonished. They did not expect that a young powerhouse like Dian would even break the records of Logu, Anchan and TSEV when he reached the final level. Vian encountered a monster similar to the one he fought in the simulated secret realm. And though it was a bit challenging, he ultimately defeated it. During training, this was the final level, as the monster information provided by Ninefeng only went that far. But unexpectedly, in the actual secret realm, this was indeed the final level. After Ian eliminated the target, a simulation window with a dazzling status appeared before him. Congratulations on successfully passing the trial. Not just Ian, everyone else was also astonished by this event. They did not expect Ian to cut through and achieve success so easily. Ian was so overwhelmed with emotion that he could not speak. The reward he received was exactly as expected, the blessing of the deity, which was essentially the divine curse. ESV felt both admiration and jealousy. The blessing of the deity was the reward for the first person to pass through the secret realm. This also means that later, he or anyone else who breaks through the secret realm will no longer receive something as precious as that. All that is left in his mind are 2 hateful words. This is clearly his secret realm. Yet the first reward goes to a little brat who just advanced. The more Asuvu thought about it, the angrier he got, grinding his teeth unconsciously. But everyone was focused on Duan at that moment, so no one cared about him. Duan was surrounded by a series of virtual windows. The system is currently checking his talent. Unfortunately, after a thorough examination, the system returned information that his class was incomplete, and there was no way to learn the divine forbidden spell. This is quite strange, leaving not only Duan but all the guild leaders confused as well. Only Ninefeng had anticipated this situation early on. In the memories of the Demon King, it was mentioned that the classes of adventurers in this timeline have not yet reached their optimal state. Duan is no exception. So unfortunately, he cannot learn the divine forbidden spell. While Ninefeng was still feeling disappointed that this reward had gone to waste, the system automatically adjusted it to fit Duan, and the divine forbidden spell became the mark of the divine. Duan's class belongs to the power system protected by the gods, specifically the Holy Spirit of the 12 main gods. Right now, the system has opened 3 different career paths for Duan, and his task is to choose one of those 3 to advance. The first career path is the strong warrior, sword master, who wields energy to dominate and decisively fight. When facing a strong enemy, one will always unleash combat power beyond the norm. The second path is the martial extreme sacred fight from nothing, using external aids to enhance strength, constantly seeking to explore one's ultimate combat capabilities. Every punch and kick possesses extraordinary power. The ultimate career path is the martial arts soldier. The specialty is using various weapons to defeat opponents, and even observing and comprehending the strength system skills of the enemy during battle. Duan's weapon is a short sword, so he chooses to become a martial spirit sword master. Immediately, a mark appeared before Du. The divine mark is actually formed by the condensation of divine power, encompassing the fundamental rules of strength in the universe. Faced with this, Duan showed no fear, focusing solely on absorbing its words. While Duan absorbed the divine mark, others noticed something different. The entire city sky suddenly lit up, sparkling as if coated in gold. The god's trial secret realm was completed, elevating this world to a higher level. This announcement was broadcast through a gigantic simulated window, and people all over the world could see it. When the sky suddenly lit up like that along with those strange writings, many people took out their phones to capture the scene out of curiosity. Ninfeng stood by his window looking down, enjoying a sense of fulfillment he had never felt before. He had completed the divine trial task assigned to him by the system. Now Ninfeng could use its power. Shortly after, Wei Yan also stepped out of the hidden realm, but now he was in a different position. The abilities of the guild leaders here could no longer compare to his. Longchen also realized this. And strength could no longer be measured against the fourth transformation, or one could even say that the limits of strength in this world would now be completely overturned because of N's existence. A powerhouse like him is someone everyone wants to be close to, therefore. The guild leaders began to invite Chandra Muzi and to join their guilds. But Ian wanted to be a free adventurer first. Now I just want to follow Ninfeng. So I never thought about joining the guild. I rushed home. And as soon as I saw Ninfeng, tears started streaming down my face without stopping. Boss. I kept saying I for a while, but could not finish my sentence, because I was so emotional. I really succeeded. I did not let you down. Ninfeng snapped his thumb and praised. This young man has a battle-ready appearance. But his inner self is quite fragile. Your own efforts are also very important. I won't take all the credit for myself. Then the two sat down to talk about that divine mark. Earlier, Ninfeng could not see it clearly over the phone. You recalled your memory to draw a mark, and it turned out to match the mark that Ian received. You know this symbol too. Lian was astonished. Yeah. The other day I accidentally scanned a copy and gave one to Dai. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent. Ian felt a bit hurt. That divine mark. He had to risk his life and break through a secret realm to obtain it. Yet, Ninfeng casually gave it to someone else. Wei and suddenly became serious because he felt that his efforts were still not enough. Meanwhile, over here, Ninfeng was also very suspicious. Wei and said that the divine mark is formed by the condensation of divine power. Could it be that you also have divine power, allowing you to create a similar mark in an ordinary secret realm? Although Ninfeng does not want to admit it, it is true that the demon god is still a god. There is also something else he pays attention to, which is the 12 main gods mentioned when Wei Yan chose his career path. Could it be that Ninfeng's strongest enemies are not just one but as many as 12? Lian said that to find the divine mark, the 7 major guilds have started to take action, looking for the trial secret realms more. He asserts that soon, not only the major guilds but all guilds will join this race. Ninfeng remained silent. Ain had completed the trial. The system also assessed that the task was completed. This means that he only needs to hold on to those who have passed the trial secret realm to be able to use its power. But the problem is, what if the person who passes the trial is his enemy? The divine mark sounds grand, but in reality, it is just a small issue. What troubles Ninfeng the most is that after passing the trial secret realm, one can learn forbidden spells. Once these forbidden spells fall into the hands of the enemy, they will definitely pose a great threat to him. Furthermore, if his existence is exposed to those 12 main gods because of this, Ninfeng would certainly face even greater troubles. The only way to solve this problem is to turn all those who pass the trial into his own. But how can that be done? Just thinking about it seems difficult already. Seeing Ninfeng keep silent, Lian cautiously spoke up. Boss. Actually, there is one more thing. I do not know if I am doing it right. What is going on? Duan recounted the situation back then, after he passed the trial, and Asuvu was the first to demand repayment. According to their contract, the trade guild has the right to reclaim all the rewards that Duan received from the secret trial. A powerhouse like Duan naturally is not too eager for those items. Therefore, aside from the divine mark that he absorbed, Duan quickly returned all the items he had hidden to Asuvu. However, the look on this guy's face was clearly not good. No way. You have to leave the divine mark for me. Otherwise, do not even think about leaving here. Although he did not speak up, those words were written all over his face. Asuvu sighed in frustration. Duan had already absorbed the divine mark, and he had no way to reclaim it. The other guild leaders were dazzled by that pile of equipment. They were all orange items, high-grade gems, And most importantly, there was also a recipe for crafting the water female's resurrection potion. This potion can erase a designated skill and return that skill slot to an empty state. Because it is not easy to level up, skill slots are incredibly valuable. One could even say that a person's skill choices will directly determine their future with the resurrection potion in hand. During the leveling process, one can completely eliminate old skills and collect more advanced new ones. Hasuvu tightly gripped the crafting recipe in his hand, barely able to contain his satisfied smile. This is the kind of elixir that can change the world. He feels that if he can monopolize the method of the soul-exchanging potion, their guild will attract more powerful figures to join at that time. Their strength will soon surpass the other guilds. The only problem now is how to keep the only person who has seen the formula, Duen, silent and not disclose it. Duen, according to the contract, you must keep the formula for the soul-exchanging potion confidential and cannot disclose it to others. Hasuvu stepped forward to pressure him, even agreeing to compensate him a substantial amount in exchange for Duen's silence. I need to clarify something, Duen replied slowly. I have seen this formula with the mysterious elder before. It is exactly the same. So even if I do not disclose it, the elder will still concoct this potion. All the guild leaders were left speechless at this information. Hasuvu was the first to regain his composure. He had previously sent someone to investigate, and the rewards for the first to pass the trial were unprecedented. Even the materials could not be found before. Therefore, he felt that Duen's claim that the mysterious elder possessed the formula for the soul-exchanging potion was completely unreasonable. Do you have any evidence for that? Duen was silent for a few seconds, and Hasuvu assumed he had nothing more to say. His confidence quickly surged back. In this world, anything that belonged to him, he would not let others take away. Unfortunately, just after that, Duen spoke up again. I do not have the right to prove anything on behalf of the elder. But if you want evidence, then fine. In fact, the elder knows the high-level experience formula of you guys. Moreover, he has been refining it for a long time. Dawen's words were as light as a feather, but they left Master Havu frozen in place. He kept mumbling. How could this be possible? Other guild leaders could not hide their astonishment when they heard him say this. Oh my. The mysterious elder even knows about things in the trial secret realm. Dawen is that impressive. Could it be that he has also used that kind of medicine early on? It really is true that being close to the king brings blessings. Seeing them in such a frenzy, Feng Gak just stood to the side, stroking his beard and laughing. No wonder Feng Dai said before that Nine Feng casually handed out 40 vials of experience medicine to him, and Thong mocked. Now Feng Gak understands. Because the boy basically does not regard this as important. Now he is even more certain that the decision to let his nephew transfer schools was absolutely correct. Dawen did not feel like joining in on the excitement with them, so he and Feng Gak left early. On the way home, Feng could not hide his curiosity and asked, are there still other kinds of medicine at the mysterious elder's place? Because my body has been deteriorating due to the corruption of dark power. Feng Gak is not the kind of person to casually ask others for help, but he truly wants to live a few more years beside Feng Dai, so he had to speak up and make this request. Dawen was not sure. He could only promise to ask for Feng Gak when he returned. That is indeed the matter he is currently worried about. Honestly, Nine Feng would not hold back anything from Feng Ningak. You still have that nurturing medicine, but I just do not know if it really works for him. How about this? Find some time to give a few bottles of the nurturing medicine to Senior Feng. Tell him to try it out. Duen listened to Nine Feng and quickly brought the medicine to Feng Gak's workplace. But Talam said he had gone to an important conference or something. Duen could only leave the medicine with Talam. After work, she took it to Feng Gak's house. But no one answered the door after ringing the bell for a long time. Talam thought Feng Du was not home, so she sadly went back. Little did she know that Feng Du was currently being consumed by dark power. Don't you want to save your grandfather? I can help you. As long as you agree to submit to me. Feng Du was entangled by that evil power. The devilish voice echoed in the space, tearing at his reason severely. Feng Du tried to resist. You are the grandson of Feng and Jack. How could you betray humanity to make a deal with a demon? The dark power, seeing Feng Du's weak resistance, became even more excited. The mocking laughter kept echoing back. Ha! Weak beings like humans always like to bind themselves with strange rules. Let us see how long you can keep your mouth shut. By the time your grandfather passes away in front of you, I hope you can still say that. Although Feng Du might reluctantly get through this time without letting that strength swallow him whole, it must be said that it struck the weakest part of his psyche. The next morning, Feng Du sat alone, dazed at the stadium. Nine Feng happened to come by. Just a glance was enough for him to know that Feng Du was not in a good mood. To help lift his spirits, Nine Feng decided to use the simplest way among guys, inviting him to play a game. But unexpectedly, Fengfenu declined. Sorry. My grandpa does not allow me to play games at school. And Nine Feng did not push him. Alright then. When Feng returns, let us team up for a game. Feng Fe's skills are really no joke. That would really open my eyes. Mentioning Feng Yinjit Fang made Feng Du even more depressed. His grandpa originally learned to play games to get closer to him. When Feng Du was young, his parents sacrificed their lives while on duty. Because of that, he suffered a huge blow, becoming withdrawn, not wanting to talk, and locking himself in his room every day. At that time, Feng Yengegi did not know how to comfort his grandson. He only remembered that Feng Du really liked playing games. So he secretly taught himself some of the trendy games to keep him company. When Feng Du was at his weakest, Feng Yengetsu was always patient, standing by his side to pull him out of the darkness. That is why Feng Du loved this grandfather even more. Throughout the process of Feng Du opening up, Nine Feng listened seriously, based on his appearance. It is easy to understand what makes Feng Du sad. Meanwhile, Feng Du is attending an important conference. This meeting is related to two adventurers named Bing Qi and Si Yang. The one named Bang Asir is a 4-star Tam Chine adventurer. 5 years ago, he was arrested for deliberately seriously injuring someone in a hidden realm, and then he was sentenced to 15 years in prison. However, while serving his sentence, he mysteriously vanished from the prison. This incident happened 6 years ago. The other person, Si Huang, is also a 4-star Tam Chine adventurer, who used to be a monitored aberration. 5 years ago, he also mysteriously disappeared from prison. A few days ago, these two were reported to have appeared at the old home of the Aichi gang in Ingayan City. After that, they used cruel methods to kill two adventurers and their families, resulting in no survivors. The two sacrificed adventurers were once part of the team that hunted down the Hei gang 5 years ago. His motive is quite clear. It is revenge. But one thing that puzzles people is that the two adventurers who were killed were 4th transition warriors. How did they lose to 2 3rd transition criminals? Moreover, they just stood by and watched their whole family get killed without any resistance. Following that, the council cited footage from a surveillance camera in one of the adventurers' homes, which recorded the situation of the battle. What astonishes people is Si Dang's actual strength. Although he is reported as a 4-star Tam Chine, judging by his movement and combat techniques, his true power has likely surpassed the 5th transition long ago. Fucking Gak feels that facing head-on. Perhaps even he is not a match for that guy. So those two adventurers can only stand still and take it. Tam Trian suddenly advanced to N Chine. In the years this guy has been missing, what has he actually been through? It turns out that the guy Koung and the Hai gang are connected to the Tribu family. Tridu Utrana's father hired them to find his son's whereabouts, although they have not found him yet. During their search, the gang has sensed an extremely powerful dark force. They believe that typically, those who use dark power can only do so through the blessings of a demon lord. Just like not long ago, the people who died in Kindu City were merely pawns of some demon lord. The ones with real abilities will be personally summoned by the demon lord for training. In other words, they will lose contact with the outside world and cultivate in a secret realm for a long time. He and Koung were also in a similar situation before. Because of this, the gang suspects that Trido's son is similar to them, having caught the attention of a demon lord and gained the qualification to enter the secret realm for cultivation. All I know is that Taiyu Trum is performing some kind of ritual. Does what you are saying have anything to do with that ritual? The guy named Trun asked, half believing. I'm not sure, but I checked the dark room that your son used for the rites. It really is a divine ritual. The setup is flawless. The Higang believes that with that sacrificial ritual, if he perseveres, Tridutron could definitely catch the eye of some demon lord. At this moment, Old Zhao finally let go of the burden in his heart. Of course, he could not know that his son had been taken out by Nine Feng a long time ago. After that, Bang He handed his father Zhou a business card, saying that in the evening after dinner, they wanted him to send them to the address written on it. Are you looking for someone? That is right. We want to visit our future junior brother. The person they were targeting was Feng Ru. He was currently sitting in his room, gazing at the night sky, his mind filled with memories of when his parents passed away. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Feng Ru did not think much and opened the door, only to see Bang He and Koung. Since Feng Yijak had not brought back any news from the meeting, Feng Ru had no idea who the two guys in front of him were. Are you Feng Ru? Bang He spoke first. That is right. Okay. Let us go inside and talk. Bang He casually pointed toward Feng Ru's living room. But at this moment, young Master Feng sensed that something was off. He could distinctly feel a very dangerous aura coming from the two of them. Who are you guys? Really? Feng Ru asked seriously. I am here to visit you on behalf of our master. So you have to call us senior brothers from now on. Feng Ru looked confused. Who is your master? You do not have a master. Do you? You must have met our master yesterday. Right. Bang He's words made Feng Ru suddenly realize. It turned out they were connected to the dark power that wanted to devour him last night. Furthermore, now that I pay close attention, I see that behind them is that source of power. A Feng Du immediately enters a combat state. But unfortunately, no matter how talented he is, he can't match the strength of these two demons. Feng Du is grabbed by Bang He with one hand, and then pushed hard against the wall. How dare he act against his senior brother? What an impolite little brat. Feng Du grits his teeth and fights back. But the strength difference is too great. He has never been beaten this badly in his life. The reason Bang He is here today is that his master said Feng Du is too young to understand. So he wanted him to come and persuade him. As a result, he barely got to say 3 sentences before Feng Du was ready to fight back, which really annoyed Bang He. He did not have enough force to take Feng Du's life, but it still made him struggle in pain. According to Bang, it seems that his master also values Feng Du very highly, not only willing to grant him great power, but also willing to save Feng Ninjanish from the corrosion of dark power. As long as Feng Du agrees, he could become a powerful figure at the pinnacle of fame. However, one can never trust the words of thugs. Moreover, Feng Nunket was born into a well-respected family, so he is even less likely to be seduced by those dark forces. While Bang He was controlling Feng Du, Si Zhongyang had already gone inside the house to take a look around. They seemed quite disappointed to find that Feng Yingyex was not home. Bumang Ake said that he still wanted to personally greet old man Feng. But Feng Du understands very well what this so-called greeting really means. You can't harm our grandpa. Even though he is drained of strength, Feng Du still fights back when he hears them mention grandpa. Banka, let's go. And he immediately collapses to the ground. Feng Du's injuries are severe. Bang He looks down from above, and he feels like he is looking at an ant. It is said that sacrificing a loved one can unleash even greater dark power. Feng's life is in my hands, and I give you 3 days to think it over. They threaten that if Feng Du agrees to take their master as his teacher, they will let everything slide. But if he continues to refuse, they want to hesitate to send Feng on his way. This makes Feng Du feel utterly hopeless. Meanwhile, Ninfeng is completely unaware, happily going about clearing the dungeon. This time he is at the replica of the Wild Tribe dungeon to gain experience. Ninfeng's combat power and fighting experience are increasing day by day. That boss is quickly taken down by him. However, after finishing the dungeon, Ninfeng does not feel any sense of achievement. In recent days, he has not found a suitable place to level up, so he has to accumulate real combat experience in these ordinary secret realms. The mission is no problem. That small incident only has 43 days left to complete. If he can't reach the second transformation, it is game over for Ninfeng. He is really worried about whether he should take action in those newly appeared secret realms. While pondering, Ninfeng receives a call from Lai, and his tone seems apprehensive, as if it is something hard to talk about. Boss. Senior Feng. He wants to take the mysterious master as his teacher. After hearing the whole story, Ninfeng hurried to the second city hospital. At this time, Feng Ru had been carefully treated, and his recovery was quite good, but he still could not control his dark power. So he had to stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation. While Feng Ru and Ninfeng were talking in the hospital room, outside, Duan and Feng Gach were also exchanging some matters. Feng Gach, being of this age, mentioning the idea of taking a master would probably just sound funny, but indeed, Bang Han and Koung are extremely dangerous elements that seriously affect social security. The country values this issue a lot, but there is still no reliable solution because of the lack of options. Feng and Gach brought hopes of being helped by the mysterious boss. What he did not expect was that after asking Duan to speak up, the boss immediately agreed. Before coming here, Ninfeng had also instructed Duan very carefully to convey to Feng Gach that this was not about taking a master and being an apprentice. He was just looking for an opportunity to help Feng Gach's special training, even though he did not publicly reveal his identity. How could Ninfeng have the face to take someone as old as his grandfather, especially someone as famous as Feng Gach, as an apprentice? I wonder if the mysterious boss has any requests. Duan quickly brought up Ninfeng's basic requirements, that he wanted a separate training space. Not too large, but most importantly, it had to be discreet for his personal use, while also allowing for special training for Feng and Gach. This is not difficult at all. He agreed immediately. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from the patient room. Hey, what are you doing here? The two rushed toward Feng Dai's room. Just as expected, Bang Han and Koung had shamelessly come all the way here, carrying a basket of fruit to visit the sick. As soon as they saw Feng Dai, they pretended to be compassionate and said, "It is all because of our senior brother's harshness that our junior brother ended up in the hospital. Senior brother has always felt guilty, so we had to come see you and make amends." Although they were apologizing, their expressions showed no remorse at all. Moreover, Bang had kept addressing him as senior brother, which was really irritating to Feng Dai. "You guys actually dared to show up here." Feng Gach angrily burst through the door, instantly transforming into that skeleton form, signaling that he was ready to fight these two bastards seriously. To his surprise, Bang He looked completely unfazed, even calmly questioning Feng Gak in return. Senior Feng, you would not actually do anything to me here, would you? With that look on his face, Feng Gak hesitated and did not dare to make a move. To be honest, with his strength, even if he did attack, he might not win. Seeing the confusion in Feng's eyes, Bang He's group became even more brazen. They gathered their things and left casually. Before leaving, they did not forget to remind Feng Dai that he had less than 2 days to think it over. When they walked out of the hospital room, they ran into Duan, who was standing outside the door. Koung was still so worked up that he spat a mouthful of saliva on his shirt. If Duan had not always been so calm, this act might have led to a fight. Du sincerely apologizes. Feng Gak bowed his head and earnestly apologized to Du, and he immediately waved his hand. After all, it was not his fault. Contrary to everyone's serious demeanor, Feng seemed quite carefree. He even wanted to grab the fruit basket that those two rascals had just brought in. That night, Bang He and Koung returned to the Zhao family home. They opened a banquet with Father Zhao Cheng, looking for beautiful girls to entertain themselves. In a drunken haze, Bang He suddenly remembered something. He had heard that the young lady of the Ong Corporation, Ong Diet, was quite attractive, so he wanted to make her his diversion. Xiao Cheng, seeing this, eagerly chimed in. Are you talking about Ong Diet? Originally, Xiao Cheng wanted to keep her as a sacrifice. But now if you want her, she is yours. Bang He was delighted. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. Just as he was feeling pleased, a piercing sound rang out. The main door of the Zhao family was smashed to pieces. The ones who stepped in were Feng and Duan, of course wearing masks to conceal their identities. Duan signaled for the unrelated people to leave. Only Bang He and Koung were to stay. Those two rascals saw these unfamiliar faces, and instead of being scared, they felt even more excited. Bang He looked at Koung, then leisurely took another sip of wine. Koung quickly understood what his senior brother meant, and rushed towards Duan to strike first. He thought this time would be as easy as the last. But unexpectedly, his full force strike was easily blocked by Duan. Even though it was just a single exchange, it was enough for Duan to confirm the opponent's strength. This scoundrel has indeed surpassed the fifth transition. If it were not for the special training from Feng, along with absorbing the divine mark, he would have been killed with a single blow. On the opposite side, Koung looked bewildered when he saw Duan block his attack. In his mind, a terrible scenario immediately unfolded. Duan successfully defended. Feng, as a wizard behind him, would take this opportunity to counterattack. However, the scenario did not unfold in the way he feared, because Feng then simply found a spot to sit, peeled a corner of a snack, and while eating, focused on eavesdropping. His nonchalant demeanor was the biggest blow to Koung. Seeing Koung lose focus, Duan delivered a powerful blow to remind him that his opponent was him. Koung was pushed back a few meters and immediately armed himself completely. He charged again, filled with rage and formidable strength, attacking Duan once more. The punch Koung threw could shatter the bones of an entire healthy person. Luckily, Duan's strength is no joke either. The two sides seemed evenly matched, and the fight was extremely intense. Tridu Chana's father and the other henchmen could only tremble and cower to the side. Although Ian said that those unrelated could leave, seeing the situation, they did not even dare to move. The guy with the last name Tridu noticed that Bang Echi's attitude was off. To be more precise, he was very angry, even pulling out his weapon. Meanwhile, Feng was just focused on eating snacks on the side. It was not until the blade from Bang Echi came down Feng finally drew his sword to block it. The two weapons clashed, creating a deafening sound and dazzling sparks. Bang H was fully armed. He looked even more formidable in his stance. On Feng's side, he held a sword in one hand and a staff in the other, without any additional equipment. This dual-wielding approach was not just a random tactic by Feng. He originally possessed a passive skill called Darkness of Nature, which was a forbidden dark spell. Its effect was that when using both magical and close combat weapons simultaneously, all attributes could increase by 100%. Feng's aura changed rapidly, and even Bang He was a bit wary. This was the first time he encountered such a powerful fighting mage. Feng attacked first, forcing his opponent to step back a few paces. Although his strikes were quite fierce, Bang H felt they were not too threatening, as if the opponent was a novice with no battle experience. On the other hand, he felt that Feng seemed to be acting clumsy on purpose. Surely, there was some scheme he was hiding, making Bang He even more cautious. However, dodging attacks forever is not a solution. He continuously avoided Feng's strikes, but had to find the right moment to counterattack. The two sides closed in on each other once again. Feng's slender sword was anything but weak against Bang He's blade. While the opponent gritted his teeth and attacked, Feng appeared remarkably at ease. The two fought in close combat for a long time, and Bang He was clearly at a disadvantage. He knew the opponent was hiding a secret weapon, but did not expect Feng to grow stronger as the fight went on. Realizing the situation was quite unfavorable for him, Bang Yae temporarily called for a truce. Wait. I do not even know who you are. But can we sit down and talk this out? You and I are both powerful. We do not necessarily have to fight to the death. Do we? Nine Feng coldly replied. Because my goal is for you to die and for me to live. Bang H, who had already swallowed his pride to propose peace, was caught off guard by the opponent's cold response. And his anger flared up. Don't be so arrogant. In my master's eyes, you are just a little bug. Your master is that demon lord from the hidden realm. Right? Nine Feng asked back with fiend curiosity. Bang H immediately nodded vigorously. He boasted that his master possessed strength unmatched by anyone in the world, not to mention mere human adventurers. Even other demon lords in the hidden realm had failed countless times against him. Moreover, what this master loved most was turning the bones of powerful enemies into exquisite jewelry. Bang Hao was just telling a story and adding more spice, aiming to make Nine Feng feel scared. Has your master ever defeated a demon lord, and you even like collecting their bones too? That is right. Bang Hao thought Nine Feng was scared, so he laughed in delight, unexpectedly. Nine Feng then showed an expression full of anticipation. Where is your master? At the same time, Feng and Gak had also brought Talam and two others because they received reports about Bang Ha and Ko Ung's appearance. When he reached the foot of the building, he used a probing technique to check the situation in the highest apartment. Feng and Gak could clearly see that Bang Ha was fighting with a stranger, and the guy clearly looked like he was not taking it easy at all. Meanwhile, Nine Feng appeared very calm. His attributes kept increasing over time. Feng and Gak did not realize it was Nine Feng. He just felt that this person was very formidable. The move seemed simple at first glance, but the attributes suppressed the opponent from start to finish. When Nine Feng's attributes increased to 80%, he was swallowed by Bang Ha. A huge mouth with sharp teeth emerged from his belly, completely devouring Nine Feng's body. You forced me to use this move. How bothersome. If I want to use it, I have to be prepared to pay the price. The situation changed in an instant, shocking Feng Gak. On this side, Ko Ung was still busy dealing with Duan. Seeing Nine Feng being overwhelmed, he began to taunt, hoping to make Ian lose his composure out of worry. But unfortunately, this guy steadfastly believed in Nine Feng, partly because he was already familiar with the kid's abilities. On the contrary, it was Ijung who lost focus, resulting in him taking a slash across the chest, wanting to worry about the boss. He did not have the right, and you definitely could not respond to VM with Sia Nigu's sky-shattering scream. Over here, the old man with the surname tried to, after seeing the gang overwhelm Nine Feng, finally felt at ease to stand up from his hiding spot. Gang leader, you are too strong. These random fish are no match for you. The old man with the surname Tridu surely did not expect that just for this flattery, he would have to pay with his life. The gang seemed to have found a place to vent, and with one move, they cleaved the Tridu man in half. You are the random fish, he said disdainfully. At this point, Bang Ye's body had completely transformed. He no longer resembled a human at all. Bang Yechev planned that since he had transformed, he would not mind swallowing a few more adventurers to boost his power. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at the surveillance orb of Feng Yingyex. Old Feng saw Bang Yeche's gaze directed this way, and immediately knew he had been discovered. Even when he had not transformed, they found it hard to win. Now that he had turned into this form, if he did not run fast, they would only have the option of collectively selling salt. Unfortunately, the scenario of Bang Acha swallowing Elder Feng was still far off, as just when he was about to launch an attack, his stomach exploded. Nine Feng, majestic like a deity, tore through his body and emerged. Looking at Nine Feng, there is not a single scratch on him, while Bang H is now just a pile of mess on the ground. Seeing his boss like this, Si Vong could not focus on Ian anymore. As a result, he was also defeated by him in one move, and Si Ung was left barely hanging on. But Nine Feng was not going to let him off that easily, because he still had questions for this bastard. Not long after, an issue arose at the Blood Mist Abyss secret realm. Someone had intruded into the entrance. It was really not too hard to guess. Nine Feng had interrogated Si Yigong about the location of their master. This Demon King's true strength was still unknown, but he did not look too shabby either. When he saw the alarm for an intrusion, he immediately guessed that the enemy had come looking for him. The spirit energy of Bang He and Si Ying had shattered. Before he passed away, Si Ying activated his spirit energy, so this Demon King vaguely heard a few words. Nine Feng's last question was about where their master was. My master is at the Du Sen secret realm, and he will take revenge for us. After Nine Feng arrived, the Demon King immediately ordered his subordinates to retreat because he knew that anyone who could take down both Bang He and Si Yang was not an ordinary person. Those little minions were no match for that person. After the little minion at the door left, that Demon King let out a sigh. Although his subordinates were loyal, in this situation, he could only rely on his own strength. The skulls on his armor suddenly gleamed, and then a new blood-red skull appeared right in the center of his chest. The demon lord held it, continuously caressing it like a treasured artifact. In fact, many years ago, he was just an ordinary demon lord. But fortunately, he accidentally obtained the poison of a high-ranking demon lord. It not only granted him immense power, but also taught him how to manipulate humans. With its help, this guy could defeat his old enemies and turn them into sacrifices. He did not know who was coming this time, but he felt that whoever it was, they would just add to his collection of bones. Over here, Ninefeng was also very confused. Because this mysterious realm was shrouded in thick fog, he could not see the way at all. Ninefeng used a forbidden spell to create a massive thunderstorm, hoping it would clear the path. But the result was even more obscured than before. The important thing was that throughout this time, he had not caught sight of a single minor monster, let alone practiced any real combat. After walking a bit further, the system sent a notification that it had detected a central poison. Ninefeng immediately became happy. Indeed, there was central poison here, and it seemed to be unharmed. He followed its aura, cautiously moving forward, and finally saw that demon lord, with the central poison glowing inside the skull he held. However, the once fierce demon lord now resembled a dark, lifeless statue. Even when Ninefeng seized the skull from his hands, he could not fight back. This guy was probably hit hard by Ninefeng's thunderstorm earlier, turning into a charred lump. I did not expect that the master of the two villains Bangha and Koung would be so easily crushed by Ninefeng. As for Ninefeng, after absorbing the poison, all his attributes increased by 100 points. Now, even without using any skills, Ninefeng could easily overpower most adventurers. Moreover, his level jumped to 43, and now he could learn new skills. Ninefeng took out the skill book for summoning water elements. To be honest, he felt a bit anxious, fearing that this forbidden summoning spell would create a big demon lord or something like that. Overthinking won't solve anything. Ninefeng directly pressed to learn the skill. As usual, his skill was automatically transformed into a dark forbidden spell. This ability to summon water elements turned into a dark magic skill. When used, it would open a portal of darkness, continuously summoning dark entities for 12 hours. Alternatively, Ninefeng could summon a high-level demon without a time limit. Ninefeng held his head and chuckled bitterly. You guessed it right. This skill is too obvious. Trying to hide my identity while opening a dark portal and summoning dark entities is like announcing my presence. However, the second ability to summon high-level demons without a time limit seems pretty good too. Ninefeng feels that this one is less conspicuous, and whenever he gets the chance, he wants to give it a try. Returning to the issue of the Ha and Koang gangs. After they were wiped out, Elder Feng kept thanking Duan endlessly. He knows this battle was personally handled by him and that mysterious old man, and their ending those two rascals was a lifesaver for the entire country, which made Elder Feng feel grateful beyond measure. To Lam, standing on the side, was also very happy. It was fortunate that everything went smoothly. Previously, officials and high-level adventurers were quite suspicious of the identity of that mysterious old man, but after Feng Gak put his own life on the line to guarantee it, they were willing to trust his judgment. After this battle, all doubts about the mysterious elder were extinguished. Most importantly, the threat from the Hai Gang and Koang has been eliminated. After this battle, Ninefeng's reputation soared high. Regarding the matter of wanting to find a discreet location for cultivation, the officials did not dare to delay. They went to survey the area and selected a few locations deemed suitable. The places they searched for were training facilities carefully built by the state, including good environments and infrastructure, while also ensuring privacy without any interference from unrelated parties. Although Feng Gak introduced each location in great detail, Duan did not dare to make the decision for Ninefeng. The reason you want a specialized training space is to conceal it from the outside world, not to expose the actual special training methods. Therefore, the documents about those special training locations and can only bring back for Ninefeng to choose himself. The next day, they visited the most standardized training facility. Ninefeng was overwhelmed by its large scale as soon as he arrived. According to VN, this place is the newly built exploration base of the country with the code Green 051. It has never been put into use, but if Ninefeng needs it, the country can directly hand it over to him. The entire place? Ninefeng confirmed in astonishment once again. That is right. VN affirmed firmly. This training base is a large building with 10 floors. The interior space includes training areas, office areas, recreational areas, living quarters, and so on, with a capacity of up to 2,000 people. The infrastructure here is nothing short of impressive. Everything has been fully constructed and is managed by an intelligent control system. If Ninefeng wants, he can absolutely live here for a year or two without any problems. They took a tour of the base, and Ninefeng was very pleased. This place is perfect for him to retreat and cultivate his strength, not to mention how to use it. Just looking at the quality infrastructure is already exciting enough. After the tour was completed, The two returned to meet Feng Yix. Old Feng had also guessed that the mysterious boss would be fond of that base. Because you and thee and are the benefactors who saved the city of Tan Du twice, saved the city of Long once, and eliminated 2 threats. The 8th gang in Xizang, the government is particularly concerned about the 2 of them. Even that great base is ready to provide full support. Nine Feng and the and do not have to pay a dime. Just need to sign the confirmation document. The boss does not like handling trivial matters. So the management of the base is left to me and senior brother Nine. And spoke up. Since they still need to hide Nine Feng's identity. You have to reluctantly become INS senior brother like this. Feng Yinjiv nodded. He did not mind showing that he could support the mysterious boss as much as possible. Even if that person wanted to establish a guild, he could help. Speaking of which, and suddenly remembered that Nine Feng had also mentioned this before. But what he needed was to find a way to gather information in a timely manner without needing to establish a guild. The mysterious boss is not good at using the internet or anything like that. So how can we quickly update information? Senior Fiend, that is easy. For national level powerhouses like the boss. The government can arrange a special information channel. It is just that it does not have high security. All information can be shared simultaneously with the government. Femfingich replied, in his word. Nine Feng only paid attention to the term national level powerhouse. It seems that his status in the country has climbed from the bottom of society to the highest level. Moreover, compared to you and I in struggling to gather intelligence, the government's information channels are indeed more effective. Of course, Nine Feng has no intention of solely relying on these pure information sources. You are planning to develop some more channels in the future. As for forming a guild, Nine Feng has indeed thought about it. But there are just too many things to manage to make it happen. Anyway, you do not lack for high-level resources. So maybe later you can build the base into a different model as well. After signing the confirmation, Vian and Nine Feng headed home. On the way back, An reminded Feng Yingrasi that the training course for him was scheduled for next week. Just then, Feng Engika's phone rang. It was a subordinate calling to report about some mysterious disappearances similar to the situation with Bang Hatron and Si Zhang a few years ago. This made them worry that people like them would appear again in the future. After hearing this, Lu Feng felt a chill in his heart. Even if he was specially trained by the mysterious boss, this old body of his could not handle all the enemies. Feng Enjik was very troubled. If only there was a way to quickly nurture more powerful people like An. That night when Feng Yifaf returned home, a Feng Du was already waiting. Next to him was an open suitcase with stuff being packed. Where do you want to go? A Feng Du nodded excitedly. Since the training camp was about to start, Feng had specially arranged a special training course, including Feng Du and 4 others, set to depart the day after tomorrow. Feng Enjiki did not think the mysterious old man would be generous enough to train all these kids. In his excitement, he turned into a furious skull. You are burning up again, a Feng Du said anxiously. Feni Ninja waved his hand dismissively, indicating not to worry about it these past few days. He has been taking the medicine that Dai and brought, and it is clear that his condition is improving. But the dark forces still have not been completely subdued. What Feng Yinjikshai is more concerned about right now is who Nen Feng invited to the special training. It is probably just a few close friends. Besides my nephew. They all have known Feng Ka for a long time. Feng Du's answer made Feng Yinjifi even more cheerful. This shows that the mysterious boss is also very dedicated to the newcomers. Old Feng's earlier worries seem to have eased a bit with the mysterious boss nurturing them. He believes that these kids will soon achieve enough to confront the dark forces. After letting go of his worries, Feng Yinjik was even more excited than his grandson. All evening, he busied himself preparing things for Feng Dudu to participate in the special training and reminded him to definitely listen to Nine Feng. 2 days later, Feng Du was taken to the base by his grandfather first. The group of Ong Dai arrived later. Ti Duan looked around for a while before finally feeling relieved. Luckily, Nine Feng did not call Thasun Fusthu over. They were overwhelmed by the scale of the base. Even the main base of the 7 great guilds could not compare to this place. Ong Dai was very curious, wondering how Nine Feng managed to get such a good base. Nine Feng had to make up a reason, saying that the owner of this place was an elder in his family. Everyone else believed it. But Ong Dai was suspicious. They had grown up together, but she had never heard Nine Feng mention any elders in his family. Since awakening, Nine Feng had become more mysterious. But Ong Dai believed he would not harm her, so she did not want to expose him. Once everyone had gathered, Nine Feng introduced Lai En to them as the main person in charge of this special training session. Before the group of Chujiang the could react, Feng Du spoke up nervously. Senior Yi. Nice to meet you. An was very friendly and cheerful with these kids. The group of Ong Dai found this even more strange. Feng Dude. Do you know this Senior Zn? You look worried. Like you are about to meet your mother-in-law. You guys do not know him. Feng Du asked back. and everyone shook their heads in unison. Feng Du quickly spread the knowledge to them that Duan was the first to pass the divine trial. Much stronger than Liu and Chan. The kids were immediately scared. Not expecting their gentle older brother to have such an extraordinary background, the atmosphere quickly became serious as Duan led them to the training room. He suddenly felt the group's determination increase greatly. Unaware that he was the cause, Ningfeng quietly observed them from above. This base was constructed very solidly. This training room was quite effectively disguised. Even if he cast a forbidden spell here, he would be less worried about being detected. The idea of bringing the Ong Diet group here for training was something Ningfeng had just thought of recently. He was too lazy to establish a guild, but nurturing powerful individuals was very feasible as long as he held on to resources and power. While choosing reliable members, he could create an alliance. It would be easier than managing a guild, and the quality would be much better. Ong Diet was also regarded as one of the most promising seeds here. Yet, just after joining the training, she was completely overwhelmed. Throughout the fighting period since awakening, Ong Diet had never felt such terrifying pressure. Fortunately, this was just training. If it were an attack from a real battle, Ong Diet would likely have fallen into despair. Ong Diet believed that Ningfeng could make significant progress in such a short time, because he had overcome such brutal tests. As for Chu Jiangthan and Ziyang, neither of them is anything special. They have never expected to surpass others' talent just through hard work, but then Ningfeng appeared and gave them hope. During this special training session, they will have to give it their all, pushing themselves 200%. As for Feng Du, this young man's will is even stronger. Young Master Feng does not want to rely on his grandfather's protection for his whole life. Moreover, he knows how dire Feng Kai's situation is, which makes him even more determined to protect him. The last one is Tiga. Although this older brother is deep and unpredictable, it is easy to see his determination that he can't hide. Their expressions make Ningfeng very satisfied. Bringing them here for special training seems to be a completely wise decision. The five of them really put in all their effort. Even someone as fit as Chu Jiangthu felt like they had been tortured for hundreds of years. The special training room door opened, and Diane entered with a serious expression. Today's training ends here. You all should rest well. Starting tomorrow, I will guide everyone through targeted training. That night, they gathered together to eat and relax. Ong Diet felt that although this special training had just begun, what she had gained so far was more than all the previous years combined. Indeed, if you only rely on your own understanding, you fundamentally can discover your own shortcomings. Feng Du is quieter than everyone else because he feels the dark power in his body today is just off in some weird way. Although Feng Du had exerted all his strength during the special training, he showed no signs of losing control like before. While everyone has their own perceptions, Lian's emotions remain the strongest. While everyone was chatting happily, she suddenly slumped down on the table. According to Ong Diet, Li Van and Chu Jiangtha have been under a lot of pressure lately because their school had so many tickets to participate in the Supernova training camp this time. There has been a lot of gossip online. Most people believe that Zine and Chu Jiangtha are average in strength and completely unworthy of the training camp. Many people even think they got in through the back door and threaten that, once they arrive at the training camp, they will definitely teach them a lesson. Among all those comments, only one person dared to stand up for the Ningfeng group. They checked the information, and it turned out to be Thefamisis Thu. It seems this girl has truly been enchanted by Ningfeng's strength to comfort Alim and boost everyone's spirits. Ningfeng promised that in a few days he would bring them a gift, as long as they trained hard. That night, Ningfeng sat on his bed thinking for a long time. Previously, he absorbed the memories of the Demon Lord and gathered quite a bit of information. In fact, there are a total of 7 dark gods born from dark power, and they are the deities that all monsters in the secret realm believe in, but the master of the memory you absorbed is different from those 7. This character is called the Evil God, once one of the 12 deities, also referred to as the Omnipotent Law God, along with 11 other deities, led his clan to eliminate the 7 evil gods, causing all entities in the world to no longer dare invade the bright world. Surprisingly, this Omnipotent Law God, who was freed from the threat of darkness, became obsessed with studying dark power. In the end, he fell into a state of madness. Fortunately, the remaining 11 deities discovered it in time and took action to stop him. The battle between the Omnipotent Law God and the other 11 was indeed unbalanced, so in the end, he could not withstand it and could only take the opportunity to flee, becoming an evil god from then on. This legend has been passed down for a long time in the bright world, and everyone believes in it. However, there are entirely different legends among the dark clans. According to the demonic faction, the clans of the deities, when freed from the threat of darkness, gradually lost their sense of danger. From then on, their faith gradually weakened, and eventually, they no longer believed in the gods. This made the deities very angry. Therefore, they created their own tribes, aiming to gain more power from faith. Thus, over time, the gods encouraged their tribes to attack one another, using them as tools for amusement and later as sacrificial offerings. Even the monsters hiding in the darkness began to reappear thanks to the tacit approval of the gods. This is also the origin of the secret realms. In that situation, only the all-powerful god, who had now become a dark god, remained calm. He did not care about the number of devotees he had, so he did not participate in this power struggle. Unexpectedly, one day, war spread to the territory of the dark god. Due to his small tribe, they were unable to defend themselves, and nearly the entire tribe was annihilated. The dark god was extremely angry, but he could only endure and pled with the other gods to stop this meaningless play. Unfortunately, that plea was not heeded. On the contrary, he was mocked. The two sides were in a tense conflict, and in the end, another battle broke out. That all-powerful god was someone who never argued, but this time suddenly unleashed a powerful fighting strength. 2 of those gods were killed by him, and 6 were seriously injured. In the end, the all-powerful god was pushed back, but the opposing side also suffered heavy losses. No one knows where that evil god went. There are rumors that he entered an undefined space, neither the righteous side nor the evil side, and he has been missing since then. Fearing retaliation, the gods later tried every means to tarnish the evil god's image. On the other hand, they were still trying to find his whereabouts to eradicate the root cause. The information in memory ends here. Ninefeng only regretted that he still did not know the outcome of the all-powerful god. After all, this is a legend that is hard to distinguish between truth and fiction, so he temporarily set it aside. The most important thing right now is to level up and complete missions. Putting his life at risk has never been Ninfeng's style. The next morning, he left the base very early and arrived in front of a mysterious realm. The Adventurer Management Agency can gather information nationwide, which is really convenient. Many mysterious realms that no one manages can also be found on this information network. Just like the one Ninefeng was about to enter, the monsters in the mysterious realm are very aggressive. Ninefeng took down a few of them, earning a considerable amount of experience points. This shows that the boss of the mysterious realm has a very high drop rate for good items. After sweeping for a while, that boss finally showed up. It is called the Armored Bull Demon, and it is even more aggressive than those little monsters. Facing such a strong opponent, Ninefeng felt even more excited. His blood seemed to boil in his veins. The bull was fierce, but unfortunately, its massive size made it much slower than Ninefeng. In this battle, he completely controlled the pace. But there was a concerning issue. The boss's body was too tough. Even when hit by his sword, it showed no signs of injury. On the contrary, Ninefeng's weapon even broke into pieces. It was not surprising. In fact, his level was not high, so the weapons he could use were far inferior to those of higher-level adventurers. After continuous high-intensity battles, Ninefeng's favorite sword could no longer hold up. The boss smiled triumphantly when it saw his sword break. Ninefeng silently cursed in his heart. So what if I do not have a weapon? I am a player who specializes in forbidden spells. Indeed, the power of forbidden spells should not be underestimated. That crazy bull was taken down by Ninefeng in the blink of an eye, with the experience points gained from it. He leveled up from 43 to 47. But Ninefeng still felt unsatisfied because leveling up 4 times was still too little. And moreover, that boss had ruined one of his swords. To salvage something, a skillbook book called Wandering Technique also dropped from the Armored Bull Demon. After Ninefeng learned it, it would automatically transform into a forbidden spell. True Wind of the Shadows. Ninefeng could not hide his frustration. Of course, the more forbidden spells he learned, the better. It could help him protect himself. But if you only rely on forbidden spells, that is not enough. If you do not have the right weapons now, you won't even be able to take down a low-level boss, not to mention fighting one-on-one with a deity. Before heading to the next secret realm to level up, Ninefeng could only stop by some city to buy a few new weapons to use. The staff laid out several orange swords, all high quality for Ninefeng to choose from. But he did not even glance and just bought them all. This decisive attitude left the female staff member in shock. Who's this? She thought. He looked so young. Not like someone with the prestigious black card from the exchange. Yet he bought 7 orange swords at once. She brought out all the swords with the highest attributes. But Ninefeng remained unfazed. His expression was as if he was looking at a pile of low-level gear. But trouble was about to come, because at this trading center, another distinguished guest is also being welcomed. That is the young master of the Ko family, one of the powerful families in this area. He also possesses a supreme black card and wants to buy these high-level swords. But everything is being sold to Ninefeng. The female employee from the Ko family turned pale as soon as she saw the young master Ko. If a conflict arose between the two parties, she would be the one to take responsibility first. Furious, kicking the door open to rush into Ninefeng's VIP room. But as soon as he saw you, his expression changed completely. Like he would seen a ghost. 9-9. Big guy. Nine Feng was drinking tea and had to look up at Kao with a face full of suspicion. Who are you? Kao was burning inside. You might not remember, but he is the one who teamed up with Li Kak and Thong Mok Thu, and had all his gear taken by Nine Feng last time. But on the surface, he did not dare say anything. I'm so. Kavan? Isn't it quite a coincidence that we meet again? After the last incident, Kao Vanchu did not dare act recklessly in front of Nine Feng anymore. He had sent people to investigate your background, but always faced strange obstacles, as if someone was deliberately interfering. The information online about Nine Feng was all over the place. Some said you awakened your class at 18, while others claimed you were a legendary figure, each person boasting more than the last, making it impossible to trust anyone's words. But Kao Vanchu was sure that anyone who could make the Kao family helpless like Nine Feng must have a complicated background. Seeing him remain silent, Nine Feng took the initiative to point to the pile of swords behind him. Is there a sword here that catches your eye? Kao Vanchu was startled, quickly waving his hand in refusal. Ha! I am just browsing. I can use anything. Just pick what you need. He felt that Nine Feng was not a good person. Since you could take all his gear once, you could definitely do it again. So it is better not to buy anything from the start. That female staff member over there is tall, along with the others at the scene. What the heck is going on here? This is the second-ranked young master of the Go family on the national supernova ranking. He usually does not care about anyone. Why is he being so respectful to Nine Feng? Gu Vanju flattered Nine Feng a bit, and then found an excuse to leave. After that, he went to the bathroom and kept pounding on the sink to vent his frustration. The young Master Go has never been in such a humiliating position. He wanted to do something because he definitely could not swallow this anger. But honestly, Gu Vanju did not know what to do. He would not win in a fight, so he could only log into a forum with a fake account and leave a comment under that trending topic. I always feel like this guy named Nine Feng is not right. I suggest a serious investigation. Soon, someone else replied to his comment, basically saying that Nine Feng is not a bad person, and if you do not know anything about him, do not talk nonsense. Gu Vanju went crazy when he realized that the commenter was Cheng Muku. He was even more upset that his former teammate was now on the enemy's side. Guo Vanju vowed to find the Trial Secret Realm to improve his strength, and then get revenge on Nine Feng. In another development, after a tiring shopping spree, Nine Feng was satisfied and headed home, with a bunch of new weapons in hand. He diligently swept through one secret realm after another. The experience points kept increasing little by little. And finally, Nine Feng reached level 60. Although it took a bit longer since he did not use the forbidden spell, he could still proceed with the second evolution. Suddenly, Nine Feng discovered something in the secret chamber, which was a sacrifice altar. These monsters used to serve various evil gods until all the evil gods were destroyed by the 12 main deities. Currently, the monsters not only invade the human world but also aim to resurrect those 7 evil gods. Of course, among them are quite a few powerful monsters who wish to become true evil gods themselves. The world has become a chaotic mess, but those deities have no intention of protecting humanity. Instead, they see evil beings like Nine Feng as their enemies. Therefore, the legend of the omnipotent magic god of the monsters might very well be true in the eyes of most deities. Humans and other races are just playthings for entertainment. Having a connection to dark forbidden spells and becoming an evil god is both a blessing and a curse for Nine Feng. But he knows for sure that in this era, both monsters and deities are not anything good. One can only rely on their own strength. Just at this moment, Nine Feng received a message from Two Guy, telling him to return to the training base for a visit. Nine Feng calculated the time. It was already time for him to return and accept the second transfer mission. The reason Tu Ingai called him back was that he had obtained a new harvest. When Nine Feng arrived, he specifically set up a private research room for Tu Guy, and he had created a new potion called the Forgetting Potion. After drinking it, it will make the user forget one skill. This is part of what Nine Feng referred to earlier as a gift. Speaking of that, you spread your hands and took out a pile of skill books, all of which were orange quality. These are all the skill books that Nine Feng carefully selected to match each person's profession. When Chu Jiangthe's group saw this, their eyes lit up. Usually, they could only buy purple skill books on the market. This is still the first time they have seen orange skills. The feeling of excitement is hard to describe. Ung Dait held the skill book in his hand, feeling a bit unreal. Are these really things that fell from the secret realm? That is right. Those are from high-level secret realms. Once you level up enough, you can all go together and fight. Fing Du looked at the skill book with disbelief. The drop rate for orange equipment in secret realms is pitifully low, yet Nine Feng managed to gather enough for each of them. And moreover, they are skill books suitable for their professions. It seems that Nine Feng's strength has already surpassed them by a lot. Seeing their dazed expressions, Nine Feng had to speak up. What are you all still doing standing there? You all should quickly practice the new skills. The group then hurriedly headed back to the special training room. On the way, they met Ian and Feng Yingek. Except for Feng Du and Nine Feng. Everyone else was meeting old Feng for the first time, inevitably feeling a bit overwhelmed. Even the usually calm Ong Dite was extremely excited. Feng Yingek also quietly assessed the kids in front of him from head to toe, thinking to himself, these must be Nine Feng's friends. Right, to receive guidance from the elder at such a young age. Those kids really have unlimited potential in the future. The appearance of Feng Yingek suddenly reminded Nine Feng of something. It is already next week, and he is here today to receive special training. Luckily, this base has more than one training room. Otherwise, how could Feng Sr. train with these kids together? After a polite greeting, Feng Jit was just like any other ordinary parent. The first question he asked was about Feng Du's recent performance. Nine Feng knew he was eager to see his grandson's progress, so he took Feng Yingek up to the observation room. Meanwhile, Feng Du and the others would be in the special training room demonstrating the skills they had just learned. All four of them had grasped new skills. Ong Dite had the invisible wind power. Feng Du had the layered defensive barrier. Chu Jiang wielded the giant's blade. And Tivian had the healing connection. They had been in special training together for a week, so their coordination was quite perfect. Feng Yingek stood above and could only nod in agreement. To have such skills at a young age is truly impressive, but they still seem a bit unfamiliar. Do not they? Ian explained that their clumsy appearance was due to them just learning the new orange skills. Feng Yingek thought he must have misheard. Orange skills, that is right. Those are all trophy rewards from high-level secret realms that have dropped. Duan firmly confirms it once again. Feng Yingek was so excited that he drew another lot. It is important to know that the military has been strategizing to attack high-level secret realms for a long time. But unfortunately, there has not been a successful attempt yet. Everyone is speculating about the trophies in those secret realms. And this is also the first time Feng Yingek has seen those orange skills. Feng Yingek asked Duan for his opinion, saying he wanted to report this situation to the military. Duan also agreed on behalf of Nine Feng. After all, this is not a secret, and sooner or later, everyone will know anyway. Feng Yingek's heart was so joyful that it felt like it was dancing in his chest. His eyes still glued to the kids in the training room. Their levels were not high yet, but levels can be compensated for over time, with the support of the mysterious elder. He was sure that they would surpass his generation soon. The future of the country rests on the shoulders of these clumsy kids. While the group of Ong Dite was practicing their new skills, Nine Feng had his own matters. When he arrived at the promotion hall, Tu Lam could not hide his surprise. Other veteran adventurers had to work hard for 2 years to go from first promotion to second promotion. Yet this process only took 2 months. Nine Feng received this level promotion task named Universal Elemental Mage. The task content is for him to enter the secret realm of the Frozen Flower and obtain the Elemental Symbol quest item. After that, Nine Feng has to collect 20 transformation stones and 100 miscellaneous spirit rings within 7 days. Nine Feng can hardly hide his astonishment. Why does it have to be 20 transformation stones? A normal second transformation mission usually only requires finding 1. Besides, these do not drop from monsters. They have to be dug out from mineral crystals, and the chances of finding them are very low. To be safe, Nine Feng wanted to check with the trading post. If I can buy them, that would be the best. So he headed back to the Vin Thin trading post. The person in charge was both happy and worried upon hearing that Nine Feng wanted to buy 20 stones. I am really sorry, but recently the number of people changing jobs has surged, and the demand for transformation stones has started to exceed the supply. Please give us 3 days. We will definitely gather enough for you. Nine Feng calculated silently. The Vin Thun trading post would not dare to cheat him. 3 days is not too long. And first, he could go complete the emblem mission. Also, to save as much time as possible, Nine Feng planned to buy the random spirit orbs at the trading post as well. At this point, Nine Feng suddenly remembered something. Oh right. I still have some miscellaneous loot from the secret realm that I have not sorted. By the way, I could use everyone's help this time. No problem at all. Nine Feng immediately pulled out a pile of equipment items from his storage. Yep. It really is a pile. Even the exchange manager would be shocked. Can Nine Feng really call this pile miscellaneous loot? Just a glance reveals more than 10 purple skill books for different professions, plus a bunch of orange equipment too. Given that everyone is leveling up like crazy right now, good items like these are basically never unsold. The manager was extremely pleased. It seems no one has better performance reports this year than him. No wonder Mayor that kept insisting on serving Nine Feng well. You are truly a money-making machine. Nine Feng returned to the secret realm, feeling bored with the ice flower. At this moment, there was another team doing missions here. Nine Feng's solo appearance raised concerns from the secret realm management. Not long ago, the Bureau of Adventurers issued a regulation that to enter the secret realm, one must be part of a formal guild and have at least 5 people acting together. Otherwise entry would be denied. They could follow the rules, But Ninefeng carried a special card issued by the Bureau, allowing him to enter the secret realm freely. The team leader of the Management Bureau was as stiff as a rock a second ago. But after checking Ninefeng's card, he immediately let him in. The leader watched Ninefeng's back, constantly wondering what his background was. The time the card was issued was roughly the same as when the new regulation was announced, as if it had been specially prepared for him. Surely, it can't be that someone from above sent a special envoy to conduct an unexpected inspection. Right. The staff member next to Bang Ko said something that startled the team leader. He immediately urged his entire team to lift their spirits, just in case Ninefeng really was a special envoy. Then all management of the secret realm had to be impeccable. Ninefeng smoothly stepped through the gate of the secret realm and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had warned Fungakosh beforehand to get this special pass. Right after the gate of the secret realm was a wooden bridge. Ninefeng looked at it thoughtfully, and then made a bold decision to jump down into the abyss beneath the bridge. With his rich combat skills and abundant spells, he quickly landed at the lowest point of this ravine. From here, looking up, he could no longer see the bridge. It seemed quite high, and the first opponent of Ninefeng in this secret realm has also appeared. Looking at its strange appearance, he felt that this must be the hidden boss of this realm. The feeling of excitement began to boil over. Ninefeng eagerly said, "Come here. Let us finish this quickly." Before he could even finish his sentence, the big boss interrupted him. "Great Lord, did you come down in person?" This unexpected situation left Ninefeng stunned for a moment. Before he could grasp what was happening, the big boss continued speaking, sounding very excited. Although the subordinates could not see him, they could always feel that he was indeed the Great Lord. "Perhaps he no longer recognized me. I am the loyal subordinate of yours, the Great Mage Hanem." This situation was increasingly beyond expectations. Ninefeng did not understand what was going on, thinking that the other party might have misunderstood. But he also did not expect to be called the Great Lord by the hidden boss of the realm. It seems Ninefeng truly has the aura of a dark god. In this situation, if he stubbornly denies it, it could bring about disadvantages. So Ninefeng decided to go along with it. "Well, why did you end up like this?" "Great God. My subordinate can't explain it clearly. Originally, we were attacked by other factions, and the casualties were severe. My subordinate was also killed by the enemy in battle." The more Hanem spoke, the more immersed Ninefeng became, unwittingly drawn into his story. He was originally eliminated by his enemies, but somehow he reappeared here. Since waking up, Hanem has been plagued by strange whispers in his mind. Like a form of mental torment, it provoked him, carrying an uncontrollable killing intent within. It was not until Ninefeng fell here that his rationality was awakened again. Ninefeng pieced together Hanam's story with the vague memories he had absorbed. He remembered that the powerful mage's clan had been ambushed by the clans of other gods. Could it be that this title of Lord God refers to the all-powerful mage? Hanem insisted that Ninefeng was his master, and the more he spoke, the more emotional he became, even bursting into tears after a few sentences. "Lord God, have you come to save your subordinate?" Ninefeng had never felt this bewildered. He wanted to deny it, but after only saying "not really," Hanem showed such a disappointed expression that it put Ninefeng in a very awkward position. "Sorry, but I am not your Lord God. I am just a student sent to eliminate you." It was difficult for Ninefeng to say these words. He thought Hanem would get furious, and the killing intent would rise once more. But no. Even though he could not see it, he still directed his sparkling eyes toward Ninefeng. "Eliminate me, so you have come to help me end this suffering." Right. Ninefeng was at a loss for words. He felt that even though Hanem was just a spirit in this instance, he had more humanity than some real people. There is one thing he insists on, that you are his lord, the deity. But you have just lost some memories. Otherwise, you must be someone extremely close to his deity. With that said, Hunom raised the staff in his hand and shouted, "Great master of all laws, my all-powerful deity, please make your move." Ninefeng was astonished. "So you guessed right. Your position now is that of an all-powerful deity." Seeing Hundram like this, Ninefeng could not bring himself to strike. "I need an elemental symbol. Is there any way other than killing you?" Hunom shook his head. He really was not sure about this. But he knew Ninefeng cared for him. So he spoke to comfort him. That for him, death was just a release. Ninefeng fell into deeper silence, asking Hunom if there was any wish he wanted fulfilled. To his surprise, this guy just wanted to chat a bit more with his deity. Naturally, Ninefeng could not bear to refuse him, so he temporarily put away his weapon. "All right then. Tell me about what happened back then." Harm began to recount slowly. In the past, the all-powerful deity often transformed into a human form to come down to the mortal realm and play with them. The group knew Hunom's identity as the deity, but they still had to pretend not to know. Suffering greatly. It seemed that this all-powerful deity did not really have the appearance of a true god, but precisely because of his capriciousness, Andrew M. and the others willingly became his kin, feeling no pressure at all. After finishing the story from the past, Hunnam asked about Ninefeng's current situation. You also honestly admit that your life right now is nothing special. Just going to school, leveling up, and if you have time, playing games. The days just go by like that. Down here, you can't connect to the internet. Otherwise, you would have to teach me how to play games. Hunnam stood up, stretched a bit. Ninefeng knew it was time for him to take action, even though he did not really want to. But the mission still had to be completed. Hunnam, in the future, if there is a chance, I will definitely play games with you. It is a promise. Just like before when you came to this world to find us, that was the last farewell between the two. After that, Ninefeng ended Hunnam's life, bringing him the release he desired. At the same time, a closed meeting was taking place in the city center between the 7 great guilds and Fing Yingif. He had brought up the issue of the mysterious elder, who had obtained quite a few orange skills from high-level dungeons. The guild leaders, upon hearing this, wanted to invite the mysterious elder to lead them to attack the secret realm. Finkini had, of course, thought of that, but when he asked the day before, he only got the answer that the elder was not very keen on cooperating. As soon as he finished speaking, several guild leaders expressed their displeasure. At this time, the mysterious elder should be on the same side as everyone else. Right, actions completely based on personal preference, without any reservations. Do people really think that is not a problem? Guild leader Feng Dan spoke up to criticize. Feng Jack was extremely irritated by the way he spoke previously. When Bang Han Koang appeared, threatening Feng Ru, all 7 people here were indifferent, saying they had no means to help. This made Feng Gak ready to die. But luckily Ninefeng and Duan came to help. At that time, they thought their indifference was normal. Now that entering the is related to interests, they bluntly blamed Ninefeng for being selfish and acting on a whim. Feng Gak slammed the table and stood up. When it comes to interests, some people can sit still. I hope you all remember well. The elder owes nothing to any of us. Old Feng has always been known for being fair and honest, never having a half-hearted intention. So when he said that, no one dared to say a word. Lu and Chan saw the tension and quickly shifted to another topic. Old Feng, I heard that in a few days you are preparing for a high-level secret realm. Right. That is right. Then keep a spot for me in the team. Lu and Chan spoke up, and guild leaders Du Lin Ho and Truong Yem Shoin also wanted to join in. Feng Jack had no reason to refuse them, and added, the special training designed by Ninefeng for him is indeed something else. Feng Gak's old bones had to lie still for 2 days to recover. But through that special training, the progress was relatively clear. Feng Gak now is completely different from the Feng and Jack before. Ninefeng has completed his promotion and received a new passive skill called Mysterious Proof that can help him become immune to all investigation skills. After stepping out of the promotion hall, Ninefeng felt very complicated. It turned out that the memories he absorbed from the inheritance were basically all true. That omnipotent god is not actually an evil god. He was just smeared by the remaining main gods. Moreover, if what Hannam said is true, he and the omnipotent god are exactly alike. Ninefeng could only explain this as a connection between the system, and that omnipotent god having some special relationship. Also, Hannam had already gone to sell salt. So why was he turned into a hidden boss in the secret realm? Could this be a clue for him? There are too many things that Ninefeng still could not explain. This time, during the promotion dungeon run, besides the skills, Ninefeng also harvested a new piece of equipment in the form of a necklace from Hannam. His soul was protected by divine power and not dissipated thanks to this pendant gem. Not long after, the supernova training camp was activated. This time, it was divided into 2 smaller camps, the junior camp and the university camp, nearly gathering all the most outstanding young adventurers in the country. There are a total of 180 people from the training camp, including 32 people listed in the supernova rankings this time, along with 148 others from the 4-star professions. The campers, who had just gathered, were already buzzing with excitement due to the appearance of prominent figures. This time, not only are there 3 prominent university principals, but even people from the 7 great guilds and the Risk Management Bureau have come. This is truly an unprecedented event. They also heard that the campers who perform exceptionally well in this training camp will have contracts signed directly by the elders, making them even more eager, because after signing a contract, not only can they enjoy the resources provided there, but after graduation, they can also go directly under the wing of one of the elders. The starting position is at least that of a squad leader, and every camper wants to greet the seniors to make a good impression, but no one has the guts to do so. In the end, there was indeed a male student who boldly stepped forward, but he was the star ranked first in the supernova rankings, Asuhan, who is also the biological brother of the guild leader of Thering Dude. This young master, After awakening, no longer trained with his peers. Instead always teaming up with the elites from his guild to clear dungeons, showing considerable strength. Furthermore, the Thungdu Guild monopolizes high-level experience potions, making his power even more formidable compared to the other campers of the same age. Not long after, another bus pulled up in front of the training camp. The campers began to buzz again. As this was the bus from the city of Tumandu, the person in the car is the same group that has been trending on social media for the past few days, which is why they are so curious. The car door opens, and Ninefeng confidently steps out first, followed by Ung Dite. Feng Dude, Tini Thurwa, T Ziying, and Chu Jiang. The atmosphere here is pretty intense. Yeah. It feels like a well-trained battle team. They are probably just putting on a show. The campers are not shy at all, and are freely criticizing Ninefeng's group. Principal Fang could not help but sweat. Even if he were blind, he could still feel all the other schools staring at them. A big tree catches a lot of wind. Just look at the campers' eyes. It seems they have all made Ninefeng's group their common enemy. At this moment, Ninefeng received countless notifications. Probably dozens of them. All of them were probing skills. But they were all blocked by his mysterious barriers. Luckily, he just learned this passive skill after his promotion. It seems Ninefeng is the one getting the most attention in the group. On the other hand, after probing, the campers were also shocked that Ninefeng could not be scanned. The level of that person was something they could not detect. Could it be that his strength is already above the second transition? He is just a high school student like us. Right, if I remember correctly. This person is not on the rookie list. But it is not just the campers in the same batch who could not scan Ninefeng. Even the guild leader of the 7 great guilds could not do it either. The old man Fuang Dan and Master Vu have taken a huge hit because of this. He is just a high school kid. How could he possibly be on a higher level than them? Master Vu believes that Ninefeng, being close to the mysterious elder, must have been given some tools to shield him from everyone's scrutiny. Fuang Dan quickly nodded in agreement with this view, because if they did not agree now, it would be like admitting they are inferior to Ninefeng. Master Heng felt frustrated seeing Ninefeng attract all the attention right after he appeared. He wondered just how strong the kid could be. Before coming here, Master Heng had thoroughly analyzed the video of Duan's trial in the secret realm and had simulated it countless times with other powerful members of his guild. But Duan's actual strength exceeded their imagination. Master Heng simply could not replicate it. And Ninefeng was very close to Duan. Master Heng believed that if Ninefeng's strength was indeed that great, they must have some special training methods. He guessed this correctly, which made him somewhat clever. However, Master Vu and Master Hung always wanted to monopolize this training method. That was something that could only be achieved in their dreams. Fuang Dan could not find anything on Ninefeng, so he passed the ball to Luan Chan. Old Lu, are not you going to try to investigate a bit? However, Luan Chan was also considered a gentleman. He did not participate because he found this behavior too rude. Old Feng stood next to Luan Chan, actively waving to greet Ninefeng's group. This only left the trainees in awe. Oh my. Senior Feng is greeting them. Just what kind of relationship does this Tandu group have with Elder Feng? Once all the trainees have fully gathered, the inspection area begins operating. The leaders of each group will bring their members to register and get a number. After completing the process, they move to the next location to hear an introduction about the training camp's arrangements. Once registration is finished, all the trainees gather in an auditorium for the briefing. This is also the part that bores them the most, since every year is the same. Principal Fuang, sitting below, finds himself in an awkward situation. He has to sit right next to Principal Truong. As soon as he sat down, that Truong guy kept probing about Ninefeng, but Principal Feng did not utter a single word. Ever since Thong Mokthu transferred from their school to Ninefeng's, this Truong fellow had constantly been sending people to spy for information. Luckily, Principal Fuang was cautious by nature and always kept strict guard, so no news ever leaked out, although Principal Fang tried to keep a low profile, avoiding attention as much as possible. Principal Triang had no intention of letting him off the hook. He deliberately spoke loudly to attract the attention of the other principals around. Today, all the principals here want to witness firsthand the teaching quality of Tandu No. 7 High School. After all, it is the prestigious school capable of attracting the most rising stars. Don't let us down. Principal Fang lowered his head, trying to avoid the bullet-like gazes aimed at him. In fact, he also had his own worries. What he knows only goes back to the time when Unung Dite was sent for special training. It is just a pity that the results of that training were not very remarkable. But surprisingly, Principal Fang is not too worried about Ung Dite, Feng Dude, or Thungri Missen, because after all, they are still the brightest stars at the top of the supernova leaderboard. Instead, he only worries that Ninefeng, T Ziying, and Chu Jiang won't survive this harsh challenge. After some roundabout discussion, they finally got to the rules. This year's Supernova training camp will adopt a free team model, with each standard team consisting of 5 people. Ultimately, each person's performance will also be based on a comprehensive evaluation method between individual accumulated points and team accumulated points. Additionally, the top 10 members of the high school camp will train together with the university camp. However, before the Supernova training camp officially begins, they must go through a secret realm to get acquainted first. This secret realm allows adventurers of level 3 and below to enter. The organizers have also specially selected a unique team that will conduct a trial run of the dungeon first as a model for all campers. The morale of this special team is truly impressive because the 5 members of the team are all top-ranked Supernova players from the past 5 years. They are the cream of the crop among the elite. And of course, Hee-Sut-Hung takes one of the slots. The 5 of them approach the entrance of the secret realm. The platinum-haired guy leading the way speaks up first. Do we need to save some strength later? If we show our full power, it might put a lot of pressure on those younger ones. The short-haired guy in armor immediately replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? This training camp has a lot of big names observing. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show off. Even though everyone is just a temporary team. If anyone gets in the way, do not blame me for turning against you. He is definitely an ambitious guy." The platinum-haired guy did not want to argue either. The 5-member team fell silent and moved into the mysterious realm together. Inside, the gloomy scenery and thick mist made it extremely uncomfortable. The blonde mage volunteered to move forward. Their first opponent quickly revealed itself. A group of fat little spiders, each with sharp fangs and legs. As soon as they detected the intruders, they immediately activated their crazy battle mode. But this group of 5, being the cream of the crop, remained calm in their response. Their attack speed, however, was anything but calm, striking like lightning and leaving the onlookers in awe. Although the youngest, Hasu-Hung was the one showing off the most. His demeanor was completely different from the other high school students. Kovanchu observed him very closely, although he did not want to admit it at all. Kodexia had to honestly acknowledge that even though he was just a notch below Hasu-Hung, he was completely outclassed. Feng Angak and Liu Entran could not take their eyes off these young talents. I heard that recently those 5 have all been gathered at a training camp. And if they are trained well, they could soon go together to explore high-level secret realms. In the dungeon, their group's speed against the monsters is even faster than how quickly your X flips out. Very fast. They have hit the elite monsters, and their speed not only has not decreased at all but has actually increased. There is almost no moment of rest. After a long struggle, the final boss of the dungeon finally appeared. Hasai-Hung gave a smug smile. He was the first to charge in. With the coordination of the other 4, the final boss of the dungeon was quickly taken down. This time, their temporary team set a record for clearing the level, taking only 48 minutes and 18 seconds, far surpassing the old record held by the Jiangnan 5, which took 1 hour and 46 seconds. When those 5 came out of the dungeon, the red-haired girl among them actively approached to greet Ninfeng. Ninfeng. My name is Thai Vu Tran. Mayor Thai Dong Min is my uncle. He mentioned you several times before, so I came to say hello today. Ninfeng responded with a casual "oh," and stopped to chat with her a few words. The other campers looked over with curiosity. They did not understand why an outstanding university student was talking to a high school student. Moreover, when they saw that the person the Vu Tran was happily chatting with was Ninfeng, they were even more taken aback. It is Ninfeng again. It feels like he has become the center of the universe in this training camp. Over here, Ninfeng just introduced Ong Dite to Thai Vu Tran, and she also responded very politely. Not at all like the arrogant top superstars. Even the way the Vu Tran talks to him is somewhat humble. During the training, if you need anything, you can just tell me directly, and I will have the trading department bring it over. She is being too formal. T-Line watched this scene and could not help but whisper to Ong Dite. Dite Nhai. You should keep a close eye on Ninfeng. All the beautiful people he knows come from powerful backgrounds. Before, Mayor Thai often mentioned Ninfeng, making the Vivaton very curious. Today, she can't even assess his level, so she is even more interested. Throughout the training camp, the Viatron wants to take the opportunity to learn more about him. At this moment, a short-haired guy in armor came over, telling the Vitron and the others to find a place to rest, but she refused, wanting to stay and see how the other trainees performed. The guy immediately showed a disdainful and annoyed attitude. What is so great about watching the competitions? The strongest people are already here. But not only does the Vitron want to stay, even Hee-Hung does too. This guy definitely wants to stay to watch Ninfeng compete. The armored guy shrugged and left with the platinum-haired guy. At this time, other teams began to enter the secret realm. Every 6 teams would compete at once. They will receive corresponding assessment tasks. At the final point of the challenge, the organizers will base the scoring on the situation of task completion. Most of the campers here have little practical experience, especially for high school students. The difficulty of these side quests is too high. Looking at the situation of the students, the principals were sweating profusely. If this continues, it seems that not even one team from the high school camp will make it through. The situation is indeed not very optimistic. Other teams are struggling to get through the challenge. They have not even seen the boss. Just dealing with the minions is already tough. This has caused the morale of the students to decline even further. Some people usually perform very well, but right now they are retreating before even fighting. Finally, they have waited for Ninefeng's team to take the stage. Their mission is to get through the Iron Frog Swamp Challenge. After entering, they started to carefully observe the situation to find the right direction. Professional teams never fight recklessly. Typically, they will divide their members into 4 roles based on their responsibilities: offense, research, support, and defense. The offense team primarily possesses combat strength, responsible for conquering the entire challenge or leading the charge against strong enemies. The research team needs to conduct research on the challenge, clarifying the types of knowledge contained within, serving as material for humanity to use. The security team is tasked with protecting controlled secret areas or ensuring the safety of non-combatants in case of surprises. Finally, the support team enhances battlefield strength, improves continuous combat capability, and reduces casualties by implementing measures like increasing emergency treatment. Ninefeng focused on the mission board in front of him. Each type of combat team has a total of 10 missions, each worth 10 points. Additionally, there is a single core mission to defeat the final boss through the secret area to earn 50 points. Ninefeng is the team leader, so everyone respects his decisions. Dai let Ninefeng choose the type of combat team he wanted. Let us go with the research type then. No wonder you are the top student in theory. Ninefeng chuckled. Actually, it is not just because you are a top student. The main reason he chose the research system is that there are still too many things Ninefeng has not deciphered. For example, divine beings, the Quine clan, world levels, T Zion, Feng Dude, and Chu Jiang have also had no comments. Dai skimmed through the research team's task list and discovered a tricky problem. They had a mission to capture a creature for research, but bringing back a live specimen while fighting a boss seemed quite troublesome. This is easy. Let us just go fight the boss first, Ninefeng replied nonchalantly. It is worth noting that no high school team had made it through so far. Yet, Ninefeng spoke of fighting the boss and overcoming challenges as if it were as easy as eating candy, which made the principal outside shiver. However, they meant it. After finalizing the plan, Ninefeng's team began clearing the dungeon like a storm. Their speed was no slower than that of Hsieh's temporary team, and in fact, they were several times faster. All eyes from the camp and the big shots were now focused on Ninefeng's group. The Thai Vitran now understood why his uncle held him in such high regard. Lu Du Wan Chan quickly noticed the distinct difference of Ninefeng's team compared to the other squads. All 5 of them were using orange skill sets. Just this skill alone put them ahead of the other teams. Plus the abilities of these 5 were no joke either. The combination of excellent skills, the timing of their attacks, and the smooth coordination from the team created a top-tier situation. Lu Wanchan watched without blinking. Clearly, they were just 5 high school kids. Yet their team seemed even more professional than some seasoned veterans, especially Ninefeng. At first glance, it seems like you are not using any advanced skills. But even a regular move from Ninefeng can drain the enemy's fighting spirit completely. The power of Ninefeng is indeed unfathomable. A few people wanted to speak up, but the principal at this point no longer had the strength to care about anyone else. All his focus was on the 5 kids from his school. Ninefeng's group of 5 had fierce eyes, striking decisively. Their coordination was simply superb. The final boss quickly set up in front of them so they could take it down. Without anyone saying a word, Dai and Chu Jiang took the initiative to split into 2 sides for the first attack. Ninefeng, along with Feng Du and Tian, stayed back to support, hardly needing to lift a finger. After the boss fell, they quickly finished the remaining tasks and returned to the main hall to report the results. The leaderboard had undergone a significant change. Ninefeng's team surpassed Hsieh's team, claiming the top spot with an astonishing time of 8 minutes and 14 seconds. They swaggered out of the secret gate. All eyes were on them. The first to react was Thafuma Shaithu as she started clapping loudly, followed by the group of Sika Van and Chu who also began to applaud. Although she had disliked Ninefeng before, after seeing him fight, it seemed that Siku's young master was now truly convinced. The remaining campers also clapped along, creating a wave of applause as if welcoming a king's return. The campers then started to approach the Paminjiristu and Sita Van Chu to ask about Ninefeng and his teammates. Usually, there is no need to mention it, but with a sincere heart, Ninefeng would naturally speak well of them. However, it is the young Master Ko that truly astonishes people. The one who just a few days ago slandered Ninefeng online is now threatening everyone. saying no one is allowed to insult that guy. Seeing the morale of the students lifted, the principals were also very pleased. Turns out this is the true charm of the strong. They looked as if they were seeing Liu and Chan and Feng Gak in their youth. Soon after, the assessment for the high school campers concluded. The top 10 were about to be announced. The campers all believed that Feng's group had taken up 5 slots in that list, but strangely, there were no names from their group in the top 10. The top 4 names were Hsuheng, Kvams, Laikak, and Thuthong Ma. The campers looked at each other in confusion, and in the end, it was still the young Master Ko who spoke up the most. Excuse me. Why is not Feng's group in the top 10? They did not take spots for regular campers. The organizers decided to grant them the treatment of teaching assistants. Truly, it was shock after shock. Feng's group, once subject to slander and ridicule online, had won everyone's favor through a fierce battle. Now they are just one step away from receiving the treatment of teaching assistants. They were welcomed by the organizers to a modern high-rise building. This place is a guest house specifically for teachers, with excellent conditions. From now until the training camp ends, they won't have to stay in the student dorms anymore. Just as the group was pulling their luggage into the new room, someone knocked on the door. The person in charge could not hide their embarrassment when they saw old Feng arriving. It was not just Feng Yigak, even Lu and Chan, the head of the 7 great guilds, came here. There were also many other powerful figures. It seems these 5 kids are indeed of remarkable status. The person in charge quickly went to get water to offer the esteemed guests. He was still in shock seeing all the top powerhouses from across the country gathered here. The room of Feng, which was originally spacious, was now packed with people. One by one, they began to introduce themselves. Among them 3 were the principals of the 3 key universities, Back Than, Tae Lion, and Sung Vu. They certainly did not come just to exchange pleasantries. After Feng's football team's match, everyone wanted to come here and recruit them for their own schools. Feng suddenly felt immense pressure. Until now, all his external affairs were handled by Duan. Now at the training camp without him, he did not know how to handle this kind of situation. Fuking Gak subtly noticed Feng's unease and spoke up to help him out. 3 principals. Please do not get too excited and make things difficult for them. Let us allow them to complete their training camp first. We can discuss other matters later. The kids have worked hard all day. The 3 principals spoke up simultaneously. But inside, they were all calculating ways to snatch these talents, absolutely not wanting the other 2 houses to take them away. With Feng Yigak stepping in to ease the situation, Feng felt much more at ease. The conversation afterward among everyone in the room was much more cheerful. The room was lively and noisy until late at night when everyone finally started to leave. The next morning, Feng got up quite early. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he was terrified by the zombie-like appearance of Chu Jiangdan and Feng Dude. It turns out that since it was still dark outside, Ziyath had been receiving phone calls from family, asking which university he wanted to attend. I heard that the principals of all 3 key universities had contacted them, and Feng Du, sharing a room with Ziyath, was also kept awake by his phone calls. The 2 female students' room was not any better. Died is still on the phone right now. However, Talina is in a very good mood. I have heard that her father was very happy and even threw a 3-day party. Chu Jiangthao's parents are also experiencing what it is like to be parents of someone else's child for the first time. Friends and relatives keep coming over. While it is great for them, hearing all the talk about parents makes Feng feel a bit choked up. Just then, he received a call from teacher K-Vi. Thankfully, K-Vi's concern made Feng feel a bit of family warmth. K-Vi called first to check if he was adjusting well at the training camp. The second thing was that 3 key universities had contacted her to ask which one Feng wanted to attend. Feng knew that apart from his deceased parents, K-Vi understood him best, so he wanted to hear her opinion. After a phone call that lasted an hour, the trainee entered the second day of camp. As mentioned, today the top 10 outstanding students from the high school camp will train with the university camp. However, having 5 high school students promoted to the assistant level is something that has never happened before. Even more strangely, among them, 3 students Feng, T Zion, and Chu Jiangda are not on the supernova ranking. Today they will officially enter the first special training phase, which is the secret realm of power. The person in charge must remind the campers that the secrets they will explore have never been fully uncovered, and may contain many dangers. Therefore, they must follow the guidelines and act according to their abilities. Before heading out to explore the secrets, 10 students from the high school will be divided into teams, with each person paired with a college team. Thea Vietsub is assigned to Feng's team. Anyway, her performance recently has not been bad, and the Jung Diet group is not petty enough to exclude her. They entered an unnamed secret area. Inside the secret area, there are countless strange creatures. Feng carefully notes their characteristics. Meanwhile, The combat duties fall to the remaining members. He hardly has to lift a finger, although she has seen Ninefeng's impressive speed firsthand. Being with them still overwhelms Thu a bit. Their dungeon clearing speed is lightning fast. And they quickly reach the deepest part of the secret area. The whole group keeps pushing forward. And the experience points are skyrocketing. The Thu is no fool. She can easily tell that compared to their first meeting. The Dahite group has indeed transformed. Their strength significantly increased. She wants to prove herself in hopes of gaining their recognition, and possibly receiving the same training privileges as them. During their free time, Ninefeng shares about choosing a university with everyone. This morning, KV gave him detailed advice. The research team at Wesleyan University is quite strong but has strict management. Kyvie believes that Ninefeng will have a hard time adapting. On the contrary, the research group at North End University is quite free. Which might suit you better. Ninefeng also intends to heed this advice. Dad, no wonder you are Mia's, Kai's favorite student. She even thinks of this for you. Diet patted your shoulder. And suddenly, Tudin had a serious look as he held up his phone in front of them. Everyone, quickly check the news in this class group. Something bad has really happened in the city of Kindu. A sudden unexpected situation has arisen in a level-up secret realm. And high-level mutated monsters are increasing dramatically. There are about 100 people trapped inside. And unfortunately, among them is currently, the magic power is fluctuating at the entrance and is extremely chaotic. People outside basically can't enter to rescue. The students from Kundu Middle School are in a frenzy, continuously begging the rescue team leader to save their teacher. However, because the secret realm has mutated, the rescue team can't control it either. So they can only report to their superiors and wait for the larger guilds to come to help. But you guys have to do something. Right. Although the students are scared, they can't bear to let Kyvie be trapped in there. Just now, you guys said that the support professions were insufficient, which is why Kai came to assist you. Now you guys are just here while our teacher is trapped in there. That team leader was hit right in the heart, and immediately got furious. Although he is actually the reason KV had to enter the secret realm despite having no duty. In this situation, he could not go inside either. Nor did he dare to. He thought his ability to escape was his luck, while KV not being able to escape was her misfortune. The students were left speechless seeing this captain flip like a pancake. What is going on? A familiar voice rang out. The students felt like they had found a lifeline because that voice belonged to Ninefeng. He was supposed to be at the training camp, but appeared here for the safety of the teacher. Seeing Ninefeng return, the students hurriedly explained the situation. At first, their school organized a secret realm for students to level up. However, suddenly an anomaly occurred, and many people were trapped inside. KV struggled to create a path for her students to escape. After that, the security team said they did not have enough people, and needed to summon more volunteers for support. KV had to rush in again, but as a result, she could not get out anymore. Seeing the students crying and blaming him, the captain got annoyed and shouted, "Hey, do not act like your teacher died because of me," I already said. She went in willingly. He emphasized each word, looking very fierce. But unfortunately, he could not maintain that attitude for long, as right after, Ninefeng grabbed his head and slammed it down into the ground. The security team saw their captain being attacked, so they quickly raised their weapons. However, before they could act, a large hand had already grabbed him tightly. Don't mess around with that tall and intimidating figure. Who else could it be but Chu Jiang? It turns out Ninefeng did not come back alone. He was accompanied by the entire squad. The captain was unconscious, being dragged on the ground by the boy without a care. His subordinates were too scared to resist. Ninefeng took a few steps and ran into someone rather familiar. They had met at the training camp. He was Luck Bun, the vice president of the Era Guild, probably here to support Dian Quan. The security team members were overjoyed to see Luck Bun. This is great. Luck Bin is here. Finally someone who can teach these show-offs a lesson. Unexpectedly, Luck Bun did not help them. Instead, he did not even teach Ninefeng a lesson. He even helped the boy drag the captain straight towards the dungeon gate, shocking all the remaining security team members. What happened to this guy? Luck Bun asked. He came out of the secret realm. We need him to lead the way. When the two reached the dungeon gate, they were stopped, but they could not block Luck Bun. He was one of the top experts in the country, and the vice president of one of the 7 largest guilds. How could these ordinary security staff stop Luck Bun? However, there was one thing that puzzled them greatly. What was Ninefeng's background? Why did Luck Bin, looking so respectful, seem so deferential to someone who looked so young? The entrance to the secret realm is thick with fog. As Ninefeng and Luck Bun step inside, their physical attributes and attack power immediately diminish. The female mage accompanying Luck Bin quickly realizes this is a field effect. a continuous positive or negative state affecting targets within a fixed range that usually cannot be removed, and in this case, it is a negative state. Their attributes will decrease every second. Luck Bun knows this secret realm well, and back then it had no field effect. It seems that after the mutation occurred, Nine Fong appears to be the calmest among them. Luck Bun guesses that he is not affected by the field effect at all. In fact, his basic attributes are too high. Even when affected, it is not too serious. However, Nine Fong knows that the others won't last long, so they must fight quickly to save Kai Vai and the others trapped in the secret realm. Looking at the team leader lying flat on the ground, Luck Bun signals his subordinates. Wake him up quickly and ask him where we should go. The team leader is forced awake by the magic of the girl. His words are extremely frantic, saying that the place where those people are lost is very far from us, and the way is filled with fierce monsters. You won't get through. I do not want to end up on a shelf looking at naked chickens, so please let me go. Nine Fong clearly has no intention of letting him off. He gives the guy two choices. Either lead him to Kai Vai, or he will be left behind here. At the same time, deep in the cave, those trapped are facing extremely ferocious magical beasts. Moreover, the majority of them are seriously injured, and only Kava knows how to treat them here. She has been tirelessly working to save everyone. Although her face has turned pale, she does not stop. Some people are very grateful to see KV putting in so much effort, but others think she is just wasting her time. These people are all low-ranking adventurers, and even if they were fully healed, they would not be able to fight those monsters. A considerable amount of time has passed since they got stuck. The trapped people are still waiting for rescue. Everyone is extremely anxious. Suddenly, the rock barrier in front of them was blown away. Unfortunately, no one has come to save them yet. The culprit that destroyed the rock barrier is a monster. Upon seeing it, the faces of those hiding inside, including K, immediately turn pale. They are no match for this huge creature. In a life or death moment, the adventurer KV had just treated rushed forward as a sacrifice. His chest was pierced by the monster's sharp teeth. A horrific sight. His daughter, who just a moment ago was happily thanking KV for saving her father, now falls into a pit of despair. KV could not afford to linger here any longer, and immediately pulled the daughter to run deeper into the crowd. Following that monster is a whole pack of them. If they delay, they will be completely overwhelmed. It is just that the size difference is too great, so even if they run at full speed, it is hard to escape the claws of those creatures. Just as KV and that girl were about to be caught, a solid wall of ice appeared, blocking them and the monster. As expected, Nine Fong arrived just in time. Following him were Dite and the others, full of energy. Compared to the special training sessions, facing this real monster is definitely much more exciting. To Leon and the female sorceress accompanying Lesty Bina quickly treated the injured. KV was safe, and her father's body was freed from the monster's jaws by Nine Fong. The girl hugged her father's corpse, crying uncontrollably. It was a heartbreaking scene. The immediate danger has been temporarily resolved, but that sorceress counted again, and including those who had died, there were only about 20 people here. The others are nowhere to be found. Lasty Bean opened his mouth to respond but suddenly felt the ground shaking violently. The cave's ceiling cracked open in large streaks, and huge tentacles emerged from the fissures. Chu Jiang tried to slash down with a sword, but these monstrous tentacles actually had the ability to regenerate. It only took a few seconds for them to heal back to normal. And moreover, the exit was completely blocked off. The tentacles, lacking eyes and a mouth, seemed to possess some kind of intelligence. While everyone was still in shock, it suddenly attacked KV. However, before it could even touch her, Nine Fong severed it. You yelled. Everyone follow me. Nine Fong ran ahead, hacking away to clear a path. La Sibon suddenly noticed that, unlike Chu Jiang the earlier, the tentacles Nine Fong cut off had completely lost the ability to regenerate. You had opened a bloody path, and the others hurriedly followed behind. Finally seeing light at the end of the way, they rushed towards it like mad, constantly thanking Heaven and Buddha for allowing them to escape unscathed. But just as they stepped through the door, they were frozen in place once again. This light was not a light of hope. It was more like a light of despair. The place they were rushing into was not an exit, but the lair of a monster. It was a creature resembling an octopus, which explained the many tentacles. This monster was enormous, and even a powerhouse like La Saban was stunned as it was his first time seeing such a thing. Dite was also a bit unsettled, but Dine Fong signaled for everyone to stay calm and charged forward. He guessed that this monster was the reason for the anomaly in the secret realm, and directly defeating it was the shortest way to end this. Nine Fong rushed forward and was struck once by a tentacle of the monster. Although he was unharmed, the sword in his hand shattered, causing everyone to worry greatly. Luckily, he had bought 7 high-grade swords earlier, so when one broke, he could just take out another. Without saying a word, Nine Fong decisively chopped off the tentacle that had just hit him. The monster howled in pain and immediately went berserk. It relentlessly attacked its opponent. But Nine Fong was no pushover either. Generally, Defeating it is not as easy as slurping kanji. But it is still something you can do. After struggling for a while, the octopus monster was finally finished off. Now that the dimensional crisis is over, the rescue team can finally carry out their mission. It is a shame that so many people lost their lives in this event. Bone respected Ninefeng even more because of this. If it were not for him, the crisis would not have been controlled so quickly, and the casualties would have been even worse. Ninefeng only replied to him with a few casual words. He noticed that Kei did not look too well. Kei is Ninefeng's mentor, and he felt very fortunate to have saved her in time. But Ninefeng also knew that Kei had suffered a great deal both mentally and physically during this dimensional crisis. Therefore, he took out an item to give to her. It was a consumable item of orange quality called Healing Wounds. It permanently increases physical and mental attributes by 5 points. At the same time, all healing effects are permanently increased by 50%. Such a good item was seen for the first time not only by Kei but also by Las Bean. Las Bean stared intently at the item, then skeptically asked, "Could this be the legendary divine mark?" "Yep. That monster just exploded and dropped this," Ninefeng answered lightly. His attitude made Las Bean even more panicked. To be honest, apart from Ninefeng and his close ones, in everyone's knowledge, An was the first to receive the divine mark after successfully conquering the divine trial's secret realm. Everyone knows how precious that thing is. Moreover, after Yan, no one has managed to obtain another divine mark yet. After getting it, Ninefeng did not seem surprised or happy at all. Furthermore, he casually gave it to Kei, as if he were buying vegetables at the market. Kei kept waving her hands. She knew how incredibly precious this was for an adventurer like her, who only had a 3-star rank, so she did not dare to accept it. But since Ninefeng kept insisting, Kei had no choice. While Kei absorbed the mark, Ninefeng suddenly had an idea. It seems he should arrange for Kei to have a special training session like Lao Feng did, so that she could have the ability to protect herself. Then he could feel at ease. It is just that the supernova training camp lasts for 2 months and prohibits students from resting. Ninefeng feared that something might happen during these 2 months, so he turned to ask Lassie Ban for advice. "Teacher Lice, can I take a short break this weekend?" "No problem. If you want to rest, it is fine to ask for a few more days." Facing such a national talent, Lassie Ban naturally did not dare to be strict. He happily agreed, and Ninefeng was very pleased because of that. "In the past, I heard everyone say that Luck Bin is the kind of person who has a Buddha's mouth, but a serpent's heart. Not easy to talk to at all. But after today, it seems he is not such a bad guy." The remaining work here is basically all for the rescue team. Luck Bin was planning to take Ninefeng back to the training camp when a group of reporters surrounded them. They anxiously asked which of the two was the hero who defeated the monster. Luck Bin immediately pointed behind him. "That is the young guy right there." Ninefeng immediately fell into panic. The thing he feared the most in life was social interaction, especially with annoying people like these reporters. Luck Bin was indeed an honest person, but that honesty brought a whole mess of trouble for him. Facing dozens of reporters, dozens of microphones, cameras, and countless questions from them, Ninefeng felt his head spinning, nearly fainting from lack of air. Even when facing the strongest monsters, he had never felt this scared. It seems Ninefeng is really tense. Feng Ru wondered. "This is the first time I have seen Ninefeng looking so flustered. He is not good at talking, especially in special situations like this interview. When he was younger, he would even avoid interviews at school." Ong Diet spoke up to explain, but she did not intend to step in and rescue Ninefeng. She felt that his future was bright, and he would soon have to adapt to the feeling of being famous. It took a lot of time for Ninefeng to finish with the reporters and return to the resting place at the training camp. Once he lay down on the bed, he was still shaken from the interview earlier. It was not until he remembered something important that Ninefeng returned to his senses. Earlier, when he defeated the Phantom Octopus, he had received a new active skill book called Soul Guardian. This skill has a long cooldown, but it can summon a guardian spirit that can block one fatal hit, which is extremely valuable. After Ninefeng learned the skill as usual, it automatically transformed into a dark forbidden spell. It turned into a passive skill called Immortal Calamity. Every time Ninefeng accumulates 100,000 faith points, he can achieve a resurrection once. His current faith points are 4,243, and every time his world level increases by 1, he immediately gets an additional 1 million faith points. Ninefeng suddenly remembered the 12 deities from before. The so-called faith is not something those deities always crave from their clans, is it? As for the world level, he understood Sang Sana already, but he was completely clueless about how to gather these faith points. It seemed he would have to explore and research further. Gaining the ability to resurrect is very important for him. While Ninefeng stayed at the training camp, there was another incident in the city of Tevin do not long after. This time it was not a twisted secret realm, but the appearance of an adventurer named Dean Nitch. Similar to the Aegis team, this guy had mysteriously disappeared the previous year. Recently, he suddenly reappeared. Today, this bastard is out on the streets, acting all high and mighty, After a conflict with someone else, he suddenly flew into a rage, attacking passersby like a mad dog. Right now, 10 innocent people have been beaten by him, their lives hanging in the balance, and 8 security team members are in similar situations. Preliminary assessments suggest that this guy's strength has surpassed the 5th stage, since ordinary adventurers can't handle him. Feng Ninja had to step in. It is true that getting old means you can't have a peaceful day anymore. When Dean and Gex spotted old man Feng, his eyes lit up. Oh wow. Is not this the esteemed Feng? Back when I was in school, you were my idol. To have the esteemed Feng take the field this time is truly an honor for me. Just then, Feng Yungenth received a phone call and hurriedly answered. This action made Li Largid very angry as he felt old Feng was ignoring him. Feng Yunjichi answered the phone. Is it the great elder looking for me? Alright. I will wrap up my work quickly and head to the base to find you. The disciple of the Demon King smirked cunningly. This guy does not respect anyone and dares to ignore me. Saying that, he shouted loudly, then unleashed his power towards him. Do you really think you are the strongest? A giant green hand with sharp claws aggressively struck towards Feng Yungex. In the face of that attack, he remained calm, lifting his hand to hang up the phone. Then he gathered his inner strength and used the fiery serpent's whirlwind move, striking fiercely back at that guy. His power swept through that terrifying hand of his. The disciple of the Demon King looked at the scene before him, his face pale. He could not believe his eyes, and shouted, "What?" He secretly calculated the strength of the opponent. This person's power is not inferior to the ancient eagle. But now I have gone through special training with the old master. It is different from before. I can't keep waiting too long. I have to strike quickly. That guy's face was dark as he looked at Feng Yunjuda with unwilling eyes. Then he gathered his inner strength. His whole body enveloped in a dark green aura. But on this side, Chief Feng was not backing down either. He gathered his inner strength, enveloped in a brilliant red flame. The two quickly unleashed their power towards each other, creating a truly terrifying scene. The two standing outside could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Oh my! Chief Feng is so powerful. This clearly surpasses the 5th transition. On the other side, frustrated, he shouted, I do not believe it. I am a disciple of the great Demon King. How can I lose to an old man like you? Just as he finished speaking, a huge wave of power was waiting to engulf him. The guy was taken by surprise and could not react in time. And quickly at the spot where he stood, a massive explosion occurred. And it was clear he was done for. After finishing with Fengnachi, he coldly walked past. I have things to do. I will go ahead. The other person stood to the side, dumbfounded, staring at him. Yep. In the guest room of the headquarters, Feng Yang Yich and Lai An were sitting and exchanging words. The atmosphere around seemed very tense. He spoke up, asking, does the elder mean that he is ready to not disclose all the advanced medicine formulas to the country? Ian quickly replied, that is right. The elder's exact words were that I want to make all high-level medicines public to the country, if possible. It is best to hand this over to the Adventurer Management Bureau for connection. Feng Yungi thinks that our world is currently out of balance, and the danger level of the secret realm keeps rising. But the strength of the adventurers can't keep up. At the same time, adventurers wanting to increase their strength have to conquer even more dangerous secret realms. It is like a vicious cycle. Such an important high-level potion can completely transform the existing system's power. And for now, it is a key strategic resource. The elders will definitely conduct a strict survey of us before agreeing to hand this over to the Bureau. Breaking his thoughts, he spoke up. Thank you very much for the trust of the elders. This is an affirmation of our Adventurer Management Bureau. I wonder if the elders have any additional requests regarding this. Ian pondered. The elders only told me one thing. It does not seem like they have any requests. He was surprised, only talking about contributions, not benefits. This is the structure of a significant figure. That being said, in the eyes of the elders, helping more people become stronger is the most important thing compared to anything else. Zaya thought of his friend and happily replied, that is right. This is also the point I admire the elders the most. Every trivial matter in the eyes of the elders can always become a great act that saves many people. Vihi Ninjik frowned. The elders might have good morals, but we can't take advantage of that and feel at ease. I will report this later and come up with a proper plan, so that the efforts of the elder won't go to waste. The sky quickly turned dark at the guild. Thong Du shouted loudly. What are you talking about? The other person seemed startled and stammered. We found that there are high-grade experience potions and forgetfulness potions being sold on the black market. Although the packaging is different from our guild, the content is similar. The other person asked. The high-grade potions of our guild are all crafted by us, under the direct supervision of the guild master. The users are also limited to our guild members, making it almost impossible to leak outside. So where did this potion come from? Esme frowned. In this world, besides us, Only the so-called mysterious elder knows how to refine high-grade potions. Could it be that the potions are from him and made it to the black market? As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered his subordinate, "Send someone to investigate immediately." The person was surprised. "Investigate the mysterious elder," he says. V angrily shouted. "Of course. Investigate the black market." The person quickly obeyed the order.
Yep.
The scene shifts to Nine Fong at the teacher's apartment, where he and Ung Diet are walking together in the hallway, and suddenly she mischievously asks, "Do you want to see your interview clip?" Nine Fong gave a bitter smile and waved his hands frantically. "No way." She smiled brightly and encouraged him. "Actually, is good. Many viewers are praising you. In the comments, everyone is complimenting Nine Fong. It seems like a positive turn," he thought to himself. In recent days, the power of belief has been rising quickly. Probably because of those interview clips. I guess I will have to learn to adapt to interviews later. He and Ung Diet were walking down the street, when suddenly someone on the roadside spotted him. The two boys cheerfully waved. "June 9 Market," Nine Fong responded happily. "Good morning." Ung Diet was deep in thought. Ever since Nine Fong showcased his strength far beyond usual understanding, no one had said anything strange anymore. Now even the seniors of the four greats would sincerely call him Teaching Assistant 9. Wherever the two went, people greeted him everywhere. "Teaching Assistant 9. Hello, Teaching Assistant 9. He looks so charismatic now. The foolish boy from before has disappeared." The sound of applause still echoed behind him. Was that Nine Fong? So impressive. If I had half of his strength, that would be great. Switching scenes to Koyandu City. Captain Chu was surprised while monitoring him on the phone. This time, Koyandu City is also gaining fame thanks to Nine Fong. Suddenly, Mayor Zhang looked at his phone, hugged his head, and sighed. Captain Chu was puzzled. "Mayor Zhang, why are you sighing?" At the same time, Tu Lam turned around to leave. "I am going outside to take a call," he said. "Friend Nine Fong. He must be going to college." "Right. With him going like this, I am worried the mysterious old master will leave too. Recently, Duan has contacted me, wanting to return the villa arranged for him, because he hardly stays in our city. 10 do. Anymore." The mayor continued worriedly. "Without a powerful protector, I am afraid the city of Tunkran-du will revert to its original state. 2 times of abnormal secret realms. 1 time of invasion. Just thinking about it makes me restless." Captain Chu's gaze suddenly met to Lam, who was deep in thought. He was surprised. Then without thinking much, he said loudly, "Captain T2. What is wrong with you?" Tu Lam was puzzled, recalling that her master had called and said, "The mysterious elder is willing to conduct special training for me. Am I dreaming?" The mayor quickly seized the opportunity. "Captain T2. I will be counting on you from now on." Captain Chu teased. "For dinner tonight, I will invite you." Captain T2. To keep me safe in the future. Tuko Lam blushed with embarrassment. "What is with you two?" The scene shifts back to a secret basement, where a voice suddenly shouted loudly, "Luo Fing. Is what you said true?" Feng Engage's face was serious.
Yep.
"The mysterious elder is willing to publicly share all the advanced medicine formulas with the state. I plan to request from above to open a medicine refining workshop in the name of the national official, to collaborate with the elder." Everyone fell silent in thought, as right now only the merchant guild holds the formulas, which has created significant pressure on us if the state can step in to produce high-grade medicine. Regardless of price or quantity, there will be guarantees, which is very good news for everyone, Asuvu thought, but could not say it to everyone. Then he spoke up. "If the elder is willing to disclose the formula, I will. Of course. Support it unconditionally. But is it possible that the elder's motives are not as great as we think?" Lu and Chan asked again. President He, are you saying that?" he continued. "This is a high-grade drug we found on the black market, with effects identical to what our guild has concocted. Just different packaging. I have counted everything. Our guild's drugs are not missing. As for the drugs entrusted to the auction house, the quantity is not much and they used tracking magic. Yet we did not discover any sales situation to the black market. So where did these drugs come from? Surely everyone remembers when we crossed the trial secret realm," Duan once said. "The formula for this high-grade drug has long been known by the mysterious elder." One of them also spoke up. "The black market has a huge underground trading network, always beyond the reach of the law. Many dark transactions are conducted there. If in our situation we do not know, this high-grade drug has long fallen into the hands of dangerous elements. It is a very frightening matter. Whether or not this is the will of the mysterious elder, in reality, it is aiding the enemy." Feng Yini spoke up. "And there is this kind of situation. I will immediately send someone to investigate." But in reality, he was secretly calculating, waiting for Lam to complete her special training before she leaves. And he still had to inform the elder. That old man continued. I have said before. A strong person who acts entirely based on their own interests, without any restrictions, is varied, regardless of how Chief Feng handles it. Our Era Guild will send people to cooperate with the Merchant Guild to conduct an investigation. If by then we discover that this high-level drug is indeed related to the mysterious elder, I hope Chief Feng handles it properly and does not use what I have gotten involved in. Old Feng replied. Don't worry. If this matter is confirmed to be related to the mysterious elder, I will certainly take responsibility. The scene changed to a mysterious realm. The sky here is extremely dark and gloomy. Ding spoke up. My brother's manager is very strict about the drugs. Everything that goes in and out is recorded, and nothing unusual or revealing has been found. Feng Din also reported. The drugs in my house are managed by me and him. We have to compare frequently. I count the quantity of drugs every day. Once in the morning and once in the evening. He wondered. I never thought much of this drug count. I did not expect everyone to take it so seriously, but luckily, this allows me to determine the direction of the drugs, Ning said. If it did not leak from us and the trade guild denies it, then how did those drugs appear in the black market? Unless besides me and the trade guild, someone else knows the formula for the drugs. In the black market, the atmosphere is extremely gloomy, with all the sellers covering their faces, making it impossible to see their identities. A man with a very cunning expression is watching someone. A voice suddenly rang out, unexpectedly because of one vial of drugs. All the major guilds have sent investigators. The person covered up replied. No need to worry. People in this low-level world do not know of our existence. Anyway, I have checked in front of them already. He exclaimed excitedly. We have customers coming to buy drugs again. The girl with purple hair frowned. This place is really hard to find. The man in front led the way and said, Gentlemen, these two are here to buy some experience medicine. She quickly interjected. We are not here to buy medicine. We are looking for someone. A young white-clad swordsman came looking for you to buy medicine. And he has not returned since. Do you know where he is? The man behind, wearing a cloak, stepped forward with a sinister expression. Master. They are here to cause trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the cloaked figure looked up, and from within the cloak emerged terrifying tentacles. It turned out he was not a person but a monster. The tentacles quickly wrapped around the two. He became more aggressive, tightening his grip. The two who had just arrived did not have time to react, and she had to accept the attack. Suddenly, two tentacles with sharp needles stabbed into their necks. Both felt their strength begin to fade. A wave of pain washed over them. Soon, they stopped struggling. Both of them took their last breaths right after that. The subordinate, witnessing this scene, was so terrified he broke into a sweat and stammered. Master. They tricked me into buying medicine outside. The man replied. It is. The reason I chose this place is to handle situations like this. The disappearances of a few at the black market won't attract too much attention. Then he quickly dropped the two corpses and ordered, take them down. The subordinate quickly obeyed the command. Yep. In the secret room, the dead bodies were thrown into a pit carefully covered by a strange purple slime. A voice rang out. Commanding. The number of people this time is enough. Everyone rest for a while before waiting for the next soldier to wake up before we start a new plan. At that time, we will become the new masters of this world. We can't be away for too long. After saying that, the purple light quickly flew out of the abandoned building. He walked towards a very luxurious house, seeming like it was some mysterious entity. The purple light quickly merged into a man who was reading a book. His face suddenly changed color, breaking into a cunning smile, looking extremely sinister. A few days later, Nine Feng was on the phone, still unable to find any clues. Duan reported back that some people who had been in the black market were advertised through high-level drugs. But afterward, the advertisers could not be found anymore. I wonder if the other side heard something and temporarily went into hiding. He was listening to the phone while thinking. Then replied. Really? That is fine. Just let me know if there is any news. Duan hung up and thought. If I can't even handle this little matter, I won't have the face to follow the big boss anymore. Just as he was thinking, his phone quickly rang. Team leader to. Have there been any discoveries over there? Talam's side was also investigating in the black market, and reported back that nothing had been discovered yet. Shifting the scene to the abandoned villa, where the atmosphere was extremely gloomy. Inside, surprisingly, the corpses in the pit had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Those people suddenly came back to life, all with fierce purple eyes. The office staff were sitting down to eat, looking very cheerful together. Captain Chu quietly observed. The assistant's personality was very down-to-earth and approachable, without a hint of the arrogance or coldness of a young powerhouse. After this period of interaction, everyone had become relatively familiar. So the team had their own thoughts in mind. This place is filled with the best young talents in the country. In the future, as they rise to the global stage and gain the power of faith, they will surely receive considerable support from them. A girl quickly asked. Assistant 9. May I ask if you are considering joining any guilds? A talented person like you must have received many invitations. You cheerfully replied. I currently have no intention of joining a guild. Another person chimed in. So are you planning to establish your own guild? Or is the assistants team actually the guild of your choice? Ninefeng said. The assistants guild is Diet Nai's guild. We are just using the existing name. Everyone has their own thoughts. The assistants guild seems to just be a small local guild with no national reputation. But with such a talented group, the future of Tainhe will definitely be bright. Nine the assistant called Ung the assistant Diet Nai. Does this relationship need further explanation? The young man cheerfully asked. Assistant Ung. I would like to join the assistant guild. May I ask if there are any requirements? She was momentarily taken aback. Another student spoke up. Everyone else chimed in. I am graduating from college this year. I also want to join the guild. After finishing the meal, Ung Diet felt tired. This ordinary lunch really turned into a recruitment scene. T-Von happily looked at everyone's resumes, which kept getting more impressive, suddenly feeling like it was turning into a major guild. Hearing this, everyone laughed, and the tense atmosphere quickly disappeared. Ninefeng thought to himself, originally wanting to find some worthy recruits at the training camp. But unexpectedly, the results were even better than expected. After all, there was no trace of that rat, and Diet Nai's guild was something she decided could completely serve as my reserve force. As for the missing rat, he could only blame his bad luck. First, his father colluded with Bin H and Si Zanung. Then during the government's investigation, they found the evil formation in Trigu Tran's house along with his servants. Currently, the government has issued a warrant for the two of them. Diet Nai also removed their names from the guild, saving me quite a bit of trouble. Suddenly, his phone rang. Cutting off his train of thought, Ninefeng opened his phone to check and saw the image that Dian sent him. Finally he discovered those strange holes. The message was quickly sent. The elder Tiku Lam discovered this place in a building in the black market. There are facilities for drug making and some high-grade potion bottles that look similar to those found by the Thang Anuhu Guild. We suspect that the drugs have leaked from here. Ninefeng looked at the image, momentarily stunned. This is a transition towards that abandoned house. Lam spoke up to check the remaining dark energy. Could it possibly be some kind of specific aberration? Just as she finished speaking, Ian walked in. This is a type of spirit creature we have never seen before. Parasitic spirit. Explain. Generally speaking, spirits can't leave their hidden realm for a long time. But parasitic spirits are different. They need to parasitize other beings to reproduce and completely control the thoughts and actions of those beings. Without a specific method, it is very hard to distinguish between a normal life form and a parasitized one. The parasitic spirit at this stage is extremely weak and needs to hide. These holes in the ground, called parasitic nests, are used to incubate parasitic eggs. Hearing you say this, Lam could not help but get goosebumps and spoke up. So now Anne knows what she wants to say. That is right. The parasitic spirit here must have successfully incubated its eggs. Realizing the situation seemed serious, Lam gritted her teeth. It meant there was an unknown number of parasitic spirits infiltrating humanity. Leon focused his thoughts. That was not the most important thing. At night at the trade guild, Hisevi was frustrated. So many days had passed, yet nothing had been uncovered. Suddenly, the door slowly opened, and a man with a sharp-faced demeanor walked in. Seeing him, SV asked, Old Huang, what is going on? Just as SV finished speaking, he broke into an evil smile. Quick tentacles shot out, aiming directly at them, just like those in the black market. Vive and Fingan quickly found themselves tightly bound by those tentacles. Vi glanced and immediately recognized that he was not the old emperor. But what was it? But before he could react any further, a poison needle quickly stabbed into Vi's neck. His eyes rapidly became vacant, his whole body swelling with purple veins, looking very horrifying. After finishing the job, he quickly let go, and both knelt down as if waiting for orders. The other guy laughed heartily after achieving his goal. He looked at the two, initially thinking it was just Hisei. But unexpectedly, there was also Kangain, the captain of the guild. Truly an unexpected joy. 2 5th-level experts are enough to significantly enhance my power, bringing me the greatest honor among you lower creatures. The scene shifts to Xian explaining. The elder said, some parasitic demons are not powerful, but they have a special talent known as the clan. As the number of parasitic demons increases, there will be an overall enhancement, making individual strength grow stronger. At the same time, The king responsible for giving birth to the parasitic demons can achieve a higher increase compared to ordinary individuals. Teak Lam quickly understood. So they were hiding in the black market from the beginning to silently gather their strength. Ian quickly added, "That is right. After all, the human potion has no effect on them. It may just be bait for them to attract hosts." Hearing this, she felt a bit worried. "So how do we deal with the parasite?" He recounted, the elder said. Knowing that the power of the parasite reaches a certain level, it can be detected by tools or spells that reveal abnormal dark power. To eliminate the parasite, divine artifacts are needed. Tu Lam was surprised. What are divine artifacts? Zayn explained. Basically, they are items granted by the gods, or blessed by the gods. As soon as she heard that, she quickly understood and said to her master, "We need to think of a way to find them." She calculated in her mind that although she did not know where to find divine artifacts, if the elder had mentioned it, the guild would be able to find them. But there is one thing neither of them knew, which is that even Ninefeng himself did not know. What exactly are divine artifacts? He thought. In the memory of the Demon King, there were indeed some things related to the parasite, so he could roughly know that the parasite coexists with the host. When the host is severely injured, the parasite will transfer the damage to the host's body to share the burden. Their slow movement speed is also an advantage for their survival. Only divine artifacts can stop this characteristic and achieve precise division. But I think about it carefully. It seems there is nothing in this world that meets the mysterious conditions of the parasite. Once you let them develop, it will create a huge danger. How can we get rid of them? While thinking, suddenly his phone rang. It was Ian calling, and he quickly answered. "An, what is going on?" On the other end, An's voice was panicked. "The great elder of the Nang Guild has shown a powerful dark force, and the situation is very similar to what you said. Over here." An started to fumble, as everyone in the guild had lost contact, including the president Hiesv. Additionally, there were some bizarre acting adventurers gathering towards the Tharing Du Guild. Hearing this, Ninefeng immediately stood up. "Don't let anyone get close. It could be dangerous. I will go check it myself." That evening at the Nine Dude Guild, that old fake emperor was pleased from above, finally no longer needing to hide in the shadows. Below him, many were manipulated and parasitic, waiting for orders. Fungain and Master of Masvivive then reported. "Your Majesty, all the clan members have gathered. He is pleased." "Very good." Suddenly, someone approached from behind. Surprising him, he turned around to get a better look. It was Ninefeng, standing alone among a crowd of monsters disguised as humans. Yet he showed no fear. Ninefeng's face was filled with killing intent as he looked at them. The leader wondered if he was the young man from the video. What was he doing here? He saw the scene before him and thought to himself. There were so many people under control. The harmful curse would turn them into shields for the demon spawn. I wonder if the weapon I am using could be considered a divine artifact. The old emperor spoke up. "Little brat, why are you all alone?" "It is because others are too scared to come. So they let you take care of the hero." He did not answer his question but asked back. "Are you the king here?" The guy felt pleased, knowing how to call him king. "Are you here to rely on me? It is just a pity that I won't let humanity in the lower realm follow me. But your strength is very strong, and on your body, you must be able to nurture even stronger warriors." Without saying another word, Ninefeng charged directly, striking straight at that guy. The long tentacles quickly got severed by him. The old emperor, in a panic, was very angry and shouted, "I admit you are strong, but that won't kill me. The distance between you and me is like that between mortals and deities." He looked at him and thought. Indeed, ordinary weapons had no effect. The leader smugly thought, "I have confirmed it. This guy basically does not have divine limbs. What he holds is just an ordinary weapon." The old emperor laughed loudly. "No wonder you have strength beyond that of ordinary people. Turns out you are just a lackey of the demon lord. What is wrong?" Feeling that he could not win. "Are you trying to summon your master to appear? Didn't he tell you? A high-level existence forcibly entering a low-level world will have its strength severely weakened, unless the evil god comes personally. Otherwise, fighting in a low-level world, I am invincible." He thought. The so-called high-level demon lord is just a trusted subordinate of the evil god, often possessing treasures bestowed by the evil god. It just so happens that for the parasitic demon, it can be said to be a forbidden summoning spell, which won't weaken too much. I just do not know what kind of being will appear. Hopefully, it won't be too extravagant. Suddenly, a pair of red eyes appeared from the darkness. The face seemed to be covered. From the thunder, something jumped out. It looks like a pig but has arrow-shaped features. To put it more accurately, it resembles a real capybara. with a strange form that left both you and the old man stunned. You can't believe your eyes and think to yourself, this is a high-level ghost. That creature is slowly moving towards you. Its legs are tiny, and its appearance surprises everyone. What is even funnier is that when it tries to stand up straight, it falls over due to its short height. The old man could not help but laugh, his mouth wide open. What kind of toy is this? There was not even a trace of dark energy on him. Are you really relying on that? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force swept through. Before the old king could react, he collapsed to the ground. And not just him. All the subordinates under his control also helplessly fell down. The old king wondered, what is going on? Suddenly, he just wanted to lie there leisurely, not wanting to do anything. Then the demon king opened his mouth and gently bit into the air. From the darkness, shadows began to emerge. Just like that, the demon king kept biting repeatedly, right into the central stage. Ninefeng stood by watching that guy eat the parasitic demon hiding in the darkness. It seemed even easier than dealing with the divine four-limbed creature. The old king was left speechless. It could not be. I thought there was only one demon king at most. What terrifying thing was summoned here that was completely suppressed? Ninefeng moved toward this monster. In this inferior world, you are invincible. Right at that moment, he felt fear. I am just bragging. Please do not take it seriously. You take out your phone. Then help me film a short video for research. Through his true form on the screen, he instantly revealed himself. I was wrong. Please forgive me. You continue. First, tell me a little. How did you sneak into our world? The monster begins to tell. Previously, this person and his team broke into my secret realm. So I took advantage of his inattention to parasitize him, and came to your world together. You ask again. So what are you in the boss's secret realm? He quickly replies. Yep. As you said, that is right. He starts to recount. At first I was quite weak, so I could only hide in the black market, because even if someone went missing, it would not attract attention. Up until recently, my strength increased, allowing me to skip the incubation stage and directly control humans through parasitic means. Which is why I dared to challenge the Thong Dude Guild. As he finished recounting, at that moment, the demon lord stepped forward, quickly opening its mouth wide, and seeing this, the monster panicked and shouted, "Don't eat me." Naturally, these images were recorded and sent to the guild. The light voice said, due to the lack of necessary safety measures, we cannot proceed with the containment and preservation of the parasitic demon. So we can only leave it to Ninefeng to handle, although I do not want to admit it. As part of the lower world, during moments when monsters keep appearing in front of us, it is really tough. Vimzian spoke. Without Ninefeng's classmates, the Thongdu Guild would be completely finished. Vivine be interrupted. The 7 major guilds, even the world itself would die. And we can't help at all. A ninja reassured. Everyone, do not be too negative. After all, the mysterious elder and Ninefeng are still on our side. If the advanced medicine investigation is clear, it has nothing to do with the mysterious elder. Then we can cooperate. At this point, everything was clear. And everyone quickly raised their hands to vote. I agree. I have no opinion. I agree. Feng Yunyi was reporting. The National Expert Association is establishing a company to produce and consume various high-level medicinal waters, with 80% of the profits going to the elder. Ninefeng thought about how he could receive 80% without having to worry about anything. This is very sincere. He continued. In addition, the country will commend 2 recent heroic acts of Tu Feng. The ceremony will be held at the closing of the training camp. Moreover, there are many reporters waiting for us, hoping to interview Tu Feng. Ninefeng felt excited. The opportunity to accumulate faith power could not be missed. He quickly spoke up. Then I will trouble you. Feng Sr. To help me arrange a bit, do not be polite. After talking with Feng Yix, he turned to instruct Diane. I still have to go back and train. This person is in your care. It seems he only eats monsters. Vayan respectfully replied. Rest assured, I will take him to the secret realm to find food. He thought to himself. The elder's creature can easily handle parasitic monsters. It seems I need to work harder. Ninefeng gently stroked it, quietly thinking that this guy's ability seemed to be a field effect that completely crushed the enemies will to fight. Normally, it would not have any impact, and there was no need for me to hide it. This kid always likes to sniff the scent left by Hanam on the pendant. Could it be that he has some connection with Hanam? After thinking that, he said to it, if you are not in a hurry, then your name can be Man. The scene shifts to the teacher's training camp, where Ninefeng is present. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Where's the great hero? Where's the great hero? Ninefeng thought to himself. Kids. The girl stepped forward happily and asked. Are you the great hero Ninefeng? He stared back in confusion. What great hero? At that moment, 3 young men walked in. Professor Tay. Long time no see. He turned around. It was Xiaoru. Indeed. It had been a long time. Suddenly he ran into an acquaintance. Jiang Shu was also taken aback. Professor Xiaoru quickly introduced. This is Tayan, a special professor at North King University, honorary advisor of the 7 great guilds. And he was a classmate of my father back in the day, right now. A lot of theories and techniques related to the secret realm have the research achievements of this professor. Ninefeng was momentarily stunned after the introduction. That is impressive. The girl continued. If we are talking about impressive, it is really you. Classmate 9. For saving so many people. When I was in the secret realm doing research, I could not get back in time. Just last night, I arrived at the training camp and heard about our hero 9 Vin Quang. So I wanted to see what our great hero looks like. He scratched his head modestly. You flatter me. I remember now. During the training, Professor To was the head of our research team. I thought he would be a serious old man, but I did not expect Professor To be so enthusiastic. Professor To cheerfully took his hand. Hasn't everyone had breakfast yet? Let us eat together. Then she happily introduced. These are all delicacies made from materials found on the monsters. Hurry and taste them. Everyone joyfully praised. This is so delicious. The flavor is great too. Tudin was so focused on eating that he spoke incoherently. Tanini approached Ninefeng and said, Teacher Li did not come to wake us up this morning. You remember correctly. He usually gets up very early. Teacher Li thought. With Professor To returning from this super important job. It made us work all night. But she repeatedly did not wake Ninefeng. The others said something about letting the hero rest. He felt unwilling. Thinking the treatment between people was too unequal. Professor To cheerfully moved forward. 9. I watched the competition video. And I must say your field operations are perfect among your peers. Ong Diet happily added. Professor Tay. You may not know, but Ninefeng is the top student of our class. His theoretical achievements are unmatched. Professor To smiled cheerfully. No wonder she told Ninefeng. It has been a long time since I have seen a genius with a solid theoretical foundation, who can also fight, by the way. I brought back some special items from the secret realm. You can take a look. Ninefeng was surprised and asked. Is there something special? After a while, everyone quickly stood in front of Teacher Lei's office. Professor To cheerfully asked. Is this your first time visiting the research room of the training camp? Since it is a temporary place, it is relatively messy. Upon seeing her, Teacher Li panicked. Professor Tay. Look at Teacher Lei. You go to your work. I will take them on a tour. Teacher Lei thought to himself. Clearly these teaching assistants feel like higher-ups coming to inspect. Suddenly surrounded by a group of people, Teacher Lei broke into a sweat. Suddenly, the pendant around Ninefeng's neck unexpectedly emitted a sparkling light. You wondered quietly. The Hanyan pendant suddenly showed weak energy fluctuations. Is it being affected by something? Professor To turned to you and asked. Ninefeng. What do you think these things are? You guessed from the processed parts nearby that they seem to be artificial, like walls or fragments of a carved statue. She is satisfied. That is right. Professor To begins to recount. According to previous findings, the entire secret realm only contains the civilization or ecology of the monsters themselves. But in this secret realm, we seem to have discovered a lost civilization. Hearing this, Ninefeng was curious. A lost civilization. Professor To continues. These things were discovered in the valley of the secret realm. Because the monsters are very strong, we did not go too deep, so we only brought back these items. But I suspect there might be a hidden city in the valley. Ninefeng thinks to himself. Could it be that Professor To has discovered the world where Hannum once lived? And it is not a coincidence. Suddenly, you speak up. Professor Tay, can I see the details? You can't stop me. Ninefeng carefully observes the energy fluctuations coming from the crystal of this fragment. The pendant of Hannum seems to be absorbing the energy within it. Could these two things really have some connection? She was curious. What is it? Do you have any thoughts? Ninefeng said. It is still unclear. We probably need to go to the secret realm in person to check it out. Professor To responded quickly. No problem. I will arrange it. In the secret realm, Professor To quickly introduced everyone. This is our research team. Once we enter the secret realm, we will cooperate fully. Everyone happily moved forward. Market Jiangna. It is a pleasure to meet you. If you need anything, just let us know. May I ask if we can take a group photo together after the exploration? Xiao Rui whispered to himself in joy upon seeing this scene. These people are all elites among scholars, casually placed in any university. They would be professor-level figures. It is rare to see them admire someone like that, but Brother Feng can do it. Muktu said sadly. Such an important project. Is it really okay for me to participate? Ong Diet comforted her. We are a team. Of course we have to act together. Over here. The professor seems very excited. She shouted loudly to start. Everyone quickly moved quite far away. At this moment, Nine Fong and Professor To were sitting down, studying the map in their hands. Suddenly, a strange black mist flew straight toward them. From the ground, a monster with sharp teeth suddenly emerged, opening its mouth wide. Professor To was so shocked that he was left speechless, while Nine Fong maintained a calm expression as if nothing had happened. At the same time, an aggressive axe swung down hard toward the monster. Nine Fong cheerfully reassured, "No need to worry. Everyone, keep going." The group with Professor To was left dumbfounded. Oh my, a monster that big. Can it really be dealt with in one move? These young guys are indeed reliable. After defeating the monster, Tae-Ian quickly reported to Professor To that there was a large hole in the remains of the monster below, which seemed to be hiding something. Everyone went down together. Professor Tae observed that it was indeed a trace left by some civilization. Could it be that the residents were destroyed by the monster that occupied this place? If our world were to be overrun by monsters, could it also become part of a secret realm? Nine Fong stood aside, deep in thought. Professor Tae's speculation must be correct. I remember the trial secret realm of the Trade Guild was also a civilized world. Just as he finished thinking, the necklace around his neck suddenly reacted. It began to glow, catching Nine Fong's attention. He then stepped forward to observe the surroundings. On the rock, something is also emitting light. He secretly calculated that it was this type of crystal fragment. Getting closer to the Hun Dramam pendant, it generated steel vibrations. He wondered if there was more to discover deep within the ruins. One of her researchers stepped forward to report. Professor T in front detected intense dark power vibrations. Professor T was surprised. The dark power was radiating from the top of that high platform. Nine Fong looked and immediately remembered. This feeling was very similar to the summoning formation of demonic gods. But it had a stronger pressure than what they encountered before. Deep inside, a monster was staring at them. Below it was a pack of aggressive goblins waiting. The lead monster aggressively commanded, and its minions quickly charged toward them at incredible speed. Tifeng felt the situation was not good. Taiyu dude, there are too many monsters, and their speed is extremely fast. You have to be careful. But he was completely at ease. It is. After all, Fan Ke is behind us. So if this will be a test. After saying that, Tifeng shouted loudly and charged forward. Do not even think about breaking through our defenses. Seeing his soldiers at a disadvantage, the monster was instantly furious, glaring at Nine Fong and the others. The people of Professor T discussed among themselves. These monsters were simply endless. Should they go help? If we go out there, we will become easy targets. Professor T worried. Those kids must be under a lot of pressure. Dite was curious. I want to see if I can kill the boss up there. Right. He laughed happily. It is. You guys can go together. Just leave this place to me. Elash. The monsters were dealt with by him. Their bodies scattered on the ground. The people on Professor Ta's side were confused. What? Assistant 9 can handle each wave like a flood of monsters by himself. Over here. Nine Fong thought. Let Daitanhai personally lead the battle. Just as Muvit, Teacher K, and Sister Lam have all received special training from me. Now they are all equally strong. Even without me in the team, the dual pastors won't suddenly collapse. At this moment, he stood tall there. But it seemed like the monsters were trembling and did not dare to advance. Everyone stood watching in confusion. Those monsters seemed to be afraid of Assistant 9. Is it possible that the youth today are all that strong? Or should I consider retiring early? Switching scenes to Dai, she said loudly. The boss is appearing. Make sure to increase your health and strength. Following that, Tiu Du quickly responded. Got it. The boss quickly launched a long-range attack. Then its figure gradually faded in the dust. If it were an ordinary person, it would definitely be hard to pinpoint the exact location to attack. But what it did not expect was that suddenly a fierce beam of golden light rushed in. The internal force seemed to carry a sharp knife stabbing straight at that monster. Switching scenes back to the desert. A few minutes ago the body of that monster had been severed by Tita Namian, lying sprawled on the ground. Is there anyone else in this secret realm? They have already found the entrance. Is someone else coming here? Those people are talking loudly. Hurry in. We need to seize it before they find it. The strangers continued. Life signs detected at the exit ahead. It could be the target. Get ready to fight. But contrary to their expectations, the entrance quickly became blurry. One of them exclaimed, Oh. The secret realm has been breached. And it is starting to expel us. Just like that. As soon as they said that, only beams of light remained on the ground. And the people had vanished. Dwight felt something here and asked Nin Fong. Do you hear anything? It seemed like someone was talking. But Nine Fong did not reply, saying he was not paying attention. You were busy thinking. Just now. Hanam's pendant was absorbing energy from the crystal. And all your thoughts were focused on it. Professor T stepped forward. I seem to have heard something from the direction we just came from. But there are guards outside the secret realm. No one else is allowed in. Tiu Dude asked Ninefeng for his opinion. Should we go check it out? He was also curious. Let us head over there together. Professor T led the way to assess the situation. She carefully observed the ground, then reached out, not knowing what kind of magic she used. But many footprints quickly appeared on the ground. Professor T concluded that these were not our footprints. There was indeed an intruder, but when the footprints got close to the exit, why did they disappear like that? One of them stepped forward. I asked the team in charge of guarding and found no signs of an intruder. The professor was observing and thinking, so where did the intruder go and how did they leave? Everyone split up to observe the surroundings and take notes on what they saw inside the secret area. Professor Tai is still investigating the footprints that first appeared nearby. The intruder must have entered through the entrance of the secret area or via other traditional methods. The bodies of those monsters must be the work of the intruders. Luan Chan quickly stepped up, acted very efficiently, leaving no traces behind, indicating that the intruder is very strong. Even the drop loot was not taken. Just as this was being discussed, Feng Yijak spoke up. Speed conquest, he explained, is the method of conquering a secret area, meaning to go through the entrance quickly, using the most effective combat to eliminate monsters, only taking the most important loot and abandoning everything else. This requires high levels of strength and teamwork. Wang Bei also spoke up. If we want to speed conquer a difficult secret area like this, besides Ninefeng, I do not think anyone else can do it. Professor De questioned, could it be an explorer from another world? She continued, although that is just my speculation, it is not impossible. We have discovered the remains of other worlds from this hidden realm, so there must be many worlds like ours, or even at a higher level than ours. Is it possible for them to communicate with each other? Ninefeng agreed. What Professor De said was correct. At least he had seen some different worlds from the memories of the Demon King. But he just had not thought about the fact that different worlds could also travel through each other. Professor De calculated that if the other party had a friendly attitude or just brief contact, it would be easier to talk. But if the other party has malicious intent, it means that besides the monsters, our enemies will also increase. Moreover, the other party's disappearance is very strange. We do not know what their purpose is, nor are we sure if they will appear again. Wang Bo sighed in worry. As troubles kept piling up at this moment, Feng Gak and Anchan exchanged glances. Then Anchan spoke up. Classmate Ong Diet, there is something we want to ask your opinion on. Is the Guild of the Demon Hunters interested in replacing the Guild of the Mercenaries and becoming part of the 7 Great Guilds? This request made her momentarily stunned, and confusion appeared on Ong Diet's face. Brother Chan continued. I am not afraid of the mockery from the young people, because of the recent parasitic incident. Both the Guild of the Mercenaries and the Guild of the Era are facing major issues. The president of the Guild of the Era, Fuong Chu, has voluntarily resigned, and the new person in charge has yet to be determined. Meanwhile, the Guild of the Mercenaries has witnessed a large number of members leaving and is applying for a downgrade. She stammered, but I am just a high school student, and the Guild of the Demon Hunters is just a small guild. He told her, don't worry about this, we have already discussed this issue once. All the chairpersons welcome you to join. Vivier added, that is right. She felt flustered and turned to look at Ninefeng, hoping he would help her out, but in response, he just gave her a warm, encouraging smile. Then, Ninefeng finally spoke up. Make your decision based on your own ideas. No matter what, I will support you. Vigoring Bi Ki thought to herself that Ninefeng's promise would surely help Ong Diet secure a solid position in the 7 Great Guilds. Based on their relationship, things like being a high school student or part of a small guild were definitely not an issue. Ong Diet hesitated. I am willing to take on the challenge. If there is anything I do poorly, please give me some advice. All 3 elders smiled in satisfaction. That is great. Titinian spoke up. I have a bit of a question. When going outside and stepping into a secret realm, why does it suddenly become the 7 Great Guilds? His gaze accidentally landed on her, causing her to feel flustered and stumble over her words. Over here, Ninefeng thought with satisfaction. If Dunai can join the 7 Great Guilds, it would take his plan to cultivate power a big step forward. Thinking about that made him feel quite pleased. Suddenly, a warm voice rang in Ninefeng's ears. Your Excellency, the God Lord. He looked around in surprise at everyone. No one else seemed to react. Am I the only one who can hear it? Ninefeng looked down at the necklace he was wearing. It seemed to be the voice of Hanjuem. The scene shifted to the outside of the desert, and a voice echoed, everyone. Please try to speed up the work and never act alone. No one knows if the intruder will show up again, so everyone must stay alert. Once a special situation is detected, immediately inform Professor Tai or Teaching Assistant 9. Everyone murmured upon hearing the announcement. Teaching assistant 9 is the same person who was interviewed not long ago. Right. The other person replied, that is right. Having such a powerhouse around really makes us feel much safer. They were all surprised. Teaching assistant 9 looks so young. Who would have thought he is actually a top-tier powerhouse? On Lin Song's side, he and Professor Ta were standing to one side in the tent talking about something. His mind was racing. The pendant had stopped receiving signals for an unknown reason. Luckily, the exterior of the stone showed no changes. Or else it would definitely attract attention. And that voice earlier. Did I mishear it? As Ninefeng was lost in thought, another voice echoed, my lord. You wonder quietly to yourself. Is it Hannah? The voice responded. My lord. It is your subordinate. It is great to speak with you once again. Right now. I am very excited. At this point, Hannah laughed heartily. Ninefeng spoke up. Hannah, keep calm. Do not get too excited just yet. What is going on here? Hannah said. I do not understand either. It seems like he suddenly regained consciousness. He wondered. Does the pendant you left behind have anything to do with absorbing energy from this crystal? They chatted for a while, and in the end, he understood. So that is how it is. This place is the heart of the world, Hannah spoke. The heart of the world is the core of a world formed by the unification of the laws in the universe. If a world encounters disaster, as long as the heart of the world remains intact, it can gradually repair itself. Once the heart of the world is destroyed, that world will be completely annihilated. The laws of the universe contained in the heart of the world are essentially the source of power for the gods. In the past, the gods also used the heart of the world to resurrect their favorite races. But at this point, Hannah suddenly stopped. The words he was about to say were left unsaid. In the end, Hannah hesitantly said, I am really sorry. It seems like my subordinate's memory is missing a part. Ninefeng cheerfully said, there is no rush. Take your time to remember. But Hannah felt guilty, thinking, my subordinate is useless and has disappointed the great lord. I am just a useless piece of trash. On the outside, he acted as if nothing was wrong. But inside he was really worried about Hannah's butt. Could this resurrection method have some serious side effects? Meanwhile, Professor Ta and everyone else were reporting the situation. Professor Ta, the excavation at the site is basically complete, except for some abandoned structures where nothing of value has been found. An Chan suggested that because unidentified intruders might appear in this secret realm, I advise against staying here. Biving said, I agree we should evacuate everyone as soon as possible, and then we can close this secret realm. Feng Yanjigi smiled and asked, Chairman Ung, what do you think? I am still not used to this way of addressing seniors, so I am a bit hesitant, he said. Now you are one of the 7 major guilds. Closing the secret realm is a decision that requires at least 3 guild leaders' approval. Ung Dite felt embarrassed. Yep. I also agree with Chairman Ulju's opinion. Then everyone worked together. Feng Yangigifi then politely remarked that the secret realm had been successfully closed. And everyone had worked hard. The next morning, at the teacher's training camp, Ninefeng was happily showering when suddenly Henenam's voice startled him. My lord, I remember now. His hand accidentally turned the wrong switch. Ninefeng then shouted loudly. The water is too cold. Hundruan panicked. I am really sorry. My lord. My subordinate deserves to die 1,000 times. Ninefeng wiped himself off while responding. Are you okay? By the way, what did you remember earlier? Andram suddenly recalled. Right. It was about that, please. My lord, execute your subordinate immediately. He felt speechless with his subordinate. It was just getting sprayed with cold water. I told you it is fine. Anam interrupted. It is not about this, but about the resurrection of that subordinate. Hanem recounted that in the past. The gods would use the heart world to resurrect their kin. However, because the heart world also harbors dark powers, the gods would have to endure extremely strong backlash when connected to their kin, and it could even turn them into dark gods. In the end, the gods had to personally execute their resurrected kin. As he spoke, Hanem's eyes welled up with tears. The subordinate is not afraid of death, but I can't let it bring trouble to the great deity. Hearing this, the boy's face turned cunning, a dark, I am exactly like that. But you are afraid that if you reveal the truth, Hanem will be even more devastated. Hanem saw the boy deep in thought and became worried. Great deity. Do you feel any discomfort now? Or do you feel something is off? Ningfeng asked seriously. Seemingly there was nothing wrong. Suddenly, he remembered that his passive skill comes from darkness, so he would not suffer the backlash from dark powers. Using forbidden spells would not come with a price. Could it be? Ningfeng asked Hanem. Does your resurrection only affect me? What about you? Does it have any effect on yourself? Hanem hesitated. The subordinate was not sure either. He smiled gently. If you have been resurrected, then just continue living. If there are any effects, We will solve it together. Hanem was moved to tears. The person saying these words is just like back then. But the subordinates really can't get involved. Suddenly, Ning Feng's expression changed. He said in a serious tone, Hanem, there is something I have been thinking about. I should tell you. After that, he laid out everything on his mind. Hanem was surprised and shouted, You are the evil god. Faced with Hanem's unexpected reaction, Ning Feng calmly explained, According to legend, that is roughly how it is. Those gods call me the evil god. And all the magic I hold will automatically turn into dark spells. Hanem angrily said, You are not the evil god. Those people are the evil gods. Because of their personal desires. My subordinates and kin died in a pointless war. No one cares about our lives. Only you seek justice for us. If they are your enemies, then I will firmly stand by your side, even if it means being ground to dust. He felt happy, thanking you for your trust. And I will do my best to protect everyone from getting hurt again. Saying this, Hanem burst into tears. My lord, the deity is by your side once again. I am very happy. Ning Feng was flustered. Don't cry. He warily lay down on the bed but still thought, To be honest, I am still very unclear about what the hierarchy of the world really is, and Yin explains it simply. The ranking of worlds is the level of recognition from the deities towards a world. There are many worlds existing in the universe, but not every world receives attention from the deities. Only when a world gives birth to intelligent life does it catch the deity's attention. But it is just attention, like occasionally noticing a cute little worm, unless it passes the deity's assessment. This world won't receive their attention, strength, or powerful civilization. Simply put, the more assessments one passes, the more attention the deities give, and the higher the world's ranking. And Yin kept rambling on one side, stating that the masters of this world only have about 150 ranks, with the highest skills and equipment being orange. That shows the world's ranking is very low, almost as if it is not receiving the deity's attention at all. Ning Feng replied with his eyes closed. Is that the door you are talking about? And Yin sincerely said, Aren't you here? Their future will be better and better. Right. About your equipment. I have a suggestion for you. The equipment of this world is quite outdated and can't meet your requirements. Therefore, you need to quickly switch to divine-grade equipment. As soon as these words were said, Ning Feng sat up straight. You asked again. What is a divine weapon? Hanem continued. Divine weapons are usually crafted or forged by our clan. Then you can continuously upgrade them once you activate the divine power. Ninefeng remembered that the pendant hand might have some inscriptions for upgrading. Hanem replied. That is right. This pendant was once the core of a divine weapon. As long as you activate the divine power within it, it will officially upgrade to a divine weapon. Ninefeng looked puzzled. What should I do? Hanem began to guide him, placing his hand on the pendant, drawing runes representing divine power through his consciousness. Ninefeng quickly followed along. A stream of radiant light burst forth brightly around his neck. Mysterious green patterns quickly appeared on the surface of the stone. Ninefeng was astonished. It really worked, Hanem said. Of course. You are a divine lord after all. The runes transform from the world's origin. Only true deities can activate and use them. Moreover, even those chosen by the deities themselves cannot do so. Hanem suddenly felt relieved. It seemed that the divine lord always worried about his identity, but this time he could rest easy. The system suddenly displayed a notification that left Ninefeng in great surprise. He told himself, 1,200 spirit points. Right now, all of his attributes combined only add up to that. Not only that, but it also increased various other strong attributes. Hanem was still not satisfied, but the quality was only orange. He would wait for his subordinates to find suitable materials to upgrade it for him. As for the remaining parts of the outfit, he needed to find other clans to complete it. Ninefeng feels excited to talk to you. Feels like there are more and more things he does not know. Andrumi feels happy. It is an honor for me to answer your questions. The sky quickly brightened, and Hanem happily looked at you. Good morning, my lord. Ninefeng glanced over. You are in good shape. Hundram sincerely replied. Just being with you gives me great hope. Ninefeng silently thought. Yesterday he unknowingly talked for a long time with Hundram. But unfortunately, his previous world was different from this one, so many experiences could not be used. Having him as my assistant would not be a problem. In some unclear secret realm, the atmosphere was very gloomy. A fierce monster emerged from the ground and violently attacked ahead. Hummer quickly appeared, and the ice on his body shot out toward the monster. It seemed to go insane, lunging at Hunenim brutally. The dirt and rocks around exploded as a result. Both of Professor Tia's people gaped in shock at this scene. Ninefeng smiled with satisfaction. 1,200 spirits had been summoned. It was indeed refreshing. Teacher Like stood to the side, exclaiming, 9. You are terrifying. Before he had planned to fight the boss, Now he kills it with just one move. Wherever the teacher spoke, Professor T nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly. Exactly. Teacher Lacha spoke up. Professor T, please do not follow my example. Ninefeng stepped forward to ask. Teacher Lice, are there any other secret realms today? Unfortunately, there are no more. The teacher has finished speaking. Our progress is originally faster than other groups. Today it is even quicker than usual. Because of this, the committee is having a headache. Hearing this, Ninefeng was a bit confused. He asked back. Well, Teacher Luck explained, you know, those who can participate in the training camp are all dedicated and hardworking. Because we finish early, the members actively run to the training camp secret area to train more for themselves. Right now, our members' ranks and strengths are higher than those of other groups. Students from other groups have teamed up to request that starting next month, the requirements between each group rotate. Professor Da wondered if the other teachers had no opinions. Teacher Luck smiled wryly. If it were not for the organizing committee holding back, other teachers would be eager to join our group. Some teachers mixed their names in the students' joint application and were discovered. Professor Da smiled knowingly. Well done. No one should even think about stealing our assistant 9. Hanem suddenly hesitated. My lord. Your magic. Ninefeng was puzzled. Is there a problem? At this point, Hanem looked a bit confused. There is no problem. I just feel that the techniques you use to cast magic are very exquisite. It seems you can effectively utilize various conditions at the right moment to control the effects of your magic within the necessary range. Ninefeng smiled. Is that what you mean? Just 2 evenings ago, there were a few classes. You should not hesitate to listen in. Soon it was class time. Ninefeng was sitting thoughtful and listening to the lecture. The teacher above was lecturing on mathematical strategy, and feels a bit confused. Lord God. This is Ninefeng explaining. Very interesting. Is not. This is my favorite subject. This is a tactical math strategy, which, besides practical battle examples, also covers arithmetic, physics, biology, and geography. Perhaps because the world's level is too low and people have no better options. They can only try every way to make the best use of the resources they have. How to use practical magic to deal the highest damage. How to expand limited skills into as many uses as possible. How to seize fleeting opportunities in an almost desperate battle. Not everyone needs to master these theoretical parts. But the training system we receive is based on this. And it has indeed trained many excellent explorers. Hanem is determined to gain recognition from Lord God for extraordinary knowledge. And his subordinates will also study diligently. The notification bell rang quickly. And the teacher spoke up. That is all for today's content. Class is dismissed as the sky quickly turns dark. You and Ong Diet walk home together on a quiet road. Suddenly, someone appears. And he looks surprised to see you. The boy steps forward with a somewhat perplexed expression. Jiang Nine sees this person. And both you and Ong Diet are surprised. A classmate. Ninefeng thinks to himself. Is he here to find me? Normally at the training camp, Master Heng does not really talk to me much. And I did not pay much attention to him either. Why do I feel like he is a bit nervous? Suddenly, Master Heng leaned down. I am here to thank you. Fortunately, you lent a hand and saved my brother and the Thang Nuhud Guild. You are our great benefactor. Ninefeng smiled wryly. It was just a coincidence. No need to thank me specially. Master Heng thought for a moment. In the past, due to his relationship with his brother, Min had kept his distance from Assistant Nin and looked down on his brother's close friends. Looking back now, the biggest fool was actually me. If I had been able to establish a good relationship with Assistant 9 earlier, the Thung Nuhud Guild definitely would not have ended up like this today. Ninefeng looked a bit confused. Was there something else? I am not close with him. There really is not much to say. Master Heng quickly presented a sincere gift and said, to express my sincerity towards you, I have prepared a small token. It is nothing much. Both you and Hun Eber were surprised and exclaimed together. Another fragment of the core world. I remember Hun M once said. Generally speaking, after the world is destroyed, there may be fragments of the core world floating outside. As long as you can find those fragments, the entrance to that world can be reopened. At that moment, you seemed enlightened. So that is how it is. Professor T also inadvertently used this method to open the secret realm. But at that time, the principle was not clear. So those intruders who vanished were also cut off by Hundram M. That is right. The core world is an important resource of the high-level world. So they will specifically seek out the fragments of the core world. However, the Lord God led the secret realm's power, so those intruders were rejected by the laws of the universe and sent back to their original world. Master Hung spoke up, cutting through the train of thought. This is the trophy my brother obtained from the secret realm. which has always been kept for special use. Hearing Professor T say that you just conquered such a secret realm, I think this item is even more suitable to give to you. Ninfeng did not refuse, directly accepting it. Very thankful for your gift. I really like it. Transitioning to another secret realm, a voice rang out. The fragment's location is right here. Professor T was surprised. Teaching Assistant 9 was able to understand how to use it so quickly. If I discover anything else later, I will contact you as soon as possible. Ninfeng smiled contentedly. Thinking, this is exactly what I wanted to hear, Sam said. The current state of my subordinate is still unstable. Needs to absorb more of the core world's energy. As long as the Lord God is not affected by dark power, I won't have to worry anymore. He told himself. Quickly help Hun Em recover strength. I can also gain more assistance. Everyone quickly ventured deeper inside. And as soon as they saw it, they were all left speechless. Ninfeng exclaimed. This is the secret realm. Dai added. This place is so beautiful. Hun Em was also surprised. What is going on? It looks nothing like a place that has experienced destruction, he asked. Is this your first time encountering this kind of situation too? Hun Em indeed was seeing it for the first time. Professor T took the lead and actively spoke to everyone, suggesting that they go inside to take a look. In front of them is an incredibly solid fortress. Ninfeng guessed this is the city where humanity resides. Zine also seemed confused. I am not mistaken. That is a regular human. Dai wondered. Do we have to go through to another place? Drem speculated. Not necessarily. A fragment of the heart of the world only leads to the corresponding world. Even if it is an illusion, this is too real. As they entered, a soldier aggressively blocked their way. Stop. Where are you from? Ninfeng's group felt a bit uneasy. He scratched his face hesitantly. The guard yelled again. The guard yelled again. You are adventurers from another world. Right. Ninfeng was puzzled. How do you know? He said it was easy to guess, based on your clothing and your hesitant demeanor. He was curious if adventurers from other worlds often come here. The guard replied. Occasionally, but not many little demons like you. It was clear who he was referring to. Professor T was angry. I am not a little demon, he continued. You can walk around the city, but it is best not to cause trouble, or I can't guarantee you will make it back alive. Before they left, the guard reminded them. Also, watch out for the children. Do not let her run around. Professor T shouted back angrily. I told you I am not a child. Ninfeng observed as he walked. This world also has adventurers. It is no wonder they would not be surprised by the appearance of adventurers. Very quickly, they entered inside. Everyone was amazed at a statue, looking to see what was written on it. The person being cast in the statue is the brave Alita, the celestial heroine, protector of the divine empire. Ninfeng wondered. It is strange. I clearly have never seen this kind of script before, yet I can read Hun Emu's thoughts. This is the heart of the world forming a connection. And it also proves that we have not crossed into another place. Professor T also stepped forward to observe. She pointed at the messy writing and said, here it also records the heroic deeds. In the year 1537, the demon tide came raging. The world was buried in darkness and fear. Apocalyptic despair loomed. Only the brave Alita opened up the gloomy sky. Demons fell apart under her spear, and light returned to the land. Joyful songs echoed through the clouds. Her heroic deeds were inscribed like a large stele for future generations. Her glorious splendor throughout the years will never fade. Dai stood beside her, wondering, so this world really has been attacked by demons. But thanks to this brave hero fighting fiercely alone, the world has been restored to peace. Professor T said, I think the inscription must mean this. Talene exclaimed, that is impressive. One person can defeat an army of demons. Tina Hun also marveled. Are adventurers from another world really that powerful? In the distance, a tree emitted a strange light. Tiu Du warned everyone. Wait a minute. Tina Hun saw him and curiously stepped forward, asking what is wrong. Xiaozui looked confused. Just now you mentioned that while everyone was focused on the statue, you were observing around it, and on its body, there was a glowing red line of text. The meaning of that text translates to run fast. Ning Feng asked for more details. He said he saw the words run fast, and then those words disappeared. Xiaozui confirmed. That is right. It was under that tree. Suddenly, Ning Feng felt a strange sensation. He looked at the passers-by, and it was wrong. It felt like they were looking at him with a fierce gaze. It seemed they had noticed his suspicion about something, and the statue quickly vanished. The townspeople swiftly revealed their true forms as vicious red-eyed monsters. Ning Feng could not believe it was all an illusion. Henyan was surprised. How did the spirits do this? I did not detect any spiritual energy at all. Right after that, the group of monsters charged toward everyone. Ning Feng had already summoned his weapon, gripping the sword tightly in his hand, and fiercely slashed straight at them. Tinian also helped with all his strength, swinging an axe to strike a monster attacking him. But unfortunately, The axe in his hand was shattered by the monster's strength. He suddenly shouted, "Oh no. I lost my axe." Tanian was momentarily panicked, thinking to himself, "This orange skill. I blocked it. But this is not an enemy I can handle." The fierce monster raised its blade, glaring at Tanian as it prepared to strike. At this moment, he could only stand still, closing his eyes and waiting for death. But suddenly the monster was frozen, and Yin had appeared just in time to rescue Tanian. "Your spirit looks incredibly impressive." Ninefeng stands before many fierce monsters, and they are ready to attack you. Hun Em seems a bit panicked. "Master God. These adventure spirits seem to come from a higher level world. Your kind might not be a match for them." You start to become more alert. "So what do we do?" Drum suggests. "My subordinates can use the remaining energy to manifest for a short time, assisting in taking down these enemies." Ninefeng smiles lightly at Hun Em with satisfaction. "All right. Please go ahead." Seeing him, Ung Died and Tiganine are so surprised they stutter. "This is Ninefeng. No need to be afraid. This is my assistant summoned from another world." Hundramim cheerfully waves. "It is nice to meet you all for the first time. Soon." Hun Arm stood in front of the group of monsters. His aura was incredibly aggressive. Hun Arm raised his weapon high and commanded, "Hurry up. Calm everyone down a bit." Thousands of ice arrows shot out, piercing through the bodies of the monsters, causing them to scream in fear. Ung Diet and T Nazan marvel at the powerful magic. This strength has far surpassed the orange skill. Suddenly, an aggressive arm reached out and grabbed Han M's icy arrows tightly. From the chaos, a muscular woman stepped forward. Her eyes were red and fierce as she stared at the group of Ninefeng. Professor T immediately recognized her. She seemed to be the statue from earlier. She spoke aggressively. "Strange sorcerer. You seem to be the strongest among them. Too bad. Under the edge of my sword, your strength is worth less than a dime." Hun Arm refused to back down. "Don't talk nonsense. I am not the strongest. But against you, I am more than enough." The woman shouted. "Who gave you the courage to challenge a sorcerer warrior one-on-one?" "The gods." Hamid chuckled foolishly in response. "That is right. That is right." Hearing his awkward reply only made her angrier. Another superstitious fool, who really thought those gods of mere reputation would pay any attention to him. Hearing her words, he turned to look at his master. Ninefeng's gaze was still on him, and he was smiling gently. The woman shouted loudly, "Hey, are you still going to get distracted and look elsewhere?" Ninefeng's gaze seemed to empower Hanram. He was still trying to channel a chilling aura. The woman looked a bit flustered. Her speed slowed down. Was it the slow effect of some water system? She clenched her fist tightly, and then yelled fiercely toward Hundramem. But that was all. Alita had already revealed a flaw. Hanem quickly realized. So that weapon is her source of power. Hanem stood tall, focusing her strength, and shouted loudly. Ice beams shot out. Ice storms erupted. And in a fury, she could not believe it. "No way. I clearly have a divine spirit weapon. How could the disparity be so great? Damn it. I will kill you." Suddenly, from within her body, beams of ice light gently flowed inside. She had not reacted yet when Hanem snapped her fingers. Immediately after, the entire body of that woman exploded, not even leaving a trace. Just a weapon fell to the ground. Professor Ta was left speechless, shocked to the core. Just looking made it hard to breathe. Hanem approached to observe. This weapon was indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, that woman could not control it. He reached out to touch it. A pink light emitted from the weapon. "It seems like Hanem wants to control it. Are you experimenting with something? What about this? Her soul has not dissipated yet." The woman smiled triumphantly. This foolish sorcerer fundamentally does not understand how terrifying the divine spirit is. The divine spirit will absorb your strength. Help me come back to life. As long as the divine spirit exists, I will be eternally alive. Ningfeng worriedly stepped forward to observe the subordinate's expression. He spoke. Hanem reassured. "My lord. It is just that the weapon suddenly absorbed the subordinate's energy, so the subordinate could not maintain materialization." Ningfeng's face darkened. "Is that? I will go check," Hanem anxiously said. "Please be careful." He picked up the weapon. The energy was indeed being sucked into it. She is really a bunch of fools. Yet they compete to offer energy to me. As if that way I won't need to absorb the souls anymore. Ninefeng looked straight at the woman with a serious expression. "What are you so happy about?" She was stunned into silence. "Can you see me?" Ninefeng remained calm. "So what?" Alita thought angrily. Since just now, her body has not absorbed anymore and has been shaking, as if very scared. Ninefeng also contemplated. When he touched this weapon, the system alerted him. The rest finally detected it, starting to absorb. He smirked, not expecting this weapon to be poison. But the situation is still unclear. Better not to absorb it yet. After thinking, he frowned and looked at her, saying, "Come on. What really happened?" The professor over here anxiously shouted. "9. How's the situation over there?" Dwight noticed the surrounding souls were still, and she began to recount. But you can see this used to be a beautiful country, although often invaded by monsters. We always protected the nation from harm. Remembering the days when everyone fought the monsters together, she happily praised. Well done, everyone. Suddenly, one of them stood frozen, staring at something. The curious woman approached. Tep Long. What is wrong with you? The one named Tep Long turned around. Don't you all see? There is a box in front of me, and it says a god is paying attention to you. Everyone was surprised and stammered. I do not see anything. The woman speculated. Could it be that Tep Long was recognized by the gods? Tep Long stood there staring at the box for a long time, unsure of what he was thinking. He started waving his hands. Perhaps following the instructions of that box, a notification quickly appeared. The gods were very pleased with your performance. You have received the approval of the gods. You can choose a gift from the deity. I do not know what he chose, but everyone saw Tep Long slowly rising into the air. Before leaving, Tep Long shouted to the people below, "Goodbye, everyone." He looked at his friends, tears suddenly streaming down his face. I will be by the side of the gods, watching over you forever. Someone next to him stepped forward to comfort him. Alita, do not be too sad. Tep Long has gone to the gods. Since he has caught their attention, he will surely care more about our country. Besides, if we keep trying, we might also catch the attention of the gods. Encouraged, Alita smiled brightly in response. Yeah, you are right. Some time later, their country was still being invaded by monsters as before, and the death toll was even higher. They ruthlessly killed many people. The entire country was engulfed in flames. Alita and her group were all severely injured, but they still tried to stop the monsters from advancing further. She was so helpless that tears streamed down her face. Well. The monsters are attacking more fiercely than ever, but the gods are not showing up. The dragon is not appearing. Have we been forgotten? Her teammate asked, trembling with fear. Alita, are we going to die? She quickly regained her composure, her eyes becoming sharper. We still have one last hope. She opened the door to the secret vault, which contained the weapons she was currently using. Upon hearing this, Ninefeng began to piece together the story behind it. So you used this cursed weapon to repel the monsters, but it also cursed the entire nation. Alita said. That is right. After fending off the monsters, I borrowed dark power to restore the country to its former state. Little did I expect, the dark power gradually eroded my consciousness, turning the nation into a terrifying realm. And then occasionally adventurers from other worlds would come here to explore, only to be turned into spirits by me. She tightly gripped the weapon in her hand, thinking, dark power. There is always a price to pay. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching, and they were getting closer. Ninefeng curiously turned around to see a pink glow revealing the silhouette of a man, slowly walking towards them. It was none other than Tep Long. Hello there, that glove is mine. Can you give it back? Alita was surprised to see the person who appeared. How could Tep Long be Tep Long? But how could Ninefeng consider such a good item for someone else? He smiled cheerfully. Sorry, this is my trophy. Tep Long was annoyed but tried to stay calm, explaining that the weapon was something he had specially kept here for refinement. Upon hearing this, Alita seemed panicked. Refinement? What does that mean? He could no longer hold his patience. Tep Long's face suddenly darkened. He said, Is there something wrong with your ears? I told you, that weapon is mine. Or do you intend to become the material for my weapon refinement? Hun Rummel recognized at a glance that this was the essence of the Holy Spirit power system. Alita knelt at Ninefeng's feet, pleading, Great powerful one, please forgive my offense. I want to know the truth. Can you help me? He smiled and replied, Why do not you just ask him? His words left Alita momentarily stunned. She could not believe her ears. Tepifeng looked at him with annoyance. Confused. Why is that guy smiling? Alita asked back. What do you mean? Ninefeng explained. I have a skill that can temporarily grant you a body, but in the end, you will completely dissipate, and nothing will remain. Alita firmly said, I am not afraid. Please give me the body. I will bear it all. Ninefeng did not say much in response and directly ordered. Raising his head, Alita quickly complied. Yep. He frowned, activating the skill to seize the Dark Soul, banning the Dark Master, using his own mental power to control the target's mind, allowing for a short-lived transformation into a powerful avatar. Very soon after, Alita had fully restored her previous human form. Tep Long was astonished upon seeing Siko Nen. He could not believe his eyes. What? Alita saw her own body and could not help but exclaim, The power of darkness is truly strong. Ninefeng stepped forward and said, I won't control your mind, so you can control this body yourself. Alita gratefully replied, Thank you for your grace. Tep Long's face turned pale. Stammering, You are Alita. Why did you suddenly appear? Alita's eyes were fierce. Tep Long. I do not understand what you are saying. You should explain it honestly once again. Tep Long quickly regained his composure and threatened with a cleared throat. Alita. Are you being controlled by a demon? What did that guy do to you? Before he could get a chance to respond, Alita jumped in. She glared fiercely and threw a punch straight at Tep Long. Catching him off guard, he panicked and shouted loudly, "You are crazy!" But before he could finish, the attack landed hard. Whether he had divine attention or not, Tep Long was still no match for Alita. He was hit so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing him struggle like that, she still had no intention of letting up. Another attack landed, leaving Tep Long sprawled on the ground. Alita was losing her patience. Tep Long. Tell me. Why did not you show up when the monsters invaded? Why are you here today, and what do you mean by refining? He was now panicking and explained. Alita. I did not abandon you all. You have to trust me. I was just participating in another trial at that time. That trial was very important to me. By the time I noticed this place, it was too late. He recounted. You do not know how much I struggled after I left this world. Even though I am the highest power in this world, under the divine demon, I am still the weakest existence. That pressure. That helplessness. I am sure you will understand. She angrily exposed him. Don't he try to downplay this. You have always been paying attention to the demon soldiers. Right. He hesitated. I just left a magical mark on the divine. When the mark disappears, I will feel it. Alita. Do not blame me. I just hope to become stronger with the divine, or one day I will be discarded by the gods. When I left the mark, you all were dead. Everyone was gone. That evil guy thinks. Damn it. If it were not for me feeling the divine power weakening day by day, relying on you all, the revered deity, your followers are being threatened by evil. Please, out of my loyalty and dedication, do not abandon me. Please punish and eliminate these things. Just as he finished his thoughts, Alita charged in with a strong punch. The people of Ninefeng were extremely surprised by Alita's decisive action. After finishing, she knelt down with her weapon in front of Ninefeng. Great power. Thank you for giving me this precious opportunity. My people and I can finally escape the endless dream you asked. I want to know where the heart of this world is. Besides that, my companion must have many doubts. In the remaining time, I hope you can help them find the answers. She quickly obeyed. Yep. Alita regretfully recalled. I once thought it was an honor for Tep Long to be chosen by the divine, but unexpectedly we were still forgotten. At that moment I realized. Speaking of which, her body was also gradually disintegrating. Just like that memory. Before leaving, Alita said, Anyway, Tepi Fong is a person of this world. Let him be forever freed with us. Ung Dite watched the fading figure of Alita, feeling a bit sad. Ninefeng asked. Dite Nhai. What is wrong with you? She said. I was thinking. Even with the care of the divine, Alita's world still struggles to escape the fate of destruction. Will we really have a day like that? Ninefeng smiled. Do not worry. I am still waiting for you to take me out to eat some delicious food. Hearing him say that, Alita felt comforted and happy. This guy? Ung Dite asked. Professor T. Can we finish our meal before heading back? She quickly agreed. Of course we can. Ung Dite continued. Then I will see if there are any local specialties around here. They gradually walked away, and the vast prairie returned to its silent state without a soul in sight. Suddenly, a streak of purple light appeared in the sky, slowly spreading out, and a foot gradually descended. It was Tep Long with lifeless, bright eyes, but it seemed like this was just some impersonator taking the form of Tep Fong. He regretted being one step too late. That familiar aura was gone again. But in this body's memory, the figure of the other person still lingered. He recalled the image of Ninefeng, wondering to himself, was he the omnipotent god? After all, in this world, he could not escape. He needed to investigate a little. Switching scenes to Fengnish. He and everyone else were holding a meeting with a very tense atmosphere. Ung Dite and teacher Lax sat up straight beside him. Not daring to breathe loudly, Lin Ho spoke up. According to Professor Tith's report, the gods can choose some lucky individuals they prefer from different worlds, granting them favors and even allowing them to ascend to higher worlds. But this kind of favor is only meant to make more people believe in them. In the eyes of those deities, the lucky ones are merely tools and pawns. Ugayat Nin spoke. Therefore, even when receiving the favor of the deities, one may still face the risk of annihilation. Ultimately, everything relies on oneself. This time in the hidden realm, the enemy's strength far surpasses ours. Lin Ho said. It is all thanks to you, Ninefeng, that we can defeat the enemy. But in the near future, These powerful enemies that we can't resist may increase. Her face was somber. Even though you, Ninefong, always stand by us, if we, these people, like parasites, place all our hopes on a child, I feel very uneasy. At this point, everyone in the room suddenly fell silent. Ong Diet spoke up. Can I say a few words? Ninefeng recently summoned a powerful being from another world. Everyone must know that this powerful being has learned battle strategy and compared our strength with that of the monsters. Finally, a conclusion was drawn. If based on normal assumptions, our world should have perished 30 years ago. Her words caused everyone present to panic. Nugayat Nun proactively asked, Chairman Ong, what does this mean? She recounted that over 80 years ago, the hidden realm suddenly merged with reality, and humanity suffered unprecedented losses. In that situation, humanity first encountered adventurers. Nevertheless, humanity was still at a complete disadvantage when facing the demonic creatures. It all relies on the next generation, including those sitting here. With countless sacrifices and efforts that humanity can resist powerful monsters and maintain existence until today. The strong beings from that other world said. In fact, the monsters we face have long surpassed the level that this world can endure. Yet we have not perished, still persevering in battle. That is a miracle. I believe that as long as we are given the opportunity, we can continue to maintain this miracle. This world has been protected by our predecessors for 80 years. Next, we must also protect everyone together. All the elders here, after hearing her finish speaking, were silent and looked at Ong Diet in confusion. She felt a bit awkward and smiled helplessly, asking, Did I say something wrong? Right after that, everyone started clapping in unison. They were very satisfied with her speech. Lin Ho smiled brightly. Chairman Elzu. Inviting Chairman Ung here was truly the right decision. I feel like I have regained my fighting spirit like when I was young. B analyzed. This means that the monsters are becoming increasingly difficult to deal with, because they have long exceeded our limits. VM Cyan said this happily, suddenly feeling a bit proud at this point. And Chen also spoke up. Everyone definitely agrees with Chairman Ung's opinion. The next topic is how we should respond when we encounter the gods in the future. After all, this incident has taught us a lesson. The gods do not necessarily have to be our hope. The one occupying Tep Long's body is currently wandering around searching for Ninefong. He is thinking, this omnipotent deity has been hiding in a place like this. A lowly world would not attract too much attention, and the gods can't descend directly. What a cunning one. He closed his eyes and thought, I can sense that this world has a trial hidden for me, just when I need a place to hide. So I will choose that place. At the Thingyu Hood Guild, Master Heng looked around regretfully. His brother worked hard to build the guild, yet it crumbled in just one night. I must strive to become stronger and help the Thang Nu Guild regain its glory. Suddenly, something strange appeared right in front of him. Surprising Master. From within that thing, Tepa Long quickly emerged. He's surprised. There is someone here. Master Eng heightened his guard and shouted, Who's it? How did you get in here? Tep Long grinned slyly. Don't be afraid. I am the master of this hidden realm. The one you often speak of. Hearing the term deity, Master Hung secretly broke into a sweat, staring intently at the other person. He thought to himself, I remember this hidden realm. It does not allow two people to enter. I have seen the form of this deity in the statues before. And moreover, he can manipulate the power within the hidden realm. Saying that, he quickly knelt down. Lord Divine Min, may I ask if you have heard my prayers? Which is why you have appeared. Tep Long chuckled slyly. Prayers are for the weak. You should prove that your strength and faith are worthy of my favor. Asia Hung quickly submitted. Lord Divine Min, rest assured, I will do my utmost. Tep Long had his own thoughts. That cunning omnipotent god should not be recklessly approached before clarifying his identity. After all, the strength of a transformation is not equal to that of the true self. Indeed, some assistance is necessary. He was pleased to see Se Hung submit so quickly. Very good. Your first task is to help me find this person. Seeing the image of Ninefong appear, Esevung was taken aback. Why was Esevung showing such a reaction? Teput Long quickly realized the oversight and felt secretly pleased. He never expected you to know him, which saved me quite a bit of trouble. But Sung said, Sorry. I do not know him well and can't provide you with too much information. The name Tep Long, now the divine being, spoke up. It is, from now on, you will be responsible for monitoring him. If anything unusual happens, report to me immediately. Remember, absolutely do not leave any traces. This person's true identity may be a dark god that has destroyed countless worlds. Upon hearing this, Se Hung was puzzled again. What could it be that at that time? The divine Min thought. When Min discovered that the trial secret realm had been breached, He immediately began searching in the divine realm, but was interfered with by a strange power. It must be the omnipotent God causing trouble, hiding his movements. Then he remembered. Right. Who are the ones that completed the challenge here? Master Hung hesitated. It is a friend of that evil god. The image of Duan quickly appeared. He began to manipulate. What a shame. That should have been the glory that belonged to you. But it was taken away by the minion of the dark god. But it is okay. I can help you get it back. Offer me your loyalty. Master Hung seemed to be hypnotized and quickly followed the order. But there was one thing he did not expect. Master Hung actually went to meet Nanfeng privately right after that. He found it interesting that such a thing could happen. Master Hung was serious.
Yep.
9. That guy claims to be the incarnation of the true origin Holy Spirit. Sent here to quietly investigate information about you, he thought. Incarnation. I remember incarnations can only exist for a very short time. Gods usually borrow their followers as incarnations, because both sides have a mutual understanding. So there won't be any rejection, allowing them to exist for a long time. He forgot and thought that all gods were like him. Randomly finding someone to be an incarnation. Ninfeng asked with interest. Aren't you afraid he will find out? Master Hung said. I have tested a few times. That guy seems not to be all-powerful. Unless he is intentionally disguising himself. So I still want to remind you to be more careful. He thought. The newly developed followers like Master Hung. Their faith was already very weak. They had not been in contact for long. Although it can't be said that they trusted him. They also would not be easily detected. Ninfeng smiled brightly. Thanking him for telling him this important thing. Master Hung felt shy in response to your reaction. You are a great benefactor to us. What I have done is nothing. Master Hung seems much smarter than his brother. You deduced that even in front of the divine assistant 9. You were not panicked at all. Indeed. Your identity is unusual. To be honest, your brother had investigated quite a lot about 9 before. And it is hard for me to believe someone like that could be a dark god. You calmly thought. Since confirming your identity, my mood has become more composed. If those deities are particularly targeting me, then I will pursue them to the end. Back in his room, Ninfeng discussed with Hanem. Master Hung can temporarily stay by the true origin Holy Spirit. But if he stays long-term, he will eventually face danger. The true origin Holy Spirit must be dealt with quickly, Hanem said. My lord, in this world, we have many advantages when dealing with other deities. You wondered why he said that. Hanem explained. A higher existence entering a lower-level world will have their power restricted. This is determined by the laws of the universe. Even the deities cannot violate it. If they want to increase their influence in this world, they must expand their own faith. But you are different from them. You can unleash your full power in this world, as long as we do not let their beliefs thrive. They won't be strong enough to pose a threat to you. However, attempting to train in the hidden realm protected by divine power, the attacks you had to endure there have truly transcended space and time, directly causing conflict with the divine realm where the Holy Spirit resides. If the Holy Spirit hides in there this time, we won't be able to do anything to him. It is best to come up with a way to draw him out of the hidden realm. Hanem has calculated. So we will plan accordingly. I will report all the information I know immediately. You think? According to Hanem, this world seems like our home turf. I have mastered dozens of forbidden spells. Dealing with a battle at this level 1 be a big issue. It is just that the enemy has a skill that makes me quite worried. A proactive skill. The might of the strong emits a powerful mental pressure that temporarily disables targets of lower rank than you from acting. The greater the rank difference between the two sides, the longer the target remains unable to act. Based on the description, this is a control skill that relies on rank suppression to be effective. My strength is quite low, and once I am caught off guard by the enemy, I fear I won't have time to use a forbidden spell. To be more certain, I need to learn spells that can defend against mental attacks. But such spells are very rare, and finding them will be quite troublesome. Just as this thought crossed my mind, you suddenly sat up. And I want to return to the base for a bit. Are you sure it won't be exposed there? You replied firmly, of course. That place really exists. The scene shifts to the place Ninfeng just mentioned, and everyone quickly arrives there. Just in time. Men is stretching out to bask in the sun. Anjurum pats its head. This little guy is truly a monster from the dark world. Its real name is Chaos Beast. It can create a powerful chaotic force field around itself, blocking all detection effects. Ayen is astonished. It sounds really terrifying. Anjurum quickly responds. That is right. It is a high-level demon lord. Its power surpasses most bosses in the secret realms, and it can easily destroy a world. Upon hearing this, Fayen's face goes pale, and he gasps in shock, shouting, What? But Anurem calmly reassures him. Don't worry. Ever since it was tamed by Lord God, this little guy has been very stable. Even the aura of dark power is no longer clear. Previously, in our tribe, there were many hot springs. so it likes me to help it bathe. We are very close. You can be like that too. Xian is momentarily taken aback. I can Although he felt this little creature was very strong, he did not expect it to be this strong. And the powerful figure named Tunremo clearly is not an easy opponent. Ninfeng remembers and happily says to Yan, that is right. This is the loot I just obtained from the secret realm. It will definitely be useful for you. It is 2 pieces of equipment. The Windstorm Cloak and the Indomitable Soul. These are 2 pieces of equipment that not just anyone can possess. N is excited and thanks him for the guidance. I will definitely strive to become strong. To become a powerful weapon in your hands. If that god intends to confront you, I am ready to risk my life to protect you, Ninfeng thought. Fortunately, with Arista's secret realm as a lesson beforehand, people's attitudes towards the gods have changed. Just like An. When I told him about the descent of the Holy Spirit, he was not shaken at all. It is not as easy for the gods to slander me anymore. Thinking of this, he felt a bit pleased. The security measures of the dedicated line in the base are the best. I will go check if I can any defensive spells against mental attacks or related information. Returning to the training ground of the secret realm. This voice belongs to Tep Long from this world. It seems I have an impression of it. The god spoke. Here, humans are very weak. During the previous invasion by monsters, they had almost no ability to resist, and the gods felt disappointed. So they no longer cared about this place. I never expected that after a great disaster, humans here could survive. Tifeng reported. Through this observation time, I confirmed there were no gods helping humans, not even the omnipotent divine mage. This means that humans in this world possess some characteristic that enables them to withstand the monsters. The god smiled slyly upon hearing this. Interesting. Perhaps the omnipotent divine mage also sees potential here and intends to develop this place into his domain. He clenched his fist aggressively. How could I let you have your way? At the same time, Master Heng also returned, his whole body trembling. Looking like he was injured, the divine spirit spoke. What is wrong? Master Heng said. I am still stuck on the 15th floor. I just can't get past. The eyes of the divine spirit lit up. You have died 100 times on the 15th floor already. Master Heng seemed a bit scared. Mumbling. Suddenly, a surge of power shot towards him, surprising Master Heng. This is the unyielding 100, the divine spirit said. Don't be afraid. I won't blame you. In fact, this is the challenge I have set for you. The effect is that when the life of the wearer drops below 15%, within 10 seconds they will be immune to all negative effects from injuries or illnesses, while also increasing damage and defense by 30%. The divine spirit offered up another tempting bait. Those who attract the attention of the gods may receive challenges assigned by them. If the mission is completed, you will receive a permanent achievement and can enhance yourself. Some unique achievements may even provide comprehensive changes. This is just the beginning. I can grant you things beyond your imagination. These words left Master Heng bewildered, unsure if he was feeling fear or excitement. In the secret realm of the Ling Nian Misty domain, based on the materials he found, there are 2 or 3 places in the domestic secret realms that have once dropped spells as against mental attacks. This is one of them. If you swipe multiple times, there is definitely a chance something will drop. The little monsters were frustrated. My lord, that lone battle mage is attacking again. The lord shouted. What? You are greatly underestimating the demons. Damn it. If I do not do something, that guy will really think I am easy to bully. Just after saying this, Ningfeng quickly charged over this way. The king shouted angrily. Come here. But just for a moment. All of them were knocked away. The king, frightened, said, Please, have mercy and spare me this once. His face looked very gloomy. Asking him, Is this a new kind of mental attack? The monster king hurriedly replied. Do not act hastily. Let me finish. Your spirit is so strong. I am just a low-level demon king. My attack basically has no effect. When others attack me, at least they need to team up. It takes 2 hours to finish. Who else like you just targets me every time you come? I feel sorry. Sorry. I just intended to drop a skill book. The king, feeling wronged, shed tears. Dropping loot is not something I can control. If I happen to get depressed, how can I guarantee the drop rate? He stared blankly. Questioning himself, am I making a boss who attacks mentally feel mentally broken? The scene shifted back to Ninfeng's home. He was frustrated. This color of the bottom of the barrel really is not good. In the end, I only received a skill book for mages. This is an active skill. Mana will recover within a certain range. Teammates will receive support from the mana aura each time the skill is used. There is a 35% chance to recover a certain percentage of mana. Now is the time to quickly level up. Anyway, let us learn it first. Skills such as Proactive, Divine Power Revelation, Dark Domination, and designated believers receiving blessings from the divine. surpassing personal limits, significantly enhancing strength. With this skill, not only can I see all my believers, but I can also choose how to bestow blessings and preview the effects of those blessings. Suddenly, the image of Hanem appeared in front like a fierce warrior using a divine force spell. Dark energy surged, causing Hanem's form to quickly change, becoming more ferocious. Ningfeng was alarmed at this image, knowing that Hanem definitely did not want to look like that. Thinking this, he pressed the button to select the protective obsession contract with Indian on the screen. There was an item that surprised Ningfeng. The trial achievement. Hanem explained. Awakening the holy artifact. These things do not have any effect for now. The trial achievement is a power that every deity possesses, used to activate the hidden potential within the target's body. You once said that personal achievement is a part of the cosmic rules. The role of the deity here is like that of a guide. Therefore, deities often grant achievements to those they pay attention to, even if that person is not their believer. He quickly understood, meaning that the achievement would not directly transfer my divine power to you. The system displayed detailed statistics about magical luck. Ningfeng read through it afterward. Hanem then asked, Right. Do you have any plans? You mentioned earlier that when I previewed the trial achievement, I saw something in the information of Cheng Muthu. Hearing this, Hanem was astonished and stammered. Sir, can you see the achievements of other professions? The boy wondered. Yeah. Where's the mistake? Hanem said. Usually, deities can only see achievements related to their own career path. Ningfeng smiled. Is it because of the relationship with the system? Hanem speculated. It is definitely possible. After all, you are still not clear about the truth of what the system is. The scene shifts to the Hung Gait Maquat. The atmosphere here is incredibly gloomy. The Thu Feng Mases was surprised when the system displayed a lucky magic notification. She could not contain her emotions and shouted, Oh my god. Ningfeng happily said, I will explain this later. Right now, we need to prepare to take down the boss quickly. Upon hearing this, she did not ask any further. Over here, the monsters were panicking, reporting to their leader, My lord, those crazy explorers are attacking again. The lord cried and lay sprawled on the ground, resigned to fate. Destroy them quickly. After a while of fighting, Ningfeng finally showed a satisfied expression. It had finally appeared. The glowing book is the soul shield that he has been searching for all this time. The scene shifts to the classroom, where the professor is standing at the podium delivering his lecture. This is the secret realm we explored last week, and it is also the first time we have encountered the legend of deities. Suddenly, she thought to herself, the opinion of the Seventh Great Guild is that we should not take a clear stance on deities right now. We should only objectively report the findings from this exploration of the secret realm to everyone, with Alita's experience. I believe everyone will have more thoughts about the deities. Next, we need to make everyone understand that humanity has triumphed over incredibly powerful enemies on its own. This is our achievement, and is also our glory. Hanem is truly astonishing. He can make believers not only rely on the divine but also believe in their own strength. Such a generous act can only be performed by the Divine Lord himself. Master Hung is also sitting in the back of the lecture hall, but for some reason, his face looks a bit unpleasant. The break time quickly arrives, and Professor Tai is happy. All right. Everyone take a 15-minute break. As soon as everyone goes outside, Master Hung runs after them. Teaching Assistant 9. There is something I want to ask you privately. After both of them walk to a quiet hallway, Master Hung gets straight to the point. Do you know about the achievement trial? Unlike Master Hung's hurried attitude, Ninefeng calmly replies. I know. Master Hung turns pale. Indeed. The teaching assistant knows about it. So those around him must have achieved it long ago. Suddenly, Master Hung's achievement board appears above him, making him confused. Ninefeng quickly asks. It is an unusual achievement. Right. Although everyone has a chance to achieve it, a purple rarity is still quite impressive. He thinks. And none the teaching assistant speaks very lightly. Not at all concerned that the pure element Holy Spirit has granted me this achievement. Perhaps in his eyes, this is fundamentally not worth considering a favor at all. Those who followed Nun as his assistant have really benefited a lot. It is quite enviable. Master Hung tried to regain his composure and said, Actually, I am a bit worried. This might be a way to control me, so I wanted to ask you to confirm. Ninefeng reassured him. It is. There are no side effects. Just wear it. Hanem was cautious. It seemed like this kid was a bit shaken, initially planning to challenge him, but in the end was still subdued by him. Ninefeng replied nonchalantly. It is human nature. I am not surprised. On the contrary, I never trusted him. The things he could find out are just things I am not afraid of others knowing. If he is still willing to lend me a hand, then I consider it a gain. At the Commerce Guild, Ninefeng's image kept appearing, as if this guy had a camera on him. The divine calculation is strange. Too strange. Through these two encounters, I can feel that the omnipotent divine power is no longer what it used to be. After all, he was seriously injured in the battle years ago, and if it were not for the deliberate pursuit, I would hardly have detected his distinctive magical aura. However, the omnipotent divine power suddenly attacked my secret realm challenge, revealing its movements, which truly puzzled me. Ninefeng's actions increasingly perplex me. Master Hung said, Ninefeng has strong abilities, but he does not use any skills beyond our understanding. Many times, it is just ordinary attacks. The improvements he brings to those around him, in your eyes, are merely trivial tactics that are not worth mentioning. I am sorry for being blunt, but after sensing your divine power, I can hardly imagine how Ninefeng could compare to you. What I really can't understand is why he would participate in our training camp and do so many things to attract attention if he wants to hide his identity. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by him? Upon hearing this, Then Min thought for a moment and said, I consider one possibility. This person might have only received 1 or 2 artifacts from the omnipotent God, which would explain everything. He questioned himself and then answered, why is his strength clearly so powerful, but he only uses normal attacks? Because his divine artifact can significantly enhance his basic attributes. It is completely sufficient in this inferior world. Why does not he let anyone get close when dealing with the parasite demon? Because eliminating the parasite demon requires using divine gifts. He does not want others to know what kind of divine artifact it is. Why did he participate in the training? Because after distancing himself from the divine artifact, Ninefeng really is not that strong. He needs to rely on training to gain more benefits. He Sesheng once said that there is a mysterious elder behind Ninefeng, and even if he is not the omnipotent god, he cannot be separated from it. This guy hides in the shadows, letting Ninefeng step out as a facade. As the scene shifts toward Ninefeng's room, sunlight pouring in through the window, Yu and Hunemem are standing outside admiring the view. Huntom speaks up. Lord Divine, do you think Chun and Guyan Thanlin is being tricked? He says, the one lucky enough to receive a divine artifact is surely a very reasonable cover, although many things I do are accidental. Just a little guidance can make people feel like I have seen through their inner secrets. In unclear situations, the Holy Spirit may not act hastily. However, when he relies on his own analysis to draw a reasonable conclusion, it might break the deadlock. If we want to lure him out, it might be worth a try. Then, a voice interrupted his train of thought. Brother Feng, let us go have dinner. Ninefeng smiled happily. Coming right away. The scene shifts to the dining hall, where Ninefeng is getting his meal. After that, he and Master Hung brushed past each other. Neither spoke, but they exchanged glances silently. Master Hung passed by him. A soft voice said, the bait has taken the hook. Master Hung recalled what the divine being had said. I remember you mentioned that sometimes Ninefeng acts alone. Right. Hearing Master Hung recount it, Ninefeng guessed. So he is planning to take action while I am alone. Master Hung's face had now grown serious. Next was the showdown between the two divine beings in a dense forest, a place that was extremely deserted. Ninefeng said, to make it easier to take action, I specifically chose a secluded secret realm. That guy, the Holy Spirit, should not have trouble finding that spot. Right. Hanem guessed that he might be hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right opportunity. I have done my best to set things up, hoping that nothing goes wrong. Imagine it like a bait that has been cast, just waiting for the big fish to bite. At this moment, the deity is thinking. Although I have guessed based on the information gathered, I still can't rule out the possibility that Ninefeng is an omnipotent divine being. Relying on just one incarnation is still a bit risky. If I want to act, I need to arrange a bit more. Thinking this, the deity silently calculates. Speaking of the weaknesses of the omnipotent divine being, the scene shifts to Ong Diet's group. Over here, everyone is together, and it seems like there is something in front of them, making everyone tense up. The deity calculates. If I am not sure of victory, I won't go find Ninefeng to engage directly. Since he is not here today, I will just follow his friends. The omnipotent divine being values the pawns in hand too much, even willing to face us for them. His biggest weakness is his foolish mercy. These people are all Ninefeng's best friends. I need to capture them as pawns. Even if Ninefeng is an omnipotent divine being, I can still compete with him. By the time that Ninefeng reacts, it will be too late. He just finished thinking and immediately flew up to attack Ong Diet's group. Since Tiudu is leading, the deity targets him directly. A fierce arm reaches out, but he does not understand why I can't attack. Not even touch Tiudu. It seems this surprises both Titigain and Tiudu as well. Min is a bit confused right now. He is fidgeting and looking around. This is the Dark World. What is going on? The system announces that the active skill of the Void Walker is invalid, forbidding the Dark Master from tearing space to enter the Dark World. Quickly crossing over to the target location, lasting for 1 hour. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out from behind Thing. It is a deity. And yet they only know how to act against the innocent. Ninefeng coldly replies. Fortunately, I know your despicable behavior. So I was prepared beforehand. Just as I predicted, the deity shouted angrily. You are Ninefeng. You are the omnipotent god mage. At that moment, Ninefeng's face was dark like a demon sent from hell. He stared intently at the deity, exuding an overwhelming aura, remembering when he asked Hundramel beside him. Hanhem. Do you think the true origin Holy Spirit would act against the person next to me? Hummer quickly understood. You mean like what they did to us back then? Right, Sam said. I am not sure. But those deities did indeed act once. The system announces. The active skill Divine Blessing is set to have the Dark Master Disciple receive the blessing of the deity, breaking through their limits, enhancing their power. Ninefeng calculated that this Divine Blessing skill has a purpose of early warning. It can help to get a heads up and provide protection when the disciple is in danger. Because the one being protected is me, I can also sense danger in advance. I plan to reveal my cards to the Dait Nai Association. Then check the effectiveness of this Divine Blessing. If it works, then I won't have to worry about them falling into danger. Back to reality. The god was thinking. Damn it. Now is not the time to think nonsense. Even if I lose this incarnation, I still have to probe his strength. Ninefeng's eyes had long turned dark. He shouted angrily. You guys do not deserve to be called gods. He was dazed, and before he could collect himself, a stream of light fiercely engulfed him. Ninefeng observed the situation and asked Hanem. This guy must be dead. Right. This is my first time fighting in the dark world, and fearing something unexpected might happen. I did not hold back at all, Sam said, taking a direct hit from a forbidden spell. Even a god surely could not withstand that. Of course. You are special. Hunramem recalled hearing Lord God mention that last time he accidentally intruded into the secret realm trial. Completely unprepared, he was directly hit by the forbidden spell of the true essence, Holy Spirit. Yet he only needed to take medicine to recover. It feels like Lord God has become unimaginably strong now. Ninefeng was surprised. He never expected the true essence, Holy Spirit, to use the body of Teplong to directly invade our world. I hope this time I can hold him back, giving me more time to become stronger. Switching scenes to the Wine Monument. The true essence, Holy Spirit, holds the domain of the divine realm. In the palace of the god, it seems he has re-entered his body. Since he was just knocked back, it appears that the god could not take it anymore and let out a scream. Then he collapsed. The subordinate, seeing his master like this, worriedly stepped forward to support him. Lord God. But his pride has been shattered by Niam Feng. The deity was a bit annoyed and got angry at his subordinates. Get out of here. All of you. Get out. They were terrified and obeyed the order. The deity could not believe it. How could this happen? The all-powerful magic god could control dark forces. Yet he clearly had not sensed any dark power from his body before. No way. Even the 7 evil gods could not use dark power to that extent. He speculated. Could the all-powerful magic god have grasped what we have always been searching for? I need to quickly contact the other deities. I must do that. But then he remembered. Wait. My current form can't be seen by you. What if some jerk takes the opportunity to invade? Thinking about this, he felt utterly useless. So he angrily punched the ground and screamed. Damn it. Damn it. At the mercenary guild, a man stepped out of the car. That man was none other than Hasivu. He let out a sigh of relief. Having been isolated in the hospital for so many days, he could finally return. Xiao Hung. While you were gone, no one gave you a hard time. Right, Xiao Hung replied. It has been fine. Although many people have withdrawn, everyone has been pretty restrained. Sivu instructed. Let them go if they want to leave. After all, we still have the secret training to focus on. Just hold on a bit longer. We can still develop in the future. Sai Hung pondered. Should I tell my brother about the true origin sacred spirit? He must be really hoping for my protection from the divine, to become his most reliable fighting force. Master Vu walked in. Suddenly surprised. The trial of the secret realm has closed. What happened? On this side, Ninefeng quickly got a call from Master Hung. What is it? The trial of the secret realm has closed. He is worried about his brother. His brother just returned and has to endure such a big shock. Hanem explained. The trial of the secret realm is an extension of the divine realm, and it is also a major base for the gods to spread their beliefs to other worlds. To actively abandon the trial of the secret realm, there must be only one reason. After battling with him, the true origin Holy Spirit completely cut off contact with this world, meaning he has acknowledged his defeat. Master Hung was confused after hearing this. Your confrontation with the true origin Holy Spirit? Ninefeng interrupted. Right now, we can consider that I have won. Master Hung's face turned pale. Sweat was pouring from him, but he was also happy. Fortunately, I did not do anything to betray Master Nun, so Master Nun will remember to grant me a favor. Right. On the other end of the line, Nine Feng continued. You really helped out a lot this time. Feel free to come to me whenever you need. Master Hung was so excited that he jumped up. Meanwhile, Master Vu was looking gloomy in a beautiful secret realm, with the surrounding scenery incredibly peaceful, without a trace of disturbance. Nine Feng looked at everyone thoughtfully. Although they had temporarily escaped the harassment of the True Origin Holy Spirit, they still needed a clear plan going forward. Anyway, apart from the True Origin Holy Spirit, the other gods will pay attention to this place sooner or later. Then he said loudly, First, I want to say thank you all for trusting me. A familiar figure stood behind Moktu, happily pondering. I think you won't believe it if I tell you. This younger brother was chosen by the gods. Only Master Hung knows how happy and proud he is. The scene shifts to Nine Feng's classroom, where the atmosphere is incredibly quiet, and everyone has their own thoughts. Hung Dite silently recalls the events. Indeed, all the inexplicable things in the past were caused by Nine Feng. That mysterious elder was none other than Nine Feng, Effing Ninja thinks. But he has never harmed an innocent person. On the contrary, many people owe their survival to his help. Compared to those unpredictable powerful beings who act recklessly, Nine Feng is the one who truly deserves respect and reliance. He looks at everyone's expressions and feels satisfied. It seems he has achieved consensus with them. Not only that, but the reactions of some people even exceeded his expectations. Looking towards He Saving, he sees Nine Feng as if looking at an idol. He smiles helplessly. He has always had that expression since the beginning. His eyes are so full of passion that they almost overflow. Nine Feng continued. I believe no one wants to see the world they live in become a hellish battlefield for the gods to trample upon. Therefore, the urgent matter now is to quickly enhance our strength. We must protect this land ourselves. Our world is very weak and still quite backward in many aspects. So we can only find ways to improve from other worlds. Although I have found some formulas for potions from other worlds before, it is still far from enough. Ung Dite spoke up. Drugs. Faded memories. Achievements. Advanced skills. Is there any other way besides these? Nine Feng thought. A few days ago I absorbed Alita's magical realm and received new memories. In those memories, I found some useful items. Suddenly, Tiwu Dude spoke up, interrupting Nine Feng's thoughts. Seating Tomi Hausen. And Fi. Nine Feng replied. That is right. Both methods are used to enhance equipment. Enhancement can increase the basic attributes of the equipment, while enchantment can provide special attributes and additional effects for the equipment. Fing Ninjif thought. Our equipment always just uses whatever drops, lacking flexible choice. Some special professions find it very hard to find suitable equipment. If we can change the equipment, combined with tactical calculations, there will definitely be many stronger combat methods developed. Nine Feng continued. But the current issue is that both enhancement and enchantment require some special materials to perform, such as Sendang, Bianunan, Tin Kim. Hearing him, Sesung and Du exchanged glances, both thinking that they have never heard of these materials before. He said, the main issue lies here. For us, these materials are all very unfamiliar. We can only enter various secret realms to search for them in a short time. Just then, Fi Ninjek suddenly stood up and interrupted. Sorry. I have to take this call. Ung Dite continued the conversation. Are these materials metallic minerals? I wonder what they look like. On Feng Gak aside, he did not know what the phone call was about, but his face was quite serious. Then he replied. All right. I will head over immediately. Feng Yingak then turned back to report. Xiao Feng. There is a mutant causing trouble in West River City. I need to go deal with it. He spoke up. Okay. You go ahead. The scene shifts to West River City, where tall buildings are being violently attacked, smoke and fire rising thickly. A stranger appeared, laughing loudly and arrogantly, as if there was not a single person who could fight back. The young man, upon seeing Feng Gak, hurriedly reported. Director Feng. A few years ago, this guy also mysteriously disappeared, and now he has suddenly reappeared. Our attacks have no effect on him at all. As soon as he heard that, he stepped forward. I will give it a try. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the smoke. As soon as Feng Gak saw the person, he gathered his internal energy and launched a lethal strike at him. But it seemed that his attack had no effect on that guy. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Feng Gak. Faced with such a strong enemy, it was the first time Feng Gak was surprised and shouted loudly. What? The guy laughed smugly and mocked. It seems that Elder Feng's magic has no effect on me. Feng Gak refused to give up, gathering his internal energy again to deliver an even stronger blow than before. But when the force rushed towards him, it was like a breeze passing by. I told you. It is useless. Do not waste your energy. The guy explained smugly. My armor has been enhanced with mithril, Do you know what mithril is? It is a special type of metal that has great resistance to magic. Feng and Jack exclaimed in shock. You mean mithril? Immediately after, he hurriedly ran away. He wondered why that old man suddenly ran off like that. A ninja quickly took out his phone. Taiyu Feng. I think I found a clue related to Engun. A moment later. Outside. Everyone was anxious. And team leader Chu quickly contacted the inside. I wonder how things are going inside. They are buzzing. Saying that the mutant is very strong. And even the department head Feng could not handle it. They have already called for many reinforcements. No wonder. I just saw some trails from the flying spell fall down. And they had to mobilize so many people. Just how strong is that mutant? Meanwhile. Inside. That guy's eyes were swollen. And he angrily gritted his teeth. Who the hell are you? You can hit me. But why are you stripping my shirt too? At this point. His face showed a look of indignation. But he could not resist. Ninefeng lost patience. Is there a secret metal in here? Finyinka rummaged through and replied. Unable to figure anything out. On the other side. They thought. Even if you steal my stuff, it is useless? All the enhanced equipment is linked to the user's soul. And others can't wear it at all. Ninefeng frowned and stepped forward. Directly asking him where he got the secret metal from. He recounted. I was pointed out by a great demon lord and taken to the secret realm he controls to cultivate for several years. In that secret realm, there are several mines that extract some special minerals that can be used to enhance equipment. Quickly tell me the location. He looked at Ninefeng and the others with fear. As if they were demon lords. The scene switches to some secret realm. And a message appears on the system. This secret realm requires a team for the challenge. The number of people needed is 30. The count is sufficient. Do you want to open it? Ninefeng is shocked. Not expecting it to be a large secret realm for 30 people. Feng Yinut explains. This type of secret realm is very difficult. The numbers and strength of the enemies should not be underestimated. Everyone should act together for safety. He recalls what that berserker said. That the monsters in the secret realm are mainly beastmen, divided into 5 tribes. Their common leader lives in the largest tribe. And only by defeating the leader can one take over the entire secret realm. He quickly steps through the door to enter the secret realm and tells everyone. The scene shifts back to Taijiang City, where a police car is driving down the road. Inside is the captured berserker. Suddenly, he grins wickedly while sitting in the car. The annoyed police officer asks, What are you smiling about? He casually replies, Nothing. Just thinking of a few funny things. The officer yells, I warn you. Do not joke around like that. The guy wickedly thinks. I wonder what expressions those people will have once they enter the secret realm. Although they got in, getting out would lead to that secret realm, where the scene is incredibly gloomy, with a fiery red hue enveloping the space. And many bizarre-looking monsters are aggressively howling. Ninefeng and his group quickly arrive here. And one of them guesses that this seems to be the corner of an arena. The system announces a bloodthirsty arena, where the strong must face a trapped beast to stand at the end. Tvleeden wonders. What does this mean? Are we supposed to kill each other? Dite quickly broke the barrier holding them. Feng Yinjik saw this and stepped forward to lend her support, but everyone quickly realized that the barrier could not be broken. The lead monster laughed loudly. You pests think you can escape. Save your strength to deal with your teammates. The lackeys shouted. Kill. 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 In the distance. Red eyes and strange figures were staring intently at Ninefeng's group. One of them sat there aggressively, motionless and silent. Feng Yinjishi immediately recognized that the 5 were the leaders of the beastmen. The system displayed a notification. There are no allies here. Only enemies counting down to battle. Suddenly, Ninefeng stepped forward, channeling his internal energy. A flash of blue light appeared. The leader panicked and shouted, not expecting that the barrier would prevent him from realizing the situation in time. As Ninefeng wore a sinister smile. Everyone can go outside now. In the beastman tribe, it was unclear how Ninefeng did it, but now he was exploring their living area. The leader introduced. This is where we enhance our equipment. In the nearby warehouse, there were items like bronze paint, secret gold, and refined metal. The monster was curious about the stranger, and the leader shouted. Useless ones. Do not let your hands shake while working, or you will embarrass me in front of the boss. The subordinate stammered. Yep. Ninefeng observed. Realizing that this is how they equip themselves, the beastman leader said, this is their traditional technique. The leader smiled wryly. I wonder if you are satisfied with the results. His subordinate thought. The lord is the strongest warrior of the tribe. Yet he bows like this. Who are these humans? Really, he recalled the earlier battle and sighed in relief. That human mage really scared me to death. At that moment, I thought if I hesitated any longer, I would be destroyed. Fortunately, my decisiveness saved my life. You calculate that our world lacks this technique due to the power gap and race. So even if we learned it, we could not grasp it. It is better to directly discuss cooperation with these beastmen. The leader knew you wanted them to provide weapons and happily said, "It is our honor. From now on, let us handle it." Ningfeng scratched his head in confusion. He just agreed right away, without even negotiating the price. He thought normally when opening a secret realm, one must defeat the boss first, then open the passages through the seals. However, since the leader has taken the initiative to cooperate like this, you can't just stab him to death. Nevertheless, monsters are still monsters, so you can't trust them too much. The beastman leader said they could sign a blood contract. This is the highest contract of our tribe, carrying Korsev magical power. Those who violate it will face catastrophic consequences. This deal is too profitable. Ningfeng quickly raised his hand to sign the contract with the beastmen, their palms touching, and a vow was made. From now on, both sides will be business partners, and betrayal is absolutely forbidden. Suddenly, the beastman looked a bit panicked. What is going on? Ningfeng is also surprised. Why did this skill activate on its own? Active skill. Divine Rite of Revelation. Dark Curse Forbidden. The designated believer will receive the blessing of the deity, surpass their limits, and significantly enhance their power. The beastman is also reading the system notification, expressing loyalty to the divine spirit, receiving the covenant blessing, and the offering required by the divine spirit is to enhance equipment. He is so surprised that he stutters. You are in the beastman's mind. Can grant me the covenant blessing, surely one of the 7 demon gods. Immediately, he bows down, not knowing which demon god has descended, asking forgiveness for his subordinate's rudeness. Ningfeng is confused. It is just signing a random contract. How did I suddenly become a demon god? Wait, demon god seems to be how those creatures refer to the 7 evil gods. The beastman thinks. Got it. Before we always followed the tradition of offering lives, chaos, and destruction to the deities, but never received feedback from them. Who would have thought that now the demon god asks for an offering to enhance equipment? If we want to become strong, we must use the right offerings to worship the demon god, to continuously receive the power of darkness. I never expected to receive a blessing from the deity. Tia Hepi can become the leader of the beastman tribe. Surely thanks to the silent protection of the divine. Thinking of this, the leader is extremely grateful and continues to bow to Ningfeng like a living saint. He's confused. What is this guy doing? Bowing so much? Does he want to ask for a red envelope? Luckily this is another space, so people outside can't see. You are stepping up to threaten. Now about our matter. Do not say anything nonsense outside. Respectfully, I will follow your orders. Both of us quickly completed the ceremony right after. A said he needs a bit of time to upgrade the equipment. Since everyone is here for the first time, how about we organize a welcome party? The subordinates whispered to each other. Do you feel like the great leader suddenly seems interested? It can't be that these humans are driving him crazy. Right. Transitioning to the evening at the Beast Clan. Everyone is gathered around the campfire. From Xian, happily watching the ham being roasted over the flames, Fing Engich was also eagerly drinking barley smoothie with one of the Beast Clan members. He thought to himself, never expected humans could live peacefully with monsters like this. Is this a miracle from the deities? As Huang A were not to be outdone. Ningfeng helplessly thought. These two have such similar expressions. I've also had his own thoughts. At first I found it strange. These people are clearly weak. How do they have the right to be beside such powerful beings? Now I understand. The deities must have a deep and grand plan. I will spare no effort to become the most loyal assistant of the deities. After the feast ended, the clan member in charge of weapon crafting quickly came to report. My lord, the first set of equipment has been completed. The system displayed a notification asking if the soul binding was accepted. Note: after binding, the item will become the exclusive property of the user and cannot be changed. Ung Dite was surprised. After enhancement, all the attributes had increased tenfold compared to before. This level of upgrade is something most cultivators could never achieve in their lifetime. Hup Gao was panicking as it seemed he sensed something. He excitedly shouted, "Power! I can feel a power I have never felt before. The divine has felt the offering sent from me." Suddenly, Niam Feng also felt something change within his body. A voice from deep within his soul echoed, "Who has summoned me? Speak your intention." Before I could finish, that voice began to shout fiercely. A deep voice echoed, startling Ningfeng. "Who has awakened me?" His face became sharper. Why was someone talking in his consciousness? That voice kept nagging in Ningfeng's ear. "Speak your intent." Before he could finish, it started shouting loudly again. "You are annoyed by the noise and want to die." But Ningfeng still does not understand what is going on. He focuses his energy on his mind, wondering who is calling spirits in his consciousness. Something in his mind yells loudly, "Why have I become like this?" It suddenly emerges, and Ningfeng watches its movements, tentatively calling it a red spark. It asks him, "Little demon, Who are you? Ninfeng is confused by this question. I want to ask you the same. What are you? The red spark yells. How dare you offend a deity? I am the great Titian of one of the 7 demon gods. My power is beyond your imagination. Ninfeng thinks. He seems to have heard Hundrum mention Titian. Who is cunning and tempting? By the look on your face. It must be your first time meeting a divine being. Right. Don't be scared. It is normal for lowly humans like you to rarely see us. As long as you are willing to believe in me, I can grant you the protection of the divine. Ninfeng quickly remembers that during the battle between the 12th Lord of Gods and the 7th Demon God, he was the one Ninfeng eliminated. Tutin yelled. What are you? Tell me clearly. Ninfeng is annoyed. This guy is so noisy. Can't he just be quiet for a moment? At this moment, the system suddenly appears again, and it seems there is another notification. He is surprised by the system's appearance, which is a mission prompt. Titian is still rambling. Speak up. Look me in the eye. You brat. Ninfeng began to feel frustrated. He glared silently at me. Titian suddenly felt very small and scared. Sorry. Your mission this time is to break the reincarnation cocoon within 20 days. And the punishment for failure is the elimination of the host. After reading the mission, Ninfeng fell into deep thought about the unification of divine forms. Transitioning to the divine realm. The surroundings of the Mindu Feng stone tablet were extremely quiet. A subordinate was bowing respectfully. He gently spoke up. Great divine master. The Holy Spirit is frustrated. Did not I tell you already? Don't disturb me. The subordinate hesitated. But this matter is very important. You might need to know. The souls of Kwaitekov and Vino have come to visit. It seems they have found a way to unify the divine forms. A moment later, all 3 deities quickly sat together. Vonghun Kwaitek asked the Holy Spirit, why does your face look so pale? The beautiful girl standing next to him is Vina Atu then 9. The Holy Spirit did not want to explain, so he waved it off, saying there is nothing to worry about. Just a little trouble to handle. I heard that your research has made progress. Vinothan 9 said nothing. Just silently raised her hand. A stream of red energy surrounded her. This made the Holy Spirit very excited. He glanced over and immediately knew this was the aura of a dark god. Vinhu explained. The source of this power comes from one of the 7 demon gods of divinity. Although I can only integrate less than 10% of its divinity, I can feel that my understanding of the laws of the universe has been enhanced. And I can even control a part of the dark power. Kwaitek continued. From our observations, this integration is currently stable enough. But fully absorbing another divinity will take a long time. At least we can prove that the direction we are heading is correct. And Changguan was worried that it was this. Fearing that the omnipotent magical god had also realized this, he seized the divinity of the demon god Titan. And I do not know how he managed to integrate it. This frustrates him. It seems we are falling behind once again. This guy always seems to be one step ahead of us. If he can't become our ally, then we have no choice but to use all means to eliminate him. Transitioning scenes. A girl with an attractive figure gently poured tea into a cup. Then she softly said, 9. Please enjoy the tea. He did not hold back and directly lifted the cup to speak. All right. He was deeply engrossed in his inner dialogue. I am Ninfeng, who just leveled up to 90 a day ago, preparing to complete the 3rd transition quest, but unexpectedly encountered unforeseen circumstances. The system appeared, showing the conditions for the entire magical system. The 3rd transition quest. Historical records. And the secret realm of Tifai Haint Feng Tungon Lum received the natural quest item marker. Collect 50 transformation stones. Collect 150 pure moon dew stones. Collect 150 new priest stones. Deadline 15 days. Difficulty levels. The scene shifts back to the secret realm of Tung Lam, where a voice sounds so surprised it almost screams. What? The young man speaks up. Classmate, I completely understand how you feel. But you have seen it too. A few days ago, the entrance to the secret realm suddenly vanished. He also asked Hun M. What is going on? Hemi guessed. Lord God. It seems this is a sign of a demon tide. After certain secret realms store enough energy, they temporarily enter a dormant state to begin strengthening themselves. After they finish strengthening, the entrance to the secret realm will reappear, expanded several times, releasing a wave of demon creatures. This situation is called a demon tide. Generally, the longer the secret realm remains dormant, the more intense the invasion of demon creatures will be when it reappears. If not handled properly, it is highly likely to cause severe damage. You asked me if 15 days would be enough. But Unhem seems troubled. Sorry. I am not sure either. You fall into deep thought again. Even Hun Nem is not clear about the matter of divine authority. If the system has issued a mission of this level, it surely won't be a joke. Right. I should let them know about the demon tide and try to prepare early. On the outside, you seem carefree. But in Nunfeng's mind right now, there are countless thoughts. The girl sighs. This young man is really impressive. The captain reports the news he was told to pass on, and the superiors take it very seriously. Not only inviting him to take over Supreme Command but also specially sending someone to assist. Who would have guessed he is sitting here drinking tea? The heads of the 7 great guilds proactively asked to go kill the enemies outside and arrange the response plans. The guy stepped up. The guild leader wants to evacuate everyone. It will probably take quite a bit of time and manpower, she said. Still, we have to do it, because Xiao Feng specifically instructed that if the response is not appropriate, it could cause serious damage. The boy saw how much Lin Ho valued Ninfeng, so he did not dare to take it lightly and hurriedly stammered. Got it. I will do it right away. Before he could finish, a loud noise attracted everyone over there. A black hole opened up in the sky, leaving the people in shock. But that is not all. Thousands of monsters crawled out from there. They have a pair of red eyes that look terrifying. At the secret realm of Tiafeng Tung Glum, a deadly atmosphere envelops this place. One of the monsters hesitantly spoke up. The high priest activated the water gap as expected. There really is not any problem. Right, the leader replied nonchalantly. What are you worried about? Didn't I tell you? I can sense the summoning of Lord Titinan. I can guarantee that Lord Titian is not far from us. If we want to receive Lord Titinan's favor, we must offer a sacrifice immediately. Turning back to the city, people were shouting to each other to run away from the monsters. Emergency situation. Emergency situation. Everyone quickly get away from here and go to a safe place. The monsters laughed menacingly. The sacrifices were terrified and about to run away. So why not have some fun first? The 2 monsters talked to each other. You and I will compete. Whoever kills more sacrifices wins. Of course. We can. Let us charge ahead. One of them shouted excitedly. Watch closely. The first drop of blood is mine. The other guy is shouting too. But suddenly, hundreds of ice arrows shot out at the leading monster. The other one was so scared that he was sweating and confused. What is going on over there? Ninfeng quickly arrived to support, calmly saying to Hundrem, feeling that it was not too dangerous. Hunhum explained. Actually, the demon tide may not necessarily be a bad thing. If we can successfully control it, we will gain experience and rich rewards. Hearing this, Ninfeng felt even more motivated. Rich rewards. I like that. In the battle, a young man thought. We are all skilled artisans from the 7 great guilds. Although possessing top combat power among human adventurers, in front of the demons, we were still like weak little lambs, risking our lives to confront the powerful enemies, watching comrades beside him fall one by one, never to rise again. We once thought that such a devastating war would be our endless fate. Until you met the group of Ningfeng. Seeing them full of majesty, those monsters seemed like mere entertainment. At the same time, Yang Xuan excitedly charged in. It has been a long time since I have had such an exhilarating fight. I feel like I have become a different person. On this side, Ningfeng thought about the limited production of high-grade potions and first enhancement equipment, prioritizing the distribution of the top combat power from the 7 great associations. It seems that was indeed the right decision. Moreover, a large-scale battlefield like this is very suitable for doing one thing. Saying that, he looked towards the monster that had just charged ahead. It was flying in the air. Suddenly, a sharp beam of golden light shot straight at it, causing the monster to panic. Everyone gasped in admiration. Are you kidding? That wyvern clearly blocked the line of sight. Yet it still hit the target. Ong Diet smiled in satisfaction. After that attack, her skills increased. Ningfeng was pleased. A large-scale battlefield like this is perfect for his clan to earn achievements. Everyone was fighting enthusiastically. Not only Ong Diet, but also Ti Ru and Ta Nin were also making impressive contributions, gaining a lot of experience. From Din is not lacking either. She has secured the strategy to provide buffs for her teammates, helping them continuously eliminate enemies within a certain time frame. The effectiveness comes with a spirit boost of +8, skill launch speed +15%, maintenance time +15%, and effectiveness +15%. The confused monster could not believe its eyes. No way. No way. Clearly, the High Priest told us that we are the champions favored by Lord Titan. But why is our attack being blocked by the enemy? As it pondered, more of its allies fell. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Warriors. What is blocking your path? The monster recognized the sound magic of the High Priest. Everyone was abuzz at this voice. What is that voice saying? One person replied. It is the language of the monsters. I do not understand it either. Ninfeng was surprised. How strange. I did not expect to understand. The voice rang out again. Lord Titan is waiting for your sacrifices. Let the enemy taste the fear of death. Upon hearing this, he wondered who it was. Then, Ninfeng sent a sound message. Titan. Are these guys yours? Titan panicked and denied it vehemently. Not me. I do not have any. Do not listen to their nonsense. Immediately, he shouted loudly. You fools. Is dying not quick enough for you? Stop everything for me. The two monsters at the base were delighted as they suddenly could hear some sound. The priest was so happy he stumbled over his words. I have received a response from the deity. After that, he seemed encouraged. Warriors. Let us listen to the enlightenment from the deity. Here. The leading general also tried to listen. I can hear it now, although it is a bit vague. It is becoming clearer. The deity is saying. Right after that is the voice of Tan. You damn fools brought this on yourselves. Do not drag me into it. I do not care whether you live or die. All the monsters heard it loud and clear. But they had no idea what was happening. Stand next to the high priest in a panic. Are we being abandoned by Lord Titian? The priest was confused. What should we do now? He shouted angrily. Asking me what to do. You are the high priest here. He had an idea. How about we seal the secret realm? The strategist next to him shouted. It is all because of you opening the secret realm too early. Now the energy is severely depleted. We can't seal it again. Switching the scene to Nine Feng. The system announced the successful defense against the demon tide. Starting to calculate the rewards. Everyone was excited. The experience rewards were too much. I leveled up 4 times and got a high attribute gemstone. Some were so happy they were stammering. Nine Feng received a hidden reward, which was the Holy Tree of Rebirth, but the item was still unclear. Looking at the item in Hanam's hand curiously. My lord, what is this key? Nine Feng asked in surprise. You have never seen it before. He looked a bit sad. Sorry. I really have not seen this type of key before. The Holy Tree of Rebirth could tell just from the rotten name that it was an item only gods could use. Nine Feng thought. If that is the case, then forget it. I need to complete my 3rd transition task first. At the secret realm of Tu Hujing Tung Lam. A figure stood at the door here. The familiar, solitary yet majestic back was Nine Feng. You quickly struck at their lair. The monster trembles. The enemy seems to be just one. Maybe they still have a chance. Wait a moment. When he is not paying attention, I will use magic to confuse him. You wait for the right moment. Try to shoot him down with an arrow. At this moment, Titai is continuously questioning. Why did Master T abandon us? What did we do wrong? But he did not give up. Touching the altar can still sense the whispers of the divine. I want to hear it once more. If I can still receive guidance from Master T Tina. Even if it is the worst news. They pressed their ears and tried to listen for any glimmer of hope. The voice of T Tina echoed. Master. Those two are hiding behind my altar. Preparing to attack you. Nine Feng then appeared behind them like a specter. At the moment of death. These two still could not believe their ears. TT shouted in despair. Well, after defeating him. You received another item. This is a natural badge. A consumable item of orange quality that permanently adds 5 to agility. It permanently adds 5 to spirit. Appearing quickly from behind the altar of TTN. He guides you that the dark power can be absorbed near the altar. It will help you strengthen your power. Tvine Tien. Cunningly thought. Absorbing the dark power from my altar might also benefit me. If I want to escape this situation, I can't miss any opportunity. You quickly reached out. A large amount of power gathered rapidly from your body, striking directly at the altar. Soon, only rubble remained around. Tatinen does not understand why you did that. Regretting and shouting. Well, Nine Feng frowned and glared at him. It is too noisy. Tan quickly apologized in fear. You think? I do not understand the operating rules of these demon god altars. It is best to destroy them for safety. After all, with the support system, I do not really need this dark power. The scene shifts to Chen Gain, who is focused. One of the 7 demon gods is the frenzied divine form that I have in my hands. I will use the eternal divine method to quickly merge with it. The formation starts to activate, but it seems like he can't take control. Chen Gain grinds his teeth in anger. Damn it. I have lost control again. Vu explains from the side. These chaotic dark forces come from the sacrifice of the demon object to the demon god. The divine form of the demon god will crazily absorb these dark forces and continuously try to break free from the seal. Because the difficulty of merging the divine form is very high, it usually results in an uncontrollable state. He struggles to shout. Calm down for me. I do not want to waste time with you. No matter how difficult it is. If that omnipotent magical god can do it, then I can definitely do it too. The living room shifts to a levels mission with 100% completion. The new birth mission achieved a 100% completion of the 3rd transfer. The merging of the divine essence will automatically complete within 20 days. Knowledge of the universe has increased. Ningfeng was puzzled. So has it merged already? It does not seem like I feel anything. The system announces that you can now temporarily open a portal to other worlds through your followers. Opening and maintaining the portal will consume the dark energy generated by the sacrifices of the followers. Ningfeng was puzzled. He did not immediately understand what the portal to other worlds was. The scene shifted to a desolate land, seemingly devoid of any signs of life. As soon as Ningfeng arrived, he waved his hand, and a purple rift appeared. The beastman exclaimed in admiration. As expected of the great demon god, Just a wave of the hand can tear apart space. On this side, Ninfeng also has his own thoughts. This skill is very important. If those gods can enter our world, then we must also be able to enter the world they control. I wonder what the other side will be like. Should I try to go over there and see? The beast man stepped forward. My lord, do you need me to accompany you? Ninfeng declined. No need. I am just going to take a look around, but this exit is in your secret realm. So I need to guard this place and not let outsiders intrude. If I encounter a strong enemy that is hard to deal with, I will show up in time, the beast man said. Rest assured, my lord, I will do my utmost to keep watch. After giving instructions, he directly entered inside. As soon as Ninfeng entered, he was taken aback. It was indeed a wonderful place. The scenery here was completely different from Lam Tine. Suddenly, he remembered. Right. I should use that first. On the notification panel, the active skill or illusion spell is a dark curse. Ordinary people's eyes can't see through your illusions, and you can play around with them as you wish. He calculated that this skill book was previously a different loot rewarded by the demon tide. Just useful. Then he began to walk around. First, he should find a place with a wide view and see where to go next. After a few steps, Ninfeng was astonished. Look over there. There is a huge city over there. Below it are the subjects of this kingdom. They look very strange. Ninfeng blended in. These people are really big, but luckily they did not recognize me. Plus I can understand what they are saying. Maybe it is because my knowledge of the universe has been enhanced. Suddenly something caught Hundramum's attention. He quickly said to Ninfeng, Master, please look over there. Hunhum explained. That is a temple, where the followers of the eternal god star are. Ninfeng remembered. That eternal god star is the deity with a supportive profession, Zem said. That is right. Your memory is very good. He thought. Although I am a bit curious about the temple, to avoid alarming the snakes, I should not get involved. Suddenly, the group of green-skinned people gathered, and they seemed very angry. Yem asked, Master, what are they talking about? Ninfeng guessed. It seems a battle team just came out from a secret realm and found a very rare staff. He murmured. That staff seems so rare that others are already envious to the point of bursting with jealousy. Hanem continued. Mr. God, if I am not mistaken, that staff looks very much like your staff from back then. The majestic form of Ningfeng quickly appeared in Hanam's mind. He was surprised. Hanam explained. This special style of divine artifact can only be created by someone within your clan. The Song of the Death God. Sazita. But it seemed Ningfeng still did not quite understand. Soon after, he revealed his true form. The green-clad people were surprised by the appearance of this stranger. Ningfeng stepped forward and asked, What is the origin of the staff that the wizard is holding? One of them laughed. You really do not know. That is the most valuable hidden reward in this secret realm. The staff of the dark god, also known as the shame of Sezida. Hearing this, his expression became somewhat complicated as he stammered. Sezida is. It seems like I have temporarily forgotten. The green-clad guy responded. Who is that? She is the final boss of this secret realm. It is said she used to be a minion of an evil god, then was subdued and imprisoned here by that god, Hanam said. Mr. God, it must be Sezida then. What should we do? Should we save her? Ningfeng suddenly fell into deep thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Then he asked the other person. I also want a staff of the dark god. So may I ask how I can get it? But it seemed that his words startled him. Are you a newbie? If you want to enter that secret realm, there is only one way. Collect 1,000 Bailam and we will take you in. Ningfeng wondered and thought, what is Bailam? It is the currency here. Where do I need to go to find it? Right after that, take out the pouch I usually carry. The system notification sounded. Active skill or illusion. Dark forbidden spell. Ordinary vision can't penetrate your illusion. You can manipulate them freely like playing in the palm of your hand. You are thinking in your head. This skill or illusion, while it is active, can even continuously drain your mana to create new illusions. The skill description says that ordinary vision can't penetrate the illusion, so it definitely won't be exposed. Right, the two tribe members brightened up when they saw the loot in hand. It was 1,000 Bailam. Little brother is indeed very generous. Soon after, he quickly kept his word and led the way ahead. Come in with us. They quickly entered inside. This is the secret realm of the demoness. The tribesman said. The path inside is very complicated. It is easy to get lost on your first time. If you accidentally go the wrong way and need our help, you will have to pay extra. He cunningly thought that he could pretend to leave you behind, and then come back to save you. That way, he could make some extra money. Seeing no one answer him, the tribesman turned back. I am talking to you. But they looked confused. Where is the person? They were just behind. Then they all started to panic. Just now, the pouch was also lost. Did any of you see it? Meanwhile, over here, Ninefeng quickly leaped forward. Hanem confirmed. Lord God, I am not mistaken. This is Sezida's domain. Originally called the Realm of the Dead. But those people renamed it the Demoness Abyss. I am very familiar with every road here. There is no way I could be mistaken. If the secret realm has not changed, Sezida must be here. Before Hanem could finish speaking, they stood before a massive library. Hanem told him that this was Sezida's library, the place she frequented the most. Just as he finished speaking, a pair of legs stepped out from the air. A beautiful girl with a dark aura appeared, looking very calm. As soon as Hanem saw Conan, he was overjoyed, and Ninefeng was also unguarded. But suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook, and they were attacked. Hanem was confused, asking, "What is going on?" Hanem coldly shouted, "Sezida, how dare you disrespect Lord God? Are you out of your mind?" She seemed not to recognize them and yelled, "You filthy green-skinned bastards. Do not you dare humiliate me. If it were not for the seal, I would make you wish you were dead." Hanem, seeing her reaction, wondered, "When I saw Lord God, I regained my clarity. Why, Saya?" Suddenly Hanem remembered her words and realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Filthy green-skinned. He quickly shared his suspicion with Ninefeng. Could Lord God be caused by an illusion? At that moment, he used an illusion to disappear and asked Hanem, "Does this work?" Sezida's fierce glare suddenly returned to normal. She was so surprised that she stammered, "Lord God, I really can't believe it." Ninefeng frowned and thought. It indeed was caused by a forbidden spell. Sezida was happy. Yet it was really him. And there was Hanem quickly cutting her off. And then there was me. Suddenly, Sezida changed her attitude, gritting her teeth in anger. "And there was you. And that blue-skinned guy from your family." Saying that, she gathered her energy as if she wanted to swallow Hanem whole. She kept glaring at Hanem, cursing that damn blue-skinned guy from your family. Ningfeng noticed her expression and was puzzled. "Hanem, what is going on? Is it possible that Sezida's illusion has not been lifted yet?" He explained. "It is nothing. My lord. Perhaps you have forgotten. That blue-skinned jerk is the nickname that Hante Dat gave me." Seeing that Ningfeng had no recollection at all, she was bewildered. "My lord. What is wrong with you?" Hanem recounted, seemingly unaware of why the lord had lost all previous memories. Sezida, upon hearing this, guessed irritably. "Could it be that the trickster gods did something to you?" Hanem continued. "Sezida, when I died, you were still alive. So I think your information could help the lord, and also, playing around with me for a bit is enough already." Sezida knelt down. "My lord, Hante Dat wants to return under your protection. But my subordinate is trapped here by the Eternal Spirit seal and cannot leave." She recounted with indignation how the Eternal Spirit deliberately suppressed her subordinate's power, turning them into monsters in the secret realm, getting killed over and over again, only to revive time and time again, enduring torture both physically and mentally. At this point, Sezida was in immense pain and resentment. "Great deity. My lord, please rescue me." Ninefeng calculated. "Her situation is different from yours, and it is unclear if the previous method will work." Hanem interjected. "You do not need to worry. Just make your decision, and we will accept it." Then Unrama quickly explained to her, "Sida, the great deity needs to kill you first, and then use another method to save you. You will come back to life this way. But we are not sure if it will work for you. However, just like Hanuman, you completely trust your master. It is, I believe in the great deity." He calculated that this place was affected by other deities, so it should not be delayed too long. It was best to leave here as soon as possible. Just as he finished thinking, Ninefeng had summoned his weapons. He decisively thrust the sword hard into her body. Ninefeng's face also darkened a bit. Soon, Sezida's body began to change. The two stood within a circle of magical power, with patterns glowing with a strong light. Outside, strong winds roared, and the group of blue-skinned people was in chaos. One of them panicked and forcibly transmitted himself. "What is going on?" They shouted to each other. "The seal in the hidden realm has been activated. Summon the guards to see what happened. Anyone who is caught must be captured alive to face the judgment of the goddess." The entire city of that race was quickly enveloped by a circle of power, along with bizarre-looking invisible chains. Inside, Sezida was in a panic. "It is not good. The spell has been activated. You should hurry and do not worry about me." Ninefeng thought. Sezida had not conjured any items at all, which likely meant he could not save her. At this moment, the soldiers of the blue-skin tribe also arrived in droves. They saw him and said to each other, "That guy is trapped in the goddess's seal. Dan does not know his limits. He is definitely dead." Sezida was extremely sad, feeling deeply regretful. I dragged you into this. I apologize." Suddenly, Her look of sorrow shifted to one of shock. Ninefeng was standing in front of her, his whole body radiating a terrifying aura. He spoke. I still have one last method, but I am not sure it will succeed. If it fails, she might disappear forever along with this secret realm. Sizida replied resolutely. My lord, please do not worry. If I can't continue serving you, I would rather choose to perish. As her words finished, Ninefeng also gathered his inner energy and used the technique of dark wind. The system displayed a notification for the active skill. Dark wind. Dark curse. A fierce storm containing dark energy, destroying all light. The blue-skinned guys had been watching all along. This wind spell made them panic. A storm arose, and a magic arena appeared in the air. This was the necromancer staff. A weapon. Orange quality that could be upgraded. With a spirit attribute of +12, magic damage +15%, and casting distance +15%, magic accompanied by the dry spirit. The demon realm gathers sand. The soul of the Texi Tai Yite receives the protection of divine power. So it has not disappeared but remains within this staff. Ninefeng smiled, holding the staff. Sizida, it seems we have succeeded. Transitioning back to that wasteland. The beastman is still there waiting for you. Suddenly, a time rift appeared and slowly grew larger. Ninefeng emerged from within, his face filled with killing intent. And he stepped forward. Master, you are back, Ninefeng instructed. There is no need to watch this place anymore. I will seal the exit. You go to your thing. He quickly complied. You looked at the exit and thought. Maintaining this entrance must consume quite a bit of energy. The dark power gained from the sacrifice has nearly run out. It is a pity that items from the high-level world cannot enter the low-level world. Otherwise, we could have brought some powerful gear from there. But Unamem smiled happily. Fortunately, the divine weapon can overlook this rule. Sizida has finally returned to us. Ninefeng quickly raised the staff into the air, then tested its new power. The system announces that Sizida's soul has received the protection of divine power. So it has not disappeared but remains within this staff. You calculated that my rune can directly upgrade the original divine artifact into a divine weapon. But for Sida's resurrection, a world core must be found. The world of Cheetam mostly appears in higher realms. And later we might have to go to a higher world again to search for clues. Scene switches to the temple. The Vinayu Texi Divine Spirit, the residence of the true source, where a group of blue-clad clanspeople quickly arrived to report, trembling as they knelt outside the grand hall. After hearing the report, Vinayu was extremely angry. What exactly happened? One of them stammered to report back, and Miss Goddess, please forgive us for our negligence. Someone of unknown origin has infiltrated the secret realm that you sealed. The deity sensed a very powerful dark force, even breaking the deity's seal. She questioned whether a demon entity had invaded. At this point, he trembled even more. Please, Goddess, forgive me. I have no knowledge of the intruder's background. Vnehu, in a fit of rage, shouted. Foolish. Does not that secret realm have a formation that records images? Why have not you sent someone to investigate yet? At this point, his voice was stuttered, as if he was about to be killed. But the secret realm had also vanished. Scene switches to the secret base of Ninefeng, where everything around remains very peaceful. You are in your room holding men. Walking around, standing in front of a room, Ninefeng was satisfied. This room is good. The space inside is also spacious. So let us stay here. Immediately, he took out the key to open the door to this room. The system displayed a notification, asking if you want to recreate the secret realm of the summoning ground here. Yes, you think that the key to regeneration that Matriyu obtained last time actually has this effect, allowing the secret realm to be destroyed and reborn. While speaking, Ninefeng raised his hand to choose. But saving Sida E has drawn the attention of another deity. If there is a way to defeat each of them, that would be great. The scene shifts to Hatho Han Kong, the divine realm controlled by Vina Taif Then Tin. Vinai Yu is so anxious that he is biting his fingers in thought. What is going on? What on earth is happening? Such powerful dark energy can directly break the seal I set. Could it be that some demon god has revived? She quickly calmed herself down and sighed. It has been a long time since I felt this extreme unease. I remember the last time during the Great War with the omnipotent magic god. Suddenly this name reminded Vinaoku of the omnipotent magic god's battle with Saya's seal. Thinking of this, she panicked. Could it be that he shifted to Li Kai Kite Hen Ten Kong, the location of Kwai Tenef? After hearing Vinu recount, he wondered if she was worried about the return of the omnipotent magic god. She was confused. I do not know. Kwai Teki reassured her. The omnipotent magic god has been gone for so long. No one can be sure if he is still alive. Just by looking, Kwai could guess that Vaidi Tesitham Tin, when extremely anxious, would unconsciously bite her hand. Seems that the battle against the omnipotent magic god left her with lingering shadows. Then he tried to calm Vinayu down. The omnipotent magic god is just a lucky stray dog that escaped death. Hiding for so long. Even if he returns, what can he do? That day, the believers were panicking and running away. Even if they gathered once more, could one person really stand against all the gods working together? Moreover, as she said, breaking the seal is due to dark curses. So we certainly can't call on the evil god and actually become one. At this point, Vino calmed down a bit and said, "You are right. I was too sensitive." He continued, "Let us investigate this ourselves first. We only lost one divine temple and one secret realm. No need to be too tense." Vino changed the subject. "How's the true origin Holy Spirit doing?" Quaitik replied, "Still in seclusion. Uniting divine paths is not easy. And the transition from the place of death to this place is opening up." Hanonam was delighted. Indeed, it was a divine miracle. When Sezada revives and sees that her world is still intact, she will surely be very happy. The books in the library are all a collection accumulated over many years by Sezada. It is wonderful to have such a treasure of knowledge and valuable experience. In her eye, they are more important than life itself. Suddenly, Ninefeng called out his name. Hanomem responded quickly. "My lord, do you have any orders?" Ninefeng replied casually. "I promise I will also restore your world." Suddenly, when he said that, Andami's tears fell quickly out of emotion. In the end, he could not hold back and cried loudly, "Thank you for your grace. My lord. Great lord. Please forgive my subordinate's rudeness. I truly miss my homeland." He thought to himself, "I completely understand Hamem's feelings. It seems that in the future, besides collecting the world of the Chi-Tram, we also need to pay attention to another key element. In fact, this trip has brought many significant gains, aside from the part related to Sila. Speaking of this, you remember your achievement badge?" Ninefeng said to Hanaim. "Clearing a secret realm helped me go from level 90 to instantly leveling up to 120. I am about to reach the 4th transfer." Emma replied. "In the high-level world, the value of experience is indeed very high. This is truly a fast way to level up." Ninefeng felt exhausted. Making such a big commotion would definitely attract the attention of other gods, and they might target me. So I need to be more careful even when leveling up outside later. Let us go to the mission acceptance hall first. The notification appeared. A system-wide divine mission. The requirements for the 4th transfer mission are as follows. Conditions in secret realm of the spirit realm to receive the mind signature quest item. Collect 150 transformation stones. Collect 150 addiction glass. Collect 150 calming heart herbs. Time limit of 20 days. Difficulty levels. Ninefeng pondered, remembering that the spirit realm seemed to be that one. Crying pitifully, threatening me all day that I would fall into depression. Ninefeng sighed with relief. Thankfully this time the target is not it, but the hidden boss in the secret realm. He quickly entered this time into the experienced secret realm of the abyss. As soon as Ninefeng saw the scene inside, he was stunned. A large green monster was staring at him. Not only that, it even broke into a very cunning smile. Not stopping there, it even stuck out its tongue in a throat-cutting gesture to tease him. Ninefeng was puzzled. Am I not seeing this right? Is it provoking me? He turned back a bit into the past at the secret realm, where the spiritual energy was intoxicating. As soon as they saw you arrive, the minions panicked and rushed in to report. Your Majesty, that battle mage acting alone is attacking again. The boss felt wary. Why did this scene feel so familiar? It shouted in panic. I can't possibly fight him. A deep voice echoed. What are you afraid of? Aren't I here too? That monster looks really scary. The green-skinned one remembered. That is right. We have the hidden boss that was just summoned. Much stronger than me. The hidden boss said. My skill is called Great Formulation Technique. No matter how high the opponent's mental attributes are, once they are attacked, their mental attributes will continuously decrease. As long as you attract his attention, I will launch a surprise attack, ensuring he can't dodge. Once his mental attributes drop, I will definitely torture him severely. Hearing this, the green-skinned boss was so excited that his eyes were blazing. You are done for. The Great Formulation Technique returned to reality. So now the green-skinned boss teased you to distract your attention. The hidden boss aggressively charged forward, using the Great Formulation Technique to attack you. Ninefeng was struck by one of its blows, standing still without reacting. The green-skinned boss saw this scene and excitedly shouted, successfully hitting the target, but it seems like you were not affected at all by that attack. Ninefeng's face was very calm. He thought to himself, this is the spell I received last time, capable of resisting mental attacks. I initially prepared to deal with the true essence Holy Spirit, but it turns out I did not need to use it. This is the passive skill. Evil Retribution, which is immune to all mental attacks, and will reflect back 100-fold to the attacker. Not only can it resist the attack, but it also retaliates against the opponent double. That hidden boss was hit back with such strength that its fangs were broken in half. Seeing it like that, The green-skinned creature was panic-stricken and gaped in shock. What? Ninfeng's expression changed. He glared fiercely at the green-skinned creature, which was now so scared that sweat was pouring down its face, and it did not dare to say anything else. Inside, it was screaming non-stop. The hidden boss has not arrived. You bullied me. And now that the hidden boss is here, you are still bullying me. Isn't that hidden boss coming for nothing? Thinking about this, all the accumulated grievances turned into tears of humiliation. But Ninfeng did not care. He stepped forward, and with just a light wave of his hand, it was done for. After defeating this boss, Ninfeng received a reward. This is the mental symbol of consumable items, with a quality of orange. Eternal spiritual attribute plus 20. Consider that over time, as everyone gradually enhances their strength, the rules for dropping symbols are basically understood. You need to deal with a hidden boss with quite strong power to have a 1% drop rate. Although it is a bit difficult, at least everyone does not need to rely entirely on me. Just like this, we can gradually get back on track. Then you picked up the phone and had to ask the transaction repair team if they could help gather enough metamorphic stones. The staff on the other end sighed and apologized, saying their stock of metamorphic stones was not enough. We are urgently preparing the goods for you, sir. Here you go. Ninfeng. You idiot. Metamorphic stones are inherently a rare item. Plus not long ago, Tam Chuan just bought a batch. In this rush, it is understandable if we can't gather 100 pieces. Anyway, there is still plenty of time. No need to rush. I will head back to the training camp and see how things are. The scene quickly switches to the Super Tan Tan training camp. You just arrived and were surprised. Why is the training camp suddenly so lively? Everyone shouted when they saw Ninfeng. It is Nine the Great. Nine the Great is back. You remembered he was the elite who dealt with the last demon tide. But you could not help but ask them. At the same time, Teacher Luck approached, saying the government just decided to extend the training period at the camp. Because everything is changing too quickly nowadays. Any knowledge is new. Instead of spreading resources everywhere, it is better to focus on investing in training a truly quality group. Everyone was happy to hear this, saying, Nine the Great, we will have more chances to meet you in the future. We hope you will teach us more. Then there were countless questions from everyone directed at you. Ninfeng also stayed a bit longer to explain. A fanboy said, the team next to Assistant 9 is already the strongest force in the country. Someone next to him retorted, what are you talking about? Assistant Nin is the one with the strongest combat power. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards 9, pushing everyone aside. Everyone was in an uproar. Was not that Sister Tika Vitron? Why is she so flustered? But Vitron did not bother to explain and went straight to the point with you. 9. Something's happened. Vitron stammered. 9. Can I bother you for a moment? There are a few things. In response to her urgency, 9 calmly replied. What is going on? Vitron quickly recounted that the trading post just called and said the fossil prepared for you was stolen. You were very puzzled. Who would dare steal from the Vin Thon trading post? Do you know who did it? Transitioning at the Vin Han trading post, the man happily gathered enough 100 fossils. Get more. Use your fastest speed to send it to the training camp and hand it directly to Elder Ning. His subordinate, who had not changed expression, quickly obeyed. Yep. After giving instructions, the man quickly closed the box again. Suddenly, a dark aura surged out from inside the box. It grew larger and wrapped tightly around the neck of the bank director, continuously squeezing, causing him to panic. The staff rushed over in shock, shouting. But monsters of unknown identity are rising from the ground, wrapping around his body. I do not know what tricks they used, but the man quickly fell down. Then they shifted targets, rushing towards the bank director. One of them aggressively tightened its grip around his neck. The director was trembling and struggling for breath. What kind of monster is this? A strange man appeared. I heard that the exchanges in Vin Thon have been stockpiling fossil fuels lately. So it turns out to be true. The bank director was struggling to breathe, but he still tried to open his eyes to see the culprit. Is this guy? Turns out he is Tron Jiathan. The director recalled that he was the eldest son of the main exchange. Tron Jiathan and Tron were high school classmates, also the supernova of that class. After that, for intentionally causing injury, he was disqualified from taking the college entrance exam. It was said that out of anger, he went abroad to settle down and had not returned for a long time. So that monster tightened his grip even more. Jiathan smirked. Wait. Do not let him die. I still have more to ask. He stepped forward and said, what are you guys really trying to do with those fossil fuels? The bank director panicked and shouted. You can't come here. That is a very important customer order. Jiathan was surprised. A very important customer. What a coincidence. The main exchange also wants customers like that. After taking the items, he immediately left. I have already taken the stuff. If this customer comes to tell him to fix the main exchange. The director was terrified. You can tee. But he did not care, disappearing along with his accomplices. At this moment, the director was clutching his throat, desperately saying, do not stop from it. Returning to reality, Ninefeng was deep in thought. The main exchange is also a large exchange, comparable in scale to the Vinthan exchange. Is it really a competition between them? Vitron felt confused. Actually, this should not bother you. But we sent someone to negotiate and got driven away by Tron Jiathun. Tron Jiathun has become much stronger than before. And the monster he summoned is even more powerful than the bosses in the dungeons. Just as she was about to finish speaking, Ninefeng's phone suddenly rang. He politely said to Vitron, hold on a moment. I will take this call. She quickly agreed.
Yep.
The caller is Zien. He gets right to the point.
Sir.
Just now Mayor Thai contacted me about something. Ninefeng guessed immediately. Is it about the metamorphosis stone? The Vitron just told me about it. Zayn continued. I brought it with me. So you do not need to make another trip to the main exchange. Ninefeng thought that made sense. So that is fine. Everyone, please be careful. Andrum spoke up. Such a small matter really does not require your direct involvement. Ian has made a lot of progress lately. It is reasonable to hand it over to him, especially since we need to nurture him gradually. An, with the support of the network, is gradually becoming more outstanding. Switching scenes to the conference room, a middle-aged man nervously asked. Jia Then, you really did not get into trouble stealing from the Vin Thinen exchange. Right, the other guy confidently replied. Don't he worry. Uncle. Has not Vin Thun always dominated our market? I just wanted to teach them a lesson. He worries about his grandson. Jia Thun has been spoiled since he was little, and he often causes trouble everywhere. Relying on his strength, I never expected this kid to come back from abroad and cause such a big mess. But he still gently advises his grandson. I am just worried. Recently, the 7 great guilds have been working with Vin Thun. If Vin Thun goes to ask the 7 great guilds for help, Jia Thun lazily speaks up. What are the 7 great guilds? They are just a bunch of clowns. Uncle, do you know that gods exist in this world? He secretly breaks out in a sweat and replies. Having heard of this before, but only recently discovered it, Jia Thun proudly introduces. Master, I am a believer who cares about gods. He looks over and thinks to himself. Is Jia Thun's master that strange person he brought back from abroad? That night, it looked more like a cult than a belief in gods. And it was clear he was not a good person. Jia Thun introduces. My master comes from a higher world. A world that receives the attention of gods. The god he worships cannot be named directly, and is often referred to as the spirit of Quaiteksh. So that is the name of the god who fought against Ninefeng years ago. He continues. This time, my master is traveling around the world to spread the belief and gain more followers for the god. Those countries that are willing to worship the great lord will receive the protection of the master. But those who refuse to worship the great lord will be erased from this world by the master. Hearing his nephew speak so arrogantly, he was taken aback. Even if this is from a higher world, that kind of tone is too arrogant. Jia Thun continued. You have never witnessed the master's power firsthand, so you may not have a concept of it yet. While the two were talking, suddenly the elder uncle's phone rang. Jia Thun quickly reached for the phone, and as soon as he heard the voice on the other end, he went straight to the point. What is it? The person reported. Young master. A guest has come to say they are here to collect transformation stones. Jia Thun ordered to let him in. Then he looked at his uncle and asked. What were we talking about? He hung up the phone, and his uncle, sweating, replied to his mischievous nephew. Talking about the master's power. Jia Thun continued. That is right. To put it simply, if the highest ability you risk to obtain in this world is level 300, which is the 10th transformation, then the master's level must be at least level 1000 or higher. This gap cannot be compensated by the number of people. He exclaimed loudly. In the not-so-distant future, the master will summon the great lord to descend, bestowing blessings and protection upon this world. At that time, you will also become the first believer to receive the grace of the divine in this world. He felt a bit relieved upon hearing this. Then you have nothing to worry about anymore, even if it is the 7 great guilds. In the eyes of the great lord, they probably would not be worth more than a bug. Just then, a hand forcefully swung the door open, startling Jia Thun and his uncle. Jia Thun turned around and yelled aggressively at that person. Who are you? Duan looked at him with a hint of disdain and got straight to the point with a brief answer. I am here to collect the transformation stones. Jia Thun smirked slyly. I have really been in the country too long. Are all these kids so arrogant now? Right after that, he stood up, using his imposing presence to threaten you. I told you to wait outside. Did not you hear me? But Duan was even more hot-tempered than Ninefang. Aside from his boss, he did not seem afraid of anyone. Jia Thin was quickly lifted off the ground by Yu, his body trembling involuntarily. With a cold expression, Yu did not say much but directly asked, "Where's the transformation?" Jia Thin was unconvinced. It could not be. He always received training from his master. And his equipment and skills were the best. How could he not clearly see your movements? Then Duan shifted his gaze towards Jia Thin's master. He stood there unmoving, with a sly smile. Surrounding them were shapeless monsters. And the lazy creature on your shoulder was snoring softly. That sly disciple smiled. Not bad. Are you a follower of the true origin sacred spirit? Duan looked at him with an unchanged expression, simply replying coolly, "Not." The disciple did not let it go and continued speaking. You say you are not. Then prove you know about the existence of the true origin sacred spirit. It seems you have encountered some sort of miracle that has enhanced your abilities. However, I really do not like your response, because there is no respect for the divine in your tone. This is blasphemous arrogance. This apostle can't see the road, so he does not know that his disciple is in danger. Jia Thun screams internally in fear. Master. Master. It is. I can't make a sound. He continued. Even though our beliefs are different, I will teach you in place of the gods. My shadow guards will show you what it means to have higher mountains. But suddenly, a strange sound quickly echoed, making the apostle curious. He turned around to figure out what the sound was. It turned out to be men. It had woken up and ran towards him. No one could see what it had done, but a sound indicating it was full rang out. The apostle panicked. When did this thing come here? Where are my shadow guards? In just a moment, all of his shadow guards were completely devoured, not leaving a single one. Jia Thun was now panicking. The shadow guards of the master were transformed by high-level demons. Extremely powerful. What kind of monster is this? It managed to eat all the shadow guards. And guess that men seem to really like that taste. The little beast reached up to gently touch the apostle. You speak for it. If you still have some, you can summon a bit more. He could not believe his ears. It was said to be a low-level world. What kind of terrifying place have I entered? He concentrated his internal energy and thought that he could only risk it and look for a chance to escape. Man playfully touched his hand, and that tension quickly vanished as if it had never existed. This left the thug in shock. He jumped in surprise. But Man was not going to let him escape like that. She lunged forward and punched the thug in the face. It looked like her attack had no power, but it left him with a bruised face and broken teeth. Soon after, the thug fell to his knees, crying and begging, "Please let me go. I am just a small-time adventurer." During the exploration of the secret realm, he encountered a chaotic time flow, which is why he was swept here. Duan recalled that chaotic time flow was something he had heard the Elder Hannah mention before. It was considered a rare situation that could cause someone from a high-level world to enter a low-level world. You curiously asked, "I heard you wanted to summon a deity. What is that about?" He explained, "I just intended to use the heart of the world to perform a ritual, hoping to attract the attention of the deity. If recognized, I would become the representative of the deity in this world and receive even more blessings." Duan and Man understood each other without needing to say a word, both shooting him a deadly glare. You hand over the heart of the world. Transition to the divine realm of Min Dai Feng Bai. The true origin saint is focusing on absorbing power. VO speaks up. Congratulations. You did it. Kuaiti also praises. No wonder you are the true origin saint. Harmonizing 10% of the divine essence is no easy feat. The true origin thinks. After harmonizing the divine essence, the injuries inside his body have eased a lot. Even the chaotic dark power has settled down. Suddenly, he looks at his two companions, causing both to be curious. The true origin says, "There is something I think you should know." After hearing the story, Vina U becomes even more worried. The all-powerful divine spirit. That person. Kuaiti speaks up. Could it be that he really saved his loved ones last time? The true origin is puzzled. What are you talking about? Kuaitek recount. Not long ago, while you were in seclusion, something happened, and Vinho is even more tense. The all-powerful divine spirit did not look like this before. He never actively stirred up conflict. At this point, both of them think about this in unison. Could it be that he really has become a dark god? Kuaiti looks grim. I have a method that might work against him. The true origin is very excited. What is your method to deal with the all-powerful divine spirit? Vinho can't wait any longer to hear Kuaiti's plan. She is too eager. Kuaitung looked at his two companions, who were clearly scared, and fell silent for a moment. Then he spoke. Right now, we can only guess that it is still uncertain. Let me experiment a bit, and then I will tell you. Chen Gain thought to himself. This treacherous guy is definitely doing something shady. Although he said it was just a guess, He had probably already tried it. Kwaituk also had his own thought. This hot-tempered guy would surely rush to deal with the omnipotent god before being certain. I can let him make any rash decisions. Vinu chimed in, but where is the omnipotent god? Can we really just leave it alone like this? But Kwaituk was full of confidence, saying not to worry. No matter how powerful the omnipotent god was, he was ultimately alone. The faith from the lower world was very limited and not enough to withstand other gods. And without the care of a deity, that place called the Blue Star would never become a high-level world. That is right. This is also part of the universe's rules, to prevent a god from monopolizing a world, as the expansion of power would disrupt the balance of the world. Therefore, the hiding place of the omnipotent god would also become a cage of its own making. Transitioning back to Jia Thun's classroom, Ninefeng was happily stroking Men, but he was inwardly panicking. Thinking, who is this young man? The magic is even stronger than my master's. Yet he behaves so obediently in front of him. Ninefeng asked the Yen. Has the background of the one-eyed man been confirmed? He quickly replied. Confirmed. Zayan recounted that about a month ago. He appeared in a secret realm Eladaya. Ninefeng realized that Lavandai is a small nation in Eastern Europe. Right. Zayan replied. That is right. The Lowen Dayav government has honored that one-eyed name as a national powerhouse, and has also established an adventurers' alliance in his name, forcing other countries to join. But when it contacted our country, the government rejected it. So the purpose of this one-eyed guy is probably to come here and intimidate us. Ayan questioned. Elder. Is there something wrong? Andrum spoke up. Anyway, that one-eyed guy keeps claiming to be a follower of the soul of Quitex. But the ritual he just mentioned, the deity he summoned is actually the omnipotent law god. Hearing this, Ninefeng was momentarily speechless. He angrily shouted. Hey, kid. Are not you going to tell the truth? Who exactly are you summoning? The one-eyed guy was so scared he was sweating and shouted. It is the Great Soul. Ninefeng was curious. And he immediately started bowing repeatedly. I was wrong. I was wrong. The deity I summoned is an evil god, called the omnipotent law god. Ayan stared at him shamelessly. Who said that the omnipotent law god is an evil god? He trembled so much he was curling up. I just quickly realized what was wrong. The one-eyed guy was excited. Omnipotent law god. Are you also a follower of the omnipotent law god? No wonder the omnipotent law god is so famous. Even the low-level world knows his name. How can the world worship the omnipotent law god be this low-level world? Jia Thun was confused. Why did the master suddenly? Ninefeng spoke in a deep voice. Quickly clarify for me. Hurry up. He quickly complied. Yep. The one-eyed guy trembled. We call it the Kentepa. In our other world we joined an anonymous organization. This organization does not recognize deities. Only worships the omnipotent law deity. And in our other world, this is absolutely forbidden. Therefore, we all claim to be followers of that deity when we go out. You asked Net, who is the leader of that organization? He said. You do not know either. No one has ever seen the true face of the organizer. Han Mi whispered. The organizer may have been a follower of yours, but it could also be a trap or a scheme by those with ulterior motives. Ninefeng was determined. Once I accumulate some power from the sacrifices, the next time the door to the other world opens, I will go take a look. Zaiki Non excitedly shouted. Not expecting to meet someone from home here, praise the omnipotent law deity. Your grace is everywhere. Hundrenum smiled in confusion. I am starting to like this guy. Ninefeng and could only feel helpless in front of such a fanatic. Ninefeng felt that this person provided some useful information. And the other two parts of the world mindset were almost collected. You were happy that you could finally wake Sezeda up. The scene shifted to the summoning area. Sezeda hugged you tightly. Lord Deity. I finally get to see you. Throughout these long years, I have remembered you every second. Hundrum quickly interrupted her. Sezeda angrily said, the person I least want to see is you. Get out of my secret realm immediately. Ninefeng laughed cheerfully. Looks like the relationship between you two is quite good. She shouted angrily. It is not. That expression makes you look bewildered. Sezeda aggressively accused. Maybe you have forgotten. This guy always messes up the books I have carefully arranged. And after reading, he never puts them back in the right place. Moreover, he usually borrows books and never returns them. My subordinate has already banned him from entering the library. Hanum happily walked ahead. This reminds me, how can we let the Lord stand here? Let us go to the library and talk. My subordinate will lead the way. The figure quickly darted past Ningfeng Sezeda, shouting, You damn guy. Do not decide for me. The three quickly sat in her library, and the atmosphere was very quiet. Suddenly, Hanum spoke teasingly. Saisida. This is not how you host guests. There is not even a glass of water. She said seriously. Food is prohibited in the library. I apologize for my subordinate's rudeness. But even the Lord here is not allowed. Ningfeng smiled brightly. Hanam, do not tease Sezida anymore. He is just scratching his head and laughing. Sezida said, Lord, I want to understand the current situation. Ningfeng briefly replied. Good. Then he outlined the situation so she could grasp it clearly. Every action of Ningfeng was captured in her eyes. Sezida looked at her master with great interest and said, relying solely on this world to contend with other gods will be quite difficult. Without the intervention of other gods, the adventurers in this world won't be able to raise their limits. Nor can they become a support for you. You have also seen that one-eyed freak. With just his own strength, he has subdued an entire continent. The gap between world levels can't be compensated for by mere numbers, and for the higher level world, just your intervention alone would surely attract the attention of the other deities. Ninfeng speculated. So does that mean when others can't come in, we might find it hard to go out? She spoke up. That is right. More importantly, this will lead to a problem. If the other deities secretly send people to infiltrate and sabotage, we might not detect it in time. You are calculating that those deities might be willing to sacrifice their followers, sending out suicide squads. Just like when we rescued Sezida before. If there is real intervention, it could cause a lot of trouble, especially since those deities see their followers as pawns. They might actually do it. Andrum spoke up. Lord Deity, I had a speculation earlier. Ninfeng was curious. What do you mean? Sam said. Previously, I noticed the special achievements that you, Lord Deity, could grant beyond your realm are also related to the realms of other deities. Specifically, it is related to two deities, the Shadow Lord of the Agility System and the Genesis Sage of the Support System. Sezida was surprised. The Shadow Lord and the Genesis Sage. They were killed by you, Lord Deity, during the Divine War. Ninfeng interjected. What do you mean? Seeing that, Trunter Hunemem continued. That is right. It seems that Lord Deity has also considered that possibility. Sezida sulked in frustration. What are you two even talking about? Think about my feelings. Hummem recalled. Not long ago, I just realized this possibility. Is it possible that the powers of the Shadow Lord and the Genesis Sage have fused with the powers of Lord Deity? If this speculation is correct, some things could be explained clearly. For example, when the great God Lord was hit by a powerful curse, he was able to quickly recover as if he had never been injured. For instance, the great God Lord can grant special achievements to those two deities, but cannot grant similar achievements to other gods. His eyes lit up, which could mean that there are not just one god here, but three, no, 4 gods, including that demon god. Ningfeng speculated that if they eliminate the other gods, they might be able to unify their divine powers, and Yin said, this is just a conjecture from my subordinate, and it still needs to be verified. This made Ningfeng fall into deep thought. Verified a bit. Returning to the 3 gods, he could not understand why they suddenly all had the same ominous intuition. Their inner thoughts were screaming in unison. What just happened? I just felt a terrifying threat, remembering a past battle that shook the heavens and the earth. It was, of course, a fierce one. At that time, Chen Yuan shouted, Almighty Divine Mage, we should not have to come to this point. Why are you still so stubborn? In response to his fury, the Almighty Divine Mage remained silent, just standing there without saying a word. Vin Hu spoke up. You do not like to fight, and until now we have forced you. But what you are doing is clearly opposing the gods. I urge you to stop your actions immediately. Do not be stubborn, or we will take on the identity of the divine beings before you and become the demon gods. The Almighty Divine Mage yelled angrily. Demon gods. Is this your answer? Then, starting now, I am the evil god. So that is the origin of the evil god that they have always mentioned. Returning to reality, Sen said. If Anam's guess is correct, you might become the last god of light. Then, the one in charge of the entire universe said that this definitely indicates a restoration of normal order. Hanem deduced that the system on you might be the existence of some cosmic rules, which is why it has to remind you of your tasks at this critical point. Ningfeng frowned as he talked about cosmic rules. I suddenly remembered that before completing the 4th transition mission, I acquired a new power. He recalled when the system had notified him that he could open the Divine Realm. To put it simply, the Divine Realm is a domain exclusively for gods, where all order is under their control. For the gods, the Divine Realm is like a source of power and a protective barrier. Sezida was excited. Finally being able to see the Divine Realm of the Great God, she excitedly recalled. This is a beautiful place called the Endless Sea, with blue beaches, golden sands, and tall towers representing divine authority that are the followers of yours. We once had the honor of witnessing part of the scenery there. Ningfeng was curious about what the two of them were saying. Hearing you talk made me a bit hopeful. You think that since you gained this power, the method to open the Divine Realm has integrated into your mind. Just concentrate your consciousness, and it will be your turn. The three of them were so shocked that they gasped and shouted. The divine realm. The beautiful scenery they imagined is now a desolate place. Ningfeng was utterly disappointed. What kind of hell is this, ruined? How is there any shape of the divine realm here? Your inner self keeps screaming, where's the vast sea? Where's the sandy beach? Wow. Is it because my level is not high enough? This place is not even fit for a dog. Suddenly, a voice echoed from within Ningfeng. It seems I can sense the divine realm. Ningfeng suddenly remembered and spoke up. Teizhen, look at this place. Tizun's blood is boiling, and this is truly my divine realm. But he felt sad, regretting that it had not been infused with divine power for a long time. Completely abandoned. Why did you come to this place? He thought it was strange. Clearly. He opened the divine realm. And it should be Tizun's divine realm. It really is. But I do not know why I lost my memory. Now I have to explore everything step by step. Let us start by wandering around here. The Wushan temple was extremely dilapidated, truly looking abandoned for a long time. When I got closer, it seemed to resonate vaguely. Not sure if it was because of me, or because I fused with a part of the evil god. The mountains and clouds around blocked the view, making it hard to see the scenery in the distance. Suddenly, Ningfeng saw something that startled him. Not just him, but Hanyin and Sezido also noticed. He asked, do you see that in the cloud? It seems there is something. Sezido quickly flew forward, speaking loudly. Great master. What appears before them is a truly beautiful place, just as she imagined. Sezido said, this is the tower representing your divine power. But what surprises her more is why your tower is appearing here. Ninfeng quickly moved ahead to see. Upon arrival, he reached out to touch the scenery, but the system immediately issued a warning. The structure rules of the divine realm are incomplete, cannot be activated. He pondered in silence. The divine realm represents the rules that the divine being controls. The structure rules are incomplete. Could it be that I still have not fully grasped the relevant rules? At that moment, Yem shouted. Great master. There is a new discovery. Everyone quickly looked over. This place not only had his tower but also two more side by side. In the mist, those two towering structures gradually became clear before their eyes. Sezido was astonished. There were two other towers hidden here. She had seen them in some paintings. It seemed they were the remnants of the dominant and wise towers. Who knows? Maybe that damn green guy is actually right. This is called wisdom. He calculated and suggested that the structure rules are incomplete. It seems they can only activate the divine realm of the Tia Tian first. Ninfeng quickly entered alone. The surroundings were very dim. This was the dwelling place of Ti Tumen before. After all, it had been abandoned for a long time without anyone caring for it. Ninfeng touched the old stone walls with his hand, and a beam of green light quickly appeared. And just like that, the old Netyu building rapidly restored itself thanks to his power. From the top of the tower, a surge of fierce power shot out. The system immediately displayed a notification. Upon receiving the power to enhance the secret realm, you can use dark power to strengthen the secret realm. After all the intruders are killed, their life force will increase your divine power. Ninfeng thought, is this the power of the dark god? To enhance one's divine power through killing. No wonder the secret realm frantically invaded other worlds. Regardless of the situation, this is my first time coming into contact with divine power. I need to take some time to study it carefully. Let us teleport to Maizao, the divine realm controlled by Wraith's residence. He was thinking about the omnipotent divine mage reappearing, which was indeed a bit surprising. But you were originally missing, and now you reveal your whereabouts. At least it is better than continuing to hide in the shadows. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky, where his tower was situated. Quaitovike pondered. Since the omnipotent divine mage left, I have been able to access and comprehend the rules that originally belonged to you. This greatly increased my strength. And it was also the first time I learned that the rules of the divine realm could be shifted. It is just a pity that I am not the only one who knows this, which has led to mutual vigilance among the divine beings. They fear that the gods of their system will seize their rules. The main gods are divided into large and small alliances. And right now, uniting everyone to deal with the omnipotent law god seems very difficult to achieve. Luckily, I have grasped a new source of power. The divine fusion technique. The strength of the dark god, which could become the key to breaking the situation. At the same time, a notification appeared in the system. You have received the power to enhance the secret realm. You can use dark power to enhance the secret realm. After all the intruders are killed, their life force will increase your divine strength. The evil plot is calculated. The omnipotent law god has nearly lost his divine realm, and can only hide in a lower world. He thinks that due to the restrictions of the universe's rules, we can only be helpless against him. Then let us see what happens. At this point, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The scene shifted to Ninfeng's base, where he was tired and yawning, so tired The power of the divine sage is really not something you can understand in a short time. At that moment, An cheerfully walked over, waving to him. Big guy. Ninfeng immediately asked upon seeing him. Has the issue with the transaction repair been resolved? An had quickly taken care of everything. Ninfeng was exhausted. The one-eyed Kappa was truly too arrogant. Seemed he really considered himself a follower of the dark god. From now on, keep an eye on him. Do not let him create more trouble for us. An scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah. Actually, that guy Capo does not seem like what I imagined at first. Remembering how he was frantic, I never expected that even boxing would make him a devotee of the Great Lord. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it. Man lazily asked. Why do you seem like a different person? Capo scratched his head and laughed. Sorry. I was just pretending to be arrogant before. Because when I first came to this world, quite a few people wanted to take advantage of me. So I had to make them feel respect. That way I could avoid a lot of trouble. Duan thought. He had asked Senior Feng to investigate this guy's situation. It seems that after he came to this world, he really did not do anything unethical or harm others. But with that attitude, would not it ruin the image of the powerful law deity? He said calmly. Don't he worry. They all think I am a devotee of the god of oblivion. When the time is right, I will say that I was inspired by the all-powerful law deity, and that I have abandoned the path of evil, and returned to righteousness. I absolutely want to cause any more trouble for the Great Lord. Duan was satisfied. You are smarter than you look. Ningfeng sighed. So the one-eyed Capo is not as dumb as he seems. If that is the case, we can continue to observe whether he is trustworthy. As for our true identities, there is no need to reveal them to him right now. Duan continued. The Capo and the Zhengwei Exchange have prepared a special apology dinner. Hoping you can spare some time to attend. They even invited the Yancheng Exchange to join. Ningfeng felt intrigued. So let us go check it out. I could use a break too. The scene shifts to a grand villa, and the atmosphere here feels very solemn. Capo is standing alone talking to a group of people he does not know at all. A voice speaks up in discussion. How's it going over there? Why is there such a large crowd? The other person replies. I heard that 2 major trading floors are hosting distinguished guests. But we do not know who those guests are. Suddenly, at that moment, a luxury car quickly stops in front of the grand hall. Ninfeng is lazily sitting in the car with a girl in his arms, just passing through the hotel gate and sitting in the car for so long. It truly lives up to the extravagance of a high-end hotel. As soon as he sees the bridge ahead, Capo happily calls out. 9. You have arrived. 2 receptionists whisper to each other. Is this really the distinguished guest of the 2 major trading floors? He looks so young. One of the girls quickly recognizes him. Oh my. You are the great hero who defeated the hidden boss and saved so many people. Right. My family was also in the secret realm at that time. So I have a very deep impression of your video. The girl is surprised and runs over. So you are that great hero. I have seen your video too. Could you give us your autograph? Capo turns to scold Jiathing. You jerk. Everyone dares to poke at me. You got me killed. Then he respectfully bows his head and cheerfully says. 9. Please. At the banquet table, everyone is enjoying food and laughing together very happily. The most sumptuous dishes are being served. The hotel staff girl is playing with Man, having so much fun. And she loves ice cream. So cute. Jiathing stood up, holding his glass to speak. Everyone. This situation is all my fault. Capo gritted his teeth. Sweating. As a teacher, I share some responsibility for not teaching him properly. Vutran was secretly astonished. Yet, Trine Jiathing was being patient with him. This is the first time in history that he is still basking in the glory of Nine's support. Jiathing's uncle also spoke up. 9. To express our sincerity, the main exchange is ready to offer you 25% of the shares and 3 mineral extraction mines. We hope you won't refuse. The other director was not outdone either. To show our sincerity, the Vinthun exchange is also ready to give you 25% of the shares and 3 mineral extraction mines. We hope you accept. The 2 girls stood tall, incredibly admiring. 2 major exchanges, a quarter of the shares. Even if they do nothing after this, they will be set for several generations. The director thought to himself, you all basically do not understand. Since we have latched onto Mare 9, the Vinthun exchange has not lacked any high-end products, and our revenue has skyrocketed several times. 25% of the shares is basically nothing. The old master agreeing to take us out to play is the most important thing. Ninefeng considered that shares are a minor issue. Opening new mines is what really matters. I just finished the transfer mission. In the future, the need for transformation will definitely increase. And having my own mining site means I won't have to buy it anymore. Capo interjected. There is one more thing I want to ask Nine's opinion on. Capo thought to himself. Yesterday I told the main exchange to gather information about Nine Fong and discovered that this young man is not simple at all. Dayan is respectful towards him, saying that perhaps Nine Fong represents the all-powerful law god in this world, especially since that terrifying beast is his pet. He panicked internally, thinking, "Oh no. That monster is looking at me." Nine Fong stepped forward and asked, "What do you want to say to me?" Capo smiled brightly. "Here's the thing. Actually, I am on Livia's side, and have been calling on surrounding countries to unite against the invasion of monsters. Unfortunately, there are very few strong adventurers, and there really is not much combat power." Nine Fong remembered. "I heard Ian mention that Campo set up an organization similar to a support agency that received backing from many countries. Those countries will entrust the difficult to conquer secret realms to Capo to handle, which include many secret realms with rich rewards. Capo got 2 world hearts through that way." Capo flattered. "If possible, we hope to cooperate with you to ensure the safety of Lam Tine," he thought. "I have heard that Capo's status in Eastern Europe is very high, and his reputation is spreading further. If I can leverage his influence to gain more support, that would be good." Thinking of this, he felt pleased. "All right, I agree with you, Capo. Thank you very much. It is an honor to have a master like you here." You are calculating in your head. If the battlefield expands in the future, we will need many more masters to hold the fort. It is time to start the training with the new group. Nine Fong spoke up. "Capo, tell me about what you have experienced since coming here." He sighed. "I was originally exploring a secret realm, but ended up caught in chaotic time and space. I heard that chaotic time and space is extremely rare, only appearing once every 100 years. And I do not even know how I ended up encountering it. Thinking back, it scares me. Time and space in chaotic realms are incredibly unstable. To survive without injury is indeed divine protection. I was transported somewhere in Lam Tine, where the vegetation is lush and the air is fresh." The villagers were pointing in amazement at something strange appearing. "What is that?" At Nine Fong's base, everyone had gathered here. You think that during this time, the leaders of the 7 great guilds have been very good, along with Professor Ta, who is currently capable of developing further. Zen gritted his teeth and thought, "This special training has greatly boosted Old Feng's power, and I must take it seriously." Everyone quickly began the training. Shadows swiftly approached, and they quickly charged to attack Xiao Ru and Yan Xuan. Lin Ho was sweating. "Old Liu, is this all we can do for defense? This devil training is too sinister. If I did not trust Xiao Feng, I would think it is the evil god descending." And Chun, grit your teeth. "We have a lot of people. Let us coordinate based on the team model. Now, let us all use the defensive formation." Everyone quickly gathered together as a group and prepare for battle. Nine Feng is cunningly calculating. "I fear you all will be disappointed. The Daitan Guild has tried this method before. It is useless, but after studying the powers in the divine realm and looking back at this combat method, I have gained even more insight. No wonder he is an experienced adventurer. The coordination is getting better. Everyone is in agreement to use the Great Earth Shield technique." Suddenly, Professor T looks dazed, as if she remembers something. Over here, Tiu Du and Enchan are also surprised, staring at Professor T and Lin Ho. The system quickly announces, "The area hinders enhancement." With the scholar and pastor professions present, when forming the defensive formation, the defense effectiveness increases by 20%. Professor T looks at the golden light shining down on her, momentarily surprised. What is this? On the side of Teacher Las and Guide 9, something similar appears. In the area of non-cynic maintenance, 2 assassin professions are present. When forming the defensive formation, evasion increases by 8%. Armor adds 15. Hamem and Cezadar are astonished, using the team to activate the area effect. Is there really such a thing? And Chan is excited. The team formation really does have an effect. Everyone, we need to be serious. As a result of persisting for a long time, we have to endure even more severe torture. Hanem curiously moved forward. "Excuse me. Is that your divine story from just now?" He smiled. "I have been observing how everyone works together, so some ideas in my head are starting to become clear. It seems that at the moment of enlightenment, those fields were activated. The system immediately reported that your understanding of the cosmic rules has increased." Nine Feng pondered. "So this is how one can comprehend the cosmic rules." The next day, his base was the place with the most abundant light, and the air was also incredibly fresh. Feng and Jack quickly stifled a laugh upon seeing his friend's face. His expression became distorted. In the end, he could not help but burst out laughing, his annoyance clear. "Your appearance is quite pitiful." "Old man, do not laugh too soon." He trembled and could not stand up straight. "Hurry up and help me a bit." "Old man, you did not come here just to laugh at me, did you?" Feng and Jack continued to laugh loudly. "I am not that free. It was Xiao Feng who called everyone here. I heard that everyone discovered something very important." His sly smile. "Is it about our impressive feat?" Before he could finish speaking, a wave of pain hit him. "Old man, Can you slow down a bit? Are you intentionally torturing me? He stood still, watching the surveillance camera screens. Many scenes appeared. Fong and Jack spoke up. Professor Tay, what progress have we made now? Professor Tay replied. We have arranged some groups to conduct experiments and discovered that some battle team fields have different effects. Right now, to activate the squad field, mainly some professions like agility, magic, and support can be used. The number of activated fields is not related to the level, but to the unspoken synergy of the team. Femfinyut replied. In other words, as long as they are trained, even low-level adventurers will have a chance when fighting stronger enemies. Right, Professor T smiled and replied. That is right. Ninefeng thought. But since the beginning, the things he could comprehend were getting fewer and fewer. Has he reached some kind of limit? Ninefeng looked at him in surprise. He continued. The one-eyed Capo has sent a commission. Ninefeng asked. Didn't Capo say he would send all commissions to me for me to choose? Zan replied. Because this one is extremely special. Ninefeng held the phone, observing the strange phenomenon sent to him. Ninefeng was so surprised he was speechless. What is this? A new secret realm. Vian explained in panic. Capo said. That is a time-space vortex. Zam said. Capo has been here through the time-space vortex for a month now. And in such a short time, another time-space vortex has appeared. Ninefeng silently observed the photo believed to be the time-space vortex. He panicked as something crawled out. Oh my god. What is that? The scene shifted back to Capo's bedroom, where he had moved to facilitate the exchange. He said. The place where the time-space vortex occurs is in Winken State of Austria. I have completed all the procedures. We can directly use the flight scroll to get there. Ninefeng firmly said to Capo. All right. Let us set off. Capo looked confused. Capo hesitated. Is it just you going alone? The guy wondered. What is going on? Capo was anxious. I do not mean anything else. The time rifts. Those temporal anomalies are really dangerous and hard to imagine what could have come out. He was sweating. Looking at Menon. Thinking at least they should bring that super strong pet along. Ninefeng calculated. If there are still unknown dangers. Then he feared that the others might not be able to help. You do not need to bring too many people. Just a few of us is enough. They stopped at a place called Wuke State. As soon as they arrived, someone appeared to welcome them. It was a pair of long Japanese sword-wielding legs of a woman introduced by Capo as Lilith, who is also my disciple. Her father is in charge here. And she suddenly trembled. Her hands clenched into fists. Tears streaming down her face. This surprised Capo greatly. He asked Lilith what happened. While Lilith was still sobbing, a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. The newcomer introduced himself. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lilith's father. I apologize for letting everyone see Lilith in this condition. I will explain everything clearly to you. Please follow me. Andrew led everyone to the edge of the building, speaking as they walked. From here, you can see the location of the time-space vortex. Below, there is indeed a massive round portal blocking out the sun. Andrew replied. The reason I am sending this delegation to you is that the space-time anomaly has exceeded our understanding. It has consumed a small town in a short time and formed a space similar to a secret realm. The original residents have all turned into powerful and terrifying monsters. The authorities once sent a combat team to conquer it. But despite sacrificing many people, we still could not destroy this secret realm. The team formed by Lilith was completely wiped out in the process. Only Lilith, using all her strength, managed to escape reluctantly. We should thank Capo for training Lilith. Otherwise, I fear she would not have made it. Lilith then managed to stabilize her emotions and bowed her head to apologize. I am really sorry. Those team members were my best friends, so I could not help but get emotional just now. Jia Thin felt a bit startled. Lilith usually has a strong personality. This is the first time I have seen her so sad. Capo could not hide his curiosity. Lilith, were the monsters in that secret realm really strong? She spoke in a low voice. Not only that, it is a secret realm with time constraints, with 2 paths. You have to complete both to consider it a victory. These 2 paths are like symmetrical reflections of each other, but cannot connect. Even if you complete one path, you won't make it to the other in time, and you will ultimately fail. Each time this happened, the notification board would turn blood red and announce, time's up. Conquest failed. Capo was stroking his chin, guessing that the safest plan is for both teams to fight at the same time, each taking a different path. Right. Lilith thinks if that is the case, the strength required from the adventurers will be very high. Right now, we can't even gather one qualified fighting team, let alone knowing the situation. Ninefeng has a suggestion. I think Capo could lead one fighting team, and I will take care of the other team. The others looked shocked. You are going alone. Ninefeng did not rush to answer them. He was thinking that if Lilith could still escape, with Capo's strength, he could at least retreat safely even in danger. In this state, Lilith was a bit doubtful. The master did say he would invite a powerful ally to help, but he looks just like an ordinary person from Lam Tine, seeming even younger than me. No matter how you look at it, relying on just one person is too risky. Capo exclaimed. 9. You can do that. However, Ninefeng just hinted. Don't worry about me. Just focus on completing your own path. Once done, they began to enter the giant round sphere. Ninefeng mentioned that the time limit is 2 hours. And we need to make every second count. I will go left. Everyone else go right. Lilith. Still uncertain, asked the master. Is 9 really going to be okay? But Capo said he did not know either. Honestly, I have never seen 9 take action before. But his pet has consumed all of my influence. She was completely stunned when she heard this. In Lilith's heart, the guardian of the master is incredibly powerful, capable of crushing any strong being in this world. How terrifying must a monster be to consume the entire guardian? What kind of person can see that monster as a pet, and then wonder if 9 chose to act alone, because he is hiding some secret? The deeper they go into this place, the darker and wetter it gets. Capo's team encountered their first obstacle, a bunch of brownish-red monsters, each one big enough to swallow anyone they came across. Their eyes scanned the targets, glinting with a deadly light, and without saying a word, they charged forward to solo against Capo's group. He immediately took out the soul-calling charm to respond. From Capo's hand, the souls of 2 giant snakes were unleashed, and in an instant, they eliminated the 2 monsters. Jia Thin was impressed and praised. No wonder he is the master. Meanwhile, Capo wondered, is this the monster after humans transform? It truly is more powerful than regular monsters in the secret realm. However, for me, it can still be dealt with. As long 9's strength is higher than mine, there should not be any problem. Ninefeng's side has also taken down the first monster. Surprisingly, its massive body gradually dissolved into water and then evaporated without a trace. The time left is now 1:51 minutes and 43 seconds. Thanks to the soul-calling charm, Capo was able to take down many monsters along the way. However, it was not long before they encountered a tough counter. The monster after eating the soul essence is not even slightly weakened, causing Capo to exclaim, "This is not right." From earlier, with the same skills, the damage dealt to these monsters is getting smaller and smaller. Now it is completely ineffective. Could there be some connection between these monsters that allows them to evolve through continuous fighting? Just then, a voice yelled, "Master, the monsters are charging here." In this urgent situation, he could only use death magic to fight back. A powerful, faint purple aura sent the chicken coop monster flying with just one move. Capo muttered, "But to deal with the monsters, we must use skills. If this continues, we are just helping the monsters get stronger. All communication in this place is ineffective. I can't get in touch with Mar. 9. I wonder if he can hold on. Ninefeng is also fighting the monsters, but he only needs a few slashes to split them in half." The monster, after being eliminated, let out a few pained cries and then lay still on the ground, eventually evaporating away. The game master monitored their every move and assessed this guy's attack power too highly. The monster's evolution speed could not keep up. I have no way to halt his evolution. Luckily, another path is still under my control. The remaining time is 1 minute and 26 seconds. The speed of the monster's evolution makes it increasingly difficult for Capo to handle them. Lai asks, "Master, are you okay?" He replies, "Just a bit tired. I can still hold on." Suddenly, his pupils contract. Clearly, something has pierced his body. Lilith seems to transform into a different person, killing her master and asking, "So what now?" Capo escapes and clutches his blood-soaked chest. Due to Lilith's sudden action, Jia Thin was startled and shouted, "Lilith, what are you doing?" She flashed a seductive smile and said, "Sorry, the assistant you invited is too strong, so I have to let you die here." Capo was sure the person in front of him was no longer Lilith, but she denied it, saying, "Of course. I just found a way to become stronger, and you all just happened to be my sacrifices." In the urgent situation, Jia Thin used his power to support Capo. "Master, let me stop her. You go quickly." 2 shadowy figures rushed towards Lilith, but she remained unfazed. Just a few basic moves could easily handle these weaklings. By the way, do not waste your effort. You fools. From the moment you stepped in here, do not expect to leave. Capo then realized, and she said that the idea of escaping from the beginning was a deception. This is a trap set by her. She never intended for us to escape. While Lilith was still smug, "Master, your panicked expression now looks just like mine back then. Unfortunately, I am smarter than you. Turns out when entering that secret realm, after witnessing my teammates being killed one by a much fiercer demon than the previous group many times over, afraid of the monster's intimidation, Lilith raised her hands high, pleading. Wait. Please wait. I understand your great power now. Please spare my tiny life. Can you hear me? If you want to conquer this world, I am willing to become your most loyal servant. Her teammates, seeing the injustice, shouted. Lilith, what are you saying? Clock and the others sacrificed themselves to give us a chance to escape. And yet before she could finish, Lilith attacked and killed them. A voice as cold as ice ordered. Shut up. This frightened the others to their cores. From above, a light shone down accompanied by a voice. You are too weak, unworthy of my loyalty. I will treat you as sacrifices. Saying that, the mysterious being ordered the demons to tighten their grip on those present, ignoring her teammates being restrained. Lilith responded to the leader with a worshipful demeanor. Of course you can see all of us as sacrifices. But if you grant me power, I promise to offer you even more sacrifices. Just like now. The light in the sky suddenly fell silent for a long while. Then praised her. They are a despicable and disgusting race. But strangely, I find it quite interesting. Not understanding the meaning, said. I want to see what offerings you can bring me. Realizing the leader was giving her a chance, Lilith happily replied. Thank you so much for your grace. I absolutely will not disappoint you. Back in reality, she said to Capo and Gia Thun. I do not have time to waste with you, just obediently become my offerings. The two of them were at a disadvantage now, gritting their teeth to endure. When suddenly the system announced that the left path was completed. This made them unable to hide their joy as they exclaimed. 9. We did it. However, Lilith said it was useless, as these two paths did not exist in the same time frame. And even if he completed one of them, it was absolutely impossible to complete the other route. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the system reported that the right path was completed. Lilith's face went blank, and only after a while did she scream. No way. How did he do that? Moving to Ninefeng, he had just sent the monster to the afterlife and sighed. Just like Lilith said, these two paths were truly symmetrical like images in a mirror. So he could simply use the void path to cross over and arrive, without needing to traverse the previous path again. But it seems like we are about to be transported somewhere else. Welcoming him was a strange realm with enchanting pink light. Lilith, still puzzled, wondered how one person could complete both paths. While the three of them did not understand what was happening with Ninefeng, a strange vortex suddenly surged, causing the area around them to become hazy and indistinct. Gia Thun looked around, wondering where this place was, but even Lilith, who had been here twice, no, both roads had been conquered, and they would be moved to their master's independent space. But this is also the first time I have come here. Previously, due to the failed conquest, the master thought I was not qualified to enter. Just then, she noticed something strange. A rock with spiral characters appeared on the cliff where she stood, likely indicating that the owner was the being Lilith referred to as the master. Witnessing this, Gia Thun stammered. Master, is that the final boss of the secret realm? With such terrifying pressure, you must be at least a demon lord level monster. Akap thought to himself, a demon lord, the most powerful existence under the demon god. We are all going to die here. Only Lilith chuckled joyfully, thinking, is this the portrait of the master? Just looking from afar has already instilled a sense of reverence. Not seeing that kid from the Nine family probably means he has been eliminated. Very quickly, she pointed at the two prey and sweetly introduced. Master, your humble servant. They are all sacrifices I brought for you. Hoping you will be pleased. The large rock spoke up. What are you saying? Lilith felt puzzled. Why did the master's voice sound different from what she had heard before? At that moment, a dark figure with an unclear appearance appears above the rock. When the light sweeps over, they realize it is Ninefeng. You look like the embodiment of the living saint now. Kalung commands. Lilith, explain this to me. The group starts to stammer. 9. She is scared by this scene. Why is that kid with the last name 9 stepping on the master's head? Why is the master showing no reaction at all? I am so scared. I originally thought this guy only had relatively high attack power. Who would have guessed he reached the end of the road and found that normal attacks were too slow? Directly using a forbidden spell to wipe out the guards I personally sent. After that, he used a forbidden spell to bypass the space-time barrier and appeared on another path. The guards there had not even reacted before they were wiped out by the forbidden spell. He casually unleashed 3 forbidden spells. Only the great demon god of old could do that. What is his true identity? Grabbing a lifeline, Gia Thun shouted. Lilith, your plot is almost a failure now. Tell me why you betrayed the master and deceived all of us. She shot a sideways glance and coldly replied. Well, because you are all idiots. Master, I told you. With your strength you could conquer the world. My family and I would be your greatest support. willingly strategizing for you. But you rejected it without even thinking. Ninefeng recalled when Capo scratched his head and chuckled, saying, "Sorry. I was so arrogant back then. It was all an act." You realize now why Capo said that back then. Lilith continued to ramble on. "I just do not get it. Isn't it enjoyable to be on top like that?" "It is only natural for the strong to dominate the weak," he simply replied. "Because the deity I worship dislikes those who are both greedy and foolish. Quite coincidentally, you and your family possess both traits. You are spinning around, not knowing who is the grain and who is the green bean anymore." Lilith stammered. "What did you say?" Ninefeng's subordinates began to murmur in admiration. "This is truly your style, my lord. This Capo guy really knows you well." Lilith still did not give up hope, pointing at the group and saying, "Master, you must have another way. Right. Quickly kill them. Kill them." As she finished speaking, a massive hand reached out, scaring Lilith into silence. The space now is filled only with loud, rumbling sounds. Once the work was done, Ninefeng calmly said, "It has been a while. Let us finish dealing with this giant and get off work." He turned abruptly and activated his skills. Unaware that waves of powerful energy were descending from above, a similar symbol appeared, leaving Ninefeng stunned. In a moment, he regained his composure and exclaimed, "There is an unexpected harvest too," revealing something that looked like a luminous gem radiating brilliant light. At the same time, the system reminded them to check if the toxic energy could be absorbed, leaving both Ninefeng and his subordinates dumbfounded. Hunamarm warned that the time-space vortex was inherently unstable and would likely vanish quickly. But the vortex here still remained, which could be very troublesome. When Ninefeng wanted to know the reason, he explained that even divine power could not completely eliminate the time-space vortex. It could only temporarily seal it by having a large number of high-level believers borrow divine power. Sazita added that the existence of the time-space vortex remained a hidden disaster. No one knew when a stronger existence would appear to break the seal. In the past, several worlds had been destroyed this way. Hearing this, Ninefeng rubbed his chin in thought, realizing that something as dangerous as this, if discovered by another divine being, would only be to deal with me. Suddenly, his tone turned serious, thinking that they would not escape unscathed, with a glint of anger in his eyes. Seeing Ninefeng planning to fix the tear, Humarm wanted to know what he was thinking. After Ninefeng replied, "I think I can fix this tear." Both Hunrem and Sezida were completely stunned. At that moment, the system also issued a new task: to repair the world, study the chaotic time, and restore it to normal. The time limit is 2 hours. Failure results in the host being erased. He thought to himself, even the power of the divine can't destroy chaotic time. And the system again assigned the repair task. Could it be that the system exists even beyond the divine? True enough. After all, it used the host's erasure to threaten him, completely disregarding his omnipotent divine abilities. He should quickly start researching. Behind him, Jiathun quietly asked, "Master, what should we do now?" Capo guessed that Nine was contemplating something, so we should not disturb him, as the cracks in time were about to heal. Suddenly, some mysterious power from the other side of time rushed in to disrupt them. Although he had used all his strength to stop it, Nine still felt a sense of sorrow in his heart. The chaotic time flow was tearing at his body, and he could not imagine this intense pain. Suddenly, he noticed there seemed to be some noise around him. Someone saying, "The gods must fall." The voice kept repeating insistently, "The gods must fall. The gods must fall." Nine then realized, oh no, this is a trap. But whether it was a trap or not, as long as the system sent a mission, there would definitely be a way to solve it. Stay calm. Stay calm. After a second to collect himself, Nun opened his eyes wide and thought to himself, he could feel it, even if just for a moment. But there was a different point of pause there. If I could catch it, you would close your eyes and feel it more clearly. However, the chaos around seems to be intentionally disturbing me, so I have to focus even more. After a while of effort, you finally found it. Outside, Andrew, Lilith's father, was feeling anxious. He calculated that it had been 2 hours since they entered the secret realm, and it seemed Lilith's plan was successful. After saying that, he wore a savage smile. But hopefully, the master of the secret realm will be satisfied with this offering. As long as we have the support of the master, no one will be able to stop us from ruling this world. Just then, a subordinate came to report. Master Andro, people from the Guild Alliance are surrounding this place. He smugly mocked. How are these fools only reacting now? Then let us send them down to hell. The Guild Alliance has arrived to seal off the scene. Leading the Guild Alliance from the Empire is Commander Johnny Wizen. The Adventurers Association of the Empire is primarily established by large corporations. The Guild Alliance is the highest authority managing adventures in the Empire. One person in the team asked the commander if we were going in to capture Andrew, but he said to wait a bit longer. Just then, 3 arrows flew down as a greeting. Johnny noticed the signal and was overjoyed. My old friend finally made it. Inside the secret realm, Ninefeng was still contemplating. This is the starting point of a time-space flow. I can use my divine power to stabilize it. After securing it, this part will no longer be out of control. Then, in other places, the second bright point can be seen. Just follow this method. It surprised both Hexurem and Sezita immensely. The water gap is truly being closed. This is the great power of the Great Lord. It took a moment for Ninefeng to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Finally done. The system notifies that your understanding of the cosmic rules has been enhanced. The recovery ability of the world you protect has also increased. Ninefeng asked his subordinates. What exactly is that recovery ability? However, it is all just speculation. Sorry. This is not knowledge that the subordinates understand well. From Muna Zen. Perhaps this is a type of ability to restore a damaged world back to its original state, you said. Maybe we can study this more slowly later. But there is one more thing. When I was repairing the flow of space-time, what was that sound we heard? The deity is definitely going to die. What does that mean? Just then, Jiathun exclaimed. Master. Look. As he spoke, he pointed up to the sky. Astonished. Master. Seems like everything around is gradually returning to normal. It is an unbelievable miracle. Cap could not help but rush in front of Ninefeng, swearing. Lord Nine. You must believe me. I never intended to dominate this world. On the contrary. Ninefeng just placed his hand on his shoulder and said, I believe you. Suddenly, strange sounds came from afar. The confused people asked each other. What language is that over there? About 20 minutes ago. Johnny's subordinate curiously asked if the scroll they just saw belonged to an old friend of the commander. The 3 who just arrived were Ung Dait, Cyan, and leading them was Fing Nachi. He asked Johnny how the situation was going. Ung Dut saw this person and thought to himself, Holy Light Knight Johnny, the commander of the National Alliance. He and the Elder Feng are legendary figures, usually seen only in the news. Johnny explained the circumstances, saying we were pursuing the ambitious Andrew, but we could not approach the secret realm. The situation was still unclear. I apologize for involving your nation's adventurers in this shameless plot. Feng Yingak mentioned that with Ninefeng in the secret realm, there should not be any major issues. You just need to focus on dealing with Andrew. He will have to pay for deceiving Ninefeng. I see. Johnny has a question but does not dare to speak up. Did he say something backward? The area of the secret realm is the most serious issue. On the other side, a bloody war is happening, with corpses scattered all over the ground. The monsters are laughing triumphantly, showing their contempt. These lowly ones do not interest me in this battle. That old Johnny down the mountain. Why not just deal with him? Only one survivor. Fidi High. Rush back to report. Commander. We were ambushed by the enemy. Johnny. In a subordinate's manner. Lamented. How did you get hurt so badly? Don't move. Let me treat you. The soldier. Holding back the pain. Whispered. That guy Andro has a lot of missing people under his command. Funkin Ninja emphasized. What do you mean missing? Johnny said it was a group of mysteriously missing people who suddenly appeared. Originally they were human but gained the power of demons. Ordinary adventurers are no match for them. Feng Yangxi recalled some familiar figures and exclaimed. Isn't it Johnny who suddenly remembers? That is right. Andrew's daughter Lilith used to capture the missing people. It seems they have taken advantage of this opportunity to build their power long ago. Just then, a violent force charged straight toward them. Johnny noticed and shouted, warning that it might be too late. That strange power was too close. And while they did not know what to do, another force rushed into their rescue. Johnny and his subordinates were scared stiff and turned around to look at their savior. Leung Dait, your last attack was truly beautiful. The monsters started asking each other. Was our attack blocked? Junie was also scared by Ung Dait's ability. How can this be? This young girl is even more powerful than I am. At that moment, Cyan and Ung Dait charged forward under Feng Yingri's lead, and the monsters quickly ran off to sell salt. Johnny witnessed an impressive scene and wondered. Ying, how did you become so strong? He replied, thanks to Lin, who conducted special training for me. He displayed a surprising demeanor. Lin is in there. It is hard to believe. No wonder he was not worried at all. Feng Yining's expression became serious. Johnny, please take us inside. After a while, they got closer to the secret realm. Ninefeng and his team had just finished off a bunch of monsters. Their bodies piled up like a small mountain. Seeing someone approaching, Ninefeng was very happy. Dait and Hai. Senior Fiend. President Trianing. Why are you all here? Feng Ninja briefed them on the situation. The commanding officer was in charge of the armored forces. Knight Johnny discovered that Andrew was acting strangely. Since it involved his safety, He contacted me immediately. Johnny is an old friend of mine. And while we were talking, I saw Johnny standing there like a statue. Stuttering. The terrifying secret realm has disappeared. Not only that, but they can also come out. Capo grabbed Andrew and handed him over to Johnny. He knew there was nothing more he could do. Solo? I request acceptance of the national judgment. I am Trifeng. According to the laws of our country, no matter what crime I commit, foreigners do not have the right to judge me. Otherwise, it would be considered a declaration of war. Johnny replied. You are right. Seeing that, Andrew could not help but laugh like a dad teasing a baby. Not keeping him waiting long, Johnny immediately issued a new order. I am prepared to exercise my authority and invite Mir 9 to become an honorary citizen of Austria. 9 will not refuse when the opportunity is in your hands. You seize it. 9 Feng had no reason to refuse. He said, I accept your invitation. Your Excellency. Andrew shouted again. What the hell? How dare you? Johnny began to raise his voice in declaration. This insane jerk Andrew hopes Mir 9 will represent the whole world to send him down to hell. PFTT is assisting the investigation team in carrying the body back to the assembly point. She angrily exclaimed. Why do I have to carry the body? This is not a job for women. Min Butch coldly asked. What nonsense are you talking? He looked at the crowd surrounding Ninfeng and Ung Diet with annoyance and continued. Here. Besides Commander Johnny, everyone else is the president of top guilds. They are all vying to talk to the hero from Long Kuk. The rest of us have the lowest status. Just a few of us. Kieftitha tightened her grip, smiling brightly as she spoke. The young hero from Long Kuk is really strong. I hope I can talk to him. And it would be even better if I could ask him out. Min Butch rolled his eyes in panic and shouted. You lift it for me. Who told you to let go? Johnny replied sincerely with a laugh. 9. We are organizing a party for you. And we hope you can graciously attend, allowing us to express our respect and gratitude. 9 Feng stroked his chin, deep in thought. Once we finish this spatial crack, I will directly reach level 150. If I proceed with the job change in the Kingdom of Armor, my personal records will also be kept here. I feel it is not really necessary, but it does expand influence. Staying for a meal is fine. Moreover, restoring the spatial crack requires stamina, and I do feel a bit tired. After considering, he smiled and took his hand, responding, using our Long Kingdom's way of saying it, I would do it more respectfully. Johnny replied with a smile. I learned this phrase from Feng. I understand its meaning. The scene shifts to a corporate headquarters, where he generously hosted a lavish banquet. Nen invited him to sit. 9 Feng smiled back. Thank you. He looked in amazement at a table full of delicious food in front of him, silently lamenting how hungry he felt. Across from him were Capo and Feng Yak. 9 Feng lowered his head, contemplating the Kingdom of Armor. Long Kingdom. Europe, this collaboration lineup is already very powerful. I hope we can quickly establish an alliance to protect Lam Tine. Suddenly, a phone rang, and Johnny awkwardly spoke up. Sorry. 9. I must excuse myself for a moment. He looked at him and softly replied. Please. Go ahead. Johnny went to a quiet place to take the call. He coldly asked. What happened? Sexy on the other end replied. It is about Nen becoming an honorary citizen. She honestly reported that the people from the National Assembly said they did not have detailed documents about Mir 9, and Long Kuk also refused to provide them, so they could not arbitrarily approve an unknown person to become an honorary citizen. Johnny's eyes narrowed, his expression growing increasingly angry. He strode to the reception room and said, It seems I have to excuse myself for a bit. You stay here and keep an eye out for Mir 9. Do not delay. Tixithi immediately answered. Yep. Scene changes to the conference room. Tung then exclaimed in surprise. In the conference room, the person sitting next to him widened their eyes in disbelief and said, It is hard to believe. How could such a powerful figure appear in Long Kuf? Someone coldly interjected. I am starting to get jealous of them. If they offer enough conditions to 9 Feng, they might just directly lure him to Austria. Suddenly, the wall behind the host exploded, and a swarm of monsters came rushing in. He was still engrossed in conversation, and I thought I might give it a try. Suddenly, someone screamed in fear. Monsters, right behind a man. A figure appeared with a sinister smile. Someone could not help but yell angrily. Why are there monsters inside the National Assembly? Where are the guards? We absolutely cannot allow people from Long Kuth with unclear backgrounds to enter our nation. Here we go again. Someone is stubbornly questioning. What is he talking about at this time? He smirked and replied. It is just that we did not expect that Long Kooks, that evil guy, not only dreams of dominating the world, but is also ruthless enough to kill our national officials, which is basically declaring war on the country. This news made the 2 other council members widen their eyes in shock and ask, What do you mean by killing national officials? What are you talking about? Suddenly, the opponent's head began to crack open, torn apart in half. The face of a woman gradually emerged. Lilith gave a dangerous smile and said, I am talking about you guys. She spread her arms wide, exuding a thick aura, and continued, You national officials. Joni gritted his teeth in anger and opened the door. Inside the room, countless bodyguards lay scattered on the floor. Having been attacked, he was taken aback and exclaimed, What is going on? Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang, indicating an incoming call. Jai held the phone close to his ear and coldly said, Hey. The person on the other end is urgently informing that a large number of statements with unclear origins are emerging online. Countless websites were speaking up, and thousands of people were discussing it. The other person anxiously continued, saying that foreign adventurers had killed an official from Austria. But the major guilds of Austria wanted to cover it up due to cowardice. The parliament refused to let such a perpetrator become an honorary citizen and called on everyone not to fear tyranny and to suppress it together. Many people have already spoken out in support of them online. He glared in anger and shouted, It must be Andrew and his family. These guys really are like restless spirits. That also means countless guards have been attacked coming from that family. Johnny gritted his teeth and spoke angrily. They want to use public opinion to attack 9, even willing to risk starting a war. If we can let everyone quickly learn the truth, the situation will spiral out of control. He looked at the chaotic scene before him, disappointed, and continued, It is a shame this place has been severely damaged. I am afraid we won't find any clues. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Johnny's pant leg. He gasped in shock and looked down. The guy was pale, holding back pain and whispering, Come save me. The scene shifts to a fresh morning at a modern corporate headquarters. Nine Feng was focused on the plate of food in his hand. Looking across the table, Capo asked in disbelief, You mean Lilith is still alive? Tung then gritted his teeth in fear and replied, That is right. I saw her unleash the monster that killed everyone. Because I have the ability to play dead, I was lucky to escape. He sat at the dining table, looking up and asking, So where did she go after that? He lowered his head hesitantly. I was playing dead, so I did not see. Nine Feng asked while eating, Does Lilith still have any life-saving or resurrection skills? Capo replied urgently, As far as I know, she does not have any. But then she learned and hid it from me. Tung then was so scared he was in tears, begging on his knees, Nine, please, you must become our honored citizen. We need your protection. Suddenly, Johanni appeared out of nowhere, filled with murderous intent, and hit him on the head, shouting angrily, Shut up. He pressed his lips together, looking up and thought, It is amazing that he could survive the Demon King's attack. Lilith is really not someone simple. It seems I need to keep an eye on her movements later. Outside the headquarters, a few birds are happily flying around. Nine Feng and Joni went to a quiet place to talk. He hesitantly spoke up, I am really sorry for bringing you a lot of trouble. If you need anything, we will definitely do our best to help. You leaned against the railing and coldly replied, To be honest, I do have a request. Nine Feng tilted his head, smiled slightly, and continued, I need a few special skill books from Austria. Joni nodded and cheerfully replied, Not a problem at all. I will have the guild send the appropriate skill books right away. Shortly after, a book was brought to him. You squinted at it with a difficult expression. He awkwardly laughed and explained, Because special skill books are extremely rare, it is not easy to find them quickly. If there are any later, we will definitely get them to you right away. Of course. I can also personally go into the secret realm to search. Nine Feng smiled widely, raised a finger, and replied, I understand. But I still have other matters to attend to, so I need to return home for a while. Capo will stay here to help you handle things on the back end. Hearing this, Johanni could not help but express his gratitude, saying, Thank you so much. I hope to see you again soon. 5 days later, still at that corporate headquarters, Johnny and Capo were waiting at the appointed place. He exclaimed in surprise, Nine. I did not expect to see you again so soon. Nine Feng scratched his head and smiled, replying, I did not expect it either. He pursed his lips, recalling, and thought to himself, Who would have guessed that the secret realm mission for this round would be in Austria? In Nine Feng's mind, an image of a desolate, barren desert appeared as he heard Johnny report that the secret realm he wanted to find was located in the western desert. We have never strategized for this either, so we do not have detailed information. The little monster was diligently scraping the food out of the cracked bowl. Suddenly, a slash appeared from nowhere, shattering its bowl. The little monster widened its eyes in confusion, still holding the bowl tightly with both hands. A car was speeding down the road, and a voice came from inside. What? Haven't you all seen anything like this? Johnny raised an eyebrow, responding with a hint of disdain. Sorry. When we change functions, we only use transformation stones. As for the essence transformation you mentioned, we really have not heard of it before. Capo gasped in shock. Explaining, essence transformation is the advanced form of transformation stones. There was something like that in the world I lived in before, but I have never seen it here on Lam Tine. Ninfeng's face fell, feeling disheartened as he thought. Who would be known that the fifth mission would have such requirements? A lot of the power he had accumulated was exhausted while repairing the time rift, so he did not have enough strength left to open a path to another world. The system board displayed information about the divine mission for the fifth transmission, with conditions to enter the secret realm of the mighty abyss to receive the mission item, marked with profound abyss. Collect 10 essence transformation stones. 3. Collect 200 pieces of blue obsidian. 4. Collect 200 pieces of hellfire refining shards. Deadline 30 days. Difficulty 6 stars. Levels, you sit in the car, unable to avoid worrying and thinking. And there is only a month left. If it does not work out, we can only ask those idiots to work overtime. At a place where Dung Ham is rushing through. The fiery rock crevices are called the hidden realm of Dung Ein Loch Kezis. And the marks of the whip are striking down on the beloved trial lying sprawled on the ground. Adiyama holds a cleaver in hand, angrily speaking. Just now, I saw you dawdling. You have barely dug up a little ore. Who allowed you to rest? It stands up, clasping its hands in a plea to the master, asking for mercy. The workload has suddenly increased a lot in the past few days, and we have not been able to eat enough. So we have no strength left. Before he finished speaking, it swung its weapon directly at the trial. Adidama showed its sharp teeth, burning with anger, shouting loudly, if you useless idiots did not know how to mine, you basically would not have survived to today. And yet, you dare to talk back to me. It looked at the group of trial slaves, declaring in a harsh tone, you fools have to double your workload today. If you do not finish, I will kill the slowest one and hang him outside as a warning. The trial slave spoke up nervously. Elder, if the workload doubles, it is basically impossible to finish. If that happens, would not our people definitely get killed? Thit Mung, who had just been beaten and lay on the ground, spoke up loudly. Everyone does not need to worry. If they want to kill someone, let them kill me. The elder raised an eyebrow, displeased, and replied. Thit Mung, what are you talking about? We can just abandon you. It is heartbreaking to say this, but there will always be sacrifices. Right. We are too weak. We can even resist. The group looked at each other sadly. Saying nothing, the elder regretfully advised. Thit Mung, I will take everyone to work first. You just rest a bit and come back to work quickly. After that, they left following his words. Once they were gone, Thit Mung had no strength left to resist. After fainting on the ground, suddenly someone approached, surprised and said, there is a corpse of a monster here. Could there be other adventurers around? Deep within the secret realm, the lava flowed like a waterfall. The noble T sat observing the stone statue receiving the minerals. But sensing someone had arrived, he asked, where's the ore? Why has not it been brought here yet? Adem Ma bowed and replied, I am really sorry. I have got them working already. They will deliver soon. He gritted his teeth in anger and explained, if it were not for those idiots still having some usefulness to improve the quality of the ore, I would have killed them all by now. Suddenly, the stone statue reacted violently. The priest exclaimed in amazement, it is a success. The great demon god has reacted to my ritual. The fire demon quietly asked, Great priest, do we need more minerals? He coldly ordered, silence. Do not disturb me while I am listening to the prophecy. From within the stone statue, a broken voice emerged, flesh and blood. Offerings. The priest hurriedly commanded, go find the offerings to present to the great demon god. The fire demon, confused, hesitated to ask, but suddenly like this, he is furious and orders, capture those fools digging over here for me. The ritual to summon the gods has succeeded. They no longer need to live. The priest laughed frighteningly and growled. It would be the most glorious moment for them to become offerings for the great demon god. In the Intekizai, in the realm of the divine world controlled by the soul return station, the station stood in front of a sealed stone pillar, surprised and muttering, this place called Lam Tine is truly strange. Each time I connect with the secret realm there, the information is interrupted midway in a puzzling way. He frowned, worriedly speculating, as if some strange power was disturbing the power of the evil god. Suddenly, a lightning circle appeared above the stone pillar, and the station exclaimed in surprise. Finally, I have connected with the new secret realm. He quickly placed his hand on the stone pillar, and immediately used his unique language to communicate with the secret realm. In the secret realm of Dung'ai Li Koses, the flying nest suddenly scattered everywhere. The priest stood nearby, listening to the stone statue demanding incessantly flesh and blood offerings. Suddenly, the trial slave's bound hand and foot were brought in. The fire demon smiled brightly and announced, "Priest, the offering has been brought." He excitedly raised both hands to the sky and said, "Great demon god, please enjoy your offering." The test slaves could not help but feel fear at the sight of the stone statue preparing to perform. Right after that, the elder was pulled in. The test slave anxiously called out to the elder. It screamed in fear as it got closer to the huge mouth of the stone statue. The elder quickly disappeared. It had used a rapid shrinking technique, its body gradually fading away, sinking deep into the green liquid. Suddenly, the stone statue lost energy and went out. The elder was kicked out, landing painfully on the ground. It gasped in shock, lying on the ground. The priest could not help but feel confused and angrily shouted, "What is happening?" The connection between the great demon god and me suddenly vanished. His gaze became increasingly fierce as he continued, "I know now. This low-level creature definitely does not deserve to be an offering." The priest turned to the test slaves, his voice rising, "Then let me absorb your power, and go find a better quality offering for the great demon god." He raised both hands high, using his immense power, directing his hands forward. The test slaves closed their eyes in fear, but nothing happened. The priest's expression became more bewildered than ever. At the mouth of the cave, Ninefeng suddenly appeared with Thiet Meng. He quickly raised his hand to use a technique. The Nunker group, amazed at their newfound freedom, exclaimed, "The magic that held us captive is gone. Look over there. It is Thiet Meng." Seeing Thiet Meng happily running over, they asked, "Thiet Meng, who is that human?" He replied with a bright smile, "That is the great demon god I invited to rescue everyone." The Enku looked at each other in confusion. "Rescue the demon god? Thiet Meng, what are you talking about?" Thiet Meng calmly responded, "It is a long story, but I have already dedicated my strength to the great demon god." Another the Enku asked in confusion, "But why would the great demon god care about weak beings like us?" Suddenly, he put his hand to his mouth and commanded, "You guys, hold on and stay quiet." T angrily called out for mine. Suddenly, his body was engulfed by a dazzling purple light, leaving him bewildered. This is Tai's body being tightly bound and gradually disappearing in astonishment. Ninefeng coldly released his grip, and numerous small pieces fell from his armor. Adema, surprised and scared, asked, "What kind of magic is that? I never expected to trap Tai. You coldly summoned a phantom for communication outside the secret realm," Johnny urgently ordered, "without any issues. Immediately instructing the guilds to bring suitable skill books here." In an instant, a book appeared in his hands. The system displayed information about the short-range teleportation book, transforming an active skill to correct time-space errors while utilizing dark magic to distort it. Separating and merging lower-level worlds required consuming some thresholds based on the world's rank. Ninefeng pursed his lips, thinking to himself, this might be a very useful skill. A chunk of rock appeared, falling from the sky. It dove down at breakneck speed. A bright badge appeared in the air. On the badge was a fire symbol. The system quickly introduced Abyssal Badge, consumable item with a permanent +10 spirit attribute, and a permanent +50% critical damage. Ninefeng tightened his grip on the badge, murmuring, "I have got the badge now, but I am still missing something." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he looked down. In front were the elders and the group of T and Lin kneeling down in gratitude. Ninefeng looked over, puzzled, and asked, "Thiet Meng, what does this mean?" It quickly explained, "Great demon god, my kin wish to express our loyalty to you and also ask what type of tribute you prefer." Then Thiet Meng announced loudly, "Everyone, the great demon god has instructed me. We need to provide various gemstones and minerals for the great demon god." He smiled and added, "For example, right now what I need most is 30 transformation essence stones." The elder confidently replied, "Of course, no problem at all. As long as you provide us with 100 transformation stones, we will immediately craft 19 transformation essence stones for you." Ninefeng chuckled lightly, presenting the Yang treasure and speaking generously. "Just 100 stones. I thought I would need more than that." It carefully accepted the Yang treasure, saying, "The crafting of transformation essence stones will take some time. If you want more gemstones, Thiet Meng can lead you to the secret treasure vault." Thiet Meng immediately suggested, "Please follow me." The two stood before a gate, and it easily opened the gate, revealing a mountain of treasures inside. Thiet Meng raised his hand to introduce, "Great demon god, these are the treasures that the high-level demons are collecting." Ninefeng looked at the two pink gemstones, Wuharan Lambathach in his hands and replied, compared to the gemstones at Lamtine, these with Wuha attributes are clearly enhanced a lot. Suddenly, Hanmum appeared from nowhere and jumped forward to announce, the Godmaster is over there. In front of them was a rare treasure floating in the air. He held the precious item in his hand and said, this is the mysterious ice fire seed that can be used to upgrade your divine pendant. Just give it to your subordinates to complete. Thidamung jumped in surprise at Hunram's appearance. Ninefeng smiled gently to reassure. Don't worry. He is also my trusted aide. It responded in surprise. So that is it. He looked at the pile of treasures before him and spoke with satisfaction. The other materials available in the treasure room were also much more convenient. Right after that, a mysterious surge of power shot from both sides in front of Hundriam. His eyes were filled with strength as he extended his hand forward. Thitmunkung stared in shock at the surge of power approaching, feeling delighted as he thought, the power of darkness is so strong. The great demon god has accepted my offering. Ninefeng looked at the sparkling treasures before him and spoke. There are many precious items in this treasure. I accept. Thitmung, filled with excitement behind him, absorbed even more of the power of darkness. He smiled broadly and knelt down sincerely saying, thank you for the grace of the great demon god. He bit his lip and thought, I have also received the power of the sacrifice. Ninefeng coldly ordered. Thitmung, go check how the essence transformation is progressing. He immediately obeyed and ran off.
Yep.
Thitmung chuckled happily, muttering, my speed and strength have clearly increased. At the same time, a dark figure appeared near to T. The trial slaves were so scared they were sweating profusely. That is the fire demon. They sneered, grabbing the elder. Wondering. Strange. Where has everyone gone? And what are you protecting? The trial slaves in front of the stone statue ordered. This is the essence transformation of demon god. You must not let them through. Thitmung's eyes shone brightly with rage. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged forward and punched the fire demon in the face. The trial slaves below exclaimed in shock. Thitmung. He just slammed him straight into the ground. Another fire demon widened its eyes in astonishment. How is this possible? It laughed sinisterly, filled with strength. You wolves. Let me clean up for the demon god. In front of them was the sight of the trial slave's tail swirling at a terrifying speed. They knelt down, bowing their heads in gratitude. Sizida and Hanum also appeared. Ningfeng spoke in confusion. Why do I feel like they are wagging their tails faster? Thitmung bowed its head and cried, thinking to itself. Thank you, demon god, for granting me strength. We will no longer be bullied. Ningfeng picked up the crystal. Contemplating. Is this the essence transformation? This form has more rules than ordinary transformation stones. Hanum suddenly spoke up. The higher the level of the world, the higher the level of the gem, and the forms will not be the same. If these little furballs know how to use themselves later, there will be a lot of them. Ninefeng smiled and replied. That is true. Luckily they helped me find the gemstone to upgrade my divine weapon. And I learned that the orange gear shows information. The cold welding necklace. Accessory. Red quality divine weapon can upgrade the spirit attribute by 2400. Spellcasting speed by 200%. Mana recovery by 200%. Magic resistance by 60%. And spell critical hit by 30%. Eternal equipment never loses durability. And the freezing of normal attacks has additional water attribute, and a 25% chance to apply a freezing effect. Water Walker can move freely in the water. And the cold aura reduces the speed of nearby enemies by 15% every 30 seconds. For gear, all attributes increase by 10%. The spell adds a solid ice wall. Ice Storm. An ice beam. The spiraling cold of the cold soul of Ahanamem is protected by divine power and won't dissipate. And it also comes with this necklace. He excitedly spoke. Red equipment. Drum smiled smugly. My divine weapon is still stronger. First upgrade, Sezida shouted angrily. I see you are craving a hit from it. A mysterious beam of light appeared in front of him. It flew straight at Ninefeng. You gasped in shock, thinking to yourself. Wait. What just happened? It felt like the power within me had been partially drained. Ninefeng bowed his head, lips pressed together in speculation. The power drained was not much, but it was disappearing extremely fast. And I could not even trace its direction. Then he waved his hand and left. The servants could not help but express their gratitude in unison. Great Spirit Archmage. You were just leaving and suddenly your power disappeared. Sezida gritted her teeth, apologetic as she replied. I am really sorry. We know very little about this place, so we did not dare to speak carelessly. Ninefeng pressed his lips together indifferently and said, Whatever. I will head back to complete my task first. He then walked towards the teleportation point. The system displayed a notification. You have increased your understanding of the universe. Ninefeng slowly walked down the stairs, murmuring, This class transfer helps merge my divine essence with the dark element by 20%. Images of the three fighting flashed in his mind, and he continued softly. Recently, everyone has become proficient in the formation, which helps me understand more deeply about the three gods of agility, magic, and support. Ninefeng looked up at the sky and spoke comfortably. Besides the last D tribe that we just acquired, it also contains the memories of the demon army before they died. I need a little time to process this. In Ninefeng's divine realm, he was meditating with his eyes closed, and a series of powers began to flow out from his body. He opened his eyes wide, exclaiming in astonishment that his divine power had been partially drained. But he was vaguely catching the source of the drain. Ninefeng continued to speculate. It seemed that it was not located in the water, but somewhere in the southern hemisphere, in the African savanna. A teleportation circle appeared with the numbers 3 hours, 25 minutes 14 seconds. Hunnam exclaimed in shock. So that is what it is? He asked in confusion. What is this? Before him appeared a giant skeleton that looked incredibly gloomy. That was Menindrech. Kwai Tuk's eyes lit up, laughing loudly in satisfaction. Finally, I have succeeded. A mysterious circle appeared above his head. He gleefully mumbled, swallowing the time of Qi. This is a special mystery realm. 3 hours 25 minutes 14 seconds. Previously, that group of demon gods had also used this against us. In Kwai Tuk's mind, images of countless participants being sucked in fear emerge. Continuing to explain, this mystery realm will generate a countdown. When the time reaches 0, it will randomly pull a certain number of daring individuals. He thought of numerous sinister images and continued, whether it is a risk-taker going in actively or being drawn in passively. Once the secret realm fails, there is no death, only living to pay the price. The secret realm will absorb the spiritual power of this world, and then return it to the demon god who controls the realm. Not only that, but the secret realm is also formidable. In the desert, Ninefeng stops in front of the secret realm. With 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 6 seconds left, you place your hand on it. Ninefeng can't help but feel confused. Wondering, why can't I enter? The system then displays a message. Class restriction. Cannot enter. Ninefeng asks with a puzzled smile. Why are there still class restrictions? Suzita quickly explains. This type of secret realm often appears in certain high-level worlds, equivalent to the evil god challenging the divine lord. They come with special rules. For example, limiting certain classes from entering to increase the difficulty of conquest. Though exactly how is unclear even to the subordinates. He strokes his chin, pursing his lips in thought. In other words, it is possible that the evil god has influenced this secret realm. Or it could be similar to how I merged with the power of the evil god. She and Hummer respond in astonishment. That is indeed possible. Ninefeng's eyes become sharper than ever. He falls silent in thought. This situation is becoming increasingly complicated. The most urgent thing right now is still figuring out how to solve this secret realm. Images of familiar faces flash through his mind. Capo, Han Hem, Sezida, and Fing Yinj. His inner calculations clatter away. Most of the experts on our side are all magic class. If we can't get in, our strength will drop significantly. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, a sinister smile on his face. He snapped his fingers and suggested, how about we form a battle team to try it out? Ninefeng immediately thought of the group consisting of An Chan, Lin Ho, Tiu Dai, Duan, and Ong Dian. Ninefeng gazed into the distance, reflecting. During this time, everyone has made a lot of progress. Dian Nai and Tiu Dai are almost at the 4th transition, while President Liu has completed the 6th transition. If we do not count the magic classes, this might be the strongest lineup on Lam Tine. He tightened his fists, confidently asserting, don't worry. This secret realm won't lead to the death of any explorers. You can freely unleash your strength. The people Ninefeng had just thought of appeared, responding in unison. Got it. Then, Ong Diet entered the secret realm first, and everyone followed in turn. Inside the secret realm, there were towering rocky mountains, thick fog, and Anchan coldly commanded, arranging the formation to coordinate effectively. Duan and Ong Diet immediately responded clearly, and then they left. Suddenly, an assassin rushed in from nowhere, preparing to ambush Anchan. He gritted his teeth in annoyance and raised his hand to defend himself. But he suddenly disappeared and then reappeared, circling around Anchan. On Duan's side, he was also attacked by a strange light. He gritted his teeth, anxiously looking at his cracked armor. Lin Ho gritted her teeth in anger, thinking to herself, this narrow space is too cramped. Suddenly, the assassin appeared from behind. She thought to herself, absolutely precise. Ninefeng frowned and spoke up. My divine power has been drained again. Has it only been less than 10 minutes, and the enemy is already this strong? Right after that, 5 shadows immediately appeared, and they gradually turned around. Dite stepped forward and anxiously said, I am really sorry. We were worried about you. Is everyone okay? No one got hurt. Right. And frowned in confusion and spoke up. It is strange. All the wounds from going outside have healed already. Ninefeng sighed with relief and replied, That is good. Everyone should rest first before we continue. She furrowed her brow with concern and asked, Wait. You have a way to help us? Right. He coldly replied, I am not sure. I still need to understand more. Suddenly, Ans interjected. No problem. Taiyu Feng, what do you suggest we do? A moment later, he sat in front of the vortex, ready to teleport into the hidden realm. Dite frowned and worriedly asked, Ninefeng, are you okay? His face was sweaty as he coldly replied, I can still handle it. Ninefeng smiled faintly, thinking to himself, even though I have exhausted quite a bit of divine power, my goal has been achieved. He stood up and suggested, Dite and Hai, help me over there. Dite immediately walked over to assist Ninefeng in moving forward. The two exchanged subtle smiles and stopped in front of the circle of the secret realm. He confidently said, Let me modify this secret realm a bit. Then the 5 of them stood by, waiting for Ninefeng to make changes to the secret realm. Dite hesitantly asked, Is this good enough? He quickly replied with a smile, Yep. You can try entering again. And Chun furrowed her brows in confusion, thinking, it seems like the entrance to the secret realm is still the same. What exactly did Nguyen Taiyufeng do? They gradually approached the circle of the secret realm, and she looked in surprise at the system screen that was appearing on the screen. Information appears to select the difficulty mode. Easy. Normal experience with little reward. Normal experience reward. Hard with high experience reward. Good rewards. Pain with a lot of experience reward. Very good rewards. Nightmare with extreme experience reward. And extremely good rewards. Dite Fenvine speaks up. How should I choose this? Zayn hesitantly adds. Should we choose easy or normal? Inside the secret realm, in some forest, assassins are patrolling when suddenly an energy arrow shoots from behind, piercing through each one, completely eliminating them. Dite smiles and says, the easy mode is equivalent to the normal level of the secret realm in Lam Tine. Adventurers from Tam Troin and above should be able to handle it. The light of consciousness responds. However, the experience is really very little. Once we get out, I need to tell all this to Taiyu Feng. Outside the secret realm, Ninefeng, Han Hem, and Sezada stand before the circle of the secret realm. Waiting, he curiously asks, Master, what did you change? She can't help but be surprised, not expecting them to hold out for so long while still inside. He smiles lightly and explains, I have let everyone try to go back and forth many times, finally finding the gathering point of the dark energy in the changing secret realm. Then I used a forbidden spell to create 5 small separate spaces away from that place. Ninefeng purses his lips, looking ahead, pondering that those 5 small spaces are the limit he can maintain. He wonders what changes might occur inside. Suddenly, Dite comes out of the secret realm, and he surprisedly smiles and asks Han, How is Dite not? She squeezed my hand and smiled happily, saying, We have defeated the boss in the secret realm. Ninefeng approached and touched the secret realm, pursing his lips in thought, feeling that the dark power within the secret realm had diminished a bit. While this method could not fully conquer the secret realm, it could slow down its strengthening process. Ayan wondered aloud, Do we have to go in again? Dite excitedly raised her hand and suggested, I want to try the normal and hard modes. Then she stepped forward to make a choice, but the system displayed a message saying it could not be accessed again for 7 days. Dite muttered, Why are there more restrictions? He smirked and replied, It is. We can find others to explore the rules of the secret realm. Ninefeng returned to a serious demeanor, pursing his lips in thought. As long as he did not let the secret realm continue to develop, he would have more time to find a way to deal with it. He looked at Dite, thinking that at least everyone should become stronger. She awkwardly asked, What is wrong? Ninefeng smiled sheepishly and replied, Nothing. He rested his chin on his hand, pondering that he had received the new information from a different race during the chaos, and absorbed the memories of the Demon Lord, which contained a very important piece of information. He recalled the sparkling crystal he had received, which reflected the image of a vast ocean deep beneath the sea. The fish swam freely, and a bow was stuck among the corals. He was astonished, thinking that it seemed like someone was standing there, looking at the 4 strangers in front. The commander of the Phantom Division pursed her lips in thought. Her face darkened as she watched the lightning strike her wrist. The commander raised her sword high, Looking towards the dark demon and silently marking the evening at Intevreki Min Vi, Kwaitek touched the stone pillar. Wondering, what strange problem is happening now? He recalled the secret realm in the desert and continued. The Time Chihuayan village on Lam Tang is clearly still here, but it has not absorbed any divine power for a long time. Kwaitiev complained in annoyance, finding it really frustrating. It would be better if he could directly investigate. The scene shifted to a field where many people were gathered. Zispi stood in front of a tent with his arms crossed. Speaking up, in the 3 transitions, he chose the easy difficulty, wanting to challenge the normal difficulty. Needing at least 4 people on the 5 transitions to form a team. A man in front was continuously thanking with a grateful expression. We are very grateful to Long Quoth for helping us unlock this secret realm. He is the commander of the Scal Alliance, expressing his gratitude further. Now this place has become the hottest secret realm in the world. We are also obtaining more resources to nurture new explorers. Not only have the resources improved, but their lives have also gotten better. A piece of meat was being grilled, releasing a fragrant aroma. Ninefeng sat on a rock, grilling meat while deep in thought. A large number of explorers could continuously deplete the dark power of the secret realm, causing the countdown time of the secret realm to keep extending, temporarily preventing anyone from actively being drawn in. He took a bite of meat, thinking to himself, but right now, the highest they could handle was only the normal difficulty, and he still had to figure out how to upgrade Du Nai's strength. Ninefeng pursed his lips, recalling the bow he had seen before, firmly believing that in the Demon Lord's memory, there was very important news. That it was just one of the lost divine weapons. The Thunderstrike bow, in his imagination. You hold the bow and arrow in your hand. The Shadow Ruler is the divine weapon of the Shadow Deity, one of the 12 main gods. The image of the Shadow Deity wielding the bow and arrow appears. Ninefeng keeps guessing. After the Shadow Deity is dealt with by him, her divine weapon fell to the human world. Someone borrowed the power of the divine weapon to deal with the Demon Lord, who was then remembered by the Demon Lord. You smile with satisfaction while eating and thinking, waiting until you gather enough divine power to go to that world to retrieve the divine weapon. Then give it to Du Nai with the divine weapon and say maybe you could conquer the higher difficulty secret realm. Suddenly, a light footstep approaches. Laughing lightly, calling out, Little Feng. Ninefeng politely greets President Lu Kita. He then takes out a book to introduce. 9. This is the skill book special to our country. You take the book in your hand, Kip honestly explains. But because its power is not strong, very few people use it. So I am not sure what effect it will have on you. Ninefeng flips to the first page, and the title says nonsense. You hesitate to speak. The effect of this skill, he anxiously explains, is mainly to confuse others' language for a short time, usually used to interrupt a wizard's spell. But because it has no other effect, it will quickly be eliminated. You walk over to shake hands with Kip, smiling and replying, Thank you very much for this gift. I will use it well. Kip happily responds. It is great if you really like it. Thank you so much for everything you and Long Kuv have done for us. Ninefeng accepts the book, smiling to himself, thinking, after all, it will turn into a forbidden spell in my possession. Maybe it won't be a waste. After finishing their discussion, the 3 of them sat around the grill, laughing and joking. He generously told Ma9 to bring out some more fruit. A little while later, there were only some bones and a few scraps of meat left on the plate. He rubbed his round belly and cheerfully said, I. Suddenly, Ninefeng's eyes widened in shock when he heard someone say, Great Spirit, is this your blessing? In his mind, the image of Hepgar appeared, and he recognized it as the voice of the beast leader Ha. In the evening at the beast territory, the beastmen were gathered, chatting happily. Ninefeng walked over from a distance, curiously asking, Why are you all so cheerful? They exclaimed in surprise. The Great Spirit has arrived. They joyfully boasted. The Great Spirit just promoted these craftsmen to blood spell masters of the tribe. And he asked curiously. The blood spell master Hepka smiled and replied, I heard that if the weapons crafted by the craftsmen can receive more offerings for the gods, they can be promoted. He slowly explained. Blood spell masters can enhance and improve excellent equipment in a shorter time. And if they earn the gods' recognition, they can take another step in their upgrade. In Ninefeng's mind, he pictured Ung Diet using weapons to fight monsters and silently thought, could it be that everyone enhancing weapons from the beastmen to battle monsters is also considered as making offerings? Ninefeng rubbed his chin, smiling as he thought, no matter what, this is a good thing. I can gather power faster and then open the passage to the other world. A few days later, in a seemingly barren land, he clenched his fists and observed, muttering to himself, I have finally gathered enough divine power to open the passage. Ninefeng reached out to the mystical circle and stepped inside. A vast ocean appeared before him. Seagulls flying everywhere. Ninefeng quickly dove into the water. And ahead, he spotted a bow trapped in the coral. He felt delighted. Thinking, here it is. Ninefeng easily retrieved the bow. And the system announced, you have obtained the replica of the divine artifact in the vast ocean. Ninefeng's astonished voice rang out. Row of fakes. Hanjumi pursed her lips and hesitantly asked, my lord, do you mean this divine artifact is fake? He coldly replied, the artifact in my hand is indeed fake. But something feels off. Ninefeng carefully recalled from the memories of the demon lord. It had seen this bow unleash a real divine attack. Or else it would not have left such a deep impression. Sezida raised an eyebrow, wondering if it had been switched out by someone. Ninefeng stroked his chin, speculating that it was possible. He looked ahead and said, this place looks like a divine temple underwater. Luckily, the pendennet support skill allows me to breathe underwater. Ninefeng clenched his teeth in annoyance and continued. Looks like I need to go out and ask someone. She asked curiously. Do we have to use that powerful disguise spell again? A hand of the mermaid lightly touched the wall. Minka looked sadly into the distance. And a soldier cautiously bowed and asked, Your Majesty, do you need me to accompany you? She closed her eyes and dejectedly declined. No need. I want to be alone for a while. The temple door slowly opened, and Minka hurriedly swam in. Her eyes narrowed, sadly reminiscing about the past. At that time, she sat on the cold throne, coldly asking, What did you say? A proposal. Ah. The envoy grinned wickedly and replied, That is right. If your majesty the queen agrees to marry our handsome prince, I am sure this brutal war will end quickly. The soldiers shouted angrily, How dare you? Clearly, you started the war. Our queen cannot marry an invader. He narrowed his eyes, coldly reminding, Don't yell at an envoy like me. If you have the guts, you should have beaten us on the battlefield. The angry soldier charged forward, shouting, Damn, Minka coldly spoke. Don't act rashly. The envoy pointed and gleefully complimented. Still the rational queen. Actually, in my opinion, agreeing to the prince's proposal would be good for both countries. She gritted her teeth in anger and contempt. Your hands are stained with the blood of commoners. I will never marry a monster. He placed his hand on his forehead, responding with a sinister smile. Then this is troublesome. I will convey your attitude accurately. The envoy suddenly laughed loudly and dangerously. Continuing, I hope the prince won't be too angry. The soldiers gritted their teeth in anger at his arrogant attitude. The envoy turned and left with a contemptuous smile on his lips. He gradually walked out of the temple. Minka clenched her fists, suppressing her anger. She gritted her teeth in fury, staring at the envoy who had just left. Back to reality, Minka could not help but murmur sadly. Years ago, we defied the will of the divine. Is this punishment for us? Suddenly, in front of her appeared Ning Feng before he could transform, and she gasped in shock. Minka shouted angrily, Who are you? Why are you here? Suddenly, her eyes widened, mouth agape in shock, silently wondering how someone could break into this divine palace without them noticing. With so many layers of defenses set up outside, you smiled brightly, hurriedly saying, Wait, do not get agitated. I want to listen to a few things. But Minka had already drawn his bow, aiming it at Ninefeng. She pursed her lips, glaring coldly at you, as each arrow shot flew towards the target. Ninefeng quickly used his earth manipulation technique. Minka exclaimed in surprise. What? You showed a cold demeanor as you asked. So can we talk now? The queen's hand trembled, her teeth gritting tighter. She looked towards the distant purple hole. Is this guy from the tunnel over there? Right now. Minka looks completely alert and worried. Just now, my attack was completely ineffective. There is a very strong dark power defense on this side, and he wants to seize the divine artifact. In her eye, Ninefeng appeared as a villain cloaked in dark energy. Could it be that my country is truly on the verge of destruction? Yet you just raised your weapon in confusion and asked, Is this divine artifact just a copy? Do you know where the real divine artifact is? Hearing this, Minka hurriedly responded, What, a copy? I do not know where the real divine artifact is. Essene Saida appeared next to you, commenting, My lord, she is lying. Hunnam even added that she sees us as intruders. Ninefeng immediately revealed a friendly smile and raised his hand. You do not need to rush. I have no ill intentions towards you. I just want to use this divine artifact for a bit. This made Minka's expression even more confused. Does this guy really think stealing is just borrowing? Realizing that, Sezida continued to whisper. She seemed even more tense. Right now, Minka was full of spirit, pointing directly at them. My country is being invaded. This divine artifact is our last hope. I absolutely will not give it to you. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her confidence faded, leaving only trembling fear. Oh no. What am I saying? If I anger them, we are definitely dead. But Ninefeng was not angry. On the contrary, he was quite curious. Invaded. Can you tell me what happened? Suddenly, a scream caught his attention. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The person called was quite surprised. What is going on? The soldiers reported urgently that the enemy's vanguard had broken through the defenses and was advancing straight towards the capital. The soldiers spoke in a pressing tone. Everyone is ready to fight. Please give the order. The news left Mankai at a loss for how to react. She desperately sank to the ground. Am I really becoming the king of a doomed nation? A foot slowly approached. Ninefeng reached out towards Minka, surprising her. Come on. I will go with you to see. This left her a bit confused. But she gritted her teeth. Minka placed a determined hand on her chest. Demon God. No matter what, I will not agree to any of your conditions. Don't even think about forcing me to submit. Yet, the deadly intent in his eyes still made her tremble. Ninefeng indicated that he understood. Got it. I won't interfere. Just then, another soldier rushed in. Your Majesty. The soldier was startled to see Ninefeng. She was very puzzled. Your Majesty. Who's this? His expression remained calm. But Minka was confused to the point of turning pale. It is a long story. Let us deal with other matters first. Saying that, she rushed off. Meanwhile, the soldier remained puzzled about him. A group of heretics suddenly appeared before her. Your Majesty. The queen looked at them in confusion. Why are you all here? A representative of the heretics spoke up. You and your ancestors have fought to protect us. These outsiders, from the invading enemies, at this moment, we must fight alongside you. The heretics all expressed their fierce determination. Although our strength is not what it used to be, it is still enough to fight on the battlefield. That is right. Me too. Minka was moved to tears by them. She sincerely bowed her head, thanking everyone. The scene before her made Suzaida speak up. Master. These heretics that Ninefeng and Hanamauer are still intently observing. The words were spoken with the serious gaze of those heretics. Are they all followers of yours? The worried envoy lowered his head. Your Highness. Here is the response from Queen Minka. The imposing prince sat atop the sea monster, mocking the knave woman. Did she really think she could stop our army? Below him were extremely dangerous warriors. One warrior stood with arms crossed, deep in thought. Your Highness. Is there deceit here? After all, they are still holding the divine weapon that commands the shadow. However, the prince seemed unconcerned. Behind him appeared the shadow of the dark spirit. His eyes were filled with arrogance. No need to worry. It is just a fallen god. How could it compare to the master I serve? At that moment, his palm was brimming with abundant energy. Recently, I feel my strength growing stronger. Surely, that is a gift from the master. Why not let Queen Minka try a bit? With that said, the prince waved his hand, giving the order to prepare for attack. The sea monster's eyes shone brightly, and the warriors below were filled with fervor. A wooden staff struck the ground, and the magical barrier surrounded the frail, silver-haired heretic. Ninefeng looked at the people inside the barrier with curiosity. What are they doing? Suzaida quickly replied. They are setting up a reinforcement formation to increase their power. But unfortunately, they can't activate it to its full effect. Like encountering something terrifying. Queen Minka panicked. Girls. That is it. The fierce sea monsters and the warriors are charging forward. The old heretic raised his wooden staff and shouted to attack. Immediately everyone united to unleash their magical power. Their strength was blocked by the ferocious sea monster. The old heretic was extremely scared. Is it ineffective? What on earth is this? The prince stood on another sea monster, frantically unleashing magic from both hands. His expression was both joyful and satisfied as he laughed loudly. Even the heretic followers are taking action. Minka, it seems you have no one left to use. His expression was filled with malice, showing these heretic followers what a difference in power looks like. The sea monster unleashed overwhelming magic like thunder from its mouth. This attack easily pierced through the barrier created by the old heretic. Those inside watched in fear as the barrier was torn apart. The protective screen has broken. Suddenly, a voice rang out for a counterattack. The sound left the old heretic a bit dazed. Ninefeng stood in front of the old man and shouted, "Hurry up and use the counterattack technique." Hearing this, the old man's face showed helplessness. But I can't even touch that sea monster. Meanwhile, Minka looked on in confusion as he interacted with the heretic follower. When did he go over there? The soldiers suddenly reported. Your Highness. That sea monster is attacking again. Which startled her. Queen Minka quickly yelled an order. Tell the people over there to retreat. There is no stopping it. Meanwhile, the sea monster had just taken a powerful hit to the stomach. It was left motionless by that blow. Both the soldiers and Minka could not believe it. Oh wow. At that moment, Ninefeng leaned on the shoulder of the old heretic and praised him. Great hit. The old man was wide-eyed in shock. Did I actually make that move? Sezada was extremely pleased. The great lord personally presided over the formation. Henem pressed his lips together. So jealous. The prince watched the scene unfold, clenching his fists in disbelief. He can't be? He shouted angrily. Absolutely not. Do you think this is enough to defeat me? The sea monster glinted dangerously, with a bright stream of demonic energy gathering in front of its chest. The prince laughed, revealing sharp teeth like knives. These corrupt sea monsters were all summoned by me. Unless the connection between it and me is severed, it will continue to regenerate. Ninefeng irritably glanced up. Did you hear anything? The heretic also stammered in reply. I heard it. He was shouting so loud. Another heretic doubted. But who would ever directly reveal their weakness? Now, his face became both serious and intrigued. This new forbidden spell was quite interesting. In the system space, a chaotic spellbook appears. Active skills. 4 wills. Dark curses. Enemies within the curse's range will endure a continuous hex, and you can see and control their minds. In the